This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: The Real Life Begins. Han Yuran just finished speaking. The TV that suddenly lit up suddenly went out again. She turned around and reached out to pull Anya, who was standing there in a daze. But she was shocked. Oh my god. Why are your hands so cold? Anya came back to her senses after being held by Han Yuran's warm hand. She held Han Yuran's hand tightly and said with trembling lips, Yuran, are we going to die? Han Yuran raised his other hand and patted Anya's shoulder, saying comfortingly, just think about it. We will die sooner or later. Anyway, so try to live while you can. Although Han Yuran usually looks careless and world-weary, but at the critical moment, he is still very reliable and can say some decent words. Then she changed the subject. Besides, don't you think it's interesting? This world with rules that make people sick has collapsed. And real life has begun. Her eyes were shining brightly in the pitch-black darkness. And Anya felt that what she said made sense. As she spoke, she didn't care whether Anya had recovered or not. And she pulled Anya to the utility room without any courtesy. Don't be confused. Contact your family first. See if they are okay. Oh! Anya agreed with a choked voice. But fortunately, she had recovered a little. She had lived in a safe society since she was a child, and was taught that there would be no evil in this society. Seeing such a shocking scene, her performance was not bad. After all, she was not a weirdo like Han Yuran. Anya staggered as Han Yuran dragged her forward. She raised her hand and pressed her black spider earrings. A blue light flashed, and a horizontal blue light appeared in front of her, illuminating her pale face. Anya's eyes scanned the blue light in panic. There were names appearing one after another on the lower left, and there were several fixed names on the top. But Anya looked for a long time. Her eyes were red with anxiety, and she still couldn't find the person she wanted to contact. At this moment, the name of Anhao at the top began to shake, and in the quiet room, the melodious piano sound suddenly came to mind. Anya was frightened, and when she saw the shaking name, she finally reacted and answered the call quickly. The piano stopped all of a sudden, and a three-dimensional young face with an anxious look appeared on the blue light. After seeing Anya, he looked relieved. Sister, how are you and Sister Yuran? Are you okay? Anya took 2 breaths, shook her head, and her tears fell. After seeing her relatives, she finally burst out and said in a crying voice, It's okay. It's okay. You? How about your parents? We are all fine. My parents are praying. You and Sister Yuran must protect yourselves. I will find you. And Hao said very reliably, You don't have to come. You stay at home and protect your uncle and aunt. Han Yuran stopped and said, and Hao turned his head away and said unconvincedly, Sister Yuran, how can I let you 2 girls be alone outside? You have never beaten these 2 girls in your life. Protect your parents. Otherwise, I will not forgive you. Okay, I don't have time to care about you. Turn it off. Han Yuran raised her hand and pressed the end button. And Hao, who still had something to say, disappeared with the blue light. Can Haozi do it? Anya wiped her tears, not quite believing in her brother, who had been spoiled like a baby since childhood. Han Yuran pushed open the door of the utility room and said, After 12 hours, if it's still like this, we'll rush to your house. Why wait 12 hours? If something like this happens, people will be panicking, and there will be chaos outside. If there is a pervert, it will be the easiest to massacre him. And we need to observe what will happen after the power outage. Chapter 2: Protection. Han Yuran said, as he loosened his grip on Anya's hand, pushing the door with one hand, and twisting the door handle of the utility room with the other hand. It hadn't been open for a long time, so it wasn't working well. After thinking about Han Yuran's words carefully, Anya offered her opinion. But if there really is a group of perverts, this is also the easiest time to escape in the chaos. With a click, Han Yuran finally opened the door of the utility room, and immediately a choking dust flew out. Han Yuran fanned with his hands. And then, listening to Anya's cough, he said helplessly, You are right. But there are advantages and disadvantages. I choose to wait. As he spoke, he covered his mouth and nose and walked in. He pressed his hand on the bone ring, and a blue light appeared in front of him. Turn on the lighting mode, Han Yuran said, and the blue light instantly turned into a light that was not harmful to the eyes. It looked very bright, but it would not make people feel uncomfortable. Anya took advantage of the light, and glanced at the utility room. There was nothing but dust. Come here quickly. If we don't open the protection, we will be poisoned, Han Yuran said to Anya, who had already opened the iron box on the wall. It's so old. How can it work? Anya walked over, looking at the creaking iron box, a little unconvinced. Can you stop talking nonsense and move quickly? Han Yuran looked at a gate-like thing in the iron box and pulled it down without any hesitation. But it was unexpectedly simple, and it was pulled to the bottom in one go. At this moment, Han Yuran was stunned. Anya also frowned, said with a bit of a smile, "Is it over?" Before Han Yuran could answer, squeaking sounds were heard everywhere. The two raised their heads and looked around, but there was not even a window in the utility room, and they saw nothing. After looking at each other, they hurriedly ran out of the utility room. Anya pointed at the French window and shouted, "Look, something is falling." Han Yuran turned his head to look at the French window, and saw a layer of light film slowly falling down with something that looked like an iron window. The creaking sound continued, and it was obvious that it had not been used for a long time. "Come on, pull it down," Han Yuran shouted, and then pulled Anya to the French window. "You can't stop pulling me," Anya said dissatisfiedly, staggering after being pulled, and was already pulled to the window by Han Yuran. Ignoring Anya's complaints, Han Yuran stretched out his hand and pulled the wooden table with the vase in the corner over, and the transparent glass vase rolled off the table. The water in the vase spilled onto the table and then onto the floor. As for Han Yuran, he had already climbed onto the table neatly and reached out to grab the iron window. His thin arms actually had muscles, and he pulled the iron window down with great strength. After pulling it a few times, he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn, what are you looking at? Go to another window and pull it down." "How can I pull it?" Anya said so, but she still ran to the kitchen. Han Yuran jumped down from the wooden table and continued to pull the iron window down. But after pulling it twice, it got stuck. Han Yuran pulled the iron window up and down with all her strength, but only a cloud of dust fell off. She tilted her head and took 2 steps back. After looking left and right, she picked up the table leg and walked to the left. She walked straight to the wall and stopped. She reached out and pushed again. Although it was not stuck here, there was a wall in front of her, so she could only stop here. Chapter 3 I Respect You as a Man. Han Yuran swung the table in his hand and smashed it from below at the iron window, making clanging sounds. After fixing the kitchen iron window, Anya ran out, and as she ran through the living room to the bedroom, she muttered, "Your protection is too poor, it's not a whole wall." There was another clanging sound, which made Han Yuran's palm hurt. "Miss, don't you see how much money I live in? You're poor and you blame me," Anya said as she entered the bedroom. After Han Yuran gave her a middle finger, he yanked the iron window and shook it, and finally pulled it down. He stepped on the iron window and kicked it down hard. Suddenly, a ray of light lit up on the ground, wrapped around the iron window, and pulled it down, fitting it tightly against the ground. Han Yuran looked at the ground and praised, "TSK. Not bad." After that, he turned around and walked towards the door, but did not open it immediately. He first turned on the surveillance camera on the wall. Fortunately, there was still some power left. But looking at the red grid indicating low power, Han Yuran suddenly thought of something. "I couldn't help but sigh. This group of perverts is really amazing. Not only did they cut off the power, but they also cut off the emergency power and the backup power. This is amazing." Han Yuran thought and shook her head again. The air defense layer is not working. It's definitely not just a power outage. The surveillance footage has come out. There is no one in the empty corridor outside, and all the indicator lights are off. Han Yuran clicked on the surveillance camera to the entrance of the community again. This time, she saw a lot of people. As she expected, many people were rushing in and out like they were fleeing. On the ground, the vehicles coming and going in the air also slowed down their speeds and were much more careful than usual. But Han Yuran still saw a few places where there were car accidents and several balls of fire. Fortunately, air traffic was prohibited for 3 days before and after the Spring Festival. Otherwise the sudden power outage would be terrible. Han Yuran shuddered when he thought of this. Looking more carefully, "Damn! Even the flying police are gone," Han Yuran muttered, and pressed the one button on the monitor again. But there was no movement for a long time. If it were any other time, the robot in the community office would have been able to get in touch without even a second ring. Could it be that all the robots are useless? Han Yuran couldn't help but laugh when she thought of this possibility. She had long been fed up with these robots that nominally served humans, but were actually almost taking over the human world. Thinking of this, Han Yuran pressed the cancel button, and the surveillance video returned to the corridor in front of her door. Han Yuran reached into the shoe cabinet next to the door, and after feeling around, she actually took out a 4-edged short knife, one side of which was smooth and sharp, and the other side was serrated. Because she hated robots, Han Yuran didn't have any protective robots in her home. But to protect herself, she hid daggers or guns in several places in the house. Holding the dagger, Han Yuran felt relieved. After carefully scanning the surveillance screen again, the protection outside had roughly fallen above the door. So Han Yuran opened the door. Now she finally understood why this door, which she had disliked for a long time, had to open inwards. After opening the door, Han Yuran held the dagger in her mouth, then she jumped up with her legs, and her whole body was hanging on the iron window. Anya, who had walked out of the bedroom, saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh. I respect you as a man. Han Yuran had already fallen down with the iron window, and her toes landed on the ground again. The iron window had already fallen to her waist, and it was about to succeed. The elevator actually opened. Although the sound was not loud, it was still unusually clear in this empty corridor. Han Yuran turned her head suddenly to look at the elevator on the left side opposite. She didn't even have time to see what the shadow on all fours that appeared from the elevator was, and the shadow had already opened its mouth with fangs and hit the guard hard. Chapter 4. You are really perverted. The sizzling sound was like me being roasted on an iron plate, but it was not a fragrant smell, but a fishy smell. Although she did not hit Han Yuran, she was still frightened and took a step back. As for Anya, she was so scared that she covered her mouth and screamed and sat on the ground. Han Yuran swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, the guard fell on Han Yuran's knees when the thing ran over, otherwise Han Yuran would be useless. Staring at the thing that was roasted by the guard and smoking, he bent down, picked up the short knife that had just fallen because of the shock, and walked towards the thing. Anya, who was watching her movements, was frightened and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Claws," Han Yuran said as she looked at the claws that stretched out from under the protection. Only then did Anya notice that the claws of the thing stretched out from under the protection and were desperately grabbing forward. Gray fur, black sharp claws, red eyes, a mouth full of fangs, and a huge body. What is this? Anya also plucked up her courage and stood up and walked towards Han Yuran. A monster, Han Yuran answered with a nonsense. Standing in front of the claws, squinting his eyes and looking carefully, a strong fishy smell floated out of the monster. Look! The thing's on its claws. Is it blood? Han Yuran squatted down, holding her short knife, and gestured at the claws. Anya squatted behind her and nodded. It looks like it. Suddenly, an animal roar sounded, and Han Yuran and Anya turned their heads to look at the monster outside the protection. They saw that the monster was howling, and its head stuck by the protection was struggling to get out. What kind of protection is this? Anya began to be curious again. The iron window-like thing in the protection at this moment. It seemed as if there was an electric current crackling and flowing on it, but if it was an electric current, it should be flowing all over the monster at this moment. But now, the pair of claws that came in, which were not touched by the protection, had no electric current at all. The light layer should purify the air. As for this iron window, I can only say that the building of this old merchant is very conscientious. Go, there are 2 protective helmets on the top of my study cabinet, put them on. Why wear it? Anya asked, puzzled. Han Yuran took the short knife and made 2 gestures on the monster's claws. I'll cut off this claw later. Who knows if it's poisonous? Anya frowned in disdain. She had already imagined the bloody scene. She said, "You're really perverted." Then she ran to the study. Han Yuran, who stayed behind, listened to the monster's roar and moved his eyes up again. She couldn't help but grin. The fur on the monster's head was still covered by the protection, but the monster had torn its face, and the head without fur and only flesh and blood was exposed, dripping with blood, and regained its freedom. Hearing the footsteps running back, Han Yuran hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Put on your helmet and wait inside. Throw the other one to me." Anya suddenly stopped, holding 2 helmets, and asked fearfully, "What's wrong?" "Too disgusting." After Han Yuran said this, he couldn't stop retching. Not because of the picture, but because of the fishy smell. "Damn. Can you do it?" Anya said and ran over again. Han Yuren said while retching. Stop. Give me the helmet quickly. Chapter 5 Damn. It exploded. But she had just walked 3 steps away when she heard a bang. Dodge. The devil's voice sounded first. Han Yuren had already pounced forward and rolled on the ground. Although the incident just now happened suddenly, she still saw it clearly. Damn. It exploded, Anya said in shock. Han Yuren had already climbed up from the ground. Although she could see, she turned around habitually and saw blood all over the ground. Following the direction of the blood, 2 broken claws, one of which hit the sofa and stopped, and the other hit the glass vase that had fallen before, smashing it directly, and stopped in front of the protection of the floor-to-ceiling window. Is there any poison in the blood, or any alien species? Han Yuren asked. After a long while, the Demon King replied. Nothing was found, but it is not certain. What was the cause of the explosion? It can no longer withstand the protection. Han Yuren originally planned to go back to her room to get some clothes to put on, so that when she took action later, even if the blood burst onto her body, she would have clothes to block it. But she did not expect that she would not have the chance to take action. Anya came over, stood behind Han Yuren, tugged at her arm, and leaned forward a little, and then retreated back. He raised his hand to cover his mouth, but was blocked by the helmet. He took off his helmet, bent down and ran to the bathroom. As for Han Yuren, he stepped over the blood on the ground and looked at the mutant dog's body hanging on the guardrail. The guardrail fell down without blocking it this time. There were many pieces of meat and broken bones hanging on the iron window, which were sticky. Han Yuren, who was wearing contact lenses, had much better vision. He carefully moved forward and saw that there was a dog tag tied around the neck of the mutant dog on the layer of fur left after it broke free. Wonkai. Although the 2 words were stained with a lot of blood, they were still clearly visible. It's Wonkai, Han Yuren said in disbelief, and looked at the pile of mincemeat for a few more times. Wonkai was the dog raised by Mrs. Zhang downstairs. She never liked animals, but she had no choice but to always meet Mrs. Zhang and Wonkai in the elevator. Perhaps because he sensed her dislike, Wonkai would bark like crazy every time he saw her. And Mrs. Zhang would always say with a smile, "Oh, our Wonkai, why are you so irritable today?" Han Yuren, who was forced into the corner of the elevator, gritted her teeth and held back her anger every time. Check, the blood type of Mrs. Zhang downstairs, Han Yuren said. After a while, the devil found out. Type B, by the way, her husband is type AB. Han Yuren nodded silently. She was right. The blood on Wonsai's paws was from Mrs. Zhang and his husband. Wonsai's crazy look came to mind again, and thinking about the 2 old people, something must have happened. But this Wonkai, after the mutation, actually came to the door. It seems that he really doesn't like me. After vomiting in the bathroom, Anya put on her helmet again and walked out. However, she did not approach him this time. Instead, she said weakly, "I'm going to take a rest." Han Yuren nodded. She suddenly thought of something. If all pet dogs are mutated, then wouldn't it be? Han Yuren felt terrified when she thought of this possibility. She just didn't like this world controlled by robots. But she also didn't like a world full of man-eating monsters. She walked to the sofa with some exhaustion and fell face down. Fortunately, this helmet was not an ordinary helmet. Otherwise, it would be painful. Chapter 6 You've grown up in bed. You've got your clothes on. Anya stood on the bed and shouted to Han Yuren. Han Yuren was sweeping her big bag of food, a bottle of strawberry milk in her left hand, a piece of jam bread in her right hand, and a spicy strip in her mouth, like a squirrel, shoving it into her mouth very quickly. After looking up at Anya, she lowered her head and continued to eat. Anya swallowed her saliva, but when she saw the pile of junk food, she would never eat it under normal circumstances. But I don't know if it was because of nervousness, or because Han Yuren was eating too deliciously. I always felt that I was very hungry. Finally, the saliva overcame the habit, and Anya also came over, stretched out a finger and rummaged in the big bag with disgust, and finally picked out a bag of spicy beef jerky. After Han Yuren glanced at the beef jerky, she pretended not to see anything and continued to eat. While eating, she covered her mouth with bread and laughed secretly. Anya opened the package of beef jerky as if it were something scary, first put it in front of her nose and smelled it, frowned her brows, carefully took out a piece, and put it in her mouth. With her mouth closed, she chewed very slowly for a while. Chewed again, nodded with some satisfaction, and then chewed faster. After Han Yuren stuffed the last bite of bread into her mouth, She looked at Anya very leisurely. Her face became redder and redder, and her chewing speed suddenly slowed down. Tears gradually filled her eyes, and she looked at Han Yuran with a frown. She gave her a thumbs up. After Anya forced herself to swallow the beef jerky, she suddenly opened her mouth, kept breathing, raised her hand to fan her lips, and beads of sweat appeared on her face. She was so hot that she walked back and forth on the bed. Next, Han Yuran shouted, and Anya turned around and saw a white bottle thrown at her. After catching it, she saw that it was a bottle of milk. Anya unscrewed it quickly and gulped it down. After drinking half of the bottle, Anya licked her lips and put down the bottle of milk. The first thing she said was, "Han Yuran, you big bitch. Okay, put on your clothes quickly, little bitch." Han Yuran bent down and pulled Anya's trouser legs up first, then grabbed Anya's left foot and lifted it up. With a scream, she knocked her down on the bed. It turned out that there was a fake sole under the protective suit. Han Yuran touched it and found the button of the sole inside. After pressing it, there was a suction force, which sucked the fake sole tightly. After that, Han Yuran grabbed the straps at the trouser legs and wrapped them carefully. After that, he touched the button of the shoe inside and pressed it. This time, it was a buckle, which fit the strap perfectly. After the other foot was fixed, Han Yuran said impatiently, "Get up." Anya stood up obediently, raised her foot and looked at it, and said with satisfaction, "It's quite comfortable. You've grown up in bed," Han Yuran said to Anya, who was very happy. Anya pouted and jumped off the bed. Han Yuran grabbed the hood of Anya's protective clothing and put it on. The hood, which was a bit big, immediately became smaller after it was put on Anya's head, and it was close to her scalp. At the center of the back of her neck, a link line that was invisible to the naked eye was extended. After being inserted into the skin, it instantly connected to Anya's central nervous system. Anya only felt as if her neck was pricked by a needle. Before she could say anything, the helmet was already put on her head. Juer said kindly, "Welcome back, Master." Chapter 7 Fake Stream of Consciousness. With no time to care about Juer, Anya looked at the clothes that were a little too big just now, but suddenly became a fit, and exclaimed, "This clothes can also adjust the size according to the wearer's body shape. Not bad. You are a top student of Central College. Can you stop making such a fuss?" Han Yuran said, throwing the instruction manual over and admonishing, "Remember it well." Anya took the instruction manual, sat back on the bed, reading it carefully, but still couldn't change her fussing habit. TSK, there is actually such an old thing as an instruction manual. Amazing. Han Yuran rolled his eyes at her, walked to the left side of the wardrobe, pressed his hands upwards, and pushed hard to the right. It turns out that this wardrobe has 2 layers, front and back. Anya didn't notice. She was concentrating on the 1-page instruction manual. The product name says, MC186 synthetic material. Anya thought about it, and then she remembered this ancient material. According to historical records, this material was used to make clothes for the 2nd-generation robots. After the 2nd-generation robots were eliminated, this material was also eliminated. Below is an introduction to various functions. To put it simply, it is invulnerable to swords and guns, poison, fire, and water. Raising her hand and touching her neck, Anya finally understood the reason for the tingling just now. This kind of product is mandatory to connect with the central nervous system, allowing the product and the user to achieve false stream of consciousness communication. After all, the technology at that time was still very backward, and the helmet she is wearing now is the real consciousness communication between the product and the user, without the connection through the central nervous system. This product's false stream of consciousness design was also a major selling point at that time, because this product can be strengthened according to the user's wishes, and can only be separated from the customer according to the customer's consciousness. No wonder, it only uses a small buckle. Anya finally understood. Left arm strengthening. After thinking for a while, Anya saw that her left arm, which was still close to the clothes on her skin, suddenly swelled up, from the previous softness, became like steel. After looking around, Anya raised her left hand and smashed it down on the bedside table. With a click, the bedside table was smashed into pieces. Han Yuran, who had just opened the closet, looked at his broken bedside table in a daze, and asked in a daze, "What are you doing?" Anya looked at her left arm with satisfaction, and thought for a moment. Recovering. The clothes on her left arm became soft and stuck to her arm again. Anya turned to look at Han Yuran and said, as a matter of course, "Let me try the power. 300 yuan. Transfer it to my card." Han Yuran said directly. "You are crazy," Anya said disdainfully, and then cast her eyes on the exposed wardrobe. For a moment, she was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. The wardrobe took up half of the wall, and there were all kinds of guns and knives hanging on it. "I finally understand why you work so hard every day. But you are still so poor. Why do you buy so much junk?" "You are the junk," Han Yuran said, taking down the largest gun hanging on the top, and wiping off the non-existent dust on it, as if he was caressing his lover. "Can you use a gun? What do you think? No. Then you should use a knife. After all, you have learned Sanda," Han Yuran said, and took down the longest knife on it, and threw it to Anya reluctantly. Chapter 8 Skills. Anya subconsciously wanted to dodge, but in the end, she raised her hand to catch it. Fortunately, it was lighter than expected, although she didn't understand the relationship between learning Sanda and using a knife. "This is too long." Anya estimated that the long knife in her hand was probably more than 1 meter long, and only half the width of her palm. The dark red scabbard had a frosted texture to the touch. The handle was black, with a rotating thread engraved on it, and a chain of iron chains hanging on the handle. "Well, this is a short one," Han Yuran said, as he threw another short knife over. It was only half the length of the previous one, and they looked exactly the same. They looked like a set. Anya pulled out the long knife. I have to say that the sound of it coming out of the sheath was quite exciting. The blade was very smooth, with 8 folds on it, shining with a faint cold light. There was a red engraved line in the middle, extending from the handle to the slightly curved tip. Anya reached out and touched the blade, although her hand was also in the protective clothing. She had a glove designed outside to make her movements more convenient, but she was still very careful, always feeling that this long knife could cut through the protective clothing. "This knife is so cold." Anya put her hand on the blade and felt a burst of cool air. Of course, when the blood fills this blood groove, this knife can activate the skill Frost. When the time comes, you can swing the sword and freeze 100 miles. If there is a chance to activate the hidden groove on the blade, you can activate the skill Ice Realm. When you swing the sword, 1,000 miles will be covered with ice. Han Yuran stared at the long knife and said with a tone full of longing. Anya listened to her introduction and said in disbelief, "Have you played too many games?" Han Yuran rolled her eyes at her. "What do you know? Do you know how much these 2 knives cost? But I spent 1/5 of my savings. Have you tried it?" "Of course. Where did the blood come from?" "I put the blood of 5 pigs," Han Yuran said proudly. Anya pouted her lips in disdain. "If you really caused 1,000 miles of ice, how come there was no report?" Han Yuran smiled proudly. "How can I be so stupid? I went to the abandoned world. Besides, this skill can only be activated for 3 minutes. Anya stood up from the bed suddenly, grabbed Han Yuran's clothes, pulled her over, and said angrily, "You actually went to the abandoned world. Do you want to die?" Han Yuran smiled and explained, "I'm fine. I'm wearing a helmet, I'm fine." Seeing that Anya was still angry, Han Yuran had an idea. "Besides, the end of the world is coming. Let's not worry about these little things." Anya glared at her fiercely, and let go of her hand in frustration. "If it weren't for the current situation, I wouldn't forgive you." Han Yuran just smiled and didn't dare to say anything, but she didn't care in her heart. "If it weren't for the current situation, I wouldn't tell you either. What are the skills of this short sword?" "The short sword is named Yuhua, which is for arson. And the long sword is named Yuming." "What a rustic name," Anya said. Han Yuran was about to open his mouth to scold her, but swallowed it back. She was the one who gave the name, and now she is too embarrassed to say it. "Okay. Put them on quickly. We're almost ready to go," Han Yuran said, as he pulled Anya up and walked behind her. It turned out that there was something similar to a pocket on the back of the protective suit at the waist. But this pocket had no bottom. Han Yuran picked up the netherworld and inserted it. Then inserted the fire of bath into it. And the pocket adjusted its size autonomously. Chapter 9 Weapon Rack. After putting the 2 knives away, Han Yuran took out a box from the bottom of the closet. After opening it, there were 6 short knives neatly placed inside, the same as the one Han Yuran had taken before. Han Yuran took out 4 knives, and inserted one into the inner and outer pockets of Anya's calves, and then inserted one into the left and right pockets on the outside of Anya's thighs. She inserted the remaining 2 knives into the outer pockets of Anya's arms. Anya looked at the short knives inserted into her and muttered, "I'm almost a weapon rack. Can a weapon rack stop talking?" Han Yuren said, as he took out 2 small pistols from the closet, one of which was put on Anya's waist, and the other in his hand to demonstrate to Anya. This gun is the latest masterpiece launched by Sanhua Company, called Phantom. When you point it at the enemy, it will automatically lock on the enemy. All you have to do is press the trigger accurately at the right time. Just like this, Han Yuren said, turning around suddenly, quickly switching from holding the gun with one hand to holding it with 2 hands, tilting his head slightly to the right, and pressing the trigger without hesitation at a red earthworm that had crawled in from the gap at the bottom of the door at some point. Han Yuren's right shoulder shook, and with a bang, the red earthworm was blown to pieces, leaving only a drop of red blood on the charred ground. The Phantom will automatically adjust the power of the ammunition according to the enemy it is aiming at, and the gun body will deform. Another advantage is that the things it hits will not even leave a corpse, but will be directly crushed and disintegrated, Han Yuren said. His finger pressed against the trigger and turned it, and he put the gun into his waist pocket. Demon King, open your eyes of perspective, Han Yuren ordered. The dozing Demon King opened his eyes after a snot bubble burst. The next moment, the blue contact lenses in Han Yuren's eyes turned green. Han Yuren's sight could already penetrate the door and see the living room clearly, but this sight gave her a fright. The red earthworms that covered the entire living room were rushing towards the bedroom. Close it. The Demon King yawned, closed his eyes again, and went to sleep. Don't be in a daze. It will be too late if we don't leave now, Han Yuren said. After hanging the handsome spear on one shoulder, she took all the remaining weapons in the closet and filled all the pockets of her and Anya. Finally, she picked up a backpack piled in the corner, put all the pockets containing snacks into it, and bent down to pull out a tool box and a medical kit from under the bed. After opening the toolbox, she took out 2 flashlights that were not seen in this era and threw them into the backpack. As for the medical kit, she threw it directly into the backpack. Just as she was about to zip up her backpack, Anya, who had been watching, said, "Wait a minute." She took out a bundle of rope and a pair of scissors from the toolbox and put them in her backpack. "We're really going this time," Han Yuren said to Anya after putting on her backpack. Her tone was a little heavy. Anya swallowed and nodded. "Well, let's go." Han Yuren also nodded and walked to the bedroom window. The group of mutated monsters she had just seen had passed by, and people had started a second wave of large-scale actions, which were even crazier than the first, because most people had seen what had happened before. Chapter 10. I did it on purpose. Hold me tight later, Han Yuren said with a fist. Anya walked to her side silently, looking at the broken bodies below, the blood all over the ground, the crazy crowd. There were also cars flying back and forth in the sky that were not at the specified height. The bright headlights flashed past the window, which was a bit dazzling and made her heart beat violently. After taking 2 deep breaths, she suddenly said in a somewhat sentimental way, "You ran. Although you and I are not related by blood, I have always regarded you as my own sister." As she said that, she held Han Yuren's hand tightly. "Let's go home. Our parents and Halsey are waiting for us." Han Yuren's nose was a little sour. When she was 5 years old, her mother was forcibly taken away by debt collectors. She was like that little Lolita, desperately shouting, "Mom! Mom!" Her mother was also so helpless, reluctant, and afraid. She stretched out her hand to her and struggled. But there was a pair of big hands holding Han Yuren tightly, stopping her. That was her father. The father who took her mother to pay off debts. After her mother was taken away, her father still did not repent. Drinking, gambling, taking drugs, all the dirty things in the world, his father enjoyed it. After returning home, he beat her up. The next time she heard about her mother was in a report 3 years later. A woman who committed suicide. She squatted alone at the gate. After her father came back, she blocked him and told him about this. But he looked at the woman in the photo with drunken eyes and asked, "Who is this?" She had to admit that she was really angry and wanted to kill her father at that time. Perhaps she felt the hatred in her eyes. Her father raised his hand and slapped her in the face, directly slapping Han Yuren to the ground. "You damn girl. You dared to glare at your father," his father said with a drunken tongue, and was about to walk into the yard. But at this moment, a little girl as pretty as a doll ran out from the yard next door and ran towards Han Yuren. Han Yuran knew her. She lived next door. They always saw each other, but never spoke to each other. The little girl ran very fast, blocking the way of Han Yuran's father. Just when Han Yuran's father had not reacted yet and was staggering, the little girl raised her little foot and kicked Han Yuran's father's knee. Han Yuran's father, who was already unsteady on his feet, was kicked down all of a sudden. And by coincidence, he was hit by a passing car and flew up and landed heavily on the ground, bleeding all over the ground. Han Yuran saw all this. She looked at her father lying in a pool of blood, and turned to look at the little girl in disbelief. The other person was already standing in front of her, bending over, and stretched out her hand to her, with a kind and innocent smile on her face, saying, "I did it on purpose." Han Yuran certainly saw that she kicked her father on purpose, but she stretched out her hand and let the little girl pull her up from the ground. Only later, she finally understood what the little girl meant by "I did it on purpose." The driver of the vehicle involved in the accident was a robot, and the robot belonged to the little girl. Later, the robot was destroyed, and the little girl's family paid compensation, and the matter was over. Han Yuran, who lost her father, lived a better life. The little girl would always look for her, and later a little boy followed her. The little girl was naturally Anya. She killed her father, but Han Yuran never hated her. Instead, Han Yuran was grateful to her and admired her. Chapter 11. You are really a fool. Hey, you are so touched that you are stupid. If you don't leave now, we will die, Anya said, and pushed the dazed Han Yuran. Han Yuran finally came to his senses from his memory and blurted out, "Thank you." "What?" Anya asked in confusion. Han Yuran smiled. "It's okay, hold tight, I'm going to fly." As he said that, he raised his hand and pushed up the protective iron window outside the window again. This protection is to protect all outsiders and can distinguish between inside and outside. When Han Yuran moved in, although he only glanced at the instructions, he remembered it firmly. Protection and iron window. With a swish, then it was retracted. "Let's go!" Han Yuran said another sentence, and then jumped out of the window without hesitation. Anya shouted without caring about her voice, and narrowed her eyes. Han Yuran twisted an inconspicuous 5-star mark on the strap of her backpack, and a parachute popped out from the red 5-star on the front of the backpack, pulling the two people's rapidly falling bodies, and then slowly falling down. Anya, who had been screaming, closed her mouth, opened her eyes, and laughed excitedly. Just after the two of them jumped out of the window, there was another clang sound, and the bedroom door fell down weakly, with a layer of red earthworms on top, and several more were crushed underneath. The red earthworms on the door all lifted up, probably their heads, and then bounced off the door one after another, and shot out of the open window. Han Yuran pressed the green gem on his index finger bone ring. Before Anya finished laughing, the bodies of the two suddenly shook violently, and Anya screamed again. Han Yuran looked up and saw that the parachute was broken. She could vaguely see several red objects on it. Han Yuran twisted the 5-star mark on the strap without any hesitation. The red 5-star on the front of the backpack deflated, and the line connected to the parachute broke. The two fell down quickly again, and their faces were deformed. Anya didn't even dare to shout. Han Yuran did not panic. He reached for his lower back and pulled out a purple umbrella. He pressed a button on the handle, and the purple umbrella opened instantly. It was twice as big as the previous parachute. After raising the umbrella, he touched the handle with his index finger upwards. He found another button and pressed it without hesitation. Then he reached up and pressed the third button. When he pressed the second button, 4 snake-shaped blades appeared on the tip of the umbrella. Each blade was exactly half of the umbrella. At this time, it was spinning rapidly, as if there was another silver umbrella on the umbrella. When the third button was pressed, silver light shot out from the edge of the 36 ribs of the parachute, and there seemed to be a thin layer of gauze between the silver lights. The red earthworm bounced off the parachute again, chasing Han Yuran and the others, but was cut to pieces by the blades on the parachute. One of them dodged the blades and hit the gauze hard, but its head stopped for a moment, then broke in half, and its body kept hitting it, squeezing into a small ball and falling down powerlessly. Anya looked at the big umbrella dumbfounded. "Damn, what is this?" "Universal umbrella. Hee, not bad. I spent an afternoon negotiating, and the other party finally gave me a discount of 10,000 yuan. Han Yuran said proudly. "Wow, so much discount. How much was the original price?" 2.56 million. This merchant is quite conscientious. If I didn't always buy things from him, how could ordinary people give me a discount of 10,000 yuan? Anya spoke after a long while. You are really a 250. Chapter 12 Hurrying to Reincarnate. Han Yuren didn't know how Anya came to this conclusion, but she could already hear the roar, and said excitedly, Big baby, it's coming. Just after she finished speaking, the roar that she could barely hear before had reached her body. Han Yuren lowered her head and looked at the motorcycle that suddenly appeared, and said secretly, Big baby, did you miss me? As she spoke, she had already landed next to Big Baby, released the hand holding Anya, and lifted Big Baby's clothes. Anya held Han Yuren's waist tightly, and her legs were wrapped around Han Yuren's legs. Throwing away the clothes of the Big Baby, looking at the shiny black Big Baby, Han Yuren sighed. It's okay. I put clothes on you. Get in the car quickly. Why are you holding on to me? Han Yuren yelled the second half of the sentence, mainly because the sky and the ground were too chaotic, too noisy. Only then did Anya loosen her legs and climbed over to the Big Baby, a little scared and wanted to find a place for her to hold on. But she couldn't find it after searching for a long time. Han Yuren also sat on it, and handed the umbrella handle to Anya behind him. Hold it well. This is the only one. If you lose it, you can't even compensate for it. Anya took the umbrella handle with one hand, and held Han Yuren's waist with the other hand, and she felt relieved. Han Yuren looked at the helmet rotating in the upper left corner of the Big Baby display, and thought about it, but didn't click it. They both wore such a big helmet, so they didn't need to wear it anymore. Looking at the protection mode under the helmet, she didn't click it either. They both had umbrellas, but it was useless. It would be better to save some energy. Hold on tight. Han Yuren didn't order anything. After saying this, he twisted the handle with his right hand. With a hum sound, the 4 exhaust pipes under the back seat emitted a white energy source. The powerful force made Anya sway violently and hit Han Yuren in front of her. Han Yuren cursed. Damn, you're going to kill me. His back was burning with pain. Han Yuren gritted his teeth and entered the address on the display screen of the Big Baby, G12 District, G36 Left Street, Building 13789. Turn right. The reminder sound of Big Baby rang, a lazy bass voice. For this reminder sound, Han Yuren spent more than 2,000 yuan. Han Yuren turned sharply on the spot, and blue sparks were rubbed in the air. Anya behind her was dizzy, and but left Big Baby. After 3,000 meters, enter D1 area. Big Baby's voice was suppressed by the buzzing roar. Han Yuren accelerated as soon as she finished turning, scared the speeding car next to her, and turned it over, and then she dodged. Just now, they were close to the building, so there were no speeding cars passing by. Now, it would be much more dangerous to go on the road. The voice of the Big Baby sounded again. After 2,000 meters, enter the D1 area. Can you slow down? Anya's voice was full of discomfort. Sister, you don't even know how many minutes you can live, and you still expect me to slow down. After Han Yuren said this, her body suddenly fell to the left, and the Big Baby she was carrying almost fell sideways, scare Anya back what she was about to say. The chassis of a flying car almost flew past the edge of the umbrella. After the flying car passed, Han Yuren straightened up again and cursed. Hurry up and reincarnate. After Anya retched, Shuer, who did not get permission, suddenly appeared and bowed and said, Master, I have mysophobia, please bear it. This sentence made Anya angry, and she almost cursed. But before she could curse, Shuer suddenly said, Master, fall to the right. Before Anya could react, her body had already fallen to the right first. This time, another flying car flew past them, but fortunately, she fell to the right first this time, so it was not as uncomfortable as the first time. Chapter 13 Anxiety. Anya also praised Shuer generously. You did a good job. Thank you for the compliment. Master. Shuer's voice sounded much happier. Before she could straighten her head, Shuer hurriedly said, Master, hold tight. Anya reacted quickly and circled the hand that was holding Han Yuren's waist protective clothing, and tightly hugged Han Yuren, making Han Yuren a little breathless. If she hadn't held the umbrella in her other hand, Han Yuren would have been trapped to death with both hands. You want to die? Han Yuren cursed. And he was already pulling up 10 meters with the Big Baby. A red convertible trot shot past the Big Baby's previous position like a missile, leaving only a blurry afterimage. Get out of the way! Han Yuren had just finished cursing when he heard an urgent shout from above his head. Han Yuren looked up and cursed. Damn it! He twisted the handlebars with his right hand, and the rear tire of the big baby suddenly spun, more than twice the speed before, and a pungent black smoke was produced by friction. Anya hugged Han Yuran without saying a word, and rested her head on Han Yuran's back, and felt a nauseous feeling in her stomach. A flower pot fell down, and was instantly chopped into pieces by the blade on the purple umbrella, and the soil in the flower pot was chopped into powder, and it scattered before the wind blew. The big baby stopped for a while, and finally heard the prompt sound that Han Yuran had been waiting for. Energy is full, accelerate. As soon as the prompt sound stopped, the big baby seemed to have teleported, and when he reappeared, he was already 100 meters away. There were circles of blue light outside the white energy source of the 4 exhaust pipes. The color went from light to dark, and they were extinguished one by one. Han Yuran let out a long breath. Just now. She raised her eyes, and looked through the purple umbrella. Damn, it turned out to be a huge flying house, like a manor falling from above. If it fell, they wouldn't even be meat paste, but would be directly sliced meat. Turning her head, looking at the flying house still falling down, said with a gloating look, You deserve to fall down. You are reluctant to leave anything behind. Why are you trying to escape? After saying that, she looked again and saw Anya, who was still motionless behind her, raising her hand and patting the helmet. Are you dead? The umbrella seemed broken. Anya still said motionlessly. Just now she felt a pressure that she could not bear, pressing her right hand holding the umbrella, but she still gritted her teeth and endured it, and her hand was almost broken. It stands to reason that with that layer of flying knives on the umbrella's surface, nothing should be able to get close to it. If it gets close, it means that the layer of flying knives is broken. Han Yuran looked up after hearing her say this. The purple umbrella was visible from the inside, but not from the outside. Her heart ached as if it were stabbed by needles. The layer of flying knives was deformed by the pressure, and one was even broken. I tried my best. Anya stood up and said with a guilty conscience, although it would not be of much use even if she tried her best. Han Yuran looked at her with a sidelong glance, and then moved his eyes down to Anya's right hand holding the umbrella. Hold the umbrella with your left hand. Your right hand is like touching the switch. After saying this, she turned her head back and said, Hold tight. Let's go. After Anya handed the umbrella to her left hand, she shook her right hand that was shaking uncontrollably, and hugged Han Yuran again. Han Yuran was very depressed. Just when she left the house, something useful broke. There was still a long way to go. It was really frustrating. Chapter 14 Rich. The connection between the sleeve and the main gun body of the Phantom suddenly lit up green. Then the sleeve bounced up and separated from the main gun body. After turning over for a circle, it was inverted in front of the wrench, below the main gun body. The new sleeve that popped out was golden, forming a new muzzle with the sleeve inverted below, and the caliber was twice as large as before. With a click, the new sleeve and the old sleeve were buckled tightly together, a puff of smoke rose, and the powerful bullet whizzed out. Han Yuran's arm shook, and not far away, there was a bang, and a mosquito had been blasted. Blood was pouring down like rain. Han Yuran looked at the blood. There should be insects in it, but she couldn't do anything. It was not easy to kill those monsters. She couldn't kill them carefully. But looking at the people below who were soaked by the mosquito blood, she had a bad feeling. Before she could think about it, a mosquito wing fell from her right side. Luckily, it was the mosquito wing that was cut off, so no blood came out. Anya held the knife in both hands, and cut off the mosquito's wings with one clean cut. The mosquito's antennae began to tremble, and its body, with only one wing left, could not keep its balance and fell to the side. Anya was even more excited, and was about to give the mosquito a fatal blow with the knife. But she was stopped by Han Yuran. Wait a minute. If they cut at this distance, they would definitely be splashed with blood. This protective clothing is waterproof. But Han Yuran is not sure whether it can prevent blood. Although Anya was somewhat puzzled, she still stopped. The mosquito also avoided the fatal blow and fell down, dying. It also killed two lovers who were running away hand in hand. What happened? Anya asked, her eyes vigilantly staring at the surroundings. Han Yuran was in a group of mosquitoes, constantly drilling through the air, moving forward as much as possible. What the two of them didn't notice was that none of them was brave enough to do something righteous. After hearing the cries for help, the howlings, and the sounds of pain, none of them ran to save people out of kindness. Even if someone was very close to them, if they just reached out their hands, they might be able to save their lives. But neither of them reached out their hands. Be careful with the blood of these monsters. Han Yuran replied. Blood that breeds worms is certainly not normal blood. Han Yuran said as he leaned to the left, avoiding a mosquito. Anya nodded behind him, and suddenly said in shock, Wow! There are actually people who can walk here like us. Look to the left. Han Yuran saw a huge monster on the left through the eye of insight. Oh my god, driving a tank. Why not a missile? Han Yuran said with a sour tone. Before buying the big baby, she had also been eyeing a tank for a long time, but it was too damn expensive. It was outrageously expensive. As a poor person, Han Yuran certainly couldn't afford it. And this tank here turned out to be the imperial model of Zhang Hao's family. This tank is more valuable than a district at this time. This tank was constantly firing at those mosquitoes, which was simply rampant. Han Yuran wanted to stay away from this kind of rich man, but after thinking about it, she moved closer, after all. With this rich man leading the way, she could feel more relaxed. What are you doing? In this situation, you still want to chat up. Seeing Han Yuran moving closer, Anya said with disdain. Chapter 15 Human Sunflower. Anya, who did not get an answer, discovered a new situation and said with some nausea. They also eat people. In her sight, an alien lifted up an overturned vehicle with one hand, and under the vehicle, there was a middle-aged man who was not dead yet. But the middle-aged man's knees were crackling with sparks. It turned out that they were Anne's mechanical legs, but they were all broken this time. The middle-aged man who saw the light of day showed joy in his eyes, especially when he saw that the person standing in front of him was a human. He stretched out his hand to the alien with tears of joy, begging, "Help!" Before he could finish his words, he could not continue. The hand he stretched out for help had left his body at this moment, and was held in the mouth of the alien, and was chewed with a crunching sound. The middle-aged man seemed to be frightened, and did not make a sound. It was not until his arm fell from the alien's mouth that his brain started to work again, and he roared heartbreakingly, and the color of his crotch suddenly changed. Anya watched clearly, and then did nothing. Just said, "They also eat people. Just treat them as zombies. Don't treat them as people," Han Yuran said without stopping, and continued to move forward. Fortunately, this group of zombies can't go up to the sky. Otherwise it will be a trouble. However, the energy is limited. If a solution cannot be found as soon as possible, they will have to go to the ground one day, Han Yuran thought, looking at the zombies standing still on the ground. They looked up. Their heads turned with them, and the sound of breaking necks kept ringing. But their heads did not fall off. Sure enough, they can sense living humans. Looking at the group of zombies that looked like human sunflowers, Han Yuran's mood became even heavier. Before she could even breathe a sigh of relief, she felt a sudden gust of wind coming from the left, making her big baby sway. "Hi, beauty, we meet again." Han Yuran had just stabilized her big baby when she heard this very frivolous remark and frowned in disgust. "Hi, can you stay away from us?" Anya said with a smile. No. I was calling the beauty in front," the man in the tank said to himself. Anya's smiling eyes froze, and she said to Han Yuran, "Shoot him with a gun." Han Yuran rolled her eyes at her. For those who dare to ignore Anya's beauty, Anya always leave no one alive. "Can you get out of here? Everyone is busy." Han Yuran had no choice but to speak. "Busy? I'm not busy. I think you're busy dying." After Han Yuran said this, she was too lazy to speak. For such a shameless person, the best way is to ignore him, and let him not know where to throw his shameless face. Of course, the main reason is that my own phantom cannot destroy the tank, or it would have destroyed him. "Beauty, you are so mean, I like it." "Beauty, your shooting posture just now is so handsome. Can you shoot me a few more times?" "Beauty, I wonder if you are so handsome when you shoot other guns." "Beauty, can you only shoot a gun? Can you shoot a plane?" The man in the tank said some dirty words, like clockwork. "I can't stand it." Anya, who was sitting in the back, said calmly, "Let me think about it." Han Yuran replied, and thought carefully about whether she had brought out her treasured bomb. Chapter 16 Beautiful Encounter. "Got it." Han Yuran's eyes lit up. "Quick, there should be a bomb in the left pocket of your clothes, take it out quickly." Hearing the word bomb, Anya also laughed secretly. She quickly reached into her left pocket, and indeed took out a round bomb. After looking at it like a treasure, Han Yuran began to teach her how to do it. "Twist the one on top, press it, and throw it. It's that simple. Do you have confidence?" Anya nodded vigorously, and replied with full momentum. "Yes." "Okay, I'll count 1, 2, 3. Han Yuren said as he distanced himself from the tank. The man inside was still chattering. Beauty, please pay attention to me. 1. Beauty, I fell in love with you at first sight. 2. Beauty, since I like you so much, let's sleep together to improve our relationship. 3. After saying that, Anya pressed the button and threw the bomb out. The bomb drew a perfect parabola in the air and landed on top of the tank. Anya clapped her hands excitedly. Han Yuren said to the man, "Goodbye, scumbag." As he said that, he twisted the handlebars hard, and the big baby accelerated suddenly. After Anya swayed like noodles for several times, she finally grabbed Han Yuren and sat firmly again. A familiar explosion sounded from behind. The two turned their heads together, looking at the flames rising into the sky. After looking at each other, they laughed together again. But to their disappointment, the man's voice rang again. "You blew up my mount, but you have to repay me with your body. Fuck." Han Yuren fiercely gave the figure who climbed out of the tank a middle finger. This person is seriously ill. Anya made the final conclusion. The two stopped discussing this person and continued to walk home. "We are about to enter D2 area. Energy is insufficient. Please replenish it in time." The reminder sounded. They were one step closer to home, but the big baby couldn't hold on any longer. "What should I do?" Anya's tone was a little heavy. "You will compensate me with one in the future." After Han Yuren said this, he increased the speed again. "What can I do? I will run as far as I can." Anya exhaled, smiled. "Okay. No problem. I have plenty of money." She stood up again, shook her neck left and right, looked at the colorful mutant animals in front of her, and grinned. "Have you noticed that every time you enter a zone, you will encounter a wave of mutant animals and people escaping from this zone? Does it work if you notice it?" Han Yuren asked back, after getting past the mosquitoes. "Here comes the butterfly." Well, it's a beautiful encounter after all. Colorful butterflies of all kinds were flying towards this side, and even the sky was blocked by their wings. In front of them was still a group of people fleeing desperately. Anya drew out the netherworld long sword again, and said with disdain, "I just found out that butterflies are actually quite ugly." As she spoke, she and Han Yuren were already moving forward like lightning. Just as they connected with the leading troops fleeing on the opposite side, the reminder sounded again. "Please replenish energy in time." Han Yuren cursed in his heart. "Damn, how could I forget to charge before, you idiot!" After glancing at the convoy and the army of butterflies above, he lowered his eyes to glance at the fleeing crowd and the mutant animal troops below. He said, "We are going down, remember. Even if a living person blocks you, you will be killed." "Aye," Anya said with some embarrassment. "Just like you treated my father." "Don't hesitate." Han Yuren brought up the past again, blocking Anya's words. Chapter 17. Please spare me. Anya's expression dimmed instantly. The big baby had already rushed forward, and the energy in the exhaust pipe was spraying out. Han Yuren shouted, "Go forward, if you can rush 1 meter. Rush 1 meter, you know." A car spun and brushed past Han Yuren's body. Fortunately, Han Yuren had a keen eye and took a step first, and tilted his body. The flying car, which was thrown by someone unknown, flew in front of him with sparks, and the person inside was thrown out. Holding the window tightly with both hands, looking at Han Yuren with a bloody face, shouted, "Save me!" Anya grabbed Han Yuren's hand, and added some strength, and asked with a trembling voice, "Do you hate me?" Han Yuren swept the blood on the chest of the person, who flew out of the window for help. The red earthworms rolled around inside, and one had already penetrated halfway inside. Sparks were already gushing out of the exhaust pipe. A speeding car crashed into the giant butterfly desperately, and both died. Some people on the ground were also crazy, more crazy than the alien animals on the opposite side, and they rushed towards the alien animals in groups. The alien animals bit their bodies, and they also bit the bodies of the alien animals, and it was impossible to tell whose blood it was. The gunshots continued. The miracle road, which had never left even a trace of a car, was now full of deep pits, cracks, blood, scorched ground, and black smoke reflected by the fire. Anya's pupils swayed slightly, but she hadn't waited for a response. The person asking for help was still screaming, but his face gradually wrinkled. The red earthworm, that had only half of it stuck in before, now only had a small tail left. Han Yuren actually reached out his hand to the man, and the man's eyes lit up. But Han Yuren's hand quickly grabbed a red earthworm from the pool of blood and took it back. The light in the man's eyes went out, And he missed Han Yuran. Han Yuran looked at the red earthworm in his palm trying to drill into the protective clothing. 2 seconds later, the big baby, bang, fell to the ground. But with such an impact landing, the big baby didn't even shake, as if it was nailed to the ground. Even the sparks in the exhaust pipe couldn't spray out. The handcuffs tied to the legs of the 2 men also disappeared instantly. Han Yuran stepped on the ground with 1 foot. Anya behind him shook her body and lowered her head. Han Yuran had already raised his other hand to grab the red earthworm that had not yet entered his palm and threw it on the ground. Looking at the palm of his hand without any trace, he said, "The person I hate is dead. If you don't get out of here, you're delaying me from getting off the bus." Anya, who had lowered her head, suddenly raised her head and looked at Han Yuran's extremely handsome back at this moment. She raised her hand excitedly and patted Han Yuran's back, slapping Han Yuran so hard that he swayed forward, grimacing in pain. Anya had already jumped off the big baby happily, laughing and shouting, "When we get home, I'll let Housie marry you." Han Yuran rolled her eyes. "Please let me go." She got out of the car and put her other foot on the ground, stomping on the red earthworm that she had thrown down before. Looking at the road to hell ahead, she pulled out the phantom from her waist, and a short knife, and said seriously, "I'm in front, you're behind, don't lose me." Anya also pulled out her phantom and fire, with a pistol in her left hand and a sword in her right hand, walked behind Han Yuran and turned around. As long as you don't lead the wrong way. Chapter 18 Game time is up. Han Yuran raised 1/4 of her mouth, and said with murderous intent in her eyes, "Game time is up." She strode forward, and they landed on the left side of the miracle road. Compared to the chaos in the middle, there were fewer monsters and people here. A young man was seen running while looking back in fear. But when he turned his head forward again, he saw the black muzzle of a gun on his forehead. He was so frightened that he froze in place, his nose twitching. Han Yuran looked at the man who had bumped into his gun and said, "Little devil, you're blocking my way." With that, without waiting for the man to answer, he raised his foot and kicked him in the stomach, not only bending his waist, but also kicking him backwards, with his feet off the ground. Han Yuran had already pulled the trigger, and there was a bloody mouth behind the man, but it was higher than the man, so the 2 of them missed each other. The phantom had already entered the intermediate form. The bullet that could only see the shadow shot into the bloody mouth, but it didn't hit anything. The man who was kicked down flew about 3 meters and finally landed on the ground. After his buttocks sat heavily on the ground, the whole person suddenly bounced up like a spring. The bloody mouth had given up on the man and bit Han Yuran. A pair of blood-red eyes were on the sharp fangs. The next moment, the blood-red eyes bulged outward, and the mouth that was wide open just now had been broken into pieces, like torn rags, torn cotton, and blood was dripping inside as if it was still. But before the blood fell to the ground, these things trembled again, and then turned into dots of bloody light and shattered. I have to say, it was quite beautiful. Han Yuran raised her head slightly, like a child watching the rain. But she suddenly raised her hand holding the dagger, stabbed it back hard, turned her wrist, and kept twisting the dagger that was inserted into the flesh. "Sister, you are guarding my back like this. Isn't it a bit too careless?" Han Yuran said, pulling out the dagger that was inserted into the mutant dog's nose. The dog's head, which was bleeding, drooped weakly and rested on Anya's shoulder. Anya pushed the mutant dog, which was taller than her, off her body with great effort, and pulled out the short knife stuck in the mutant dog's belly bit by bit. "Be careful next time," Anya said with a heavy breath. She had stabbed the mutant dog several times just now, but the mutant dog still had the strength to bite Han Yuran. "Thank you." The man who was kicked away by Han Yuran ran over and interrupted their conversation. "Kid, blocking the road is not a good habit," Han Yuran said, and raised the gun at the man again. The man was frightened and quickly moved aside. He looked at Han Yuran and ran away. "I bet he won't live until tomorrow," Anya said. Han Yuran had already increased his speed and ran forward. After Anya was stunned for a moment, she hurriedly caught up. Shot after shot. Han Yuran didn't remember how many shots he fired, but he knew that his hand holding the gun was shaking uncontrollably. The blood on his body would fall like water, which made Han Yuran feel relieved. But they had only advanced less than 100 meters, and Anya's heavy breathing behind them made people feel heavy. Suddenly, a pair of hands grabbed Han Yuran's ankles tightly on the ground. Chapter 19 Murder. Han Yuran staggered forward after being grabbed, before she stood up again, looking down at the ground. A bone protruded from the back of her hand, exposing the broken blood vessels, and the hand that was bleeding was holding her tightly. The hair was tangled with blood, covering most of her face, but it was clear that this was a woman. A woman lying in a pool of blood. "Save the child," the woman said intermittently. Her eyes were already blurred, only the hands were still holding Han Yuren tightly. Han Yuren glanced at her arms. And there was indeed a baby, with eyes wide open, but not crying. "Help!" The woman was still begging. After Anya chopped a cat with a knife, she quickly turned her head to look at the woman, and nudged Han Yuren with her elbow. "Go!" Han Yuren nodded and said, "Yes." She stopped looking at the woman and the baby, and continued to walk forward. But the woman refused to let go, and the protruding bone made a cracking sound, as if it was broken again. "If you don't let go, I'll chop you." Han Yuren paused and said, but the woman seemed to not hear him. "Help!" But this time, before she could utter the second word, a short knife had already chopped her neck. The woman's eyes, which had been scattered, came alive for a moment, and then went out again. "You?" Anya was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The worm in the blood is already alive. When she bites her own child like crazy, she will thank me, Han Yuren said, as he inserted the phantom back into his waist, bent down, and took the baby out of the woman's arms. The baby's big watery eyes turned to Han Yuren. Han Yuren was curious why she didn't cry. "Do you want to take care of a child?" Anya asked without dwelling on the fact that Han Yuren had killed a man who was doomed to die. "How is that possible?" Han Yuren said, and after a quick glance around, she ran towards a car parked in a corner with the baby in her arms. Anya had no choice but to follow behind, protecting her. Han Yuren ran to the front of the car, raised his hand, and his glove instantly hardened, and smashed the closed car window. The glass was broken into pieces. Han Yuren put the baby in her arms, looking at the pair of eyes still staring at her. Try to survive. Although Han Yuren didn't think she could survive. Then, the two of them continued to run home without stopping. Han Yuren took out the magazine from his pocket and quickly replaced it. "Lower your head," Anya yelled behind him, and pressed down Han Yuren's back. Han Yuren also bent down obediently. The netherworld long knife slashed at her back. Although there was a protective suit and a backpack between them, Han Yuren still felt a chill on her back. A mutant golden python was cut in half, but it still bit Han Yuren without dying. The long knife that Anya had just chopped across slashed back again. Han Yuren, who was crouching, turned his head and fired a shot at Anya's back. A mutant with stiff movements stopped, with a hole on his forehead. The next moment, it exploded into gray powder. On the other side, Anya had chopped the mutant golden python into meat paste. Han Yuren turned his head and took a look. "Do you have to be so bloody?" After saying that, he ran to the front again. Even the mutants appeared. The situation is worrying, Han Yuren thought, and suddenly stopped again. Anya, who was following closely, stepped on Han Yuren's heel. "Damn, can you stop stopping all the time? I think we are so stupid. There are so many cars. Let's grab one." Chapter 20 Clearance. So Han Yuren came to this conclusion: only the places stained with blood will burn. As for those completely mutated alien animals and aliens, all the blood in their bodies should burn. They will definitely die, and they will die without resistance. Hearing her say this, Anya quickly lowered her head to look at herself, and then sniffed and looked at Han Yuren. Then she said with relief, "Fortunately, we don't have blood on us." I don't have blood on me either." The woman in the back seat flusteredly reached out her hand to feel around her body, but didn't feel anything sticky like blood, and said with emotion as she looked at her clean palms. Han Yuren and Anya no longer cared about her. There were screams and cries everywhere, and the surroundings were hazy with smoke from the fire. They both had helmets to purify the air, so they didn't feel anything. But the woman in the back seat looked uglier and uglier. The pungent smell of burning odor entered her nose. The woman frowned and raised her hand to cover her swollen high nose. Seeing her speak several times, Han Yuren in front of her didn't point the gun at her again, and he was much braver now. She leaned forward, leaning her head forward from the gap in the seat, licking her dry lips, looking at Han Yuren, pleading carefully. Can you turn on the purification? If this goes on, I'm afraid I'll be poisoned." The answer she got was the muzzle of the gun that had been put down for a long time. Han Yuren didn't even look at her, and said coldly, "If you talk so close to me again, I'll kill you." As Han Yuren said this, he thrust his hand holding the gun forward with force, making the woman's head shake, and she sat back trembling. But Han Yuren turned on the purifier in the car with his other hand. As the woman shrank back, The whole car suddenly shook back and forth, and a pop sound rang out abruptly, followed by one after another. Anya was frightened by the person that suddenly appeared in front of the car window and shrank back. As for the woman in the back seat, she lowered her head, held her hair with one hand, and raised her head. When she saw the things outside the car clearly, the hand holding her hair slid down little by little, and the long, smooth golden hair fell again. The woman's eyes froze. Han Yuren looked at the person lying on their car, raised her gun, and pointed it at the person's face through the car window. A face with skin that was all burnt and wrinkled, with deep and shallow wrinkles, mixed with red blood and black burnt residue, which fell down with a clatter, hitting the car and causing a puff of green smoke. The car's skin was bubbling, and it was obviously corrosive. The person raised his hand, which was also burnt and exposed bones, and hit the car window again and again. His mouth opened and closed. He should be asking for help, but the sound he made was like the roar of a beast, not words at all, and his sticky saliva flowed uncontrollably as it slid off his body. It brought up a trail of smoke. The three people in the car only had heavy breathing sounds. Han Yuran did not make a move. She was waiting. She did not let her wait for long. The man's strength became weaker and weaker, and his movements became slower and slower, until he had not even raised his hand. The whole person had no strength left, and he fell down unable to support himself. The car shook again. His bloodshot eyes were staring straight at Han Yuran. He was not dead yet. Han Yuran knew from the vaguely visible whites of his eyes that this man was not an alien. He was burned alive like this. The three people in the car still did not speak, but their breathing became much more stable. Han Yuran slowly put down the hand holding the gun. After a while, the voice of the woman in the warship sounded again. Now start to eliminate those who have no ability to survive. Chapter 21, Bullet Rain. No one knows who fired the shot, or who was hit, but everyone knows that, after the shot, someone died. The person lying on Han Yuran's car, his bloodshot eyes turned again. There was no time to escape, no physical strength to escape, and no place to escape. It was more hopeless and desperate than facing alien animals and alien people. Those who were less seriously injured, hugging their trembling bodies tightly, dared not to move. Gunshots rang out one after another. There was a fire in the air, and a bloody light under the fire. If there is hell in this world, it must be here. Almost everyone fell to the ground. Even if they were slightly injured, they could not withstand the psychological pressure. Bullets flew past them, hitting the people who were still struggling on the ground beside them. Every shot hit their heads, and the people on the ground stretched their hands and feet, twitched for a while, and never moved again. Clean blood, flesh, brain matter, broken bones, spattered all over the survivor next to him. The survivor's body trembled even more. His head lowered. His mouth clenched even harder, and his tears washed away the dirt on his face. But it couldn't be washed away. This is a rain of bullets. It's really ugly. Anya grabbed Han Yuran's arm and said with a sob. Han Yuran's eyes were on the man lying on the car. His body was shaking constantly with the sound of gunfire, and his eyes staring at Han Yuran were full of fear and hatred. The bullet was spark shot from behind. Han Yuran saw it clearly. The bullet was infinitely magnified in her eyes. For a moment, Han Yuran even thought that the bullet was aimed at her. It was not until the bullet hit the back of the man lying in the car without any accident that Han Yuran swallowed her saliva and let go of her heart. The man's eyes suddenly stopped. His pupils flickered, and the next moment, his eyes burst out of his eye sockets and hit the car window hard. A crunch sound was heard, followed by the screams of Anya and the woman in the back seat. Han Yuran looked at the cracked car window, and the two sticky, deformed eyeballs on the window. Her head began to tremble uncontrollably. She took a deep breath, straightened up, and moved her butt back, pressing tightly against the backrest. The man's head was blown apart, leaving only a small half, like a broken ladle, with the remaining brain inside, and blood sloshing. I've had enough. Fuck. 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 The woman in the back seat covered her head with her hands, lowered above her legs, shaking violently, and shouting almost collapsed. Anya raised her hand and wanted to wipe her eyes, but she forgot that she was wearing a helmet. Master, I'll turn on the cleaning mode for you, Jouer said caringly. The gunshots lasted for nearly 10 minutes. I dare not imagine how many people died in the entire North District in these 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the last gunshot disappeared without a trace. This time, there was no cheering after surviving the disaster. All the survivors had their eyes wide open. And they did not move. As if they had no souls. This time, no one was clean, all were stained with other people's blood. The woman in the warship spoke again. The first round of test cleanup is over. I wish you all good luck. After the woman finished speaking, the soldiers in the air returned to the warship cabin in an orderly manner. The click sound rang again, and the air defense layer closed again. Chapter 22 Tacit Understanding. After a brief silence, some people began to move. They dragged their bloody bodies, and their broken hearts and souls, and began to move slowly like zombies. Some went left, some went right, maybe they were going home too. Demon King, what time is it now? Han Yuran asked. 5 minutes to 1. The Demon King answered quickly, but Han Yuran didn't dare to believe it. Rewind the recorded video. Han Yuran ordered again. Soon. The previous scene appeared in front of her eyes, rewinding from the back to the front. Han Yuran widened her eyes, watching carefully, until the first voice of the woman in the warship sounded on the screen. Stop! Han Yuran's voice was a little louder. The picture in front of her stopped instantly. Han Yuran glanced at the lower left corner. The time was frozen at 30 minutes. Everything started with the last sound of the New Year countdown, which was 2400 hours. Then the first round of testing will take 30 minutes. Only 30 minutes. It's only been 30 minutes. It's already this miserable. You ran. Anya's voice rang in his ears. Han Yuran came back to his senses and moved his stiff body. So when will the second round of testing start? 2 o'clock? Or has it already started? Thinking of this, Han Yuran stopped being dazed and turned around very hard. So hard that the backrest shook. Familiar feeling. The familiar muzzle of the gun was pointed at the head of the woman, who was still collapsing in the back seat again. The woman raised her head in a daze. And Han Yuran said simply, I don't have to chase you out of the car. But you'd better listen carefully. Don't move. And open the car now. Nowadays, all cars are unlocked by fingerprints. Of course, Han Yuran can also smash the display and drive away forcibly. But the owner is here. There is no need to damage it. The woman nodded quickly, not daring to say a word of no. I won't move. I'll open the car now. The woman glanced at the display and leaned forward slightly. Han Yuran moved the hand holding the gun back, making room for the woman. The woman carefully moved her slender body, trying not to touch Han Yuran and Anya. One hand held the backrest of Anya's seat, and the other hand reached through the space between the seats. Then she quickly pressed a button on the monitor, and the green light came on. Then the woman smiled stiffly at Han Yuran, and sat back. Fortunately, she did not have any intention of resisting, otherwise Anya, who she did not notice, would have stabbed her to death. At this time, Anya let go of the hand holding the dagger. Han Yuran glanced at Anya. With the tacit understanding between the two, this kind of thing doesn't need to be discussed at all. Turning his head to look at the eyeballs still stuck on the car glass, Han Yuran immediately pressed the replacement switch. The outermost layer of car glass was removed as if it had been removed, leaving the car body. Before Han Yuran could see clearly, the car glass was gone. The new car glass, clean and intact. Without the pair of eyeballs, Han Yuran felt a little more comfortable, pushed the gear, and the car started running. The front tire hit something as soon as it started, and when it landed, it also knocked down the body left on the car. The rear tire also rose for a while before landing. The three of them didn't say anything, because they didn't need to think at all, and they knew what they had hit. Chapter 23 The problem is big. The car was back on the road. Although Han Yuran tried to avoid the bodies on the ground, there was no other way. Every time this happened, the three of them looked a little awkward, but two of them were wearing helmets, and one was sitting in the back seat, so they didn't have to hide. Han Yuran drove very fast, almost flying. Anya said worriedly, Yuran, drive slower. Are you kidding me? Han Yuran said, sideways at Anya. I mean, the first round of tests is pretty easy. We shouldn't have any problems. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Yuran made a sharp turn, avoiding a man who was running away with his head down. The three people in the car shook violently, and the woman in the back seat was thrown from the left to the right, hitting the car door hard. She covered her arm, and her face was twisted in pain. Anya was wearing a seat belt, so it was okay. Easy, Han Yuran said in a funny tone. The first round of tests only took 30 minutes. And it took us 30 minutes to reach the D2 area. We avoided the first round of mutant animals when we set out. And the mosquitoes we encountered later were slow. And there was also that idiot driving a tank who led the way. Han Yuran made another sharp turn as he spoke, avoiding one here, and turned back quickly. A corpse under the tire was completely deformed. Now this group of people seemed to be not afraid of death. They don't look at the cars when they walk, nor do they hide. Han Yuran was so angry that she really wanted to crash into them without caring about anything. But she didn't do that. So she got even angrier, and her tone became even worse. Later, when we encountered mutant butterflies, we came down from high altitude and killed a lot of mutant animals and mutants. What did we rely on? We relied on equipment. If we didn't have these, we would still be here. There's no problem. The problem is really big. Han Yuran almost yelled out the last sentence. The woman who was rubbing her arms and moaning in the back seat suddenly stopped moving. She rolled her eyes and looked at Han Yuran and the other person slyly. From the beginning to now, Anya had vomited and cried. Han Yuran prepared clothes and equipment for her and took her to run. She only needed to follow the instructions. But Han Yuran herself had never seen such a world. She also needed to vent. And now she found the vent point, and she exploded uncontrollably. First it was the baby. Now he turned the steering wheel. And then there was the gun that was fired. Her wrist and right shoulder were aching like needles. But she had to do this job. Anya was yelled at and lost her voice. This was the first time Han Yuran yelled at her since they first spoke. Even if she killed her father in front of her, Han Yuran never yelled at her. Anya's eyes silently filled with tears. Her hand tightly grasped the handle of the knife. And she pursed her lips and said nothing. Han Yuran also felt a little regretful. But she didn't want to apologize. So neither of them said anything. And the car was still driving. For a moment, the whole car was shrouded in an uncomfortable silence. The woman in the back seat also fastened her seat belt, looked at the two again, and rolled her eyes. Well, at this critical moment, you two should stop arguing. It will hurt the relationship. Hee hee. The woman smiled awkwardly. But her words of mediation were not in place. As soon as she finished speaking, the car swung half a circle again and stopped. The woman looked out through the window in a panic. Han Yuran had already said, "Get out." "Ah!" The woman responded and looked at Han Yuran in shock. Chapter 24, Charge once, Power for a month. Han Yuran waved his hand, pushed the woman who suddenly became petite away. "I hope to see your value." After saying that, he no longer cared about the woman who was hanging her head like a sinner who had committed a serious crime, and ran into, pure like the wind. The woman with her head down, stayed for 1 second, 2 seconds, and at the third second the woman suddenly raised her head and rushed into pure. The view inside was a little darker than outside. Han Yuran turned on the lighting mode, and was scanning the rows of shelves. With a clang sound, Han Yuran knew what happened without turning around through his eyes. The woman who had just rushed and bumped into a shelf, tripped herself, and was buried alive by the falling goods. Fortunately, that row of small items were for gifts. Otherwise, she would have been crushed to death. The woman struggled and crawled out from the mess. This time, she was quite fast. Han Yuran also stopped in front of a shelf in the corner and took down all the products on the shelf that said charge once. Keep charged for a month. However, to say all of them, there were only 5. After all, it was good to see such useless things on the market. After finding what he needed, Han Yuran turned around and ran to the door. The woman in his sight was still searching the shelves like a headless fly. The light was not bright, and the woman was not tall enough, so she had to jump up from time to time to look. The woman became more and more panicked as she searched, and her speed became faster and faster. She tilted her head to look, while running forward, and slammed the brakes when she saw the red ones, reached out, and grabbed them twice, and then, there was a burst of disappointment. After passing through a bunch of things, the red thing finally appeared in her sight. The woman just reached over, and something covered her head. Before the woman could react, Han Yuran's voice came from behind her. "Hurry up. It's foggy." The woman subconsciously lowered her head and looked down. Through the helmet, she could clearly see that the fog had reached her ankles. This time, the woman did not stay in a daze, but quickly caught up with Han Yuran and ran out. There was already a light fog outside. The car lights flickered in the mist, the afterimages, everything seemed mysterious and terrifying. "It's foggy." Han Yuran had just gotten into the car when he heard Anya say, "Yeah." Han Yuran responded, and had already pushed the gear. The back seat shook a little with the woman's cry. At the last moment, the woman rushed in without caring. Luckily the helmet was wearing a neck protector. "Close the door," Han Yuran said, and the car was already running forward rapidly. The woman in the back seat did not dare to delay. She suppressed her fear and climbed up to get her feet back in. After closing the car door, she leaned against the backrest with her whole body limp and took a few deep breaths. "Charge it first," Han Yuran said, and handed the charger to Anya. Anya took it curiously and looked around. The package was very large. The thing was only the size of a thumb. It was probably that large package was just for writing the brand and slogan. After looking at the instructions written in ant-sized characters at the bottom corner, she opened the package. "Jouer. Turn on the conductive mode." After Anya said that, she slapped the little thing on the helmet. The little thing stuck to it immediately and disappeared after a second. Chapter 25. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Anya looked at Jouer, who was kneeling down, and the small table that appeared out of thin air in front of her. At this moment, she was chewing the battery just now. "Do you want to eat for an hour?" Anya asked. She saw the sign that said charging for 1 hour. "I won't eat when I'm full." After Jouer replied, she continued to eat. This way of charging is quite cute. This time, Han Yuran drove the car very fast, and no one said anything. Anya no longer paid attention to Jouer. Looking at the increasingly thick white fog outside, she said, "There must be something wrong with this fog. Even with the microscopic eyes turned on, visibility is still very low." Han Yuran replied. "Just now." She looked carefully, and could only see a few blurry figures walking forward in the fog. As for the waste, rotten iron and heatless things on the ground, most of them could not be seen. Only when they were close and were illuminated by the car lights, then they turned the steering wheel sharply. And the driving became even more dangerous. The woman in the back seat was getting used to the helmet on her head. But her helmet was much worse than Han Yuran and Anya's. There was no way to communicate. It was just a dead thing that could prevent poison. "Keep your eyes on the back seat." The one in the back seat. "Keep your eyes on the back," Han Yuran said. Anya and the woman in the back seat nodded together. And Anya stared at everything she could see without blinking. After the woman in the back seat turned around, she said, My name is Sophie." "Puff." Anya, who was looking around seriously, couldn't help laughing. Sophie raised her eyebrows. Han Yuran had already taken over the conversation. In the past, when women still used sanitary napkins, there was a brand called Sophie. Sophie raised her eyebrows again. "People have to bow their heads under the eaves," so she said. "Oh." She turned her head away, opened her eyes, and stared carefully at the situation behind her, but she could see even less. Often, someone almost hit their car, and she was frightened by the sudden appearance of the person. With a clang, the car body shook, and there was a rolling sound outside. Han Yuran didn't know what he had knocked away. "Wait a minute." Anya suddenly spoke, and stretched out her hand to pull Han Yuran. As soon as her hand touched Han Yuran's arm, the car stopped. "Where?" Han Yuran asked. "Directly in front," Anya replied, her tone full of tension. Sophie was about to turn her head back, but Han Yuran said first, "Keep staring at the one behind." Sophie's neck froze after turning halfway, and she resisted her curiosity and turned her head back. The two people in front of them, almost digging their eyes out, walked forward, staring at the thick fog in front of them without blinking. They saw a vague human figure in the thick fog, walking towards them, moving smoothly, quickly, and not stiffly, so it should not be a mutant. If it was just like this, there would be no difference. But since Anya shouted, she must have discovered something, even if she really saw it wrong. They did not dare to act rashly. The sound of footsteps approaching step by step was like stepping on a person's heart. Plop plop. Finally, Han Yuran saw the man clearly. It was a person. A very tall man. There was a large burn on his left arm. It should be the blood that was stained when he cleaned it. He was burned. He did not look panicked, which meant that nothing was chasing him. Just when Han Yuran was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly rushed forward and fell to the ground. The next moment, he was pulled back into the thick fog. He did not even have time to shout. There was silence in the car. After a while, Anya said, as if she was exhausted, "It's a plant." Chapter 26. Angels arrive. Just now, behind the man, a long vine suddenly and quickly sprang out from the ground, with lush green leaves. Before Anya could see clearly, the vine had already wrapped around the man's ankle, pulling the man back with great force. After dragging a short distance, a shallow blood mark was left on the ground, and the man was probably dead. "What plant is it?" Sophie asked. Her heart was itching with curiosity. No one answered her. Han Yuren asked the Demon King, who had just finished his meal. Can you tell the difference? It doesn't make sense. Anyway, the thing that will kill you is changed from an animal to a plant. The Demon King rubbed his full stomach and said indifferently. Han Yuren couldn't answer for a while. She was right. Whether it was an animal or a plant, they had to be killed. And it seemed that this plant could bend and stretch. I think according to the characteristics of different plants, some changes would be different. Han Yuren's head started to hurt again. Han Yuren glanced at the monitor. It showed D6 area. It was only D6 area. It had already started. What should I do? Anya stared at the front and asked Han Yuren. Han Yuren raised her hand to her face, and then put it down after raising it halfway. Anya knew that she wanted to pinch her nose. She would do this when she was upset. Let's go! The person in the back seat, do you want to get off? We are going to G area. Han Yuren asked Sophie, and his hand gripped the steering wheel again. Sophie looked at the thick fog. She didn't dare to get off the car. 3 people dying together would be better than 1 person dying. Thinking of this, Sophie shook her head. I won't get off the car. But you can call me by my name. My name is Sophie. This was the first time she spoke to Han Yuren so confidently. Han Yuren looked at the slender figure lying on the back seat, pushed the gear and said, Sophie, sit tight. Let's go. Anya glanced at the two of them, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Sophie in the back seat shook for a moment, gripping the backrest with her hands, and happily replied, Yeah. Such a sweet smile. In this situation, in a trance, it was as if an angel had descended. The warm atmosphere made the road ahead seem easier to walk, and the car drove forward for a while, without any accidents. But the 3 of them dared not let down their hearts, the screams that kept ringing around them, which made it impossible to ignore. Sophie also saw the plant that Anya mentioned. When their car just drove past, a man suddenly jumped out from the left. Sophie clearly saw that the man was covered with vines, and those vines stretched out from his mouth, blocking his upper and lower lips tightly, and his mouth was completely blocked. It was like an octopus's tentacles, still stretching forward in a crooked way. The man's eyes were staring, like a paper man hanging on the vine, and Sophie didn't feel scared even for a moment, but was completely stunned. It wasn't until a while later that the man was hidden in the fog that she recovered. Tears were streaming down, but she bit her lips tightly, without making any crying sound, only her shoulders kept shaking. But Han Yuren and Anya's helmets, they could see clearly without turning back. Even if they couldn't hear the sound, they knew she was crying again. But they couldn't find words to comfort them, so they could only pretend not to know, and remain silent. Chapter 27. Excellent Physical Fitness. Ah, ah! A shrill cry sounded in this Doomsday, so it was not abrupt at all. The cry gradually weakened, and before it stopped completely, there was another cry, but this time, it was obvious that her throat was broken compared to the previous one. Sophie was sweating profusely, her eyes were unfocused, she was shouting at the top of her lungs, and at this moment, Han Yuren was holding her arm, and pouring disinfectant into the bloody hole. To be honest, Han Yuren's disinfectant was much stronger than the ones on the market, and the pain would be doubled. 2 figures appeared from behind them. Anya turned around and looked over, and her hands clenched tighter. The 2 men only glanced at them, and hurried over. At this time, no one would meddle in other people's business. Sophie's other hand was tightly grasping the exposed bones of the corpse under her. Han Yuren threw away the empty disinfectant bottle, and Sophie's hope of living was rekindled. Then, Han Yuren took out the medical bandage, wrapped it tightly with holes one by one, wrapped Sophie's arms, thighs, and abdomen to the point of being deformed. But compared to the pain before, Sophie didn't feel anything at this time. Instead, she let out a few breaths of relief. Have you found it? Han Yuren asked the Demon King without stopping. Lucky enough. There is one 1,500 meters ahead, the Demon King replied, sighing that they were lucky. But this 1,500 meter distance gave Han Yuren a headache. After she finished bandaging the last hole, the first place she had bandaged was already soaked with blood. Han Yuren stuffed the medical kit back into the backpack, pulled Sophie's arm, and shouted to Anya. Help me. Anya turned around, bent down, held Sophie's hips, and lifted Sophie onto Han Yuren's back. Hold on tight, there's a private hospital ahead, just hold on. Han Yuren held Sophie's hips with one hand, and held the phantom she had given Sophie before with the other hand, and Anya followed behind. Sophie, who was in a daze, replied faintly, Yeah. After that, there was no sound, and her 2 arms dangled in front of Han Yuran. Han Yuran had already started running forward. Yes, he was running. Sophie couldn't be held back in this state. Anya followed closely behind, raising her legs high before dropping them every time. Otherwise she would be tripped by the mess on the ground. Fortunately, Han Yuran had been working out like crazy since receiving the compensation from Anya's family. His physique was excellent, so it was no problem for him to carry a skinny person like Sophie, who weighed only 90 pounds. 1,300 meters. The Demon King would report every 100 meters. Only in this way would Han Yuran feel hopeful. A figure appeared vaguely in front of him. Han Yuran shouted, "Get out of the way!" The figure shuddered, turned around and moved aside. Before the man could turn around, Han Yuran had already run past him at a very fast speed. The man was stunned for a moment, then looked back and sped up in fear. 1,000 meters. After advancing 500 meters smoothly, Anya, who was behind him, was breathing heavily. She suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing behind her. Anya turned around and chopped Yuming horizontally. With a puff. It was the sound of a knife cutting into the flesh. Anya looked at the face with wide eyes that was close at hand. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of the man's mouth. His raised hand fell down, and the iron rod in his hand also fell down. Chapter 28 Phantom. Before the screaming sound stopped, Han Yuran and Anya had already rushed in, and gunshots were heard at the same time. Han Yuran used the big gun directly, clearing the way in front, and Anya fought back against those who attacked from the left and right. A shot was fired with a bang, and Han Yuran and Sophie on his back were all shaken, and Han Yuran even took a step back, and was pushed from behind by Anya, and then he stood firm. The bullet was fired like a rocket launcher, and hit the human-shaped pistol on the giant vine that was rushing over. The giant vine stopped for a moment, then began to swing wildly, just like a human twitching. The screaming sound that was about to stop started again, and the other giant vines also launched a crazy attack, making a rustling sound when rubbing against the ground. Unexpectedly, the giant vine was shot by Han Yuran, but it was not dead. But the human-shaped pistol was gone. Han Yuran, who thought it would die, had already shot at the other long vines. Fortunately, Anya was watching from behind and fired another shot. The giant vine that was about to pounce on Han Yuran was completely broken into pieces, and the remaining half fell to the ground helplessly. For a while, the street was filled with gunshots and screams. Han Yuran fired a shot and ran forward a distance. She didn't expect to kill all the giant vines on the street. She just took a road to pass. But as she ran, she felt something was wrong. The screams and gunshots that had been noisy before disappeared. The whole world was strangely quiet. Han Yuran looked back at Anya with some worry. But when he looked back, he found that there was no one behind him. Neither Anya nor the giant vines. For a moment, Han Yuran froze in place, staring dumbfounded at the normal world behind him. With no damaged houses, a clean and clear sky, flourishing plants, and robots that are indispensable in the human world. A gust of wind blew by, blowing away a red flower that was in full bloom on the tall building in front of Han Yuran. The red flower fluttered down towards Han Yuran's head. Han Yuran subconsciously reached out to catch it, but heard a weak and urgent shout from behind. "Yuran, shoot!" Han Yuran blinked, and when she opened her eyes again, the world in her eyes had returned to a state of scars. Han Yuran's pupil shrank suddenly, and she saw that the red flower and the human-shaped pistol were approaching her at a very fast speed, and they were only an arm's length away from her. Han Yuran was stunned for a moment, and immediately raised the gun in her hand, but the flower had already moved closer, making it impossible for Han Yuran to aim the gun, and she had no time to retreat. Han Yuran used the last bit of time to move the gun downwards, and aimed at the long vine connected to the flower from a distance. Aiming, pulling the trigger, after the bullet was fired, he leaned to the side, threw away the gun in his hand, and replaced it with the phantom, and rushed towards the red flower the moment he fell to the ground. In the distance, there was a bang, the long vine connected to the flower was blown to pieces, and even the flower fell from the air a little, the 5 petals rolled together. The phantom hit him right in the middle, and Han Yuran fell to the ground sideways, picked up the gun he had thrown away before, and raised it in a crawling posture, and fired another shot at the red flower that had not exploded yet. The phantom's bullet was blocked by the 5 gathered petals, but it could not block the bullet from the gun. Chapter 29 Smoke Man. This shot directly broke the red flower off the top of the long vine, spouting a large amount of green juice and a sharp whistle. The red flower fell uselessly to the ground, no movement. And the long vine still sprayed juice and crashed into Han Yuren on the ground. The 2 rows of spikes opened and closed like fangs. The juice was 1 step faster than it, dripping on Han Yuren's shoulder, making a puff of smoke and a crackling sound. Han Yuren was a little surprised. The protective clothing on his body had always been very strong, but he didn't expect that. It couldn't resist the green juice at this moment and was corroded. Considering that Sophie was still on his back, Han Yuren could only try his best to move his body upwards to block Sophie. Although this would press Sophie's tattered body under him, it was better than being corroded by the juice. Smoke continued to come out of Han Yuren's body. The Demon King, who was also corroded, stamped his feet in anger and anxiety, but he could do nothing. Han Yuren almost lay on the ground, face up, and continued to pull the trigger, but the trigger was pulled, but no bullet was fired. Han Yuren was stunned for a moment, and then cursed. Fuck. The long vine that had changed from spraying juice to dripping juice was already sticking to him. Han Yuren could only use the phantom as a piece of scrap metal. The gun barrel pushed upwards and got stuck in the gap between a row of fangs, temporarily blocking the speed of the long vine. Han Yuren pulled out a short knife from the outside of his calf with his backhand, and held it horizontally in front of his body. The row of fangs had already bitten down. With a clang sound, a sound like metal hitting each other was heard. The fangs actually pierced through the blade, which was a finger thick, and continued to bite Han Yuren under the blade. Han Yuren's face also followed the arm's force. With a grin on his face, Chong Tung tilted his body, and the tip of his teeth almost hit Han Yuren's protective clothing. The other side was blocked by the phantom on Han Yuren's left hand. The hand holding the dagger desperately turned his wrist, and it seemed that he could hear the scream of his wrist. However, he finally saw some hope. As his wrist turned, the dagger gradually stood up and stuck in the gap between the fangs. The sound of grinding meat, the dripping juice. After the long vine was cut, it became stronger and pressed down on Han Yuren. Han Yuren's left hand, which was originally supporting, was also bent down. The rows of fangs began to bite the protective clothing on Han Yuren's body. Although it did not scratch it for the time being, it still made Han Yuren swear in pain. As for the chest, it was constantly corroded by the juice. The bursts of green smoke made this dangerous scene look a bit dreamy. Sophie, half of her body was pressed down, anxiously looking for Anya's figure. She could hear the gunshots behind her before, but now she couldn't hear them. It was just that her sphere of influence was really limited. She didn't see Anya's figure. She only felt a chill rising in her heart. Anya, who Sophie couldn't see, was behind them at this moment, fighting desperately, with fire in her left hand and the netherworld in her right hand. Both swords were dyed green by the juice, and she turned into a smoke figure. Even if Han Yuren could lock onto her with his eyes, he couldn't see her figure, and could only vaguely see the smoke. There were too many long vines around Anya. They surrounded her completely, and only the occasional bright flash of the sword proved that she was still alive and fighting hard. Chapter 30 Pain in the Legs. Anya was originally following Han Yuren, but after Han Yuren dropped the red flower, long vines suddenly appeared between the two of them, like an impenetrable wall, separating them further and further. Han Yuren was struggling desperately over there, while she was in danger here. The green juice splashed, and the smoke even blocked her sight. Even Joyer had a visual flaw, so she couldn't find the danger immediately. The only thing she could do was to keep swinging the knife again and again, following the direction of memory, and taking a step forward as long as she could. Sometimes, the long vines cut by the knife would even hit her body, making her stagger. She frowned at the sound of fangs scratching the protective clothing, and just took a step forward with her body sideways. But before she could land, her whole leg was bitten by a long vine. She was pulled so hard that she was unstable, and she did a split, but fortunately, she had practiced dancing since she was a child, so she had no problem with this basic skill. The moment she landed, she chopped the netherworld towards the long vine with all her strength, and raised the fire with her other hand to block it above her head. The netherworld almost fell on the long vine by sticking to her long legs that were caught. After stopping, she slowly pressed into the flesh. The fire on her head was hit on the helmet. A fierce look flashed in Anya's eyes, and she swept the leg that was chopped from behind back and retracted it. At the same time, through false consciousness communication, she changed the soles of the protective clothing and the calves into attacking state. This kick was only barely able to be pulled back from the long vines, and Anya's thighs were twisted and painful. But Anya gritted her teeth and endured all this. After pulling back her legs, she bent her knees and pushed forward with her buttocks touching the ground, using the long vines that were biting her. The fire that blocked her head turned, and the tip of the knife went down. With this bend and push, she was much closer to the long vines. With this knife, plus the length of her arm, she stabbed the vine head squarely. Anya used so much force that Yuhua even pierced through the long vine, and it was just a little short of piercing her own leg. The long vine that was holding Anya's leg twitched a few times, and then it stood still and stopped moving. But the long vines above, behind, and on both sides all rushed over. Anya, who had just taken a breath, had not kicked the dead vine wrapped around her leg with her other foot before she was blocked by the long vines around her. The leg that was kicking the long vine froze, and she sighed weakly. She did not raise the knife in her hand again, and looked at Han Yuren through the remaining gap. This sight made her stunned. She saw Han Yuren standing on a long vine. Her protective clothing was tattered, and most of her body was still smoking. She was carrying a big gun and was aiming at her. The next moment, her body shook, and the powerful bullet had left the gun chamber and exploded towards Anya. Anya kicked hard, kicking the vine off her leg, then lunged forward, grabbed the vine and lifted it up, and hid under the vine. As soon as she hid, bullets were fired at her one after another. There was a constant bang from above, and hidden in the screams, Anya kept feeling something hitting her body, hitting her closer and closer to the ground. Her body was getting more and more painful, and she could only hold on. Chapter 31 Bite It. Han Yuren, who had regained some strength, struggled to stand up from the ground, glancing at the things Anya brought back: tourniquet, disinfectant, scalpel, needle and thread for suturing wounds, anesthetic, syringe. Everything was available. Anya ran back with gauze, looking at Han Yuren. Are these okay? Han Yuren nodded, took off his protective clothing, revealing his miserable body, not counting the 2 fangs under his chest. The skin on his shoulders, abdomen, and arms was corroded by green juice in 3 places, not to mention the other purple bruises. Han Yuren only took off the protective clothing that was severely damaged on his upper body, tied it around his waist, picked up the medical gloves and put them on, and said to Anya, "You take care of Sophie's wound first. I'll take care of mine myself." "Can you do it yourself?" Anya asked worriedly. "It's okay," Han Yuren said as he took the needle and thread for suturing, some gauze, tourniquet, disinfectant, and walked out, and pulled the open curtain back. Anya looked at the curtain that blocked her view, and sighed, without further delay, began to untie the gauze wrapped around Sophie. "In this situation, I will only inject a small amount of anesthesia into you, to keep your brain awake and your body under basic control, so it will be a little painful, just bear with it," Anya said as she untied the gauze. Sophie held back her tears in fear, and nodded slightly. "Yeah." The blood-stained gauze was thrown to the ground by Anya. Anya looked at the bloody holes on Sophie's body, and took off her protective clothing on the upper body, put on medical gloves, and opened the disinfectant, and began to disinfect. Having experienced Han Yuren's rough disinfection method once, Sophie could bear it more easily this time. But it was still so painful that she couldn't even hum. After disinfection, Anya changed into a pair of medical gloves, dipped them in alcohol cotton, and began to clean Sophie's wound. Sophie groaned twice, and then there was no movement. Anya's movements were very fast. She was not a professional, not even an amateur. She just felt that she should do it this way, and she did it. As for whether it was right or wrong, she had no time to think about it. After cleaning up the wounds on Sophie's body, Anya changed into a pair of gloves, opened the cover of the anesthetic, and inserted the syringe, and only drew out a small half of it. After that, Anya injected anesthesia next to several blood holes. There was only a small half tube of anesthetic in total, so each wound was injected with only a little bit. "How does it feel?" After the injection, Anya asked after changing her gloves. "No, I don't feel anything," Sophie said intermittently. Perhaps she was numb from the pain, and the anesthetic was useless to her. After hearing this, Anya glanced at Sophie, then looked around, and finally saw a magazine. She took it and put it in front of Sophie's mouth. "Bite it." Sophie glanced at the magazine and obediently opened her mouth. Anya then began to thread the needle, but heard Jair, who had not spoken, say, "Master, there is an instrument here that can repair blood vessels very precisely. Sophie. It is obvious that the blood vessels inside are also leaking. Anya stopped moving and asked, "Where is it?" As soon as she finished speaking, a strong light came on outside the window again, and there was a clicking sound, and a woman's voice came from above. "The second round of Doomsday testing is over. Congratulations to you, the survivors." Chapter 32 Attack. The machine was placed in the corner. After Anya read the instructions provided by Juer, she pushed the machine towards Han Yuran. She pressed the switch button. Fortunately, it had enough power like the previous machine. After that, she helped Han Yuran to lie down on another bed. Anya set the machine again. After the machine head was bent down, it was facing the wound and began to suture. This machine can automatically anesthetize during suture, so Han Yuran did not feel any pain. As if it was none of her business. She asked Anya, "How is Sophie?" "Ah, wait a minute." Then Anya remembered Sophie. And this time she directly pulled the curtain open. Sophie looked at Han Yuran with a slanted look, and finally fixed her eyes on the machine that was constantly stitching under Han Yuran's chest. Anya moved the machine to the next bloody hole, and then walked out the door and said to Han Yuran, "Let me see what's going on outside." As she spoke, she walked a few steps to the door, looked up at the densely packed warships in the sky, and the soldiers who were firing their guns. But fortunately no soldiers appeared here. Gradually, the sound of shooting stopped. It seemed that the clearing was about to end. Han Yuran, who was lying on the bed, let out a breath. But Anya, who was standing at the door, looked puzzled. Her hand holding the door unconsciously tightened, and the glass she was holding creaked. "What happened?" Han Yuran asked worriedly after hearing the sound. Without waiting for Anya's reply, Anya clearly did not leave. Han Yuran thought that maybe a soldier appeared, but she had not finished stitching here, so she could only ask anxiously, "What happened?" Sophie also became nervous, and tried to move her eyes to the door, but she could not see it. With a slight sound, Anya had already walked out, looking at the sky in disbelief. Han Yuran was anxious, and shouted again, "Anya, speak!" "That's not right." Anya finally said something, but Han Yuran was confused. "What's wrong?" This time, Anya didn't answer. Han Yuran heard a loud noise after another, and the voice of the woman in the warship. She said in a panic, "We are under attack. All warships are switched to anti-enemy mode." Perhaps because she was too panicked, the woman actually used an external loudspeaker. Han Yuran was shocked. "Attacked? Who dares to attack the army? Terrorists!" "Anya, what happened?" Han Yuran shouted angrily. I don't know what scared Anya. The woman's voice in the warship sounded again. "The warships that have not been shot down, return quickly, return quickly." Listening to the content, it is obvious that the army is at a disadvantage. Could it be that someone is dissatisfied with the army's actions, and came to save the North District? The loud noise has not stopped. Han Yuran can already imagine the huge warship falling. Ding, ding, ding. The machine on Han Yuran's body rang, and the stitches were completed. It retreated. Han Yuran sat up anxiously, but felt a sharp pain in her forehead. She fell back again, holding her head. Han Yuran's painful voice finally brought Anya back to her senses. She turned around and looked at Han Yuran, who was rolling on the bed with her head covered. She ran over worriedly. "Yuran? What's wrong with you?" Before Han Yuran could reply, Sophie on the other bed also screamed. Anya turned her head in surprise, and saw Sophie holding her right hand and hunching over in pain. Chapter 33 Chief of Planning Department. Anya turned her head back and forth, looking at the two of them, not knowing what to do for a moment. Han Yuran was like a madman, pushing Anya away, rolling off the bed, raising her head, and banging it on the ground. Her sudden action scares the devil so much that he shouts, "What are you doing?" But Han Yuran has no way to answer her. Her head hurts so much, it hurts as if it's going to explode, as if something is drilled into her forehead, changing her brain, her body. Fortunately, at the last moment, Anya grabbed Han Yuran's shoulders, so Han Yuran didn't bang his head on the ground. "You ran? You ran? What happened to you?" Anya asked fearfully, holding Han Yuran tightly, letting Han Yuran struggle and fight in her arms. On the other side, Sophie also fell off the bed, holding her hand. A huge object fell from the window, crushing the house in half, and the falling dust hit the three people. The surviving soldiers in the warship ran out and faced Anya, Han Yuran, and the others. The soldiers who ran out were also stunned, and habitually and instinctively raised the gun in their hands and pointed it at Anya and the other two. Anya was still normal, but Han Yuran and Sophie's heart-wrenching roars and painful struggles were abnormal. The leading soldier, after glancing at the wounds on Han Yuran and Sophie's bodies, said, "They can no longer survive. They will be cleared. You have 3 seconds to leave." As the leader spoke, the other soldiers' fingers were on the trigger, waiting for an order. "Anya, my head hurts," Han Yuran said intermittently, his voice full of pain. "It's okay. I will protect you," as Anya said. The leader on the opposite side had already raised his hand. As long as this hand fell, his men would take action. But Anya suddenly raised her head and took off the helmet on her head. Her long hair fell down, revealing her charming face. But the soldiers on the opposite side were not dumbfounded. Anya had already said, "Anya, I am affiliated with the Doomsday test plan, the chief of the planning department, with the rank of colonel. You pointed a gun at me. Do you want to be dismissed from the military rank?" As soon as she said this, not only the soldiers on the opposite side were stunned, but even Han Yuran, who was in great pain, regained his clarity for a moment. Looking at Anya in disbelief, Anya didn't look at her but said, "I'm sorry." After that, Anya pressed her earrings, and her information immediately popped out, hanging in the air, with her identity clearly written on it. The soldiers on the opposite side put down their guns and saluted. "Greetings, Colonel." Han Yuran, who had only regained consciousness for a moment, struggled again in pain. Anya hugged Han Yuran tightly and asked the leader on the opposite side, "What happened?" "Report, the warship was attacked by unknown creatures. According to the images sent back, the unknown creatures look similar to humans, but their physical energy is completely different from that of humans, extremely powerful, and one can attack the next warship." Just as the leader finished speaking, in the team behind him, a soldier also shouted in pain, covering his chest, crouched down, and yelled. Seeing this, Anya let go of Han Yuran, stepped forward, took the gun from the leader, and fired a shot at the fallen soldier. Chapter 34 Maid Outfit. "Colonel." After the leader shouted this, Anya glared at him, and said the rest. The soldier who was struggling in pain gradually stopped moving, only blood was constantly flowing out from the hole on his forehead. Finally, the soldier turned his eyes with great effort to look at Anya, but as soon as he saw Anya, his eyes instantly lost their vitality, and he died with his eyes open. Anya looked calmly at the corpse of the soldier who was staring at her, and saw a light on the chest that the soldier had covered before, and then a fragment with a white glow flew out, and it seemed that there were many words engraved on it, but it was not clear. "Catch it!" Anya gave an order. The soldiers answered, "Yes." Then, they grabbed the flying debris. One soldier was about to catch it, but the debris suddenly disappeared, vanished out of thin air. At this moment, the soldiers were dumbfounded. Anya turned around with a heavy expression, looking at Han Yuran rolling on the ground, ordered, "Catch her." "Yes." The soldiers answered again and rushed towards Han Yuran, grabbing her by the hands and legs. Anya squatted down, took the Demon King off Han Yuran's head, and threw it aside, looking at Han Yuran's glowing forehead. It was indeed the same as the soldier she killed. But how could the fragments be taken out from the forehead? "Bring that woman here too," Anya ordered again. The remaining soldiers ran to Sophie's side and dragged her over. Anya took a look, and Sophie's hands were indeed glowing. This time she did not directly blow Sophie's head off, but stared at Sophie's hands, not knowing what she was thinking. The soldiers were silent, except for the cries of pain from Han Yuran and Sophie. Just when everyone was silent, they heard a thud from the roof, as if something had hit the roof. Everyone looked up, only to see their heads and faces covered in dust. Cracks gradually appeared on the roof, gradually getting bigger, forming the shape of a spider web. Everyone's heart was lifted, and the few soldiers who had not arrested anyone raised their guns and aimed at the roof. Han Yuran and Sophie's shouts gradually weakened. A sudden laugh sounded, like the laughter of a boy of 11 or 12 years old, but just hearing it made people feel cold all over. Anya leaned towards Han Yuran, and with a crack, the cracked roof finally collapsed. In addition to the broken roof, there was also a boy in a maid outfit in it. That's right, a boy in a maid outfit fell from the roof. Not only was he not afraid, but he was laughing. What was more eye-catching than the maid outfit was the rapier in his hand. "Shoot!" Anya said without hesitation, and the soldiers immediately fired. The boy laughed even more happily, waving the rapier at his hand while laughing, and the bullets that were fired crazily were all blocked by the rapier, and sometimes even split the bullets in half. The skirt of the boy's maid outfit fluttered, and his posture was very graceful, not like fighting, but like dancing, but his laughter was a little creepy. Chapter 35. Those who dare to touch me. The leader's body was shrinking very quickly, and those soldiers whose throats were blocked were lucky. They died directly without experiencing the pain of blood sucking. The boy looked at the leader, who was almost sucked into a mummy, and withdrew the rapier in his hand with disgust. And the leader fell down. The boy who withdrew the sword did not even look at the leader, and walked towards Sophie, who was still lying there. The tip of the sword scratched the ground, making a sound of death. Sophie, who seemed to be dying, was actually still awake. She clearly saw Anya glance at her, and then drag the unconscious Han Yuren away. She clearly watched this delicate-looking boy kill the soldiers like a devil. She saw with her own eyes that the sword in his hand was sucking blood. Now she watched him walk towards her again, and the tip of the sword raised the dust on the ground. I should really die this time, Sophie thought without hope. She didn't blame Anya. They didn't have any friendship. She was very grateful to Anya for taking care of her until this point, especially to Han Yuren. She had a feeling that if Han Yuren hadn't fainted, she would never give up on herself. Thank you. After listening to the footsteps approaching, Sophie said, and slowly closed her eyes, waiting for death to come. But the next moment, she was startled by a shout and opened her eyes. If you dare to touch my people, I will kill you. The familiar voice made Sophie a little stunned. She looked at Han Yuren, who suddenly appeared in front of her, in disbelief, and her eyes were stunned. Han Yuren, who ran back at this critical moment, had all the wounds on her body disappear, without even a trace of blood. She was clearly standing at the door shouting, and the boy who was about to attack stopped his action and turned his head to look. However, as soon as he turned his head, Han Yuren had already come to his side at an extremely fast speed, and swung her long legs, with a sound of breaking wind, and did not even give the boy time to block. The kick hit the boy's waist. The boy was kicked out directly, and he stopped after smashing the wall hard, and was pressed into the ruins. Han Yuren's movements did not stop. She chased after him like a gust of wind, and at the same time, she thrust her hand into the ruins. With a crack sound, Han Yuren raised his hand, and a broken sword appeared in his hand. Judging from its shape, it was the boy's rapier. Han Yuren turned his hand, and the broken sword in his hand changed direction, with the tip of the sword facing down. Han Yuren thrust it into the ruins with force. She held the sword with her bare hands, but was not hurt. Sophie was completely dumbfounded. Anya then caught up with him, and after looking at Han Yuren, who seemed to be cheating, she ran to Sophie helplessly. The two looked at each other. There was no embarrassment. Everyone was calm. When Anya helped her up, Sophie said, "Thank you." Anya asked, "Don't you feel anything different about your body?" Sophie was stunned by the question and shook her head in confusion. Anya stared at Sophie's abdomen and pointed. "Your wound is gone." Sophie lowered her head suddenly and looked at herself. As Anya said, the blood holes on her body were gone, just like Han Yuren, as if she had never been injured. Chapter 36. You are quite handsome. You should also feel some kind of power, just like her, Anya said, as she looked at Han Yuren, who was pulling the boy out of the ruins. Sophie also looked at Han Yuren. Sophie had seen how powerful the boy was, but at this moment, the boy was vulnerable in Han Yuren's hands, and could even be said to have no power to fight back. Han Yuren was more devilish than a devil. Her nails were black, her eyes were red, and she was excited. But there was a ball of white light behind her, which looked like a pair of holy wings in the blur, and the feeling of two extremes mixed together, perfect and weird. The boy was being pinched by Han Yuren's neck, and lifted up like a chicken. His hand had already fallen down powerlessly. He rolled his eyes, and his face was blue. Sophie retracted her gaze, and looked at her raised hands, and wondered. Power? What power? She had only felt that the pain in her hands almost killed her, but later she endured it, and the pain gradually disappeared. But what kind of power would it have? Feeling her doubts, Anya said. Close your eyes, calm down, try to feel the difference in your body. Sophie nodded. It was obvious that Han Yuren would not be in any danger, so the two of them were not worried. Sophie closed her eyes, took a few deep breaths, and then slowly exhaled, trying to calm her heart and not listen to the outside noise. But her heart could not calm down for a while. She had experienced so many unimaginable things, and she almost died several times. How could her heart calm down for a while? The more she couldn't calm down, the more confused Sophie's heart became. Especially the sound from Han Yuren's side, the painful gasps of the little boy, which came intermittently, which made her curious and want to open her eyes to see. While she was confused, she felt a pair of hands covering her ears, and the next moment her world was quiet. With Anya's help, Sophie quickly entered the state this time and calmed down. She carefully felt the difference in her body, and she didn't expect that she would find it right away. The difference was indeed her hands. She could clearly see that there was a glowing fragment in each of her hands, quietly floating in the palm of her hand. She was shocked and wanted to see the fragment more clearly. But she saw a word on each of the two fragments. The word fire on the left, and the word water on the right. Just after she saw the two words clearly, the two fragments began to spin rapidly. And Sophie felt that her consciousness was blown away by the strong wind caused by the fragments. Her body shook uncontrollably. But fortunately Anya supported her. "What's wrong?" Anya asked. Sophie opened her eyes in confusion, stretched her hands forward, palms facing up, and her consciousness condensed into two words. Fire water? The next moment, in her palms, there really was a ball of fire, and a handful of clear water. Anya and Sophie were both speechless in shock. Han Yuren on the other side turned around and shook his hands, and the boy with a crooked neck fell to the ground without a breath, dying in the hands of the human he despised. Han Yuren looked at the water and fire in Sophie's hands, and said enviously, "You look quite handsome." Sophie looked at Han Yuren in fear, and both her hands began to tremble. Han Yuren said with a smile, "What are you afraid of? Try to imagine them as weapons." Chapter 37 Washboard and Cow. Sophie, who had been distracted, came back to her senses. Looking at the same time, the same rapier as the boy before was thrusting towards her head. Sophie waved both hands in front of her at the same time, and a wall of water suddenly appeared, and turned into ice when it hit the ground. A fire whip passed through the middle of the ice wall, and wrapped around the tip of the sword. Sophie stood behind the ice wall, and kept waving her arms, and swinging the fire whip. The washboard was swaying from side to side as Sophie pulled it, and it was unstable. On the other side, Han Yuren had already punched the cow straight ahead, with long black nails, looking like a ghost. The cow also had the same rapier, and did not dodge but counterattacked and chopped at Han Yuren's fist. Before the rapier chopped, the turbulent sword wind had already formed and chopped at Han Yuren's fist first. The sword wind was directly smashed by the fist, leaving no trace on Han Yuren's hand. The cow's eyes changed, she took a step back, and swung the rapier in front of her body quickly, like a needle, and stabbed at Han Yuren one sword after another. Only a vague afterimage could be seen in the air. But Han Yuren just barged into the afterimages. It seemed that afterimages slashed at her body. But no blood spurted out. Nor did she cry out in pain. Only the small suspenders on her body were chopped into pieces. The cow's face changed again, and she quickly stepped back a few steps. After she distanced herself from Han Yuren, the rapier that was originally slashing forward turned in the air, and stabbed into her heart. There was no blood spurting out, and the rapier seemed to be swallowed by the cow's chest. Then, the woman's arms, forehead, and the outside of her legs, all had half-meter-long sharp bone spurs. Anya, who was watching the fight from behind, looked at the cow that had completely changed its appearance and let out a low cry of surprise. Han Yuren's fist hit her without stopping, and the cow raised her arm to block it. The bone spurs collided with Han Yuren's fist, and she froze for a moment. At this time, if you look carefully, you will find that Han Yuren's fist is wrapped in a layer of black light. It was this black light that blocked the bone spur that looked very lethal. After a stalemate, the two raised their other hands and slammed into each other. The two fists met in midair, and no one retreated, but many cracks appeared on the ground under their feet. Compared with the boy before, this cow was much stronger. The two stalemated again, and Sophie's fire whip had turned into a machete, and the ice wall in front of them was broken into balls, like bullets. And after a flash, they all shot towards the washboard. The machete chased relentlessly. Wherever the washboard hid, the machete would go. The washboard raised its head and dodged twice. Both times were blocked by the machete. The ice bullets were still shooting from the opposite side, so it had no choice but to stop, and just swung its rapier frantically, with such speed that the rapier formed a sword wall, blocking the ice bullets and the machete. The ice bullets were chopped and fell to the ground. Sophie thought in her mind. Bounce? The ice bullets bounced up from the ground again, shooting towards the washboard. Although they were much smaller than before, their number was also much greater. As soon as the ice bullets bounced up, Sophie changed her mind again. The machete that had been chopped at instantly lost its shape, turned back into a ball of fire, and rushed towards the washboard. Chapter 38. A very good reason. Feeling Han Yuren's gaze, Anya also looked at Han Yuren, very calmly. Facing Anya's gaze, Han Yuren walked over. Anya did not dodge. She stood there, looking at Han Yuren without dodging. Sophie did not speak this time. She cast her eyes outside, seeing some blurry figures shuttling back and forth between the buildings, and her eyes gradually became heavy. Soon, Han Yuren walked in front of Anya, but still did not stop, and took another step forward. His toes directly hit Anya's toes, almost hitting Anya's chest. Han Yuren was a little taller than Anya. He lowered his eyes, and looked at Anya and said, "Your acting skills have improved a lot since you were a child." Anya grinned. "Thank you for the compliment." "Humph!" Han Yuren snorted, and his tone became serious. "Why did you lie to me?" Anya also stopped laughing and replied seriously, "Interesting. You are usually very world-weary. So I am very curious. When the end of the world comes, how will you behave? But don't worry. I won't let you die." Han Yuren nodded, and the two of them just stared at each other. After a long while, Han Yuren said, "Very good reason. Thank you for your understanding. What about Aunt, Uncle and Housie?" Anya laughed happily. "Well, they will be fine. They are my parents and brother, blood relatives." "That was before," Han Yuren said, as he raised his hand between the two of them. The black nails were very conspicuous. Anya's calm expression suddenly changed. Her pupils trembled, although it was obvious that she tried to calm herself down, but her subtle expression still betrayed her. "Why don't you contact Housie and see if he's okay?" Han Yuren put his hand down and said nothing more. After Anya took a deep breath, her shaking pupils calmed down. She pressed the earring on her earlobe, and the communication device appeared again. This time, Anya didn't panic and couldn't find Housie. She just clicked it. Fortunately, the other party answered the call as soon as she clicked it. Anya's heart was relieved. Housie didn't seem to have any problems. There was no visible injury, and his eyes were as bright as usual. "Housie, how are you?" Anya tried to keep her tone calm. Housie shook his head in confusion. "Nothing. What happened? Just like before, there are screams outside. How are you and Sister Yuren?" "I'm glad you're fine. You need to be careful. There's a new situation. You must protect your parents." Anya didn't say it clearly, for fear of scaring her precious brother. And then, Housie suddenly became alert, leaning forward and asking, "What's the new situation? Do you want me to save you and Sister Yuren? I told you to take good care of your uncle and aunt. Do you want to get beaten?" Han Yuren interrupted and shouted. Sophie glanced at them, then turned her head back silently, looking a lot more desolate. Housie, who was yelled at by Han Yuren, pursed his lips in grievance, and said in a long tone, "I know. You two should come back quickly." "Yes, right away," Anya said, turned off the communication device, and looked at Han Yuren. "What are you looking at? Let's go," Han Yuren said, turned his head and called Sophie. "Are you going with us?" Chapter 39. Go. Sophie turned her head, stared at Han Yuren and the other two, and then stood up with a smile. "Go. Don't you have anywhere to go?" Anya asked. Sophie's smile froze for a moment, and then she replied, "The world is like this. It's the same wherever you go. You have the ability to protect yourself now. You can go anywhere," Anya said unfriendly. Han Yuren glanced at Anya, and then said, "Let's go. There's no time to talk nonsense here." After that, she turned around and walked out, and reminded her before leaving, "Sophie, you're behind, be careful." "Yeah." Sophie agreed, slowed down her pace, and waited for Anya to walk to the front. Although the fog was gone, it was still full of smoke and dirt. There were corpses everywhere. The warships that had been so majestic before were almost all over the ground. Many buildings collapsed. The whole world was in ruins. Han Yuren and the other two walked forward carefully along the road, trying to choose some hidden places. From time to time, they could hear screams not far away. The three of them frowned and pretended not to hear them, and continued to move forward. This time, is it only the North District that is used as an experimental area? Han Yuren asked Anya, who was walking in front, and stepped over a corpse. What's going on now? Out of plan. It won't be another superimposed Doomsday test that you don't know about, Han Yuren said sarcastically. Anya was silent for a moment, and then took a detour, and then said, "No. The army won't be a victim." Anya said affirmatively. "So the people will." "It's meaningless to say this now." Han Yuran stopped, turned his head to look at Anya. "Then in your eyes, what is meaningful, Data or the New World?" The two of them were in a stalemate for a moment. The door next to Han Yuran was suddenly pushed open. Luckily Han Yuran reacted quickly and took a step back, turned around, reached out to grab the person who suddenly ran out of the house. There was only a cry of surprise. "Don't kill me!" Han Yuran stopped moving, looking at the man who was holding his head and shaking with fear, not wearing a maid outfit, without a weapon in his hand, and was timid, so he should not be one of the people who was so scared. So, Han Yuran took his hand back, ignoring the man, and continued to walk forward. There was a long suspended bridge in front of him. When driving normally, it would take 3 minutes to cross the first bridge in the North City, but at this time, looking at the long bridge with many holes, it looked dangerous no matter how he looked at it. "But if we go underground, it will be a long detour. Let's go. It's the only way," Anya said. Some people were running in panic on the bridge. Some were running this way. Some were running that way. And some were speeding, not caring about anything, even knocking people away. And they kept moving forward at high speed. "Let's find a car," Han Yuran said a little uneasily. "Parking is usually not allowed here. There won't be any cars around here." Anya was right. Sophie also turned her head and looked around. As expected, she didn't see a single car, not even a wrecked one. There was no other way. The three of them could only walk. Without hesitation, they stepped onto the cable bridge. Looking at the many broken cables, Sophie felt a little nervous. But when she looked at her hands again, she felt more at ease. Chapter 40 Little Shota. So the three of them ran forward carefully and quickly along the bridge. The bridge was wide and long, and there were many people running back and forth, but there was no sound of conversation. Everyone looked flustered and nervous. When they saw people, they hid far away as if they had seen ghosts. But when they saw the real dead bodies on the ground, they were not afraid. Han Yuran had just strode over a bridge hole that was smashed when he heard Anya shouting behind him, "Be careful!" When Han Yuran looked over, a rocket had already been shot out from behind him, and he felt that the left side in front of him suddenly became hot, and an uncontrolled flying car had caught fire. The next moment, another water arrow was shot out, and the flying car that was about to explode was instantly frozen and shattered into harmless pieces and smashed all over the ground, including a charred corpse inside, but the three chose not to see it and continued to move forward. But the people passing by on both sides were dumbfounded, stopped their actions, and stared at the three of them, with shock in their eyes and some people gradually rising hatred. Feeling the gazes cast on them, the three people who were sticking to the bridge turned their heads to look at the people next to them. When they turned their heads, the people were frightened and took a step back, as if they were being controlled to move in unison. After that, the orderly movement suddenly became chaotic. Some people ran away with their heads in their hands, and some ran away howling. There were also a few people who ran towards Han Yuran and the other two, shouting angrily, "I will kill you!" After Han Yuran and the other two exchanged looks, Anya began to negotiate. "We have never hurt you. If you come again, don't blame us if you die." As soon as she finished speaking, Sophie behind her swung out the fire knife in her left hand and the water whip in her right hand. The water whip was swung in the air with a frightening sound. The middle-aged man on the far left slowed down, staring at the water whip in fear, and stopped step by step. But there were still two people who rushed towards them regardless of anything. A black shadow shot out, flashed in front of the two people, and then retreated. Han Yuran slowly put down his hand. The two people on the opposite side had been beaten unconscious and fell to the ground. If Sophie had taken action, these two people would have died directly. Seeing the provocative person being knocked down, the passers-by on both sides hid further away, and the middle-aged man who had stopped before also ran away. The three continued to move forward, but before they took 2 steps, another person caught up with them, and his voice was still full of childishness. "Hi, 3 beautiful sisters. Wait a minute. Wait a minute." The three stopped and looked back, only to see a blonde and blue-eyed little boy of 8 or 9 years old, waving at them excitedly, and the freckles on his face cheered. The three of them suddenly became nervous. In this situation, you can still see such a bright little boy. That means that this boy is either problematic or stupid. "Don't come over," Sophie said, and swung the water whip in her hand again, blocking the little boy in front of her. The little boy's eyes were as blue as the ocean. He looked at the water whip in front of him excitedly and asked, "Beautiful sister, what is this? Who are you?" The one asking the question was Anya. The little boy then moved his eyes away from the water whip, pointed at himself and said, "My name is Quinn. Sisters are not bad people. Right?" The little boy looked very innocent, with a sweet smile that melted people's hearts. If he was asked this question, even if he was a real bad person, he probably couldn't say, "I am a bad person." Chapter 41. The Same Purpose. "What does it have to do with you?" Anya asked. Quinn was frightened by the cold tone and pursed his lips. His eyes rolled. "Well, actually, I have something to ask the big sisters." Quinn took a step back, and Sophie raised her water whip, and the big sickle in her other hand also appeared. Quinn's eyes lit up again, and then he looked at Han Yuran and the others, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Han Yuran and the other two stared at him cautiously. Then their eyes widened slowly. Very shocked, they saw that Quinn's two arms and fists. Lightning flashed, and wrapped around his entire arm from his fist. Quinn opened his eyes, looked at Han Yuran and the other two, and asked excitedly, "Sisters, do you know what's wrong with my hand? Did your arm hurt before?" Sophie asked. Han Yuran and Anya glanced at Sophie, and said nothing. Quinn nodded vigorously, and said with some fear, "It hurts. It almost killed me." He shook his arm, and the electric light on it flew out a little, hitting the ground, and instantly burned the ground. This was similar to Sophie's fire. At this point, Han Yuran and the other two knew what happened to Quinn, but they couldn't solve it. "We don't know either," Anya replied simply. After Quinn glanced at her, he looked at Sophie pitifully. "Sister, do you really not know?" His eyes made Sophie's heart melt. She shook her head sympathetically. When she thought of such a little kid suffering such a hardship, she said distressfully, "Sister really doesn't know. But it shouldn't be bad. You can rely on him to protect yourself. We can't help you. Don't bother us." This time it was Han Yuran who spoke. After Quinn glanced at Han Yuran, he turned his gaze to Sophie, and said in a pleading and coquettish manner, "Sisters, can't you take me with you? This world is so scary." Sophie was in a dilemma. Looking at the tears in Quinn's eyes, she really couldn't say no. She turned her head away and looked at Han Yuran. But she didn't dare to speak. She knew that Han Yuran and the others would not agree. As expected, she met Han Yuran's cold eyes, which frightened away the courage she had finally mustered. But Quinn here called out weakly again, "Sister, please help Quinn." The courage that had just been suppressed rose up again, and Sophie gritted her teeth and said, "How about we?" "Okay." Han Yuran interrupted Sophie's words directly, and Sophie was stunned, and she was speechless in disbelief. Han Yuran continued, "You take him away, and we will separate now." After saying that, she turned around and walked forward. Anya naturally followed without saying a word, leaving Sophie and Quinn standing there dumbfounded. Sister, Quinn stuttered. Sophie looked over at him. The two of them stared at each other. Sophie turned her head suddenly, looked at Han Yuran who was leaving, and shouted, "Wait for me." She grabbed Quinn who was still dumbfounded and chased after Han Yuran and the others. "Hey, are you really leaving?" Sophie's neck turned red from shouting. The two people in front did not stop. Chapter 42. Women are always quarreling. In the end, Sophie stopped yelling, and led Quinn to follow closely behind. Quinn asked in fear, "Sister, is it okay for us to follow them like this?" "It's okay, the two sisters are very kind." Sophie comforted him. Her eyes were fixed on Han Yuran and the others, even though there was only one road on this bridge. Quinn pouted. He didn't feel the kindness of the two sisters in front of him, but he cleverly kept the words to himself. Anya, who was walking in front, glanced back, and looked at Han Yuran, who was running forward pretending not to know, and asked, "Just let them follow. There is only one way." Han Yuran replied. Anya suddenly stopped, and Han Yuran, who was running forward, also stopped, turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Sophie and Quinn, who were following closely behind, also stopped quickly, looking away guiltily, and kept stealing glances at them. After taking a breath, Anya raised her hand to smooth back her messy hair, and said to Han Yuran, "You're still angry, right? What are you angry about?" Han Yuran asked back. Anya snorted. "Why are you asking me what you're angry about? I lied to you. But are you dead?" Since Han Yuran knew about it, Anya couldn't stand his cold face all the way, and finally exploded. Han Yuren's eyes also turned cold, and Anya exhaled angrily, blowing the hair that fell in front of her face. The two followers behind him could hear it clearly. Quinn whispered, "Sister, they seem to be arguing." Sophie nodded, her eyes flickered, but she did not step forward immediately. Anya continued, "What? Do I have to tell you? Let you leave the North District? I must save you, I have to. Do I need you to save me?" Han Yuren stepped forward and roared with full force, but he did not shock Anya, but frightened the two people behind him. "Should I stop you, sister?" Quinn asked worriedly. Sophie shook her head silently. Anya pursed her lips and glared. "If you don't expect me to save you, why are you angry?" "I'm not angry. I'm disappointed. I've known you for more than 10 years, and I never thought that I would be deceived by you one day." Han Yuren's voice was no longer angry, and a trace of disappointment spread out. Anya's eyes were glaring, and her pupils shook suddenly. Her neck, which was stiff before, trembled and lowered her chin. Han Yuren looked past Anya, and after glancing at the two people shrinking behind, she turned around and continued to walk forward without saying anything. Anya was still standing there, without moving. "Sister, are we following?" "Follow," Sophie said as she and Quinn followed again. When passing Anya, Sophie stopped. Anya looked at her and smiled coldly. "Why, do you want to laugh at me?" Sophie pouted helplessly. "I don't know why you are hostile to me, but I think it's dangerous for you to stay like this." Sophie only said this, and then dragged Quinn to continue running forward. Anya looked at Sophie's back as she left, her sexy lips pursed tightly, clenched her fists tightly, took a deep breath, and followed. Sophie, who was running in the middle, slowed down again. Anya ran past her and Quinn in silence and ran to the middle. Chapter 43 Black Tuxedo. Han Yuren, who was running in front, took the opportunity to bypass the dead body on the ground and looked back. When he saw Anya following behind him, he glanced at Sophie at the back with satisfaction. Sophie had been looking ahead, and her eyes met hers. There was no need to say anything else. Han Yuren continued to run forward, and just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. He saw a broken skyscraper falling from the sky. The speed was extremely fast, and the momentum was extremely fierce. "Run forward." Han Yuren said this, but she ran backwards. But even so, the three people following her still ran forward as she shouted. Seeing that Sophie and Quinn were about to catch up with Anya, Han Yuren had already run in front of Anya, grabbed Anya, bent down instantly, lifted Anya up, turned around, and ran forward like crazy with Sophie and Quinn who were catching up. There were pieces of debris falling from the skyscrapers in the sky, and the others on the bridge finally realized this fatal situation. Most people stopped, looked up and looked at it stupidly. Those who reacted quickly ran away. As for Han Yuren and the others, they were the fastest on the bridge. Their bodies had been transformed, and they had exerted unlimited potential. But just as they were about to leave the skyscraper, a new situation appeared on the opposite side. Some people actually ran towards this side without caring about their lives. They all looked panicked, fearful, and screamed continuously. "Be careful," Han Yuren said. Behind those people who ran away, there was a row of men in black tuxedos, standing the entire bridge, walking forward slowly. They were all tall and looking very elegant. If it weren't for the blood on the rapiers in their hands, who would have thought that such beautiful people could be devils? But the skyscrapers in the sky were already pressing down, almost pressing down on Han Yuren's head, and there were actually people inside, calling for help in panic, anxiously looking for the possibility of survival. "Kill them," Han Yuren said coldly, and the wings behind her emerged again. A rock that was about to hit her head actually stopped in the smooth wings and floated quietly. When Han Yuren ran out of the falling range of the skyscraper, the rock also slowly floated out of the white light of the wings and continued to fall. "Sister," Quinn shouted in fear. "If you want to survive, you can't be afraid," Sophie said, holding two guns in her hands. Quinn's eyes flickered and gradually calmed down. He looked at the row of people coming slowly from the opposite side. The bloody sword, swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, wrapped his arms with lightning, and followed Han Yuren and the others to run forward. A scream turned into a scream. A person fell from the skyscraper and died alive. The next moment, he was smashed into a pulp by the falling building. The whole long bridge shook violently, and countless cracks spread. After the skyscraper stopped for a moment, it continued to sink, but the speed was much slower than before. Han Yuran and the others were shaken. Sophie replaced the gun with a spear and plunged into the bridge, supporting herself so as not to fall. Quinn, who was beside her, stumbled out face first. Han Yuran grabbed the railing, and her body shook several times. Anya clung to her tightly, and the two of them barely managed to avoid falling. Chapter 44. Let's Save the World. Han Yuran's punch hit the Tuxedo Man's face without any surprise. The man's face suddenly sank, and the sound of broken bones could be clearly heard. The man's head was tilted by the blow, saliva mixed with blood gushed out, and his eyes bulged out. But from the man's wide-open mouth, he saw a few slender fingers. The man's bulging eyes, his eyes were already distracted. The fingers in his mouth reached towards the back of his head, and directly buckled into the flesh, grasping tightly, and threw the Tuxedo Man, who was already dying, up, and turned him into a human shield. Han Yuran's punch just now directly broke the Tuxedo Man's face, and the whole fist hit his brain. She simply grabbed the Tuxedo Man and swung him hard to block the remaining people who jumped down from the skyscraper. Everything happened in a flash. Sophie and Quinn also fought with a row of Tuxedo Men, but it was more like struggling to defend themselves than fighting. After all, the other side had more people and more power. Rockets, muskets, cannons, water bombs, water curtains, and water swords kept changing. Almost every time Sophie threw them, they would change into other forms to fight against the Tuxedo Men. Quinn was a close combat man, but he was a doll-like kid, fighting with those tall and strong men in tuxedos, which was really frightening, especially the uneasiness and fear in his eyes, which made people feel distressed. Lightning kept flashing. At this moment, no one would show mercy just because he was a child. Anya, who was carried on Han Yuran's back, also kept shooting cold guns. Although it didn't have much effect, she was also trying hard. But what didn't change was that the four of them were close together and didn't keep their distance. So they didn't have to worry about their backs. And they couldn't worry about it. They could only trust each other. The Tuxedo Man, who was thrown out by Han Yuran as a human shield, was broken into pieces and fell to the ground with a crackling sound. His accomplices, without any hesitation, chopped down the human shield with their rapiers without any pause. The swords were very sharp, and they were just a little slower, and they had already split the human shield and continued to chop at Han Yuran behind them. Han Yuran swung her hand, and used her only remaining head, smashing it towards the Tuxedo Man, who was closest to her with the wind. The man in the tuxedo did not stop moving. He raised his other hand. His bony hand stretched wide to grab Han Yuran's head. However, with a click, the man's two fingers bent backwards. Judging from the arc, they must have been broken. The man in the tuxedo raised his slender eyebrows and glanced at his broken hand. Han Yuran took advantage of this opportunity and attacked the rapier that was about to pierce his face from the outside with his bare hands. The blood on the rapier kept dripping down. Feeling the trembling of his wrist, the man in the tuxedo turned his eyes back suddenly, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Han Yuran's fist had hit the rapier, knocking it to the side, and colliding with another rapier that was stabbing at him. Han Yuran kept moving. Just as she was about to step forward, she was hit hard from behind, causing her to fall forward and almost sending herself directly to the tip of the sword. Ugh! Ah! Two screams of pain came from behind. Han Yuran was hit, and Anya was naturally hit hard as well. She fell on Han Yuran's back in pain, and felt as if her spine was about to break. Han Yuran had just stood firm when she saw a person rolling over to her feet. Quinn fell beside her feet with blood on the corner of his mouth, and half of his face was blue. Han Yuran's pupils flickered, and Anya had already shouted, "Be careful!" before Han Yuran could move. An arm blocked her head, and then she felt a warm and sticky bloody liquid, and the person on her back gasped in pain. Han Yuran turned her eyes upwards, and blood flowed down from the top of her head, passing over her eyebrows, hanging on her eyelashes, and her vision was red. The two swords pierced through her arms, and were almost inserted into her head. But now, they were blocked by an arm. Only the bright red blood kept dripping down along the sword tip, bending her eyelashes, and hitting Han Yuran's red pupils. The moment the blood hit her eyes, Han Yuran's whole body suddenly shook. She seemed to hear a sound of water in a trance. She was not sure, but she saw circles of ripples slowly spreading out. White. However, red bubbles emerged from the middle of the white ripples. Han Yuran's world was left with a bubbling sound, and this picture that she did not understand. The red bubbles were boiling more and more, and Han Yuren only felt that she smelled a smell of blood. But the white ripples, and the pure white world around, were so holy and clean. Suddenly, all the boiling red bubbles disappeared, and turned into red transparent bubbles that flew out one after another. One flew in front of Han Yuren's face, landed on the tip of her nose, and shattered with a bang, leaving only a little sparkling red light, which floated back to the place where it had bubbled before. All the bubbles flying everywhere shattered at once, and a sparkling red light also flew out and flew back. All the red lights gathered together, forming the word death. Han Yuren was shocked, and saw that the word death tilted again, and then a shadow appeared behind it. The shadow was very huge. Han Yuren felt that it looked familiar. After thinking about it, he suddenly remembered that this shape was very similar to the sickle that Sophie imagined. The shadow stopped changing, and it was indeed the shape of a sickle. The blade looked like a burning flame, like a surging wave, and the shape was very handsome. The word death was on the handle of the knife. It moved backwards, and was imprinted in the shadow. Then, a strange and bloody voice came to mind. If you can't suppress me, die quickly. Han Yuren was stunned, and another warm voice sounded. Don't be afraid. I will suppress him. As for you, you have to save the world. This is your destiny. What the hell? Han Yuren said with disgust, trying hard not to laugh. What kind of a setting is this? It's so cliché. Could it be that she was the girl chosen by fate in the legend, who could save mankind? If so, Han Yuren knew what would happen to her in the future without even thinking about it. She would definitely meet one middle school boy after another. Even if they were not friendly when they first met, they would be conquered by her. There would be an excellent man who would fall in love with her, 2 excellent men who would fall in love with her, and 3 excellent men who would fall in love with her. Chapter 45. I am most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. Hearing what Sophie said, Han Yuren looked sideways at the white wings behind him, and asked uncertainly, This has a healing effect? Anya and the other 2 nodded together. Quinn also pointed to his blue face. Sister, look, is my face healed? Han Yuren looked at his blue face, blinked, and said, Then you follow me, Sophie. Stop the bleeding first. No need. Sophie waved her hand. I will go into the light, and then stop bleeding. Han Yuren nodded, and glanced at the light behind him, thinking, So awesome. After that, Han Yuren was in front, Anya on her right, Sophie on her left, Quinn followed behind, and ran forward. Why do you think those men in tuxedos are retreating? Sophie asked in confusion. They are scared. Don't you see how awesome I am? Han Yuren replied as a matter of course. There was an awkward silence. How did you say that? I am most afraid of the air suddenly being quiet. Why are you suddenly silent? No. We just think you're right. Sophie laughed twice as awkwardly as she could. Han Yuren said nothing. The few of them finally ran to the bridgehead. The sign of a hospital was very conspicuous. Han Yuren ran towards the hospital without stopping. The people behind naturally followed. The door of the hospital was wide open. There were many people coming in and out. They were all injured and came here to get bandaged. Many people did not leave even after getting bandaged. They just sat on the ground casually, looking like they had lost all hope in life. The arrival of Han Yuren and others attracted only a few glances at them. And then those glances were stunned. After Han Yuren and others came in, the people walking around them gradually slowed down their movements and carefully kept a distance from them. Hi. I want to ask. Where can I get something to stop bleeding? Han Yuren asked a cute girl not far away. The girl was stroking an older woman with gauze wrapped around her wrist. She should be her mother. The girl was startled by Han Yuren's sudden question. The older woman next to her pulled the girl behind her and pointed to the passage behind Han Yuren. Go to the end and turn left. It's the emergency room. Thank you. Han Yuren took a look and said thank you. Several people ran over there. They ran to the end and turned left. It was indeed the emergency room. They were at the side door. There were many people blocking the main door. They were pulling, shoving, and trying their best to squeeze in. Several groups were fighting. They didn't know if the blood on their bodies was from the previous serious injuries or from the fight. Are we going? Sophie looked at the messy scene with a reluctant expression. Go. Han Yuren answered with certainty. With a flick of her hand, the sickle reappeared in her hand, which scared the people on both sides. Han Yuren strode forward, and after a few steps to the outermost layer of the pushing and shoving crowd, she raised her sickle and stabbed it on the ground and shouted, Get out of my way. Although she shouted very loudly, it was too chaotic here, and no one in front of her noticed it at all. Han Yuran was too lazy to talk nonsense, and reached out to grab the man who was closest to her, and was trying hard to squeeze in. Chapter 46, I hope you will be more useful. The man staggered back after being pulled by Han Yuran, and twisted his neck angrily, and shouted, "Who pulled me? You want to die." Han Yuran raised his eyebrows, and threw another punch without saying a word, and at the same time released the hand that was holding the man. The man was knocked to the ground by a punch, and immediately stopped moving. The other man who had been pulling with the man before also turned his head back, and saw this scene. At this time, seeing Han Yuran lift his foot, stepping on the man, and looking at him, he was so scared that he swallowed his saliva, laughed, and stepped aside. Han Yuran shouted again, "Get out of my way!" Still few people heard him. Sophie, who was standing behind, swung out the fire whip directly, and it instantly became a sky full of fire, burning forward from midair. The firelight was in the eyes, and the messy people in front finally stopped their actions, looking dumbfounded at the sky full of fire. I don't know who reacted first, and let out a howl, and it was like a switch was pressed, one howl after another, and they all ran away with their heads in their hands, running in all directions. Sophie swung her other hand again, and a water shield appeared in front of the few people, causing the people who were running back to be stunned again and avoid it in fear. So, Han Yuran and the others entered the emergency room without any obstruction. As they came in, the people who had run in to avoid the fire ran out again in fear. But some did not move, just looked at them vigilantly, and shrank into the corner. Han Yuran and the others would not take the initiative to cause trouble. They looked around, found the few remaining gauze and disinfectant, and began to tie up Anya and Sophie. Han Yuran pulled Anya's arm over, looked at the 2 blood holes, and said in surprise, "The blood vessels inside are actually closed." "Well, your white light is amazing," Anya also said in amazement, and stretched out her other hand, and touched the white light again. But she couldn't feel anything. She turned her eyes to the sickle in Han Yuran's hand, and said with some concern, "Your wings give people a sense of holiness, and have a healing effect. But this sickle is full of blood. It feels like one is an angel, and the other is a devil. Angels and devils can't coexist at all. But they are both on you now, which makes me a little worried." Han Yuran stopped wrapping her gauze, frowned and said with some annoyance, "Let's talk about it later. Now is not the time to study this." Anya nodded, and Quinn was bandaging Sophie's wound obediently on the other side. Han Yuran quickly bandaged Anya, and then walked to Sophie, took the gauze from Quinn, and continued to bandage Sophie. Sophie pursed her lips and deliberately asked, "This time, you can let Quinn follow us. He is also very useful, and he can bandage wounds." Han Yuran pulled the gauze hard, and Sophie grimaced in pain. Quinn stood aside with a nervous face. Han Yuran glanced at him and said, "I hope you will be more useful." Quinn looked at Sophie in a daze. Sophie rolled her eyes at him. "Hurry up and thank this sister for agreeing to take you with you." Quinn finally reacted, and quickly lowered his head, and kept saying to Han Yuran, "Thank you. Thank you, big sister. Thank you, big sister. And that big sister." Sophie glanced at Anya. Quinn quickly turned around to thank Anya. Chapter 47, Sausage. "Sister, sister, I found a sausage." Quinn got up from the ground, holding a thick sausage in his dusty hands, and shouted excitedly to Han Yuran and the others. Han Yuran and the others looked at Quinn, and Sophie said, "Eat it yourself." Quinn shook his head quickly, and trotted over. "This sausage is so thick, I can't eat it by myself. Let's share it." Several people looked at Quinn, who ran over with a happy face. At this time, only when they saw the child's smiling face, their hearts would find a little peace. "Well, this half is for my 2 sisters, and this half is for me and my sister." Quinn twisted the sausage in the middle, and handed half to Han Yuran and the others, and then began to twist the remaining half in his hand. Han Yuran looked at the sausage in her hand, and after eating 2 bites, passed it to Anya. There was no such thing between them. After Anya took it, she continued to eat it without any disgust. Quinn finally twisted the sausage in his hand. "Sister, well." Sophie took it, and looked at Quinn. This sensible child, with heartache, and who knows what the future will be like. After dividing the sausage, Quinn opened the sausage packaging in his hand with shining eyes, and was not in a hurry to eat it. First, he smelled it, looking intoxicated, and after smelling it, he licked his lips, and ate the sausage in his hand in small bites reluctantly. After finishing the meal, they smacked their lips with relish, which made Sophie laugh. But the smile was a little helpless. After they had a bite to fill their teeth and drink some water, they left the supermarket and turned back to continue rushing to Anya's parents' home. But before they ran back to the main road, they heard a voice in the air again. People who are fleeing. Please stop. Han Yuran and the others stopped suddenly, looked at each other, and looked up at the source of the voice in the air. In the air where the protective layer was completely broken, a huge projection screen appeared. The middle-aged man in a suit and tie on the screen was known to all the people, because he was the chairman elected by all the people. Chairman Wei Changjing. Chairman Wei straightened the microphone in front of him, raised his head, and his eyes, which looked full of wisdom, seemed to be able to see the frightened faces of every citizen below. Hello everyone. I am your chairman Wei Changjing. Now the earth we are on, the world we are in, and the environment we are in are undergoing great changes and dangers. Everyone is very scared and helpless. As the chairman, I bow to all the people and apologize for my incompetence, Chairman Wei said, and he really took a step back, bent down, and bowed. Just looking at this performance, I thought he didn't know what the army was doing in the North District. Han Yuren snorted disdainfully after he finished speaking. However, as the chairman, how could he not know? Sophie and Quinn began to peek at Anya again. Anya's face looked a little ugly, and she suddenly turned her head to look at Sophie and the others, scaring them so much that they quickly looked away. Humph! You don't need to mention the army and the government to peek at me. I am the chief designer of the Doomsday plan, and I am also a soldier. I don't feel guilty about this. As soon as she finished speaking, Chairman Wei stood up again. Considering the attacks we are suffering, as the chairman, my duty and obligation is to protect the people as much as possible. It is shameful to give in, but we have to give in at this time. Chapter 48 Addicted to Beauty. The man with gold-rimmed glasses talked freely. Unlike Chairman Wei, who had been agitating like he was on drugs before, his expression was very calm, even gentle, but even so, people still felt that they were moved. Just like Sophie, who was covering her chest at this moment, staring at the man with glasses in the air with her eyes wide open, muttering, I seem to be moved by what he said. Han Yuran looked at her with contempt. Are you sure you were moved by what he said, and not addicted to beauty? Sophie paused as she patted her chest. Her face started to burn. She raised her hand to smooth the messy hair on her forehead, and said shyly, What are you talking about? Really cough. After a fake cough, General Link in the air angrily slapped the table in front of him, slamming it down. You are talking nonsense. Destroying unity and stability. And you will be punished? General Link said in a voice like a bell. And his face, which had been reddened by wine year after year, became even redder. The man with glasses looked at General Link, who was glaring at him, and smiled elegantly. Han Yuren only heard Sophie beside him take a deep breath. After waiting for a long time, he didn't hear Sophie exhaling, so he rolled his eyes helplessly. Are you going to suffocate to death? Sophie then slowly exhaled. The man with glasses in the air spoke calmly. General Link, we also prayed for your protection, but your actions have disappointed us. We have no choice but to take up our own weapons to protect our country, our home, and our family. The man with glasses turned his eyes to the people below and changed his tone. Dear displaced people, although the enemy we have seen is powerful, God has not abandoned us. He has sent down miracles. I think many people have seen miracles, and many people have even become miracles. Shut up. You are treasonous. General Link couldn't sit still and interrupted the man with glasses. But the man with glasses ignored General Link's anger and continued. We have built a fortress. People who do not want to be enslaved. We welcome your arrival. Let's work together for a new world of freedom. Fight. And struggle. People chosen by God. You are the last hope God has left for mankind. Our fortress needs sharp arrows. Our new world needs faith. Our freedom needs wings. And we need you. The man with glasses was also very excited at the end. He stood up from his chair, his eyes shining, and his words stirring his heart. Han Yuren almost raised his arms and cheered with the people around him. But Han Yuren still held back. It was a bit too careless to just fight for him. Sophie beside him went crazy. She actually pulled out her bra, shaking it constantly, and yelling, I am willing to be your wings, to help you show off and fly, she yelled, and waved her hand to throw the bra in her hand towards the man with glasses in the air. The bright red bra was very conspicuous in the air, because her body had been changed. She really threw the bra so far, so high, and it went through the man with glasses' chest. The man with glasses looked at the bra that went through his chest, and his calm expression finally collapsed a little. But he quickly calmed down, raised his head, and was about to continue talking. But as soon as he raised his head, he saw bras thrown at him from all directions. Underwear. Men's underwear. Chapter 49. So handsome that you can't close your legs. Han Yuran felt goosebumps all over her body. As a voice control, she had no resistance to such teasing voices, but looking at Fu Xiuyan's slutty look, she just felt disgusted. Fu Xiuyan was not only handsome, but also very handsome. So handsome that it was inhumane. So handsome that people couldn't close their legs. The black hair looked very soft. Although I didn't touch it, I could imagine the comfortable touch and clean smell. His skin is better than that of girls, and it looks especially fair against his soft black hair, as if it is emitting a sacred light. His eyebrows and eyes are very deep, and he doesn't need to pretend to be affectionate. People who look at him will imagine for themselves how many lingering stories are in his eyes. His high nose bridge makes his whole face three-dimensional, no matter which side it is. It is 360 degrees without dead angles. The philtrum under his nose is slightly deep, and just imagining the sweat sliding down from the tip of his nose makes people's blood boil. The corners of his mouth are always upturned, making him look like he is always smiling seductively. The lines of his lips are very clear, slightly thin, and slightly red, as if he has been bitten. The chin is very clean, without stubble. The Adam's apple, the collarbone, and the two ambiguous points protruding under the simple t-shirt look thin, but the body under the clothes is so perfect, everyone in the world knows it. Slim when dressed, and fleshy when undressed, plus 2 long legs and exposed ankles, everything is perfect and just right. One thing Han Yuran can accept about him is that he is handsome, but not effeminate. He makes people feel perfect. But when describing him, no one would use the word beautiful, even though he always says some naive words. Just like now, after calling everyone my lovers, he gave a greasy kiss to the microphone. Even so, his eyes are still deep, but they are shining as if there are stars sleeping in them. It must be said that beauty harms people. The future of mankind is in turmoil. It is hard to say whether they will live or die. These people even had nosebleeds for a kiss. They really didn't bleed enough before. Because of the freedom and fairness of the world, I can be loved by everyone and do what I like without hesitation. Now someone wants to take away our freedom and make us live in a world without fairness. I, Fu Xiuyan, will never allow it, Fu Xiuyan said. His eyes turned around. Everyone who exchanged glances with him looked like a fangirl. I will never allow my lovers to be treated unfairly. For this, I am willing to sacrifice my life. As long as my little cats can sleep peacefully every night, Fu Xiuyan said with great affection. There were more crying sounds in the excited voices below. One by one, a large group of people cried. Han Yuran looked at the pride flashing in Fu Xiuyan's eyes, and heard him say more emotionally, "My little cats, are you willing to follow me to create a new world together?" As soon as the voice fell, Han Yuran's ears were almost deafened. Shaking his head, he raised his hands to cover his ears. Looking at Sophie, who was shouting excitedly and deforming her face, Han Yuran was completely dumbfounded by her repeated, I do. I do." She had never thought that the star effect could reach this level. If this happened in the distant ancient times in history, this girl could be described in one word, that is, the most beautiful girl in the world. Chapter 50 now, immediately, right away, the image of the little Lolita disappeared, and the whole world fell silent. But some people have begun to move silently. Their steps are heavy, slow but firm, passing through the crowd, corpses, ruins, towards the East District. They lowered their heads, ignoring the eyes of the people around them. Their fists were clenched. They surrendered. Han Yuran's eyes were on a man passing by, whose left hand was pulled back, held tightly by a woman, who had cried so hard that her face was covered with tears. "Brother, don't go," the woman begged desperately, using all her strength, pulling her brother tightly. The man stopped, turned his head to look at the woman whose eyes were rekindled with hope, and said in a low voice, "Either let me go, or follow me. You must know that brother will not hurt you." The man raised his hand to wipe the tears from the woman's face, but the woman excitedly opened her hand. The light in the man's eyes dimmed instantly. The woman was already shouting hysterically, "But you want to abandon me. You are the only relative I have left, brother. Don't go, don't go." The woman grabbed the man's arm again. The man also became excited, raised his hand to grab the woman's clothes, and lifted the woman up. Only her toes were struggling to reach the ground. "Stop it!" the man yelled angrily. spitting all over the woman's face. And the woman was also yelled at and quieted down. I'm going to die. If I don't go to the East District, what should I do? Tell me what to do. The woman kept shaking her head because of the man shaking. Listening to the man's questioning, she insisted. They killed so many people. They are devils. They won't let anyone go. There are many relatives, friends, and lovers who disagree and quarrel like this. Just when they were arguing, Fu Xiuyan and the man with glasses exchanged glances in the picture. And Fu Xiuyan nodded slightly and said in a much louder voice, Everyone calm down. Now I will prove to you the power I have. The noisy people below suddenly became much quieter, but some of them continued to argue excitedly. Fu Xiuyan did not wait for them, but just said, Now, throw anything you want at me. It was quiet for a while, and no one moved. Fu Xiuyan said again, Now. Immediately. Right away. This time, a book flew towards him from nowhere. And then, all kinds of messy things were thrown at him, including food, clothes, broken stones on the ground, and even wheels, doors, flip-flops, and all kinds of messy things flew towards Fu Xiuyan. Compared to the previous flying underwear, this time it looked much more spectacular. Fu Xiuyan said calmly with a confident look, Now I will make all these things stop. So amazing. Sophie muttered in disbelief. But the next moment, Fu Xiuyan snapped his fingers in a very coquettish manner and said, Stop. As soon as the voice fell, all the things flying in the air really stopped moving. This is not the most incredible thing. The most incredible thing is that after all the things stopped, they did not fall down. Chapter 51 Extraordinary Enjoyment. Fuck. Han Yuren only sighed, the things froze in midair, and the people froze on the ground, and everyone froze. Fall? Fu Xiuyan said, and the things slowly fell down. Even the heavy things, like the wheels, fell down as lightly as a piece of paper. The people who froze below began to move, avoiding the things that fell. Fu Xiuyan said, This is my ability. Although it was hidden very deeply, the pride in his eyes was not completely hidden, although he was used to being watched and admired like this, but this time it felt different, and it was extraordinarily enjoyable. The things fell down without hurting anyone. When people looked up at the screen again, the man with glasses had walked to the front, and Fu Xiuyan retreated to the back. Everyone has seen it. This is the power of the miracle worker. And now, in addition to Fu Xiuyan, there are many miracle workers standing on the side of freedom. Each of them has different powers. Fu Xiuyan's power made everyone see the miracle. And the words of the man with glasses really made everyone see hope. Even many people who were walking towards the East District stopped. The man with glasses continued, And now, among you, there are still many miracle workers. As long as they are willing to stand up, willing to stand for their own freedom, the freedom of this world. As long as we, the unselected, are willing to form the strongest backing, the warmest home, we will definitely win the day, the man with glasses said, raising his right hand, touching his chest, and said firmly, I, Wu Su, swear, I am willing to dedicate my life until the aliens are eliminated. His voice was like a bell, and his tone was sonorous, which sounded very convincing. I, Fu Xiuyan, swear that I will dedicate my life until the aliens are eliminated. Fu Xiuyan, who was standing at the back, also put his right hand on his chest and said firmly. Then, there were more swearing voices. On the left and right of Fu Xiuyan, there were people standing. Men, women, young and old. All of them were swearing. And they said in unison, I can swear I. Hulk, swear I. Wang Tianyi, swear each name. Each person represents a power that is willing to give, and also represents a hope. Behind this row, there were many people standing. Men, women, young and old. Some with wounds and blood on their bodies. But their expressions were firm, and their voices were even firmer. The picture was getting farther and farther away, and there was still no end in sight for this group of people. Damn it. Why do I feel like crying so much? Sophie said in a sobbing voice, wiping away tears. Han Yuren also felt a blockage in her throat and a sore nose. They lived too safely, without wars or criminals. They were already very passionate, especially for their beliefs, their country, their families, and themselves. Let's go. Pick up uncle and aunt, Han Yuren said, drawing the attention of Anya and the others. Her meaning was very clear. Not going to the East District meant they chose freedom. Even if this freedom might be short-lived and dangerous. Sophie took 2 breaths and nodded vigorously. Okay. I agree. Quinn's answer was simpler. I'll go wherever the sisters go. After everyone expressed their opinions, they looked at Anya, who was still silent. Chapter 52. As long as you want. Anya rolled her eyes, looking at the 3 pairs of eyes staring at her, said helplessly, Of course, I have to go find my family. Sophie and Quinn breathed out in unison. Sophie stroked her chest. Quinn rolled his eyes. Their expressions were as vivid as they could be. Only Han Yuren had a normal expression. Looking into Anya's eyes, Anya asked, Do you think I will ignore their lives' end? Go to the government? As long as you want, you can do it. Han Yuren did not hide his thoughts, and said it very straightforwardly. The 2 people who were exaggerating also calmed down, and the atmosphere was a little tense and awkward for a while. However, unexpectedly, Anya did not get angry this time. Instead, she said in agreement, Of course. As long as I want. I can do anything. Isn't that the case for everyone? After saying that, she swung her wavy long hair and turned to continue walking towards District G12. Wusu also said, We are waiting for everyone to arrive in the abandoned world. Han Yuran and others stopped. And Anya was the first to speak. The last district in each district has a door leading to the abandoned world. We are going to District G12, which happens to be the last district in the North District. Fortunately, we are on the way, Anya said, and she spread her hands mischievously and raised her sexy lips. Others also started to move. As expected, there were many people rushing to the East District. But surprisingly, there were many people running to District G12. The people around Han Yuran and her friends were half and half. A cat-like woman ran past them. Han Yuran took a look and found that it was the sister who had disagreed with her brother before. However, she was the only one running to District G12 with tears in her eyes. In the end, she still failed to convince her brother, nor herself. Then let's go quickly, Sophie said anxiously. By 12 o'clock, the gang will probably be on the move again. It's 10 o'clock now, Quinn said after glancing at the watch on his left wrist. In such a hurry. There are only 2 hours left. Sophie was a little frightened. Quinn shook his head quickly and explained. It's 10 o'clock in the morning now. Sophie frowned, looked up at the dark sky, and asked in disbelief. You mean? It's daytime now. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky. Quinn nodded affirmatively. That's right. Sophie opened her mouth and nodded silently. Han Yuran said, Then let's go quickly. The 4 of them set out again. The invaders really didn't appear, letting these people who were obviously against them run to the abandoned world. I didn't expect that. There are still quite a lot of people willing to resist, Sophie said happily as she looked at the crowd around her. They ran to G12 District, G36 Left Street, Building 13789 without any accidents. But the 4 of them were dumbfounded, looking at the 13,789 houses that had completely collapsed. Han Yuran and Anya rushed into the ruins without stopping for a moment, shouting loudly, Mouse, Mom, Dad, Uncle, Auntie! Han Yuran also shouted, while using his hands and feet to climb to the top of the ruins, turning his head and looking around anxiously. Sophie and Quinn also joined in. The 2 of them searched and turned around. Han Yuran watched Sophie use the water and fire in her hands to wrap up the mess on the ground and throw it aside, and hurriedly shouted, Sophie, don't move. If someone is just below, and you touch them, it's over. Chapter 53. Unbelievable. Sophie froze for a moment after being yelled at by Han Yuran, and she put away the whip of water and fire in her hand. Quinn beside her also stopped wisely, and his arms, which were flashing with lightning, slowly returned to normal. Their abilities were too lethal, and they did not distinguish between friend and foe, and were difficult to control. Han Yuran was relieved, and she started to move it herself. Her ability was an attack that she could control, so she was not worried about hurting the people below. However, Sophie and Quinn did not just stand by and watch, but used their ordinary hands, trying hard and laboriously to move the things. Anya was a little crazier than them. Her beautiful hands were covered with cuts, blood and dirt, but she did not feel any pain. She shouted until her voice was hoarse. It was difficult to walk in the ruins, and she would fall from time to time. And she also had a lot of injuries on her body. Han Yuran was the fastest, and only a shadow could be seen. She pushed forward little by little from the back to the front, from left to right, on the ruins without leaving any gaps. An hour later, Sophie and Quinn were so tired that they sat down, gasping for air. Anya was also struggling to hold on, covered with wounds. Many people passing by would take a curious look, but no one asked. After another half an hour, Anya could no longer hold on, and her legs softened, and she fell down. The hard and broken wall hurt her back, but she didn't even have the strength to cry out in pain. Han Yuren had already cleared most of the ruins. Not only did she not see Anya's parents and Hausi, she also did not see anyone else in the building. There was not even any blood. This should be considered good news. It seems that before the building collapsed, the people in the building had already left. Although this possibility is very high, Han Yuren still searched through the remaining ruins. Later, Sophie, Quinn and Anya rejoined. Until the end, the clearing was completely cleared. Not even a stone was left. And the four people gathered together with heavy faces. Han Yuren spoke first. They must have left early. Sophie nodded. I think so too. Don't worry too much. Quinn didn't say anything. Just nodded. But where did they go? When did they leave? The feeling of no one alive and no body dead made her more worried. Maybe they went to the abandoned world. Or maybe to the East District. Quinn said something that was nonsense. But it was nonsense that still needed someone to say. No. With Hausi's temper, he will never go to the East District, Han Yuren said with certainty. Anya also nodded in agreement. Yes, Hausi will not go to the East District. Let's go to the abandoned world. Now that things have come to this, there is only one way. As for whether they left during the temporary truce or when they left in the crisis, no one raised this question again. This question is too heavy, and everyone can only pretend not to think about it. Following the flow of people, the road is wide. There are more people, and they are all crowded. Is there a place in the abandoned world where so many people can live? Sophie asked with some concern. There are unexpectedly many people. The abandoned world was clearly a place where humans could not survive before. Now suddenly talking about going to the abandoned world to build a new world is simply unbelievable. Chapter 54 Abandoned World. Sophie shouted, shy, angry, and a little sad as she threw her hands, and the arrow she shot turned into a rope, wrapped around the city gate that had not been smashed down, and the whole person flew over. The figure flying in the air, with legs tightly pressed together, without the slightest gap. Han Yuren smiled unkindly. After smashing down such a large section of the city wall, the speed should be able to increase. After shouting to Quinn, who was still smashing the wall crazily, she carried Anya out of the city and entered the abandoned world. After leaving the city gate, they saw Sophie standing on a crooked dead tree not far away, with her back to them. Looking up, probably looking forward. Many people who left the city stopped, as they were still very curious about this abandoned world that had always been a forbidden place. This is the abandoned world, Quinn said with a sigh. All they saw was gray, but the visibility was higher than the previous fog. This world is gray, Quinn couldn't help but say excitedly. That's right. The whole abandoned world is like a gray fairy tale world, with strange dead trees everywhere, and ruins that are very suitable for shooting horror movies. They stand there alone, and black birds fly by with shrill cries. And stay. It seems to be saying, welcome to our world. Let's have a grand death party. I have to say that such a world is also very beautiful. A kind of weird beauty. The gray world makes people feel dreamy. But here, this dream is full of death. It's like a fanged mollusk crawling over the weeds around you, biting your flesh when you're not paying attention. But when you look at it, it will retract its fangs, roll into a ball, and completely wrap itself in its hard shell. You are even less sure what harm those things that fall on you, like dust and starlight, will cause you. And every breath of spicy air that enters the body makes people stop for a moment, doubting whether it is right or wrong to come to this abandoned world. But before people have too much time to doubt their decision, they hear a familiar voice in the air saying, everyone, don't stay. Please come to the castle as soon as possible. It's dangerous outside. Han Yuren looked up at the projection in the air. It was the man with glasses. Wu Su. How do we get there? The person who asked the question was a white-haired old lady next to Han Yuren and the others. Follow the crowd. Hold on to me. And don't let go even if you fall. The old man next to the old lady said with a grumble. The old lady smiled and said, okay. Holding the old man's hand tighter, the two old men trembled and walked forward with the crowd. Sophie. Come here. Han Yuren shouted to Sophie, who was standing on the tree, Sophie went over obediently, but she still had a stern face, as if I was still angry. It was not a big deal. So naturally no one would go out of their way to comfort her. Only Quinn, who knew nothing, asked innocently, "Sister, why are you unhappy?" Sophie opened her mouth in grievance, but when she saw that innocent face, she shook her head helplessly. "It's okay, let's go." She really couldn't bear to destroy a pure heart. Several people followed the crowd and walked forward. After walking about 1,000 meters, Han Yuran saw a person standing still facing them, like a gatekeeper, but his demeanor was not very polite. Chapter 55. Looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. It didn't take too long for everyone to search, and then they saw a little girl who looked like a doll, pointing to a place and shouting excitedly, "Butterfly! White butterfly!" Everyone looked in the direction of her finger, and sure enough, they saw a white butterfly flying out from behind a flower that was in full bloom in the flowers not far away. What surprised everyone was that, behind this butterfly, there was actually a slightly larger white butterfly following. The two butterflies were entangled, flying gracefully. "It's so beautiful," Quinn said with admiration. Wusu's projection suddenly appeared in the air again, urging everyone to move forward quickly. So everyone looked at the two butterflies reluctantly again, and continued to move forward. "That Wusu is so handsome, I've decided I'm going to sleep with him," Sophie said shamelessly, her eyes turned into hearts. "You don't like that Fu Xiuyan? I saw you were so excited that you almost fainted," Han Yuren asked with some surprise. But Sophie's heart-shaped eyes returned to normal, and she said seriously, "Fu Xiuyan has a beautiful body. As the saying goes, everyone loves beauty. So it is normal to be excited about him. But the person you want to be with must touch your soul. And my soul was touched by Wusu. And it was deeply touched." Sophie covered her chest and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Han Yuren rolled her eyes at her. "I think you have no soul now." As she spoke, she saw another gatekeeper, who looked a little older, probably in his 40s. But as a man, he is in his prime. And the muscles on his body are indeed as numerous as flowers blooming. The shiny muscles make people swallow several mouthfuls of saliva, including many greedy ones. Just like Quinn, licking the saliva at the corner of his mouth and saying, "I really want to eat meat." "Eating too much meat is not good," Han Yuren said, patting the back of Quinn's head. Quinn immediately raised his head and retorted, "I'm still a child, growing up, and needing nutrition. Not all women like this kind of man. You know?" Han Yuren raised her eyebrows meaningfully, but was glared at by Sophie, who pulled Quinn behind her and scolded Han Yuren. "What are you talking about? You are leading a child astray." Han Yuren glared at her in return. Only good children can be led astray. Sophie was silenced by the rebuttal. Quinn pretended to be honest and kept silent. After walking forward for a long and winding way, the crowd finally saw the so-called castle. This castle really looked like a castle. It looked exactly like a castle. It was a huge castle. "It looks like a mountain," Han Yuren muttered as he looked at the huge castle in the distance. From the location and outline of the castle, it can be vaguely seen that this was once a towering mountain. Below the castle, you can see many exposed roofs, pushing forward layer by layer, all the way to the city wall that is more than one person high. "It's round," Anya said. "The castle is in the center, and there are houses scattered in a circle around it, and crisscrossing roads. This is where they will live in the future, and it exudes ancient beauty everywhere." When they got here, the pace of progress began to slow down, because everyone who entered the city needed to ascend the throne, issue identity documents, and be arranged to live. Chapter 56. Boundary. Han Yuren and the others moved forward slowly, looking around with curiosity and anxiety. The place was larger than expected, and more beautiful than expected, and the people were more cultured than expected. Sophie exclaimed, "If I live in there, I'll be a princess." "It's not only the royal family that lives in castles, servants live there too," Sophie said sarcastically, and then lowered her head to ask Quinn, "What time is it now?" Quinn lowered his head to look at the watch on his wrist. "There are still 53 minutes to 12 o'clock. "So fast!" Sophie exclaimed and quickly lowered her voice, looking around with her big eyes, looking at Han Yuren and repeating, "So fast! Can we catch up and get into the city?" Before Han Yuren could answer, Wusu came out again. "Don't worry, everyone. You are safe here. Because when you enter the road pointed by the first gatekeeper, you enter the barrier. The miracle seekers are releasing their divine power all the time, supporting the barrier and protecting our safety. Wow! We are really in sync. A perfect match. Sophie began to look at Wusu in the air with hearts in her eyes, and became infatuated with him. After Han Yuren rolled her eyes at her with disdain, Wusu continued, "In order to let the miracle seekers join us as soon as possible, please identify yourself. Those miracle seekers who have not entered the city yet. We will communicate with you in detail about the future protection of humans and fighting against aliens. Now, we humans need you." Finally, Wusu said very sincerely, "I am." Before Wusu's voice faded, Sophie had already raised her hand and shouted at the top of her lungs. She slapped her hand on the ground, and the water stairs rose up layer by layer, pushing her up to the sky. Han Yuren, who was beside her, quickly held Anya with her left hand and Quinn with her right hand, pulling them back to prevent Sophie's water from freezing. Han Yuren looked up at the excited Sophie in the air, thinking that this guy was definitely a person who valued love over friendship, and would be blinded by love and was unreliable. As Sophie appeared and admitted, many people appeared in front of and behind them, left and right. For a moment, everyone looked up at them, their future hope, their patron saint. Wusu's eyes fell on Sophie, and she twisted her body in a very artificial way, twisting her arms, waist, thighs several times, and then she threw her long hair in front of her body with her hands. The key point is that it was all on one side. After doing all this, she raised her hand to her head, waved it gently, and said in a coquettish voice, "Hi." Wusu smiled. Sophie roared in her heart, "You must be a gentle beast, bite me, tear me apart. Welcome to you." Wusu said very officially, and looked at other miracle workers again. Sophie was still immersed in Wusu's smile. Wusu continued, "Please, all miracle workers, go to the city gate." The miracle workers in the air, relying on their own abilities, flew to the city gate. Han Yuren looked at Anya, and just as she was about to speak, she said, "Go ahead. Go into the city first." Han Yuren swallowed the question, nodded, and changed her words. "If there is any trouble, just say you are a miracle worker's family member. Although this is a place to take refuge and create a new world, Han Yuren is still worried without a complete understanding. After all, the government they deeply trusted has abandoned and betrayed them. Chapter 57. Make way. Anya nodded without worrying too much. "Don't worry, after talking to them, ask them to help find my parents and Hausi. It's okay, take care of yourself first." Han Yuren patted Anya's shoulder. Quinn also raised his head and said, "Sister, wait for us." Anya pinched his cheek. "Listen to your sister, Yuren. Do you know?" Quinn nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, sister. Quinn is very sensible." After that, the few people stopped talking. Han Yuren took Quinn to fly up, stepping on other shoulders without hesitation, wondering, how come other miracle workers can fly? Facts have proved that she thought too much. And there are many miracle workers who can only shout helplessly after exerting their abilities. "Make way. Make way. I am a miracle worker." A miracle worker. Quinn looked at the holy light wings behind Han Yuren, and asked in confusion, "Sister Yuren, why can't your wings fly?" "Then you have to ask about the wings." Han Yuren replied in a very frivolous way. Quinn pursed his lips and chose to remain silent. As for those humans who were used as stepping stones by Han Yuren, they could only hold back. Some of them even felt honored. After Han Yuren left, they touched their shoulders with gratitude and excitement, and muttered nervously, "I was stepped on by the miracle worker. I was stepped on by the miracle worker." Ha ha ha. Han Yuren brought Quinn to the city gate. There were 2 tables in front of the city gate. One side was for ordinary people to register, and the other side was for miracle workers to register. But Han Yuren looked around, and saw that there were quite a few people on the miracle person side. There were probably several hundred people, but compared to the people next to them, it was not that many, even pitifully few. Sophie's figure could no longer be seen, and Han Yuren angrily cursed. "Can't this guy wait for us?" Quinn chuckled, and he was still closer to Sophie. After all, Sophie had always been loyal to him. So at this time, although he could not stand on Sophie's side, he would not despise her. So the two of them also lined up. They lined up very quickly. Everyone just registered their name and demonstrated their abilities, and then they could go in. So it was soon Han Yuren and Quinn's turn. The person who took notes was a pale-faced man wearing a black suit, a white shirt, and a slick back hair. Han Yuren. Han Yuren didn't need to demonstrate her abilities at all, because she had confiscated her wings at all. So the slick-back hair man just glanced at the wings behind Han Yuran, and wrote down Han Yuran's name in the notebook. That's right, just writing, without any advanced equipment, but using a very old way. Come in. After the man finished writing, he said to Han Yuran, I'll wait for him. Han Yuran replied, Quinn. Quinn quickly reported his name, and stretched out his hand, and the lightning flashed again. Even when he saw such a small child, the man was very calm. Seemingly he was used to it. Come in. The man did not look down on Quinn just because he was a child, and spoke to him with the same respect. Thank you. Quinn thanked him immediately, and walked into the city with Han Yuran, who was waiting for him. The city wall was very wide, so from the outside of the city to the inside of the city, there would be a dark area without sunlight. Quinn walked, and stretched out his hand with some fear, to grab Han Yuran. Han Yuran got ahead of him, and stretched his hand behind him. Quinn looked at the finger and happily shook it. Chapter 58 Flying. Quinn held Han Yuran's hand, and walked towards the city excitedly. Soon, the two walked out of the shadow inside the city gate, and the bright sunshine came down. Han Yuran suddenly asked in confusion, That's not right. It shouldn't be night. How can there be sunshine? Quinn was confused by the question. He scratched his head with his other hand, and said in confusion, Yeah, what's going on? Never mind, let's go. Han Yuran didn't think about it, pulled Quinn forward, and raised his leg, but had to put it down again. For a moment, he didn't know where to go. She could only look at the people around her. But everyone around her was like her, standing there blankly. No one dared to walk around when they first arrived. If they took another wrong step, they would be beaten to death. Who would be responsible? Han Yuran and Quinn had no choice but to stop. At this time, they had to follow the crowd. The more they did, the more mistakes they made. They had nothing to do, so they could only look at the buildings in the city. From where they stood, there were about 5 circles of houses in the city. And then, there was an inner wall, which was much lower than the outer wall, about the height of a house. Although not high, the city wall is very thick, compared with the yellow and white houses in the whole city. The color is much darker. It seems that the houses inside are more exquisite, and they are suddenly separated from the houses outside. Han Yuran continued to look inside, and vaguely seemed to see another layer of city wall. Before she could see clearly, a person flew out from the city. It was really a person who flew out, completely in the air, and there was nothing under his feet or on his body that could make him fly. The man with ordinary looks and figure landed under the doubtful gazes of the crowd. Dear friends, please follow me, the ordinary man said to everyone after landing. He was not polite, but he made people feel very enthusiastic, and even wanted to give him a bear hug to express their excitement. However, though they thought about it, no one really did it. Where are you going? A fool asked, and got several eye rolls. The fool looked at the people who rolled their eyes innocently, and asked timidly, Am I wrong? The people who rolled their eyes were too lazy to roll their eyes. The ordinary man replied enthusiastically, Let's go meet Wusu and other miracle workers, and discuss the future together. Han Yuran nodded gently, muttering in his heart, Wusu. Discuss. This time, no one asked any more questions, and they all followed the ordinary man, and walked forward honestly. The ordinary man looked at it, and shouted loudly again, Everyone, fly up. Faster. After he finished shouting, many people flew up one after another, and many people on the ground said in embarrassment, I can't fly. I can't fly. The ordinary man looked like he remembered it, and patted his head and said, Everyone, help each other. Help each other. Lend a hand. The people who flew up helplessly fell down again. After looking around, Han Yuran grabbed Quinn, stepped on the ground, and jumped onto the house next door. She just avoided a hand that was trying to take her flying. After the hand with distinct joints missed, it grabbed a man next to Sophie. Sophie jumped onto the roof and looked back at her previous position. She was a little surprised that there was no gap under her feet. Chapter 59, I have little education. Han Yuran stepped on the roof, and then jumped onto another roof. Looking back, the previous roof was still intact. It seemed that the buildings in this city were very strong. Not only the houses, but even the boards on the ground could withstand her step. Compared with the original world, they were much stronger. This was a good thing. The people on their side flew towards the castle at a fast speed with the ordinary men. Many miracle workers appeared intermittently behind them. waiting stupidly at the city gate. As for the ordinary people, they were also standing at the city gate, waiting for arrangements. Fortunately, there were no problems or dissatisfaction for the time being, and everyone was obediently obeying. Seeing the castle getting closer and closer, Han Yuren landed on the third layer of the city wall that he had vaguely seen before. Looking at the buildings inside the city wall, they were much more exquisite than those outside. There were separate small buildings. As expected, as long as there were people, there would be different class treatments. However, since he was a miracle worker, his treatment would definitely be good. It was estimated that this small building with a separate entrance was prepared for miracle workers. Han Yuren is pretty. After working hard for half her life, she has never lived in such a high-end house. Becoming a miracle worker, having the ability to protect herself, protecting humanity, and being worshipped and admired by the world. The peak of her life has come. She felt tired at the beginning, but now she thinks, why should she be tired? Come on. I will open my arms and wait for you. Quinn looked up coquettishly, looking at Han Yuren, whose eyes were shining like bright stars, and the faint smile on her lips, and whispered, Sister, we are almost falling behind. Han Yuren came back to her senses from her sweet dream, looking at the backs of the group in front of her, and hurriedly took Quinn to catch up. The closer you get, the more you can feel the hugeness of this huge castle, and its magnificence. The castle is completely black, and the black makes people feel a little depressed, especially when you are close. Looking up at the top of the castle, you always feel a sense of suffocation. When you look closer, it feels more like an ancient palace recorded in history than a castle. Han Yuren and a group of people stopped in front of the castle, looking at the towering castle, and muttered. Quinn beside him frowned and thought for a while, then said aggrievedly, I don't have much education. I didn't lie to you. Han Yuren added, looking at the flying beams and painted buildings, and the eternal lights hanging at the four corners of the eaves, which were getting smaller and smaller as they went up layer by layer, until the top, like a sharp arrow pointing straight to the sky. It is indeed a palace. Han Yuren said this time with certainty. Everyone, please come in. I'll go pick someone up. After the ordinary man said this, he flew to the city gate again. He was busy enough. The people in front of the palace gate, after looking at each other, no longer hesitated, raised their legs and stepped into the palace with the door wide open. As Han Yuren walked in, he muttered in his heart again. I prefer the exquisiteness of the palace to the castle, but this palace is too abrupt compared to all the buildings in this city. Strange. First, the people in front walked in nervously, but something unexpected happened. Nick, there was another closed door inside, and they didn't see anything. After hearing several heavy breaths, the door was pushed open with a creaky sound, as if it hadn't been opened for hundreds of years, so historical and tense. Chapter 60. Honesty and no pretense. Han Yuren was unhappy. Although the other person was very good-looking, this look was too possessive. As a female man, she was still very repulsive to this strange look from a stranger. But she felt a sense of familiarity in her heart, which was very vague. She couldn't remember it for a while, but she always felt that she had seen this man before. She walked forward step by step with doubts in her heart, and stopped 3 rows away from the man. She had to stop because the people in front of her stopped. The man who tilted his head to look at her, raised his frivolous mouth corners, and then raised them again, with a hint of amusement, and retracted his gaze. Han Yuren clenched his fists, and resisted the urge to hit him. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Wusu in front of him. Welcome everyone, and thank you for being a part of the new world. Wusu bowed his head deeply, and bent his waist. As for the newcomers opposite him, only a few of them returned the greetings with some embarrassment, and some were unmoved. But there were also heroic men who patted their chests with their palm leaf fans. What are you talking about? We are also protecting ourselves and our families. What are you thanking us for? We will all be a family from now on. The rough voice resounded throughout the hall, and it did not make people feel vulgar, but instead gave people a little warmth in their hearts. A bunch of people from all over the world, whose identities, backgrounds, pasts, preferences, etc. are all unknown, gathered together to do the important task of protecting the world. If anyone said that they had no selfishness or hidden intentions, no one would believe it. However, when such words were spoken, everyone could still feel warm on the surface for a while. Han Yuren looked at the man who had looked at her before. Although she could only see a little bit of his profile, She could see his upturned lips clearly. He was smiling. And he sneered at the warm words just now. Being so frank and unpretentious in this situation is very strong. Wusu straightened up, looked at the generous man with great emotion, nodded and said, "This friend is right. From now on we are a family." Wusu looked to the right and said, "Please wait for a moment. When all the miracle workers are gathered, we will discuss everything about the future together." They provided everyone with choices and accommodation, and no one made the decision. They were willing to discuss with everyone, which undoubtedly increased their favorability in everyone's hearts. Moreover, these miracle workers have their own abilities, and they are more aware of the power. Therefore, it is better for everyone to sit down and talk about the future. Therefore, no one said much, and they turned around and walked back, because the rows in front were full of people. Han Yuran was originally walking at the back, but now she was at the front. After considering the line of sight, she stood in another row along the aisle and stood on the side. Quinn naturally stood next to her. After the newcomer stood in place, the whole hall suddenly fell into silence, which made people feel uncomfortable. But they soon got used to it. Han Yuran glanced at the people on the left, wondering, when did they get together? They are so like-minded. And this city and this palace? Are they historical relics, or were they built in advance? If they were built in advance, did they know about it? But if they were not built in advance, this speed is too fast. Who can build a house quickly? Chapter 61. Use up all the milk. Han Yuran was thinking about all sorts of things in her mind. Her head was in a knot, but she couldn't figure it out. Her temples were buzzing with pain from thinking. Han Yuran raised her hand and rubbed it, and then gave up thinking. She still preferred to solve problems with force, although she could remain calm and make various decisions calmly when facing danger. Perhaps it was out of an instinct for survival. If she really had to think about something seriously, she would use up all her milk, not to mention racking her brains. Even though she didn't have any milk yet, she couldn't think of anything. After standing and waiting for a while, more than 20 people came in from outside. The situation was the same as before. It was repeated again. Then, there was another boring wait. Quinn rolled his eyes. His legs were tightly closed, and his expression was very uneasy and anxious. He pursed his lips tightly and raised his hand to pull Han Yuran beside him. "What's wrong?" Han Yuran lowered her head and asked. Quinn said embarrassedly, "Sister, I want to go to the bathroom." Han Yuran smacked her lips, turned her head and looked around, rolled her eyes helplessly, raised her hand. That before she finished speaking, she successfully attracted the attention of half of the people in the hall. Han Yuran grinned and said to Wusu, who was looking at her, "Excuse me, may I ask where is the restroom?" The person who was looking at her turned his head back without interest. Wusu smiled very friendly. "I'm very sorry. Qianlin, can you please take this lady there?" The latter part was said to a beautiful short-haired woman standing in the first row on the left. Qianlin nodded, walked out, and asked everyone, "Does anyone else want to go to the restroom? You can come with me." After this call, many people started to move, and it seemed that many people were so constipated. Quinn saw this scene and laughed. This way, he wouldn't feel embarrassed. A large group of people followed Qianlin and walked to the left side of the hall. There were wooden doors one after another. Han Yuran watched Qianlin open the door, and was afraid that there would be more doors outside. But this time she thought too much. After opening the door, there was a passage with ancient candles, swaying in the wind. This scene was like watching TV or a movie. It was quite beautiful. The group of people also slowed down their steps, and followed Qianlin on tiptoe. After walking a long way along the long passage, Qianlin stopped, raised his hand and pointed to the left, saying, "Men on the left, women on the right." Han Yuran stopped, looked at Quinn and asked, "Do you dare to go?" Quinn nodded. Han Yuran nodded. "Then go." Quinn nodded again, and walked towards the men's restroom with his head held high. Han Yuran also walked towards the women's restroom. But before she could go in, a hand suddenly stretched out from behind her and patted her on the right shoulder. Han Yuran's eyes suddenly changed. She grabbed her right shoulder with her left hand, bit her knees at the same time, and pulled the hand on her shoulder forward. There was a snap and a cry of pain. A sexy figure flew over Han Yuran's shoulder and flew to the front. Han Yuran raised her eyebrows in confusion. Why did this voice sound so familiar? She must have heard it many times before. Or she heard it a lot recently. Chapter 62. Damn embarrassing. It hurt so much. The person lying on his back on the ground said with a grin. Han Yuren looked down at the familiar face below, and smiled awkwardly for a moment. The ground is cold, look at you. Get up quickly, ha ha ha. Han Yuren laughed dryly, under Sophie's aggrieved gaze, pulled the arm that she had twisted, and pulled Sophie up from the ground. There were another crackling sound. Sophie grabbed her shoulders in pain, and said with a trembling voice, I can do it myself. Please let me go, okay, please. Han Yuren licked his dry lips, and let go of his hand. Sophie's arm suddenly dropped, swaying back and forth. Han Yuren and Sophie both stared, looking at the arm that was like a swing. Sophie only felt toothache, headache, handache, and pain everywhere. Han Yuren only felt embarrassed. So embarrassed. So damn embarrassed. Qian Lin, who had led them here, looked at the two people who were frozen, and said, just bear with it for a while. As he said that, before Sophie could react, he had already taken a step forward. His big leather boots made a crisp sound, and he grabbed Sophie's dangling arm with one hand. In the other's terrified eyes, he pushed hard with his hand. There was another crack, accompanied by a scream that gradually faded away. Sophie opened her mouth wide, her face pale, and her forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. She squinted her eyes and looked at Qianlin, who was calm and had put down his hand. Try to move it a little bit, Qianlin said. Sophie swallowed her saliva, closed her mouth, moved a little bit with some fear, and her expression became more and more surprised. Finally, she happily swung her arm and said excitedly, It's okay. It doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you. It's okay. You guys go to the bathroom quickly. People who went to the bathroom came out one after another, and only the two of them were still wasting time here. Sophie nodded. Okay. Thank you. After saying that, she looked at Han Yuren helplessly, nodded her head towards the bathroom door. Let's go. Han Yuren could only smile awkwardly and followed Sophie to the bathroom. Fortunately, the bathroom was not antique, so they didn't have to squat in the toilet. After solving the physiological problem, everyone walked out with a comfortable expression. But Han Yuren's comfortable expression was no longer comfortable after she walked out of the bathroom door. At the door of the men's bathroom opposite, there was a man standing. The man who had been looking at her. Han Yuren's eyes suddenly became alert, and she turned away without making a sound, pretending that she hadn't seen it, and turned to walk out. Sophie, who was next to her, asked in confusion, That handsome guy seemed to be looking at you? Han Yuren said to Sophie, You must have seen it wrong. You're right. I'm just looking at you. Beautiful girl. The strange and magnetic bass voice was teasing and frivolous. Han Yuren frowned again, because she felt that this voice was familiar. She must have heard it before, but the voice she remembered seemed to be more frivolous and annoying than the current one. What, did you forget? The voice slowly approached. Sophie, who was standing by, looked back and forth between the two of them. After a secret smile, she stepped back secretly. Han Yuren suddenly turned around and looked at the approaching man unfriendly. The tall figure forced Han Yuren to slightly raise his head. As if he didn't see the displeasure in Han Yuren's eyes, the man approached step by step and then came closer. Chapter 63, If you are not crazy, you cannot live. Hey, it would be a pity not to accept such a top-notch man. Sophie swallowed her saliva and said, Go and accept him. Han Yuren rolled her eyes at her. Sophie immediately glared at him, with a loyal look swearing, My heart, my body, and everything I have will be given to Wu Su. Please go back quickly. Qian Lin, who came to Han Yuren and the others a step later than Gu Cheng, urged them. Sophie put down her raised hand in a flash. Sister, wait for me. Qian's voice came from behind, and he ran over with a worried look on his face. Why are you so slow? Hey, I went to the toilet. They didn't stay any longer, and became the last group to go back. A dozen people stood on the middle of the road, and the man who led them before was also there, and didn't leave. It seems that this miracle worker, there are only so many for the time being. Han Yuren glanced at the hall. It was estimated that there were about 400 to 500 miracle workers. However, it seemed a bit too wishful to rely on 400 to 500 people to save the world. After all, their enemy was not a powerful being, but a group of powerful beings. If they did not have an advantage in numbers, then they would really have no advantage. The reason why Han Yuren stood here was, of course, because Anya's parents and Haozi happened to be here, and it was on the way. But they did not find Anya's parents and Halsey. Their chances of life and death were 50-50. If they survived, their chances of running to this side or to the invaders were also 50-50. However, based on Han Yuren's understanding of Anya's parents and Halsey, they are not the kind of people who can be manipulated by others as long as they can survive. So she thinks the chance of coming here is greater. Here, everyone is from Earth and is easier to talk to. What's more, she is the miracle worker they need. But looking at the situation in front of her, Han Yuren is a little worried. However, she still walked towards her position firmly, because the last reason she chose to come here was for herself. She has never been a person who can be manipulated by others. Although she is disgusted with the world, she still doesn't want to die. One person's struggle is never as powerful as a group of people's struggle. She is such a simple and realistic person, because she wanted to live, and live in accordance with her own will. Therefore, she was willing to be worshipped as a god, face danger, and charge into battle to kill the enemy. Her life before was too boring. Although the fighting along the way was dangerous, she even felt a little desperate. But at the same time she felt nervous and excited, which made her want to shout out loud. She wanted to kill more enemies, wanted to see blood, and wanted to go crazy. Humph. Han Yuren stood in her position and chuckled. There was only one sentence in his mind. To live in the end times, you must be crazy and you cannot survive. Quinn heard Han Yuren's laughter, looked up at Han Yuren, and saw that the other party looked very relaxed, even comfortable. Quinn shook his head in confusion and retracted his gaze. The people in the aisle, under Wusu's instructions, walked to the right and stood in a row, and the man leading the way stood on the left. Wusu's eyes swept from left to right, and finally stopped on the right, and said, "All the miracle workers who chose the new world, except for the miracle workers who were arranged in the city, have arrived. Now we will discuss all future matters. I will represent the miracle workers on the left and outside to discuss with everyone." Chapter 64 Awesome, Maisu. After Wusu finished speaking, there were uncontrolled low exclamations from the right, and most people turned their heads to look at the motionless miracle workers on the left. After that, their eyes slowly shifted back to Wusu, a gentle man who looked very young. The light reflected on his glasses, making him look a little unfathomable. He had always been the one to come forward, and now he was representing all the miracle workers before. This Wusu was definitely not an ordinary person. Sure enough, someone asked, "I have a question. Mr. Wu, are you also a miracle worker?" This is a very important question. A capable person will only believe in a more capable person. Wusu nodded. "Yes, I am also fortunate to be blessed by God and become one of the miracle workers." "Then what is Mr. Wu's ability?" the person on the right asked. "Protection and enlightenment," Wusu replied. The person on the right was silent for a while, and fell into thought. Protection is easier to understand. But what kind of magical ability is enlightenment? Wusu smiled gently, and began to explain. "One of my abilities, protection, has actually been seen by everyone." Han Yuren frowned and thought about it. She had never seen Wusu fighting with others. If he really used the protection ability that everyone had seen, then it could only be that Han Yuren was shocked and looked at the calm man in disbelief. If it was the protection that everyone had seen here, then it could only be the protection of this entire new world. This city, this palace, even the strange green grass when they came here, the birdsong and the fragrance of flowers everywhere. The barrier mentioned before is so huge, and it is constantly releasing. It is supported by him alone. This is incredible. Thinking of this, Han Yuren suddenly thought of the second ability mentioned by Wusu just now. Enlightenment. What does Mr. Wu mean? From the moment you follow the arrangement of the first guide, step into the barrier, you are entering my protection. Every minute and every second. Every place here. Wusu explained. It was just as Han Yuren thought. There were exclamations from the right again. They also have abilities, but compared to Wusu's, it seems a little worse. Not paying attention to the shocked look on the right, Wusu continued. As for enlightenment, it is actually very simple. Such a huge barrier, I certainly can't support it all by myself. After hearing him say that, the expression of the person on the right improved a little. This is normal. So my other ability is to enlighten ordinary people, and have the ability to release defense. Of course, when I say ordinary people, they must be ordinary people with potential. Suddenly, there was another exclamation from the right that was even more shocked than before. Although Han Yuren guessed it almost. She was still shocked and envious when she heard Wusu say it himself. Not only does he have the ability, but he can also make ordinary people have the ability. This is a human. This is not a human. This is simply a god. Sophie panted excitedly, looking at Wusu with admiration. Drooling. Who doesn't like a strong, capable and polite man? Not to mention that this man is also a good-looking man. Judging from what he has shown now, Wusu is perfect. Very perfect. Is it because of your ability that you are representing the miracle workers on the left and outside? Wusu smiled and shook his head gently. With his white, slender and bony fingers, he pushed the frame of his glasses and replied to the man who asked the question. Not only that, but the important thing is that they believe in me and that I am a capable leader. Chapter 65, Holy Temple. Wusu nodded, put down his hands that were raised to stop the crowd. Don't worry, the reason we resist is that we don't want to be slaughtered. If this place is the same as that place, why do we gather together? Wusu looked at the person on the right sincerely, then said, before explaining and communicating with everyone, I will apologize to everyone on their behalf. Please forgive me. As Wusu said this, he really bowed to the person on the right. The hot-tempered people on the left almost exploded again. Fortunately, they were held back by the more rational people around them. And those on the right, seeing Wusu's sincerity, and not being a superior person, they stopped caring. Wusu straightened up again. Time is running out. I won't say polite words to you all. I think it is unwise to choose only one leader. Even wise people make mistakes sometimes. If there is no equal right to veto at this time, then the ending will be tragic. Everyone nodded. So, my opinion is to establish a temple. The so-called temple is like the highest institution of the government. Select a few people with leadership ability to make all decisions together. I personally think that it is better to have an odd number of people in the temple. When there is a disagreement, you can vote to decide. But the number of people cannot be too large. Although there is strength in numbers, there will be chaos when there are too many people. I think 5 or 7 people are the best. What do you think of this proposal? The people on the right who were asked were silent for a while. Everyone was thinking about the feasibility of this proposal. The squint-eyed man asked, how do you choose from these 5 or 7 people? This question hit the nail on the head. Who wouldn't want to take such a prestigious position? Except for those who are self-aware and have no ambition. For a moment, everyone looked at Wusu. And Wusu looked at the squint-eyed man. When the two looked at each other, they felt that they were evenly matched. Wusu smiled and looked at everyone, including those who supported him on the left. Let me say this first. Those who have confidence and the ability to take this position that determines whether our new world will survive or not. Please raise your hands. As soon as Wusu finished speaking, the squint-eyed man was the first to speak. I have the ability. The squint-eyed man forced those who were still hesitating to raise their hands quickly, and said urgently, I can do it. Han Yuran turned her head and glanced. No one on the left raised their hands. All those who raised their hands were on the right. There were about 300 people on their right. At this time, there were densely packed hands in the air. It is estimated that more than half of them raised their hands. Han Yuran sneered in his heart. What kind of scum? You want to climb the wall? Wusu raised his hand and pressed it down again. Okay. Everyone can put your hands down first. I see what you are thinking. The densely packed hands were put down. Wusu was still smiling. But this time his smile was quite helpless. There are so many talents among the miracle workers. It is fortunate. Let's put aside how to choose the person who can sit in the seat of the temple. I think this position can be replaced. It doesn't mean that if you are selected, you can always sit there. After all, there are merits and demerits. And there are punishments for mistakes. Do you think this is feasible? The people below nodded. After all, if you are not selected this time, there will still be opportunities in the future. Chapter 66 Explanation. If the first point is not valid, what's the point of discussing the second point? The squinting-eyed man spoke up and proposed the point. The people who had previously agreed with Wusu nodded in agreement again. They were really people without principles. Or, in other words, except for considering their own interests, these people didn't use their brains at all, or they didn't have the luxury of brains. Wusu was silent for a moment. The reason why he mentioned the second point was that he had already decided that the Holy Hall must be established, and he naturally had a way of selecting people. That is to say, although it was an inquiry, in fact, it was still going according to his arrangement. The squint-eyed man's eyes became more curved, like a crescent moon. And it seemed that he asked deliberately, In the silence of Wusu at this moment, a female voice was heard, resounding through the hall, saying, "Of course it makes sense, because the temple will definitely be established." Han Yuren smacked her lips, frowned, and cursed. "This woman who is blinded by lust, there is no hope." Quinn grinned a little guilty, looking at the direction of the sound in front, said, "Sister Yuren, it seems that it was Sister Sophie who called." "It's not that it seems to be, you have to remember, when you look for a woman in the future, the size of her breasts is not important, what matters is whether she has brains." Han Yuren took the opportunity to teach Quinn a lesson. Quinn nodded seriously. Quinn remembers. Sophie's voice naturally attracted all the attention in the audience, including her beloved little Wusu. Sophie turned her head, showing a strong momentum, and stared at those who looked at her. But when she turned her head to Wusu and met the pair of shining eyes behind the glasses, her whole body softened at once. Her staring eyes also softened, and she kept swallowing her saliva, and her hands hung by her legs and twisted. "Beauty. What do you mean?" someone asked. But there was no response for a long time. Sophie's face turned red, and her tongue would occasionally stick out to lick her lips. She twisted and turned like a snake. "Madam, are you feeling unwell?" Wusu asked very gentlemanly. Sophie's cherry mouth opened uncontrollably, and she looked stupid, staring at Wusu. "Sister Yuren? Sister Sophie." Before Quinn finished speaking, Han Yuren couldn't stand it anymore and walked through the crowd. Although they didn't know who she was, no one stopped her. After all, there were so many people here, and no one thought there would be any danger. Han Yuren walked behind Sophie without any resistance, raised his hand, and slapped Sophie on the back of her head without hesitation. There was an extremely crisp sound accompanied by the sound of inhalation, and Sophie shuddered. After Sophie shivered all over as if she had a cramp, she finally responded by covering her head with one hand, turned her head to look behind her, and angrily said, "Who hit you? Why did you hit me?" From question to interrogation, Han Yuren rolled his eyes at her with disdain. "Hitting you is a light punishment. You just thought about what you said. You just shouted blindly. How do you explain it now?" Sophie put down her hand that was rubbing her head in dismay. She tilted her neck. "What's so difficult to explain? I think what he said makes sense. Very right. I am a miracle worker. I support him," Sophie said, pointing at Wusu, who was looking at her from behind. This explanation didn't sound like an explanation, and there was no place to refute it. Chapter 67, Speechless, Questioning Heaven. Han Yuren was speechless, asking Heaven. This love came too fast. I guess if Wusu asked Sophie to die now, Sophie would not hesitate. After Sophie finished speaking with a righteous look, there was another silence in the hall. Everyone's eyes were scanning back and forth between Sophie and Wusu, guessing what the relationship between the two was. Even those on the left were curiously looking at Sophie, who was breathing heavily. It was Wusu who opened the mysterious silence. "Thank you for the support of this lady." He smiled at Sophie as he said that. Sophie, who had just turned her head, was drowned in this smile, and it was Han Yuren who supported her. Wusu's eyes moved away from Sophie, and he looked at everyone and said, "That's right. If the temple is not established, it is really useless for us to discuss the second point." Finally, Wusu's eyes fell on the squinting man, and he continued, "As for who can become a member of the temple, I have no say in this matter, and no one here has a say in it." The squinting man did not speak, but just looked at Wusu with a smile. Someone had already asked dissatisfiedly, "Then how do we choose?" "Yes, no one has the final say. What is there to choose?" Wusu raised his head. "We are miracle workers, and the people of this temple, naturally, must be chosen by God." Everyone followed his gaze, looked up, and was stunned all of a sudden, and all froze. "Sister! Sister!" Quinn shouted in fear, but he didn't hear Han Yuren's voice. Then he remembered that Han Yuren had gone to beat Sophie and hadn't come back. Quinn took advantage of no one's attention and sneaked up to Han Yuren and the others. "What is this? God? Is this God?" Suspicious voices murmured one after another. Han Yuren looked at the god above her head and was shocked and speechless for a while. This hall seems to be designed with front and back, and in front of where they are standing, if they look up, they can see the top of the hall. There was no extra design on it, except for the wall behind Wusu, which was built all the way to the top of the hall without any gaps. Only then did Han Yuren notice the wall. There was a vast ocean painted on it. The place where they were standing was like the bottom of the sea, so the color was very dark. The color became lighter as they went up, and at the top, there were rolling white waves. In front of the wall, there was a huge fish tail, body, fins, and head. Everything indicated that it was a fish, although it was floating in the air without water. The fish head was azure blue. Then the color gradually became lighter, and by the time it reached the huge tail, it had turned white. At this time, the huge fish was staring at the people below with its two round eyes on its face that looked like they were filled with the sea. While people were talking nonsense in shock, Wusu said, "This is the god who gave us power." Wusu said this with his right hand on his left chest and bowed his head respectfully. Following his movements, the miracle worker on the left also raised his hand to his chest in unison, and bowed his head to show his piety and respect. "You said this is God. How do you prove it?" The squint-eyed man was the one who spoke again. He was the one who asked sharp questions at critical moments. After Wusu saluted with the miracle worker on the left, he straightened up again. He did not look at the squint-eyed man, but stared at the god in the sky, and said respectfully, "Please come. The messenger of God." The squint-eyed man stared at Wusu's eyes, and finally opened them a little, turned his head again, and looked up into the sky. Chapter 68 The Girl with Wings. Although everyone was confused, who was the messenger of God, but this time no one asked again, they all looked up silently, waiting nervously. The big fish in the sky opened its mouth, and a whale-like cry came out, which was very pleasant, and it sounded like a wind chime blown by the wind, and everyone's heart became quiet. But everyone's eyes became brighter. In addition to this pleasant cry, a colorful bubble came out of the big fish's mouth, and slowly floated forward. Because of the colorful bubbles, it was hard to see what was inside for a while, until the bubble was spit out from the big fish's mouth, and hung in front of the big fish's mouth. The people below finally saw it clearly. Inside was a girl waving her wings. The wings were very much like the shape of butterfly wings, as dark as the night sky, and dotted with stars, very bright and dazzling. At the end of the wings, the feathers were like the softest fans, each of which had a star on it, and were colorful because of the bubbles. The girl's body was also covered by the brilliant light. Although she was not wearing any clothes, she was not exposed. Her hair was very long, like ink, and spread behind her, and it was past her feet, resting on the bubbles. Her baby-like face was like white porcelain, with a pair of big watery eyes, a beautiful nose, and a small mouth. She was so beautiful that people wanted to take a bite, and also wanted to put her in a glass cabinet to protect her well. But what was a little discordant was the girl's big watery eyes. It was not that her appearance was discordant, but that her eyes were discordant. Her eyes were too empty, no emotion could be seen from them, and they were like a black hole, so once you stare at them, you can't help but keep staring at them. The girl's wings flapped gently, and the colorful bubbles swayed like glutinous rice balls that were hit by someone. Everyone attracted by her eyes shook their heads, and then they recovered and looked away. Han Yuran was also in a trance. "I was definitely not attracted by beauty this time. You can call me the messenger of God." The girl didn't speak, but her cold voice without any ups and downs was clearly heard by everyone. After a moment of silence, someone asked, "How can we trust you?" The girl looked at the tall, thin man who asked the question. Although she was not being watched, Han Yuran felt a little frightened. As for the tall, thin man who was being watched, he took a step back timidly, and then stood firm without running away. The girl raised her slender, white arm, and her slender finger, which seemed to be shining with holy light, gently pointed at the tall, thin man. A drop of cold sweat dripped from the forehead of the tall and thin man. Before it fell to the ground, the girl gently hooked her finger upwards again. Everyone's heart was lifted up. As the girl hooked her finger, a white light lit up between the eyebrows of the tall and thin man. Everyone looked at the white light, and felt that it was familiar. The tall and thin man rolled his eyes upward in fear, trying to see what was going on. But before he could see clearly, a familiar fragment slowly emerged from the forehead of the tall and thin man. Heavy breathing sounds were heard. Of course, everyone knew what this was. It was because of this thing that they gained their abilities. But now, this thing was taken out so easily. What does it represent? Chapter 69 God's Messenger. Most people subconsciously touched their bodies, but of course a few people could barely keep calm. Han Yuran also raised his hand, but for a moment, he didn't know where to touch. After shaking his hand awkwardly for a few times, he put it down again. The glowing fragment was completely taken out from the tall and thin man's forehead. At that moment, the horror in the tall and thin man's eyes was beyond description. Where did their confidence and courage come from in this doomsday? The most reliable thing for them was of course the ability they got from this fragment. They were qualified to stand here and to speak, but now, their abilities were so easily taken out by the woman in the bubble. This made them feel scared from the bottom of their hearts. The fragments that were taken out flew straight towards the messenger of God. The tall and thin man without the fragments slumped to the ground, looking at the flying fragments with lifeless eyes. His dirty body was soaked with sweat. The fragments passed through the bubble without any hindrance, but the bubble did not break. But after entering the bubble, the white light on the fragments suddenly disappeared, and the densely engraved words on it made the fragments look a little dim. The fragment fell into the hands of the messenger, and then merged into it. The sound of people sucking in air was heard again and again. Some people had already started to retreat. As you can see, your abilities can be taken back by this messenger at any time. The messenger put down his hands and said to the panicked people below, "Silence, oppressive silence. Because your abilities are given by God, and God does not allow blasphemy, you must respect God, and you must also respect the messenger of God." Although he was not big, his aura was very strong. This time, no one was the first to speak. Everyone was waiting. The messenger of God continued, "God is willing to give you the ability to survive. This is God's kindness. As for whether you are willing to rely on God's ability to save yourself, it is your choice. Remember, God does not rely on the world." The people below were still silent, glancing at each other. Han Yuren thought about the last sentence of the messenger of God. God does not rely on the world. Not relying could also be said to be unnecessary, which means that God will not plunder anything from the world. This time, he is just generous and kind to help. Believe it or not. The messenger of God raised her hand, and the fragments she collected also floated out of her body, passed through the bubbles, and floated towards the tall and thin man who was in a daze on the ground. Everyone's eyes followed closely. The tall, thin man on the ground was dazzled by the white light wrapped around the fragments. Before he could react, the fragments had already entered his forehead again. He was left with his eyes wide open, full of disbelief. "May I ask the messenger of God, how do you select people for the holy hall?" Finally someone spoke up. Still the squint-eyed man. Han Yuren also looked at the squint-eyed man. Compared to before, the other party's expression was just a little heavier. When he spoke at this time, Han Yuren did not think he was stupid. On the contrary, he dared to speak at this time. Han Yuren respected him as a man. A real man. A person who is lucky enough to be trusted by God. The messenger of God looked at everyone and replied. The people below were speechless. This selection method, isn't it a bit too casual? Chapter 70, Retort. But does anyone dare to refute? No, because refuting is meaningless. They had nowhere to go. So they came here to seek a place to stay, let alone the other party to discuss with them. Even if they were arranged together with ordinary people, what can they do? This place belongs to others. The reason why they kept asking questions before was because the other party was nice to them. Who wouldn't want to fight for more benefits? Who wouldn't want to sit in the position of the temple and give orders? But now, you have to fight for your own ability to be taken away, to grab this position that you may not be able to grab? The answer is obvious. I wonder if you are willing to believe in God's choice. Wu Su was the one who spoke, and he only received helpless and cold eyes. But Wu Su didn't care, and continued, "Time is running out. If you are willing, let's select the messenger of God first, so that we can discuss the following matters. The enemy may attack at any time. Isn't this place protected by your barrier? Those who dare not confront the messenger of God can only confront Wu Su. But we can't be sure that the other side has no one to break the barrier. What's more, you all want to live on this inch of land for the rest of your life. Let our world become the property of aliens. Let our relatives become slaves, food, and our descendants, who are related to us by blood, be enslaved for generations. And our descendants will always be worried here," Wu Su said with some excitement. His words always aroused the blood in people's hearts. Sophie, who was being pulled by Han Yuren, shrugged off Han Yuren's arm and said loudly, "Can you stop dithering? They are willing to be with us, not asking us to worship them as our ancestors. If it weren't for them, you would be pretending to be grandsons in front of others, and where is your place to be so arrogant?" Han Yuren raised his hand, rubbed his temple with a headache, and was speechless in his heart. Even if these things were resolved peacefully today, Sophie will be looked down upon by many people in the future. As for Quinn, he looked at Sophie with admiration. The people who were stunned by the scolding did not respond for a while. Sophie continued, God and God's messenger have appeared. I just want to ask you one question. Can you beat God and God's messenger? If you can't beat them, just stay quiet. I don't want to harm you. Can you stop embarrassing yourself for your own selfish interests? You have lost your home after being beaten. How dare you linger here? Sophie raised her hand and pointed at Wusu, who was also stunned. Besides, people have said that even if you become God's messenger this time, you will not be God's messenger for the rest of your life. You have the ability to kill more aliens, make more military achievements, and make God look at you with admiration. Then you can sit on the throne with your own ability. If you don't even have this confidence, what qualifications do you have to sit on the throne of the temple? She gave an impassioned speech alone with great indignation, and scolded everyone. Han Yuren exhaled, rolled her eyes and raised her hand. I support her. It's a rough statement, but the truth is there. The world is in this situation now. If you have time to test each other with words, you can speak with your strength. We are all busy. Sophie looked at Han Yuren with shining eyes, and couldn't stop laughing. Quinn began to look at Han Yuren with admiration again. Chapter 71 beginning. Han Yuren ignored all the looks, but couldn't ignore Gu Qing's. That look was too aggressive, and made her feel a little uneasy, more uneasy than when she faced the end of the world and aliens. After returning from the bathroom, Han Yuren also secretly glanced at Gu Qing a few times, wanting to see how he would react to this series of events. But the other party always looked like it had nothing to do with him, didn't speak, and had no opinions. Even when he saw the messenger of God taking back the fragments, he didn't see any fear on his face. His eyes didn't hold anyone or anything. Only when they moved to Han Yuren did they shine, like a beast aiming at its prey. At this time, Gu Qing looked at Han Yuren with a smile and a bit of appreciation. Then, under Han Yuren's gaze, he raised his hand and said, I support this beauty. Looking at his eyes, everyone knew who he was talking about. Have you made up your mind? The messenger of God asked. Everyone's eyes were no longer on Han Yuren and the others. Everyone's eyes flickered, and their minds turned. Quinn was the first to speak. It's done. I believe in the messenger of God. I believe in God. Quinn's bright eyes looked devoutly at the messenger of God in the air, and shouted loudly, which earned him a look of attention from the messenger of God. After Quinn spoke, everyone began to express their opinions intermittently. In the face of absolute power, before being hurt, people generally choose to obey. Soon, everyone expressed their attitudes, and no one objected. They felt a little embarrassed. Since everyone agrees, we will now let the messenger of God choose the person who believes in God, sit on the throne of the temple, and lead us to victory. Wusu spoke at the right time. His ambition temporarily swept away everyone's dissatisfaction. Everyone was excited and stood nervously, waiting for the choice of the messenger of God. Han Yuren and Quinn returned to their seats. The whole hall was silent again. Even the light in Wusu's eyes was restrained. The tense atmosphere spread silently. Those who are illuminated by the divine light are the ones whom God believes in. The voice of the messenger of God rang above everyone's head, and many people had goosebumps on their bodies. Although they had heard the messenger of God say several words, this flat voice still made people uncomfortable. Many people closed their eyes, not knowing whether they were too nervous or praying devoutly. Han Yuren suddenly thought of a problem. She did not see Fu Xiuyan among the group of people on the left. He was also a miracle worker. Moreover, with so many people coming outside, it was impossible to arrange everything so quickly. That means there were still miracle workers working outside. Then the divine light could shine outside. Everyone below had different thoughts, but no one looked up into the air. At this time, the messenger of God put one hand on his brow, and the other hand on the big fish's mouth. Both the messenger of God and the big fish closed their eyes, and the colorful light on the bubbles became more dazzling. The messenger of God's lips kept opening and closing, but no sound came out. The color of the big fish began to change. It was originally dark at the head and light at the tail, but gradually became light at the head and dark at the tail. A white light also lit up on the forehead of the messenger of God, gathering but not dispersing, making her black clothes and black hair look much brighter. The waiting time was getting longer and longer, and the people below became more and more nervous. But there was still no divine light from the messenger of God, and he was still mumbling and muttering, which seemed not easy. Chapter 72 You Dare. Time seemed to stand still for a long time. The light on the forehead of the messenger of God became brighter and brighter, and vaguely formed the shape of a lotus, but the shape was very fuzzy. White petals, golden bead-like stamens, as if a breath could blow it to pieces. The lotus gradually solidified, the light was blazing. Finally a purple line emerged from the golden bead-like stamens, followed by a red line. A total of 7 rays of light emerged from the stamens. 7 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. It seemed that 7 people could sit in the seat of the temple. The first golden line that appeared went straight towards Wu Su. As expected, Wu Su had his eyes open all the time, although he did not look up. But the speed of the purple line was extremely fast. It was estimated that in just a few seconds, Wu Su's lenses were reflected purple by the purple line, covering Wu Su's joyful eyes. The people opposite Wu Su who had their eyes open, such as Han Yuran, the narrow-eyed man, and Gu Chung, just watched the purple line representing status and power, wrapped around his left index finger, and a gust of wind blew up Wu Su's clothes and neat hair. When the wind calmed down, the purple line on his hand also disappeared. At the same time, a red line shot out of the hall. As Han Yuran thought, there were indeed miracle workers outside. Many people turned their heads in envy, looking at the red line that shot out, wondering which lucky person outside was chosen. Looking at Wu Su's left index finger, there was an extra ring, a gorgeous purple ring. In the center was an octagonal purple gemstone, and the silver ring was in the shape of auspicious clouds, which was very delicate. Moreover, Wu Su had a big hand with distinct bones, and wearing such a big ring was a perfect match. Wu Su looked down at the ring on his hand. There was no expression of ecstasy on his face, only a barely perceptible arc at the corner of his mouth. Han Yuran admired this very much. People who do not show their emotions on their faces are usually big shots. The squint-eyed man who always stood out also got the favor of God. The light that fell on his hand was blue, and there was a gust of wind. When the wind stopped, there was also a ring on his hand. However, this had nothing to do with Han Yuran. What made Han Yuran feel the most upset was that Gu Chung could actually get the favor of God. She wanted to ask God, "What kind of mercy are you showing?" Looking at the yellow ring on Gu Cheng's hand, it was true that he was yellow, and the rings that matched him were all yellow. Gu Chung looked at the ring on his hand with interest, but he was not very happy, and he did not seem to be planning to thank the heavens or the earth. He only looked at it once, and then turned to look at Han Yuran, and met her gaze, and grinned, and shook his hand with the ring proudly, and his eyes and eyebrows were frivolously raised. Han Yuran had only one thought in his mind. This is terrible. Another thought came up immediately. Why not run away from here? But as soon as this thought came up, Gu Cheng's head tilted, and the frivolous smile in his eyes turned cold, and his raised hands were pressed down by his thumb one by one as if they were broken, and his lips opened and closed, and he read out 2 silent words. Han Yuran stared at Gu Cheng's lips, and her own mouth began to move. She silently read out 2 words in her heart. You dare. After reading out these 2 words, Han Yuran shuddered violently. Why did the other party suddenly say these 2 words? Could it be? Chapter 73 Silence is better than words at this moment. Everyone looked at the 7 people standing in a row. They are the first generation of the Lord of the Holy Temple. In addition to envy, they also felt a little relieved. After all, it is not easy to be a leader, especially at this critical moment. The people above stood in their positions, and the miracle workers, who rushed back from the aisle, also returned to the team and stood. Wu Su spoke first. I am fortunate to be chosen by God. I, Wu Su, will not let God down, and you all down. The people below were silent, but their eyes were warm and expectant at him. At this moment, silence is better than words. The warm eyes are more responsible than all words. Now, please let the 6 people chosen by God speak. Wu Su didn't say much, and turned his head to the left. The handsome uncle standing on the far left with Anya just smiled, and his smile was very gentle. Jin Jishi, I am honored to be one of the miracle workers, to work with you to build a beautiful home, and pursue peace and freedom. After Jin Jishi finished speaking, it was the turn of the serious-looking woman next to him. The woman's short golden hair, which was shining, was all combed to the right, meticulously, and her golden eyebrows were raised from the brow peak, looking very demanding. The green eyes looked fiercely at the miracle worker below. The neck was slightly long, the frame was large, and the body looked very strong. Am a bull. After the woman said this, she closed her mouth and stopped talking. After a moment of silence, the big-bellied man next to the woman realized that she had finished speaking. So he said, Kamanashi Tiger, I will work hard in the future and live up to everyone's expectations. As he spoke, Kamanashi Tiger nodded vigorously, and suddenly a triple chin appeared, making the small tuft of beard on his philtrum particularly funny. After the introduction on the left, we moved to the right. The first person was the squint-eyed man that everyone was looking forward to. His previous performance was quite convincing. Although he only said a few words, he was already very impressive for daring to speak like that in such an occasion. The squint-eyed man's eyes narrowed even more. But Han Yuren looked at the squinted eyes that seemed to be smiling and always felt that it was very dangerous. But then he thought, maybe he watched too many anime. So he thought that squinted eyes were all monsters. Hello everyone. My name is Boucher-san. I will use my ability to lead everyone back to the position of the overlord of the earth. Boucher-san said slowly. His tone was not high. His voice was not loud. But he was full of confidence, which made people inexplicably convinced, even neglecting that he used the word lead, which means to lead. After he finished speaking with narrowed eyes, Gu Chung said carelessly, Gu Chung, I don't have anything to say to you, but you have to remember. In the eyes of the crowd, Gu Chung stretched out his ape arm and pointed his long finger at Han Yuren, who looked as if he had eaten shit, and continued to say in a domineering way, that woman is mine, whoever dares to approach, I will kill him. The scene was a little awkward for a while, and some people felt very embarrassed. Han Yuren looked at the finger pointing at her, and cursed uncontrollably. Fuck, you are sick. The finger shook twice, and then let it go. Feeling the hot gazes on her, Han Yuren wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into for the first time in her life. At the critical moment, Anya spoke up and saved her. Anya, there are ladies talking, you don't look at me, isn't that ungentlemanly? Chapter 74. The aliens are coming. Anya's words finally diverted everyone's attention from Han Yuren. Han Yuren let out a long sigh, gratefully looked at Anya, and then glared at Gu Chung, and then gritted her teeth and said to Quinn, who was still staring at her, You are a child, not a friend of women, don't be so gossipy. Quinn pouted and looked away, not at Anya, but at Gu Chung, looking at him very carefully. Anya smiled with satisfaction. I hope you will not only see my beautiful appearance, but also my kind heart and intelligent soul. Please take care of me. With such a boastful remark, some people actually nodded in affirmation. Is it really true that appearance is justice? After all 7 people were introduced, Wusu adjusted his glasses. Seemingly he was about to speak again. But this time he had no chance, only a dull sound of woo woo came from outside. Wusu looked outside the hall, his face becoming heavy. Everyone, get ready. Aliens are coming. What? Aliens are coming? Get ready? How? How do you get ready? Everyone below panicked. But the ones who panicked were the latecomers on the right. The miracle workers on the left had been divided into several small teams in an orderly manner, and they were moving fast but not chaotic. Everyone, don't panic. Don't move around. The deputy teams on the left, go to the right first, each leading 50 people into a small group, and enter the combat state. Wusu gave orders. The teams on the left had already lined up, and one person from each team ran out, standing at the head of each row on the right, and shouted, Right 1. Everyone stand by. Right 2. Everyone stand by. Right 3. The powerful voices made the people on the right panic like ants on a hot pot. Finally, everyone gradually stabilized. No one moved anymore. Everyone was panting nervously, and some people kept wiping sweat. Han Yuren then noticed that there were exactly 50 people in their row. Wusu continued to give orders. Emma Bull, Kamanashi Tiger, Jin Shishi lead the left 5th group to the first front, with Emma Bull as the first commander. Yes! After a shout that shook the hall, the miracle workers on the left had already run out of the hall in formation. Boucher-san, Gu Chung lead the right 1, 2, 3 RD groups to the second front, with Boucher-san as the first commander. Yes! Han Yuren was a little surprised to see Boucher-san, who had obediently followed Wusu's arrangements. The miracle workers in the first 3 rows followed Boucher-san and the others and ran out. Gu Chung deliberately stuck to Han Yuren and said as he ran over, Protect yourself. Han Yuren was stunned and roared in his heart. This shameless guy really treats me as his woman. Sister Sophie. Come on! Quinn shouted to Sophie. Han Yuren came back to her senses and nodded to Sophie. Anya leads the right 4th and 5th groups to provide support and rescue. And at the same time, according to the situation, lead the people in the city into the protection zone. Yes, this can be said to be the safest and most tiring. But fortunately, Han Yuran and Anya got together. When running out, Wusu continued, the rest of the miracle workers, follow me. Han Yuran looked back and saw that they went out through the small door they used to go to the bathroom. What's the matter? Everyone had to go to the bathroom together before. Of course, it was impossible. Han Yuran was just complaining out of habit. Chapter 75 Butterfly. I didn't expect that the old lady was not unhappy at all, but straightened her back even more. She looked strong and energetic, patting her chest with full energy, and said confidently, no problem, I will go to the first front and kill the enemy. The old lady looked cute, really cute. Anya smiled. Okay, thank you. Old lady, you ran, you take me to the second front first, and you just need to follow the arrangements of the first commander when you get there. Anya arranged Han Yuran to go there, mainly because she was not very confident in the old lady, and also because she believed in Han Yuran's fighting ability. She could definitely protect herself, and it would be a waste to stay in the rear. Although Han Yuran was a little surprised, she stood up with understanding and told Quinn, Sophie and I are not here. Protect your sister Anya. Quinn nodded vigorously. Han Yuran had already walked out, and after exchanging a glance with Anya, he stepped on the ground with the old lady. In the distance, Meng Mingda flew back on the card, with a mini trumpet in his hand. Han Yuran asked worriedly, Old lady, are you okay? The old lady grinned, and the wrinkles on her face were full of smiles again. I'm fine. Old lady, you can fly as you like. Han Yuran then let go of the speed, and whizzed forward on the roof. But she was very uncertain in her heart. Gu Chung was on the second front, but fortunately, the first commander was Bu San, and Ya's voice came from behind. Hello everyone, don't panic, our most powerful miracle worker has already attacked, the other side is just trying to test our strength this time, there won't be a large-scale attack, everyone just follow the arrangements. Han Yuran couldn't help but laugh, this Anya is also good at fooling people, they don't know the situation outside at all, but Han Yuran thinks her fooling is quite reasonable. I think the other party probably doesn't know the strength of this side, and how many miracle workers there are, so this first attack should be a test. Unless the other party is very confident, but Han Yuran still remembers that little Loli who is killing Matt, seems to be enjoying this apocalyptic game for the time being, so she will definitely not just fight to the death, Han Yuran thought, and came to the city wall, and caught up with the second battle line being deployed outside the city wall. But looking at those people running everywhere, Han Yuran couldn't tell what the deployment was based on. He took the old lady, and ran directly to Bu San in the middle. Before landing, Bu San had already raised his head, and looked at Han Yuran. He felt very sensitive. Han Yuran took the old lady, and landed in front of Bu San. We are sent by the first commander of the third front. After landing, Han Yuran said without any nonsense. Bu San nodded. After Han Yuran introduced the old lady's abilities, he asked, should we stay here or go to the first front? Go to the first front. Bu San thought for a while, and gave the order. Yes. Han Yuran responded straightforwardly, and then grabbed the old lady, and flew into the air again. Gu Chung, who was far away, looked up at Han Yuran as she left, his eyes flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Han Yuran had brought the old lady to the green grass, but still didn't see anyone from the first front. It seemed that they should have left the barrier. Han Yuran couldn't help but speed up a little bit. Suddenly, a butterfly flew towards her, landed in front of her, and said in human language, the first front needs medical personnel. Chapter 76 Beyond the Boundary Ahead. Han Yuran and the old lady were both stunned by the talking butterfly for a moment, and then they calmed down. Han Yuran looked at the butterfly and tried to say, continue to convey it. After he finished speaking, the white jade butterfly really waved its wings, flew past Han Yuran and the old lady, and continued to fly inside. Let's go! Han Yuran said, as he led the old lady forward again. Although the old lady's healing ability was large-scale, it should be of some use. But Han Yuran was still feeling a little heavy. Judging from her speed, the people on the front line would not be out of the barrier for too long. So soon, there were wounded people who needed medical treatment. This situation was not optimistic. The speed was pushed to the extreme, leaving only fleeting figures on the road. A white light appeared on the old woman's body, wrapping her whole body. Han Yuran did not ask more questions. Since the other party had a way to bear it, there was no need for her to be hypocritical. She turned another corner, and the scene in front of her suddenly changed. Han Yuran looked at the people sitting in a row in front of him with some surprise. Wu Su was in the center. He was faster than himself. But where did he come from? Although he was confused, now was not the time to ask these questions. Wusu was sitting cross-legged, with his palms facing up, on his knees, with his eyes closed, and his lips opening and closing constantly, as if he was mumbling something, but Han Yuren heard nothing. A green light was coming out from the top of Wusu's head, and it formed an arch and fell on the heads of the people on both sides of him, who were in the same position as him. Then the green light on the heads of the two people formed another arch, and fell on the heads of the people next to them. This continued until the end, including Wusu. There were 19 people in total. From the middle of all the arches, a green light beam shot out, converging into a point in the sky. Around this point, ripples spread out, but these ripples only spread backwards. That is, towards the city. And the ripples became fainter as they went backwards. This is the barrier and enlightenment. Han Yuren looked at a very light green light beam in the sky, which seemed to have shot all the way to the main hall in the city. Although he didn't see it, Han Yuren felt that there must be a row of people sitting there, supporting the barrier. In front of all of them, there was a person standing sideways. She had silver hair that reached the ground, and wore a layered white gauze skirt. Her eyelashes were half curled, and her eyebrows were dotted with snow. Although she was only standing sideways, she was already extremely beautiful. Han Yuren only felt one word about this person: fairy. At this moment, this fairy woman opened her arms, pinched her orchid fingers with her bare hands, and the white gauze on her arms fluttered in the wind. Around her were white jade butterflies circling, which were very similar to the butterfly Han Yuren had encountered before. Han Yuren did not stop, and led the old lady to go around. Wusu and others did not stop them. After Han Yuren and the others passed by, Wusu said, "Before, outside the boundary. Be careful." Han Yuren's eyes flickered, and she had come to the fairy. The fairy did not make any moves, but just hooked her orchid finger, and two jade butterflies landed on Han Yuren and the old lady's shoulders respectively, and stopped waving their wings. Han Yuren could not help but glance at the fairy, and saw that in her half-closed eyes, there seemed to be a sea of stars, the sun rising and the moon setting, and it was so beautiful that it made people dazed. Chapter 77 Little Bird. With only time to take a look, Han Yuren had already led the old lady out of the barrier. For a moment, it felt like a thin film had been broken, or a bubble had been broken. Han Yuren spread his wings, and flashed past the fairy, making her half-closed eyebrows completely open, and for a moment, it was like the sea in the middle of the night, with stars twinkling everywhere, and the jade belt in the sky covered the reality. Such beautiful eyes, and then slowly closed again. Han Yuren, who had left the barrier, was already holding a sickle in his hand. He first protected himself and the old lady, and quickly turned his eyes to observe the situation in front of him. Hundreds of meters away, everyone was fighting, group battles or individual battles, or even a chaotic melee. On this side, a ball of fire exploded into a mushroom cloud, and on the other side, it was frozen 3 feet, and it was pouring rain, and towering green mountains fell from the sky. There were even faster ones, jumping up and down the sky, and only the sparks produced by the collision of weapons could be vaguely seen. Screaming, howling, sneer, laughing wildly, bone and flesh flew, blood spurted, the sky and earth were annihilated in all colors: wind, rain, thunder and lightning, gold, wood, water, fire and earth, took turns to fight. Compared to the previous apocalypse, this time it was much more visually gorgeous. People were always shaking, the ground was cracked, and there were countless deep pits, which kept spewing black smoke. "Come join the battle." Just a command came down from the sky. Han Yuren looked up, but it was not the first commander of the First Front, Alan Bell, but the handsome Uncle Jean Shishi. Han Yuren couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He saw that there were dense spider silk-like things under Jean Shishi's feet. He was standing in the center, his hands kept moving like playing the piano, and sure enough, there were spider silks at his fingertips. Massive healing system, requesting protection. Han Yuren shouted to Jean Shishi, and pointed at the old lady beside him. Jean Shishi bent one finger, and the next moment, the old lady's body was already wrapped with a lot of spider silk, and was lifted up. After that, Han Yuren did not stop, swung his sickle, picked a single-player battle on the left side that was at a disadvantage and joined in. The reason why he could recognize which one was the enemy, and which one was ours was because of the clothes these aliens wore. It was really hard to guess, too unbelievable. For example, the little boy and the big cow in made costumes before, and the row of swallowtail butterfly men. Han Yuran really wanted to yell at them. What the hell are you? 1 or 2 swallowtail butterflies are fine, but a row is a bit too much. Of course, humans also play cosplay, especially at various comic exhibitions. Pretty ladies in skirts basically go to the men's bathroom, lift up the skirts, and you will see little birds flying around. But you are here to invade, so please dress more seriously. But then I thought, their leaders are all killers, and Han Yuran understood. At this time, she joined the battle. The opponent was wearing a little devil hairpin, black bangs, hip-length miniskirt, black fishnet stockings, 10-inch high heels. But when the opponent raised his leg and slashed down, Han Yuran really couldn't bear to look at it. Damn, your little panties can't cover your little bird. Okay. As Han Yuran rushed over, she was madly complaining in her heart. I came to fight you to the death, and you still hurt my eyes. Is it unfair to me? What's the matter? Is it intentional? Part of the strategy. This is a hidden weapon. It's so mean. Chapter 78 Obedient. The huge rabbit was thrown into the air by the little girl, leaving an afterimage. Her attack method was simple and crude. Holding the big rabbit, smashing, 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 at the same time. The big rabbit would open its bloody mouth and bite, bite, bite. Han Yuran really doubted whether the big rabbit's red eyes could shoot out something like lasers. There was no time to observe others. Han Yuran's opponent had already come to her, a fireball on the left, a fireball on the right, which Han Yuran dodged, and then circled back. Han Yuran looked at the old demon who attacked her. His face looked like it was painted with white powder, and his lips were bloody. His eyes were black. He had a tattoo of something on his bald head. He was wearing a black suit, revealing half of his big chest, and his pants were baggy. Han Yuran was completely speechless about this alien. Just for their aesthetics, they couldn't be allowed to occupy the earth. But what puzzled Han Yuran even more was that Wusu divided the combat power into 4 parts. But if the first front was undefeated, the second and third fronts would not be used at all. So what was the point of keeping those people in the rear? If they just rushed forward and fought one by one, it would not take minutes to resolve the battle. Han Yuran thought, and swung the sickle. The black light chopped through the middle of the fireball, and the fireball was cut in half. After a moment of stalemate, it instantly turned into smoke. The old demon's face was shocked, and her dark eyelids raised. She swung her hand and threw another fireball, but this time it hit her in the opposite direction. Han Yuran had long thought that the other party would use this trick, but he didn't expect that the other party would use it so soon. Seeing that the fireball was about to engulf the old demon, Han Yuran's face became fierce, and he swung his arm and threw the sickle in his hand directly. The sickle shot forward, turned 3 circles horizontally in the air, and finally caught up with the old goblin at the last moment of the fusion of the fireball, split the fireball, and dragged the old goblin behind him with him, who looked incredulous. Although you are not a human, don't act like an old goblin. When Han Yuran flew over, he did not forget to teach the old goblin a lesson. The other party's eyes flashed with anger, and then he lost his temper. Han Yuran caught up with the sickle, grabbed it, and was about to chop another alien, but heard a sudden scream. Before she could react, the aliens began to retreat one by one, no longer fighting. They came fast, but retreated even faster. Han Yuran was puzzled, but she did not chase them. She just picked those who retreated from her and chopped them with her sickle, regardless of whether she could stop them or not. She considered it a victory if she chopped them once. She did not chase them, but some people were still bloodthirsty and chased them desperately. Han Yuran could not help but curse. Stupid. Fortunately, the first commander was not stupid. He shouted, "Stop! Retreat!" Han Yuran turned her head and looked around. Far away from her, she vaguely saw the figure of Alan Bell. This guy has a loud voice. Those miracle workers who were chasing after him obediently stopped, although the madness in their eyes had not yet dissipated, but they still obediently retreated. Han Yuran also retreated. She had just injured 3 people, so it was not a loss. Looking at the people retreating in the distance, she thought, this is only because he is leading the people on the left. If he is leading the people later, it is estimated that he would not obey the order so much. Han Yuran quickly retreated to Jin Shishi, who was still in the air. Han Yuran was a little curious. What is the use of his spider silk? Chapter 79 Boyfriend Power. It must be said that, as a woman, Han Yuran's boyfriend power is sometimes really off the charts. Holding the little girl in his arms, the action was done in one go. The little girl was startled at first, but after hearing Han Yuran's words, She calmed down and looked at the white light covering Han Yuren's body with curiosity, and the pair of beautiful wings behind her. She lowered her eyes and looked at the rabbit in her hand again, and couldn't help but feel a little envious the gorgeous wings. As soon as the few of them stopped, they were left behind by the main force. The man looked at them anxiously and said, "During the retreat, the spiders were taken back by Lord Jinjishi. Look, there has been no smoke for such a long time. There must be no smoke. You don't have to be afraid." The man could not hide his disgust as he said, "Besides, what's there to be afraid of a small spider?" His words only earned a glare from the little lowly, who snorted coldly. Han Yuren stepped back. "You are a big, strong man. Of course you are heartless." After that, he thanked Han Yuren again, and then introduced himself. "My name is Yin Sui. You can also call me Sui Sui, or Air Sui. What's your name?" Han Yuren nodded, and after silently repeating the little lowly's name in his heart, he said, "My name is Han Yuren. I recognize you as my friend," Yin Sui said with his chin raised. Han Yuren was considering whether he should show his fear and honor to cooperate. Unexpectedly, the man on the other side also joined in the fun and said, "My name is Jindali. I recognize both of you." Two silent and slightly disgusted eyes were shot at Jindali. Yin Sui grinned, revealing a small tiger tooth. Like a little devil, the other hand began to twist the rabbit in his hand. "Jindali, do you want to see who is stronger?" Jindali glanced at the pink rabbit. He had seen Yin Sui's fighting style on the battlefield just now. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva at this time. But he couldn't afford to be scared away by a little girl. Fortunately, someone saved him from embarrassment. A very serious roar came from the front. "The ones behind? Hurry up and catch up." It was Alan Bell's voice. Jindali put down his gripping heart and said without losing face, "It's not the right time now. Wait for later." Yin Sui's mouth corners raised again, and her rabbit ears were twisted into a knot. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'll wait for you." Jindali felt cold all over, and hurriedly said, "Let's go. We'll be yelled at again." The three of them set off again. Jindali was silent on the way, and Yin Sui didn't get the competition he wanted, and he was also not interested. Han Yuren was even more lazy to speak. When they reached the city gate, the three of them caught up with the tail of the main force. The people of the second front were no longer here. This was the first test, but it was a good opportunity for the second front. They were not used in the battle, and they were not used in the end. They were really lucky. But after entering the city, Han Yuren found that he was wrong, because the people of the second front were busy arranging the residence and work of the people in the city. They were holding loudspeakers and tiredly arranging groups of people with hoarse voices. Han Yuren glanced and saw Gu Chung, who was sweating, with his black hair in clumps. He was looking at the list in his hand impatiently and checking it with the person in front of him. Chapter 80 Loyalty. "You deserve it. You're exhausted," Han Yuren muttered in her heart with gloating. Before she could move her eyes away, she saw Gu Chung, who had been staring at the list in his hand, suddenly raised his head and looked straight at Han Yuren. The bright eyes frightened Han Yuren so much that she took a step back without standing firmly. After that, she felt a little embarrassed and blushed. Her face was tense. Her eyebrows were raised, and her pupils were looking down at Gu Cheng's eyes. With the corners of her mouth raised, she deliberately muttered in her heart again, "What are you looking at? I'm talking about you." Gu Cheng's expression was slightly startled. After looking Han Yuren up and down carefully, he shook his head with a smile and started to check the list in his hand again. This performance was totally different from the previous one, which made Han Yuren dumbfounded. As soon as she had an idea in her mind, she suppressed it forcefully. After she followed the main group and left Gu Chunting for a long distance, she suddenly thought, "Is this Gu Chung sick? Why is it so frequent?" Feeling a little depressed, she walked 2 or 3 steps and suddenly stopped, her eyes wide open. "Is this Gu Chung schizophrenic? This is serious and more dangerous." Thinking about it, Han Yuren shook her head again. "Schizophrenia is not so common. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, I say. Why are you mumbling here? Walking and stopping, like a lunatic. I recognize you as my friend. Can you please not embarrass me?" Yin Sui stopped in front of Han Yuren, looking at Han Yuren, who was performing a one-man show with disdain. Han Yuren finally came back to her senses. But she was thinking, "What's going on? Why do I keep thinking about Gu Chung? Did he poison me?" Yen Sui looked at Han Yuren's pupils that didn't move at all, and knew that she was distracted again. She sighed in her heart, thinking that she had made a mistake, and would have a hard time in the future. Han Yuren was stupid, and would definitely be bullied. She might get into trouble again. Since she recognized her as a friend, she would definitely help her. Thinking of this, Yen Sui felt sad. But what could she do? She was a very loyal person. There was no other way. He could only pull Han Yuren's hand and pull him forward. Han Yuren staggered, and finally came to his senses. The people on the first front had already entered the third wall, which was in front of the main hall. Wu Su, an old man with a hunched back and a beard hanging down to the ground, and a middle-aged man with a beer belly were standing on the first step leading to the main hall waiting for everyone. Wu Su stood with his hands behind his back. He was tall and handsome. Everyone stopped at Alan Bell's signal. Everyone should be tired. If you are injured or need to be checked, please follow Mr. Gong. After Wu Su finished speaking, the old man, with a 90-degree turn, stepped down the stairs. Those who are healthy should take a good rest first. You have worked hard in this battle. William will arrange accommodation for you. Beer Belly also walked down. Everyone was indeed tired. Although the battle was not long, it was really a life-and-death struggle. Almost half of the people followed Mr. Gong. Even if there were a few who seemed to be uninjured, they followed and checked again. Han Yuren certainly didn't go. She just wanted to lie on the bed and sleep till she was exhausted. These small single-family houses were indeed prepared for miracle workers, as Han Yuren thought, but not one house for one person, but one house for 4 people. Han Yuren was lucky to live with Anya and Sophie and Sui. When Han Yuren heard about this arrangement, although she was very satisfied, her eyebrows still raised uncontrollably. She didn't believe it was fate. It was definitely arranged by someone. Chapter 81 Stupid. Who else could make this arrangement? Of course, Anya. She has time, and her status is there. It is no big deal to arrange a place to live. But Anya arranged her and Sophie together. She can understand it. What about Yen Sui? Could it be that Anya has foresight? Compared to this, Han Yuren thinks it is more likely to be a coincidence. Hey, why think so much? Han Yuren sighed tiredly, just as he stretched out his hand to the gate of the courtyard. A white and tender little hand took the lead and pushed the gate open. He complained, "Oh my God, I am so tired. I can finally rest," Yen Sui muttered, and his legs moved quickly, and he walked towards the gate. Han Yuren followed behind and said, "What a fate. We actually live together." Yen Sui stopped, turned back and rolled his eyes at Han Yuren. "How can you be so naive? It's not such a coincidence. I negotiated with William for a long time before I changed." "Ah? Why?" Han Yuren didn't quite understand. Yen Sui saw her expression, and was sure that she was a fool. He was impressed by his own wisdom. Otherwise, if he threw Han Yuren with 3 strangers, there would be no bones left. After shaking her head, she didn't say it directly, fearing that it would hurt Han Yuren's self-esteem. So she could only say, "I like this one." Although this little Lolita was a bit violent and a bit sharp-tongued, she was still kind-hearted. Han Yuren certainly didn't know what Yen Sui was thinking, and she didn't bother to think about it. The two of them entered the small building one after the other. As soon as they entered the door, there was a living room. A large wooden round table almost occupied the entire living room, and 4 large chairs surrounded it. Although everything was spotlessly clean, it didn't have any human touch. It was neither too big nor too small, and it was enough for 4 people to live in. The stairs were against the left wall. Han Yuren and Yen Sui climbed upstairs directly, not caring whether there was a bedroom downstairs. Han Yuren ran up to the 2nd floor before Yen Sui. The doors were wide open, as if they were waiting for anyone to choose. Han Yuren ran around quickly. Yen Sui cleverly looked at the room on the other side of Han Yuren. Luckily, she saw a sunny bedroom at first sight. The whole room was golden under the sunlight. Although there was no window open, she seemed to smell the scent of the sunlight. After sniffing, Yen Sui looked at the bed that must have been comfortable, with clean aqua green sheets, and jumped on it with joy, and bounced all over the bed, so soft. Yen Sui closed his eyes in enjoyment, and before he could feel it properly, he heard Han Yuren say with envy, "You are so real." Yen Sui raised the corner of his mouth proudly, turned over, and rolled half of the quilt around him, and fell asleep. Han Yuren, who was leaning against the door, looked at them reluctantly. The 2 rooms she went to were in the shade. Only Yen Sui's room, which faced the sun the most, and the room next to Yin Sui could get a little bit of sunlight. Dragging her heavy legs, she looked at the room next to Yin Sui again. In the end, Han Yuran did not choose it. Anya, the cat-like woman, would not survive if she could not get some sun. This room should be left to her. In the end, Han Yuran lived in the innermost room. She fell down as soon as she entered the room, and then lay flat on the bed. She did not move at all. There were only 2 long breaths in the whole building. The sun was getting farther and farther away. Gradually, there was no sun in Yin Sui's room. The door on the first floor was opened again. Anya and Sophie walked into the building with tired faces. Chapter 82, Drooping. Or not, Anya and Sophie went upstairs quietly. After walking around the 4 bedrooms, they looked at each other in the hallway. Sophie directly chose the one without sunlight and said, "I'm going to rest first." Then she went into the room and closed the door. Anya stared at Sophie's room, with a proud look in her eyes and eyebrows. The fist that she always clenched after seeing Sophie finally loosened. She was a proud person, but the alien suddenly invaded, and a miracle came. Han Yuran and Sophie were both chosen, but she was abandoned by God. She was unwilling and unfair. She was happy that Han Yuran was chosen, but she could not accept that the woman who suddenly came between her and Han Yuran and needed to be rescued by them, and who she had abandoned, was also chosen. She had been enduring it. She believed that even if she did not become a miracle worker, she could rely on her wisdom to win respect and status and surpass Sophie. But now, it was easier. Sure enough, she was such an excellent person. How could God abandon her? Humph. Anya snorted complacently, turned her head, and glanced at Yin Sui, who was sleeping soundly with the door wide open. She only arranged this room for the 3 of them, and was a little confused. Where did this little guy come from? And he even took the room she liked. There was a chill in her charming eyes, and she turned her head and went into the room next to Yin Sui. The small building was quiet again, and this quietness lasted until noon the next day. Han Yuran stretched again and again, feeling very sore all over. She got up from the bed and ran to the bathroom to take a shower. The hot water hit her body, and she felt so comfortable that she felt like she could ascend to heaven. After washing herself comfortably, Han Yuran walked out of the bathroom barefoot, and wiped her hair with a towel prepared in the bathroom. But it was not good to be naked all the time. However, when she saw the pair of tattered clothes on the floor beside the bed, Han Yuran didn't want to wear them. But what else could she wear? While she was struggling, the door was pushed open with a bang, and Han Yuran shrank suddenly and hunched over. Anya at the door said with a smile, "Why cover yourself? I have clothes, and they are much prettier than yours. There are clothes in the closet, just wear them for now." Han Yuran's face turned pale and blue after being bullied by Anya. She threw the towel in her hand at Anya, and went to search the closet naked. She opened the small closet opposite the bed, and there was a black suit hanging alone inside. Han Yuran was a little embarrassed. She had never worn such a professional outfit before. No bra? Han Yuran was a little embarrassed. But Anya gave a wicked smile. "Don't worry, the small ones won't sag." "Fuck, I hope you'll sag to the ground when you get old." After Han Yuran cursed, she took out the clothes from the closet and put them on. It was rare that the size was quite suitable. Just as she put on her clothes, Sophie stood at her door again, a bright red one-piece dress, with layers of small wrinkles, and asked, "How do you divide these clothes?" Anya only replied, "It depends on the character." Then she heard Yin Sui cursing. "This dress is for me 10 years later." "Right." Han Yuran quickly put on her clothes, and the 3 of them went to Yin Sui's door to watch the fun. Yin Sui was wearing a skirt that dragged on the ground. This posture, she really can drag the ground. Chapter 83. The cafeteria is the closest to the door. After entering the door and turning left, you will see a small blackboard on the ground with 2 large and elegant characters written on it. The cafeteria. When Han Yuran and the others arrived, it was past lunch time, and they missed the huge crowd at noon. So at this moment, several people looked at the slightly empty cafeteria and couldn't help thinking, "Isn't this cafeteria a little too big?" The few people in the cafeteria echoed when they spoke. But on second thought, it's better to be bigger, it's less crowded. The cafeteria is equipped with long wooden tables and small stools, which are placed from the door to the window where you get food. Several people's eyes were on the names of dishes posted on the window, including mapo tofu, braised pork, pasta, steak, soup rice, barbecue, sushi, and fried chicken. Han Yuran's eyes turned around, and finally stopped at the 3 big red characters. He asked, I want to eat spicy hot pot. Who else wants to eat? Enya and the other two shook their heads. Han Yuren pointed to a table and said, I'll go get some first. Come here and eat later. After saying that, Han Yuren ran to the spicy hot pot. As Han Yuren kept adding chili peppers to the spicy hot pot, he felt cold all over. Before he could turn around, he heard Gu Chung say, It's not good for women to eat so much chili peppers. Han Yuren didn't even bother to look at it when he heard it was him. He was about to put down the chili spoon, but deliberately scooped 2 more spoonfuls in. It's even worse when a man talks too much nonsense. Han Yuren said this while carrying a steaming hot spicy hot pot towards Anya and the others. She didn't even glance at Gu Chung. And Anya and the other two had already started eating. As expected by Han Yuren, Anya was elegantly cutting a steak with a knife and fork, which still had some blood on it. Sophie was eating bibimbap with various side dishes. The most exaggerated one was yen sui. There were piles of plates of meat on the table. She was roasting the meat with her mouth spitting. Han Yuren sat down opposite Anya in a depressed mood, and Anya covered her nose because of the choking, looking at the big red bowl. Are you eating spicy hot pot or hot peppers? Sophie was concerned about Gu Chung, and asked in a somewhat obscene manner. Does Gu Chung really like you? Just let him sleep with you, and he doesn't feel that he has suffered any loss. Han Yuren shot a knife at him. What does this mean? Slept with me, and it's still Gu Chung who suffers. Sophie laughed, and then said indifferently, In such a tense situation, it's not certain who can survive, so why not enjoy what you should enjoy? That muscular handsome guy is not at a loss, and besides, you are not a virgin, and you don't lose anything. But after Sophie finished speaking, there was no sound at the table. Sophie felt something was wrong. She looked at Han Yuren's shaking pupils, her chest rising and falling violently, and Anya, who was smiling silently. Sophie felt as if she was struck by lightning. She looked at Han Yuren in disbelief. With a clang, yen sui's scissors fell on the baking tray. She said in shock, You are still a virgin. She couldn't control her voice. It was a little loud. Very loud. Sophie grinned and hurriedly lowered her head. Anya's face turned red from trying not to laugh. But yen sui laughed at Han Yuren. Han Yuren's face turned blue and white, and she felt a chill behind her. She turned her head suddenly, and felt the hot air, with the smell of tobacco, rushing into her mouth and nose. Warm and arousing. I can do my best for you at any time. Use all my strength, she said shamelessly. Close to him. Chapter 84. Being a hooligan. Han Yuren's grip on the chopsticks tightened, and her eyes fell into a dark pool where her face, red with anger and shyness, was clearly reflected, and her long eyelashes trembled with her trembling eyelids. Without any warning, a gust of evil wind blew towards Anya, blowing the remaining piece of beef on her plate, and almost making it fall off the plate. Anya's knife strike missed, and she looked up at the opposite side, only to see Han Yuren's fist holding the chopsticks had already greeted Gu Chung. The power of this punch should not be underestimated. And it came out suddenly. But Gu Chung was grinning, as if he had expected it, and suddenly raised his hand to block the chopsticks. It was originally a food, but with Han Yuren's strength, it became a deadly weapon. As soon as Gu Chung raised his hand, the chopsticks hit him. And then with a creak, the chopsticks broke and flew towards Anya. Anya looked at the chopsticks that were flying straight towards her, but she couldn't dodge it. She didn't have any ability. Just as the chopsticks were about to hit Anya's face, a water wall suddenly appeared, and even had ripples. It was obvious that it was formed too hastily, and had not yet stabilized. After the chopsticks hit the water wall shook violently again. But the chopsticks had already frozen, and broke into pieces and fell off. Sophie breathed a sigh of relief. Anya's body froze, and she blinked twice. The water wall in front of her disappeared. Anya said with some difficulty, Thank you. It's okay. After Sophie said that, another water wall appeared in front of Anya. But this time it was very stable. Sophie explained. Be careful to avoid accidental injuries. Anya did not refuse. Yen Sui, who was sitting opposite Sophie, looked at Anya with some confusion. You're still so sharp, Gu Chung said admiringly. After the chopsticks broke, Han Yuren's fist landed on his palm. But Han Yuren's punch didn't hurt him at all. Han Yuren didn't say anything, but a smile of victory appeared on his lips. Gu Cheng's eyes became deeper, and he suddenly let go of Han Yuren's hand, and at the same time raised his legs and stepped back. Han Yuren loosened his fist into a palm, and stretched his fingertips forward. and grabbed Gu Cheng's hand that was retreating. 5 white fingers, inserted into the gaps between 5 distinctly bony fingers, the beautiful fingertips bent downwards, holding the other hand tightly. Gu Cheng's raised foot fell down. Looking at the hand tightly clasped with his own fingers, he was stunned for a moment. But before he could think of any more charming thoughts, he felt his whole body getting hot, and a spicy smell rushed into his nose, making him cough twice. Fuck. Sophie and the others who were watching the excitement couldn't help but exclaimed. Gu Cheng looked down at the spicy hot pot that had been splashed all over him. There were still a few pieces of vegetable leaves stuck to his clothes and had not fallen off. His face was very gloomy. Han Yuran raised his eyebrows with pride and put the empty bowl back on the table. You have to be a hooligan to be so capable. As he said that, Han Yuran let go of Gu Cheng's hand with disdain and was about to withdraw. Gu Cheng's eyes flashed, and the fingers that had not been grasped just now squeezed down hard, pressing Han Yuran's hand so hard that several pits appeared on the back of his hand. Han Yuran didn't want Gu Cheng to take advantage of this, so he added more strength and desperately pulled his hand back. Chapter 85 I Won't Forgive You. For a moment, there was no movement in this closed little place, only the stairs that were fixed on each other were crackling. Don't be too eager, it will only make people feel cheap, Han Yuran said unceremoniously, without any of the tenderness that had once touched each other's lips and teeth. No longer wasting time with Gu Cheng who didn't move, she said. Sophie, let's go. Sophie nodded in a daze, and then her hand loosened, and the burning ice wall collapsed instantly, turning into nothingness. Han Yuran walked out first, followed by Anya. As for Sophie and Yen Sui, they looked at Gu Cheng again before leaving. They couldn't believe that he was so obedient. Gu Cheng, who was lying on the ground, raised his hand and touched his cheek that was slapped. He rubbed it in disbelief. He then supported his body and half sat up. He put his hand from his face to his raised knees, tilted his head, and looked at Han Yuran who was walking away. He looked thoughtful and ignored all the eyes looking at him. After leaving the cafeteria, Han Yuran, who had been depressed all the way, suddenly remembered something and asked Anya in a panic. By the way, where's Quinn? Quinn is fine. As soon as the voice fell, the broadcast voice was heard. All miracle workers, please go to the meeting room. Han Yuran and Anya exchanged glances, and Anya said to the few people, a lot of troubles. It should be issuing various arrangements. Several people nodded, and then lowered their heads to open the map. Anya turned around and said, follow me. Turning back, when passing by the cafeteria door, Han Yuran didn't even glance inside. Seeing this, Gu Cheng, who was walking out, shook his head helplessly and smiled. Follow this road straight inward. Passing the lounge, the chess and card room, the sports field, and the library. Go straight to the end. And then follow the winding wooden steps to the second floor. There are 38 steps. When you reach the second floor, your vision will open up instantly. For a moment, Han Yuran thought he had traveled through time, to a distant dynasty in ancient times. The second floor was very empty. There were 2 rows of 8 wooden pillars on each side, each of which was so big that 2 people could not hug each other. There was something similar to a word engraved on each pillar, but Han Yuran did not recognize it. They could only look away. There were shadows of people on the clean, reflective ground. Most of the people had already arrived. This time, they did not stand on the left or right, but gathered in groups of 3 or 2. Of course, there were also a few who were alone. Han Yuran was looking around, and saw a small figure coming out of the crowd, running towards them, followed by someone she knew. Sister Sophie, Sister Yuran, Sister Anya. Quinn shouted excitedly, and ran over. Not injured, put on clean clothes, looked more attractive. Hey, you know each other? The man who ran over with Quinn asked with some surprise. Jin Dolly, what's wrong with you? I live with Dolly, brother. Quinn explained. Han Yuran nodded, and then told Jin Dolly, you know what to do, right? Jin Dolly rolled his eyes, sighed. Oh, I know. You don't have to worry about it. Yen Sui took a step forward, and although he looked up, he looked at Jin Dolly with a condescending look, which made Jin Dolly feel guilty. He took a step back, and after some distance, he smiled and said, is there something? Yen Sui hooked his finger at him, and Jin Dolly gritted his teeth. But he couldn't show his cowardice in front of so many people, so he could only bend down and put his head in front of Yen Sui. Don't think that Xiao Zhentai is good looking, and you have improper thoughts. If you dare to do anything dirty, I won't forgive you. Chapter 86 Aura of 2.8 meters. Yin Sui threatened Jindali without hesitation, making him feel a little embarrassed, but he couldn't really get angry with a kid, so he nodded and agreed. Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Yin Sui smiled coldly without hesitation, and then retreated with disdain. The eyes of the people around him looked back and forth at the two of them. Yin Sui said nothing. Jindali could only smile awkwardly. Quinn. This is Yin Sui. She should be about your age. Han Yuran introduced her. Quinn looked at Yin Sui. Her face turned red. She lowered her head and said shyly like a little girl, I'm 12 years old. Call me sister. Yin Sui interrupted Quinn directly and said bluntly, as if she hadn't threatened Jindali for Quinn just now. Quinn's face turned even redder, and she pursed her lips and called out reluctantly, Sister. Yin Sui was very pleased. Han Yuran's eyes flickered, and Gu Chung walked through the crowd to the front. Anya also said, I'll go first. When Anya walked to the front and stood, Wu Su, who had been waiting, said, Everyone, please be quiet. As soon as he said this, it was quiet in an instant, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stopped talking and looked forward, facing the 7 people in the temple where they were standing. Last night, the 7 of us studied a series of arrangements and deployments in the clock. We will tell you in detail below. Please listen first. When I say that you can raise opinions or questions, you can speak up. This way it won't be too chaotic and affect the speed. He said it so politely that no one would refuse his face. Seeing that no one spoke, Wu Su continued. Without rules, there is no order. Without leadership, there is no order. We are the 7 people chosen by God. Therefore, from now on, we will be the highest commanders. You must obey us absolutely. You are not allowed to act on your own. You are not allowed to bypass your authority. And you are not allowed to have any objections to our decisions. After Wu Su finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became heavy. The lens slightly blocked some of the terrifying light in Wu Su's eyes. He only heard him say, Everyone can speak. Silence. A restless silence. If your decision is wrong, wouldn't it mean that we have to die even though we know it is death? Yin Sui said fearlessly, with full confidence, although she was still young and looked a little petite. At this moment, she was extremely tall in the eyes of everyone. On the battlefield, how do you judge whether an order is right or wrong? Wu Su asked back. It's clear at a glance. Everyone will know it clearly at that time, whether it is right or wrong. Yin Sui's aura is 2.8 meters at this moment. Wu Su shook his head. Yin Sui's pupil shrank. Wu Su said, You know, the opportunity is fleeting. If someone does not obey, believes in the orders of the superiors, delays even a minute or a second, the situation they face is different from the situation when the superiors issue the order. Who should be blamed for this? Yin Sui was speechless. Wu Su continued. When you do something with the mood of risking your life, with the mood of winning, and when you do something with a doubtful attitude, will the results be the same? Wu Su's bright eyes swept over everyone, and answered himself. It's different. One person has one idea, and 100 people have 100 ideas. If we have to consider, study, and argue about each one, we don't have to do anything. We can just wait to die or surrender. Chapter 87 The Strongest Group. God chose to believe in us. Do you still doubt us? Wu Su's last question left everyone speechless. As the saying goes, no one is perfect. In ancient times, there were people who advised the king. Yin Sui only said half of her words, but everyone understood what she meant. Han Yuran looked at Yin Sui with some surprise. She was so powerful. When the people from the Holy Temple were selected, why didn't she speak? Wu Su adjusted the frame of his glasses and said, We have divided everyone into groups. Each group has a leader and a deputy leader. If the people from the Holy Temple act together, it means there is another person from the Holy Temple. His words were also very clear. He was not arbitrary. The orders and instructions were all studied by everyone. After Yin Sui fell silent, some people began to say, I have no objection. Once this sentence came out, it was like a contagious virus. Everyone expressed their opinions. Han Yuran also had no objection. A group of dragons cannot be without a leader. Otherwise, they will not be able to distinguish left from right, front from back, and will only wait for death on the spot. Yin Sui did not insist. She just wanted to ask clearly, and she was not looking for trouble. In fact, this kind of thing should be done this way. follow the arrangements of the superiors. It's just that there are fewer constraints on everyone now, and everyone has more thoughts. Seeing that all the miracle workers had expressed their opinions, Wusu continued, yesterday we learned about the abilities of all the miracle workers in the clock. Now we will make reasonable allocations based on the abilities of the miracle workers. Han Yuran raised her eyebrows, curious about what the clock that Wusu mentioned many times was. Although she slept soundly, not much time had passed, and Anya had also rested. How could the people in the temple have so much time? Not only did they arrange everything, but they even figured out the abilities of 400 or 500 miracle workers. Each group consists of 7 people, including 4 people with strong destructive ability, good fighters, 1 person with good healing ability, 1 person for assistance, and 1 person for coordination. Each group leader will be in charge of the overall situation and issue combat orders during the battle. Everyone nodded, looking thoughtful. Except for the good healers, everyone was curious about their ability, and maybe they could become group leaders. After Wusu finished speaking, his expression froze. Although the strength of each group is similar, it should be evenly distributed, but a sharp sword needs a sharp tip, and we also need the strongest group. The strongest group. After these 4 words, most people's blood boiled, sweeping away the previous dullness, and their eyes lit up. But we have too few actual combat experiences, and we can't be sure which 7 people are the strongest. So this strongest group is formed by us based on temporary judgment. And then, we will make adjustments based on the actual situation, Wusu said, looking at the people who agreed, and spoke again. But in teamwork, the most important thing is the tacit understanding of mutual cooperation, even if one's ability may not be as good as others. If the cooperation is good, the strength displayed is unimaginable. Such a simple truth. I don't need to tell you. People with strong abilities are generally unwilling to be inferior to others. So it is not necessarily possible to catch up with other groups. Next, I will announce the candidates for the strongest team, Wusu said, and everyone below stood up at the same time. This is a recognized honor, and no one does not want it. Tang Fong, the leader of the strongest team. After a moment of silence, everyone began to turn their heads and look around. They saw a lonely, straight and thin figure walking forward silently on the outside of the crowd. Chapter 88 Grouping. Everyone's eyes followed the sugar cube like laser guns, but the slightly petite person walked steadily, with both hands stretched out naturally, not affected by these thorny eyes at all. She had short hair that reached her chin, and her bangs were slightly tilted to the left. She was not a stunning beauty. She looked very well behaved, not outstanding in any way, but she made people feel very comfortable. She did not have eyes shining because of the title of the leader of the strongest group, her almond eyes, and her eyes were calm, and she stopped moving after standing still, allowing people to look at her. After the team leader was announced, Wusu announced the names again, without pausing, and read out the remaining 6 names in a row. Yen Sui, Sugita Jintoki, Mo Mengda, Mizuki Andrew, Fu Xiao Yin, Han Yuran. All of them were announced at once. Those whose names were not called out could not hide their disappointment, and those whose names were called out were also extremely shocked. For example, Han Yuran, when she heard Yen Sui's name first, she was a little surprised, and then she heard Meng Da's name. She could have been the deputy team leader before, but when she thought of that child like Ju Ru, she thought, the other party should be good at treatment. It was not until she heard her own name that Han Yuran came back to her senses from the image of the blood in her nanny's mouth. Sophie beside her pursed her lips in joy and disappointment and muttered, "That's good now. 1 of you is from the Holy Hall, 2 are from the strongest group, and only I am." She felt more and more wronged as she spoke, her head lowered, and kept rolling her eyes upwards, holding back tears. "That's great, you have so many of us to protect you," Yen Sui said casually. Sophie, who had been holding back tears, had tears flowing down her face after hearing Yen Sui's words, and sniffled and said, "I won't cause trouble on purpose. The other party is a bitch, you can do it on purpose, let's go," Yen Sui said domineeringly, looking at Han Yuran. Sophie, who had been keeping her head down, finally raised her head. Quinn pulled her hand. "Sister, don't cry. I'm still here." Zhendali sighed helplessly in his heart. He was completely suppressed by them. As Han Yuran walked forward, she glanced at the other 3 people she had never seen before, 2 men and 1 woman, including the 2 of them. There were only 2 men among the 7 people. She knew Fu Xiaoyan, and looked at the other man. So lucky, he was another handsome guy, judging from the name, he should be Sugita Jintoki. The height is definitely over 1.8 meters. with white hair, which is a little messy and slightly curly, and eyebrows that are half covered and half exposed. It is obviously a dead fish eye, but it is dead handsome. Red pupils, and a little listless. Then he moved his eyes to Emma Andrew, with long brown hair like waves, very white skin, freckles clearly visible, a little big and thick, but bright eyes and a bright smile. After the 7 people stood still, there was another silence. They were like those high-priced commodities that were not sure whether they were genuine, being looked at, questioned, even ridiculed, and envied at the same time. Group 1, Team Leader Ling Jiao, Team Member Su Fei, Lu Guangzhu. Group 7, Team Leader Mo Huang, Team Member Monica Hanks, Rong Xiaohong, Quinn. Group 36, Team Leader Wang Yu, Team Member Hua Xiang, Jin Dali, Wang Xiaoping. Group 70, Team Leader Johnny Norton, Yang Qi. Chapter 89, Change of Guard. After announcing the members of Team 70, Wusu paused temporarily. The people who had been standing in a mess on the second floor before, now formed groups of 7 and stood neatly. There were still 4 people whose names had not been called, and they were waiting for their arrangements with some anxiety, looking awkward. Wusu smiled at the 4 anxious people. You 4 have special abilities, and will not participate in the battle, but stay behind, and I will explain it to you in detail later. 3 of the 4 people rolled their eyes, but what could they say? They could only stand aside obediently under the strange looks. Wusu did not say more about the 4 of them. The first 20 groups guard the first front. Starting from the first group, rotate every 7 days. The first front can be said to be the most dangerous. It seems that the order between the groups is not random. Groups 21 to 40 defend the second front, starting from the 21st group, also rotate every 7 days. Wusu said while adjusting the frame of his glasses. Groups 41 to 70 maintain the city's public security and all other issues, divided into 2 groups, 15 groups each, rotate every 7 days. From this point of view, the last 30 groups should be the most tired, the middle 20 groups are the easiest, the first 20 groups will block the danger, and the last 30 groups will do the hard work. In addition, there are various tasks. We are not here to settle down and occupy land for the country. We are here to fight back and regain our freedom. During the rest period, each team will receive notifications of various tasks. Don't delay when the time comes. After the words fell, someone finally couldn't help asking, what does the strongest team do? The eyes focused on the strongest team again, and the 7 people were calm. The strongest team will not participate in the rotation of any group, and will always be on duty outside, Wusu explained. For a moment, there were no more voices of doubt, and the eyes looking at the strongest group also changed. Everyone knew that this was not only the strongest group, but also the desperate group. But what made everyone admire was that, after hearing Wusu's words, the expressions of these 7 people remained the same, without any change. Anya and Gu Cheng's eyes swept over Han Yuran, with their own thoughts. They knew about this grouping, but Han Yuran had the ability, and they would not stop it, except for the strongest team, which will always accept the most dangerous S-level missions. Other teams will be assigned tasks based on their actual strength. Wusu's words made many people feel relieved, but Wusu's eyes flashed with coldness, and his voice rose a few degrees. But everyone should also understand that the tasks are similar to their strengths. That is to say, the tasks you receive are equivalent to the strongest team receiving S-level tasks. I hope everyone will not hold on to the so-called luck and stagnate. The abilities we have obtained can be further developed, and each of us can be stronger. It was like a wake-up call, making everyone who was still lucky just now sober up, with a slightly red face and a look of shame. Wusu's expression eased a little, and continued. 10 groups are formed into a unit, starting from the first group, which belongs to Gu Cheng of the Holy Hall, followed by Emma Bull, Jean Shishi, Kamanashi Tiger, Anya, Bu San, and the last group is me. Chapter 90, Valiant. You are the closest to God. That is why, even though I know that being in the strongest group is the most dangerous, I have no choice. You should be more careful in the future, Anya said with some self-blame. At that time, she also realized that Han Yuran was the only one among the miracle workers, so she should be well protected. But Wusu thought that Han Yuran's ability had not been fully unleashed, and when people are in danger, their potential is most likely to be stimulated. As a result of the vote, only Jean Jishi stood on her side. Even Gu Cheng, whom Anya had been looking forward to, stood on Wusu's side. Han Yuran thought about Anya's words. You are the closest to God. She couldn't help but think of the 2 inexplicable voices, and conversations that sounded in her mind before. The sacred breath and bloody murderous aura in them were like her wings, and the sickle in her hand. If she is really the closest to God, then she must be the closest to the devil. Looking at the bottom, there is no end in sight. There are almost half of the city standing without any gaps. Is it closer to God or closer to the devil? Anya saw that Han Yuran looked a little heavy and dazed. And her self-blame was even worse. I will do my best to protect you. After the words fell, she only heard. Han Yuran snorted and laughed. Anya looked up, with a look of surprise and confusion. Heron said, I also think that danger can stimulate people's potential. At worst, you can get rich experience, which is better than being left behind, doing nothing and waiting to die. You have no ability. Although you have entered the holy hall, you are always not as confident as others. But if I am the strongest, then you are the strongest in the holy hall even if you have no ability. Don't worry. If you can't crush me with your IQ, I will crush you with force, Han Yuran said casually. But the two of them knew the great determination in it. Anya was silent for a moment, then smiled. It was a bright smile from the bottom of her heart. But what she said was irritating. Why do I feel like I'm getting goosebumps when we talk now? Ha. The cheerful and bright laughter made the ordinary people below the hall, who were used to seeing flying people, couldn't help but look up at the sky. Then, they were dumbfounded by Anya's smile that made people feel happy for no reason. The miracle workers, and the people from the temple, who arrived earlier than them also looked at them. Gu Cheng's eyes fell on Han Yuran, who was wearing a pure black uniform, and her long black hair was tied up high, flying behind her head. Gu Cheng only thought of an idiom in his mind. Heroic and valiant. Bright eyes, flying eyebrows, upturned lips. No tenderness but heroic spirit. Stepping forward step by step, with clean and neat movements. In this dead end, the two of them are like sunshine without dust, illuminating people's hearts. But unlike the beautiful feelings of others, the words they said were not beautiful at all. Saving the world is just a side job. The most important thing for us is to survive and live well. If we let responsibilities and obligations get in the way, we will be close to death. Han Yuran said this with a bright look, which made people feel that they had heard it wrong. I am Anya. Anya only said this, and the two laughed in tacit understanding again. Han Yuran finally stepped on the stairs, and finally arrived in front of the hall. The conversation between the two ended here. Han Yuran let go of Anya, and walked towards the strongest group, and Anya walked towards the temple. The two walked back to back, and walked further and further away. Chapter 91. Regardless of life and death. Even Wusu's face froze for a moment. The sound of low laughter came clearly from the miracle workers, and the ordinary people below. Wusu couldn't stop it. Fortunately, not long after, a middle-aged man in a short blue uniform in front of the ordinary people below said, Report, everyone in the city, all present. Han Yuran then noticed that there was actually another team under the prince, and it was not small, at least hundreds of people, but it was obvious that they were not miracle workers. Wusu nodded and raised his hands, pressing them lightly downwards. The previously whispered voices gradually quieted down, for a moment, as if there was no one in this city, in front of this hall. Even the distant back that could not be seen was silent, even their breathing was covered by the wind and blown away. After it was completely quiet, Wusu spoke. Everyone, now, these people standing in front of you, are all the miracle workers. Wusu's voice was loud, different from the previous gentle voice. The situation in the hall was projected into the air by the machine that had been prepared long ago. A machine was placed every 300 meters, and at this moment, the images were neatly arranged at the city gate, so that everyone could see it clearly. After the words fell, countless eyes shot towards the miracle workers. Han Yuran straightened her back for some reason, although she had told Anya before that they did all this just for themselves. But at this moment, when those silent but full of expectations, hopes, enthusiasm, etc., which were inexplicable, and contained too many eyes fell on her. At this moment, her blood still boiled. At this moment, even if it was only for these eyes, she was willing to go to the battlefield regardless of life and death, and fight the enemy. From now on, we will fight for you. For lovers, friends, family, fight with aliens for ourselves, regardless of life and death. Before he finished speaking, Wusu's voice was hoarse, but it sounded even more touching. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard another more hoarse voice shouting, regardless of life and death. After a moment of silence, All the miracle workers shouted at the top of their lungs, regardless of life and death. At this moment, their hearts were all in sync, and no extra words were needed. Huge voice, huge determination. At this moment, the wind was crushed here. Many of the ordinary people below had red eyes. Wusu glanced at the person who reported to him before. The man raised his hand. Following his action, all the people in blue uniforms below raised their hands. On both sides of the crowd, one after another, they followed the last person at the city gate. Another earth-shaking shout. No matter life or death. This time the shout came from below, which touched the ordinary people below even more. Finally, someone shouted, no matter life or death. Then, shouts of no matter life or death rang out one after another. Old, young, rough, gentle, and various voices gradually condensed into one voice from the initial chaos. At this moment, everyone's necks were red. Their faces were red. And their eyes were red. Whether it was below or in the palace. Whether it was at the back or in front of the palace. Han Yuren turned her eyes upwards with a sour nose. At this moment, she actually wanted to cry. Chapter 92 Free Flying. If she felt that she could fight to death for those eyes before, then now. For this moment, she even felt that she could survive in humiliation after failure, just for the restoration of human freedom. From now on, we will fight for freedom, faith, dream, break out of this confinement, regardless of life and death. The veins on Wusu's neck were exposed, looking a little hideous. Regardless of life and death. It was as if one person shouted regardless of life and death, shaking the whole world as if it shook a few times. Han Yuren looked at the endless crowd below. The future of these people was in their hands. She couldn't help but clench her fists tightly. In addition to the passion in her heart, she was also grateful that she had the power, and didn't have to rely on others for the future like the people below. A battle without support from the rear cannot be won. Soldiers without a home to return to have no sense of belonging. So our miracle workers need you. We need you. We need you to build our beautiful and harmonious home in the rear, so that we can have a home to return to, and a reason to fight for it. Can we hand over our rear to you? Can we trust you? Wusu asked almost hoarsely. Yes. The firm answer of the whole people, who cannot be moved by it. A leader who can't inspire people is not a good leader. It is obvious that Wusu is a good leader. Although he looks a little ferocious at this moment, there are many people like Sophie who can't control their hearts for him. We believe in you. You must also believe in us, believe in our decisions, and the rules, and even orders we have made. Only the rules that cannot be violated can make us an unshakable iron plate. Do you believe in us? Believe. Sounded without any hesitation, and finally someone cried, although he tried to hold back, but in the quiet city after that roar, the sobbing sound was particularly obvious. Han Yuren couldn't help but blink twice. Her eyes were sore. She was not a tearful person. Even if she had a good reason to cry, she would not cry. Wusu adjusted the frame of his glasses, and the redness on his face faded a little, and his expression was much more relaxed. Now, I declare that the Kingdom of Wings is established. From now on, we are citizens of the Kingdom of Wings. One day, we will spread our wings and fly freely under the sky and earth. This time, Wusu was no longer ferocious, but full of yearning. Although the name of the Kingdom of Wings is a bit vulgar, but its meaning is still recognized. From now on, their country is the Kingdom of Wings, the only pure land left in the world that belongs only to humans. For a while, the shouts of the Kingdom of Wings, the Kingdom of Wings, the Kingdom of Wings, reverberated through the heaven and earth. Everyone shouted with all their strength until their faces turned red, and their necks became thick, and even their voices became hoarse. Wusu raised his hand again, and pressed it lightly. Now I declare that the highest institution of the Kingdom of Wings is the Holy Hall. There are 7 people in the Holy Hall, namely me. Wusu, Wu Xingtang, Jin Zhishi, Jin Xingtang. Wusu read out the names of the 7 people in the Holy Hall. Each time he read out a name, the person took a step forward. Clean white, noble gold, upright and straight body, unwavering eyes. From now on, the future of the Kingdom of Wings is decided in the hands of the 7 of them. The atmosphere that was so heated before suddenly cooled down and became heavy and serious. Chapter 93, When the Chrysanthemum Becomes a Sunflower. Han Yuren came out of her previous emotions and glanced at Bushir-san, who was standing there very calmly. She was a little surprised. This would make Wusu's position even more unshakable. But Bushir-san was willing to be inferior to him. Although they were all from the Holy Hall, where there were people There were highs and lows. Thinking about Bu Shirsan's performance before, Han Yuran didn't believe that he would come forward just to ask for clarification. But after thinking about it, Han Yuran understood. After all, Bu Shirsan came later, and had little contact with miracle workers. It was impossible for him to defeat Wu Su in one go, unless his ability was very strong. Although Han Yuran had not seen him use his ability, she knew Wu Su's ability, which was rare and important. Since Bu Shirsan was silent now, his ability could not defeat Wu Su. He could only take it step by step. He was flexible and capable. He was a great man. Han Yuran could not help but sigh. She only hoped that when the two of them fought, it would not affect the miracle workers like them. She didn't know Bu Shirsan, but she was sure that he must be the kind of person she thought he was. The same kind of person as Wu Su. The righteousness was just their excuse. What they wanted was supreme glory. The glory they created with their own hands. Wu Su continued to speak. And the order and peace in our city will be maintained and governed by the public security team. The public security team consists of team leader Qin Qianji, deputy team leader Xia Jingju and Jean Benjamin, and 400 team members. The person who came forward this time came out from below. Han Yuran was very surprised to see the young team leader. She believed that the other party definitely did not become the team leader by relying on his face. He must have ability. Let Benjamin be the middle-aged man who reported to Wu Su before. Xia Jingju is actually a man, ever since Han Yuran fell in love with comics. Especially BL comics, especially after she accidentally saw a sentence that impressed her. She could no longer look directly at the word chrysanthemum. When the chrysanthemum turns into a sunflower, it's so dirty to think about it. Now we have temporarily settled down, but we still need to eat, drink, wear use. Since we can't kill the enemy, we can't do nothing, so except for the old, weak, young and disabled, we will have a job to ensure the lives of our people in the city. This matter will be managed by the Life Group, which consists of the group leader George Wells, the deputy group leader Wen Zhihui, Sun Ning, and 320 members. The group leader is an energetic old man, who looks very kind. The two deputy team leaders, both women who looked to be in their early 40s and under 50. Wen Zhihui looked delicate and wore a pair of glasses. And Sun Ning looked friendly and had a pair of dimples on her face. Whether this city can run normally basically depends on these people. Today's gathering ends here. The Life Group will send a manual to each person, which states which places are prohibited from entering, which places are accessible, and also includes the work that each person will undertake, etc. I hope everyone will read it carefully. If you are dissatisfied with the work, I hope you can be patient for a while. This is the first trial operation. We want to see if it is feasible. When we get the answer, we will make changes according to the actual situation. If you are still dissatisfied at that time, go to the Life Group to report it. For a while, the expressions of the people below were all different. Wu Su had turned back and looked at the miracle workers and said, "The rotation has officially begun. Those on leave are free to move around." Chapter 94 Forbidden Land. After Wu Su finished speaking, the crowd below also left in an orderly manner. As for the miracle workers, two neat teams quickly flew towards the city gate. Han Yuran thought about the various tasks assigned by Wu Su before. The last 30 teams were responsible for maintaining public security in the city. Now that a public security team has been organized, life in the city will probably be very boring in the future. Watching Sophie's figure getting farther and farther away with the two teams, Sophie was assigned to the first group, which was the most dangerous group besides their strongest group, but she still believed in Sophie. "I want to get familiar with the city. Would you like to go?" Yin Sui asked. Han Yuran shook her head. "I'm starving. If I don't eat something, I'll probably have to go see the Buddha." Han Yuran felt angry when she thought of her bowl of spicy hot pot that she had wasted. She glanced at the temple, and saw that the 7 people in the temple had already left together. "Then I'll go," Yin Sui said, and took a handbook belonging to them, the miracle workers, from the basket in front of the temple gate, and began to get familiar with the city down to earth according to the route on it. Han Yuran looked at Yin Sui's serious expression and felt a little strange. She thought Yin Sui was just a violent and willful little girl. But no matter her previous performance or her current focused expression, it was far from what Han Yuran thought. "What does it have to do with you?" Han Yuran muttered to herself and ran to the cafeteria again. This time she didn't order spicy hot pot, but a bowl of white rice and a few side dishes. After eating and drinking, she had nothing to do. She picked her teeth carelessly, listened to the scattered conversations in the cafeteria, and the figures walking past the cafeteria from time to time. She was a little dazed for a while. It seemed as if all the desperate efforts and dangers before were just a big dream. He put down the toothpick with a sense of emptiness in his heart. So quickly, everyone adapted to the current life. It seemed as if they had always lived like this. Humans are really highly adaptable animals. He stood up and took a manual and flipped through it. The leftmost area of the manual was circled. A red cross on it was particularly conspicuous. Under the red cross was written, Research Area. Han Yuran could probably guess what kind of research it was. At least dissecting the enemy was necessary. She turned another page without interest. This page mainly introduced the palace. There were crosses at the top and bottom, and there was no introduction below the cross. Han Yuran lost interest all of a sudden. She threw the book in her hand back into the basket. After taking a step, she stepped back, picked up the book again, flipped through it, and quickly left the palace and walked into the city. After leaving their 3 cities, there were more people. Han Yuran noticed when she looked at the map that the names of the walls in the city were all marked on the map. They are the first city, the second city, and the place where they live is the third city. I just don't know how the people living in these 2 places are distributed. After all, the closer you are to the inner city, the safer you are. Han Yuran's appearance attracted a lot of attention. But those people didn't dare to look at Han Yuran too presumptuously. Just glanced at her secretly. Han Yuran could only pretend not to know and looked at the busy people. They were hanging all kinds of signs on the houses on the roadside, such as bakeries, wine shops, grocery stores, etc. Most people were cleaning, making the city full of smoke. Chapter 95 Little Meatball. Many chimneys on the houses were already emitting smoke. In the choking dust, you could occasionally smell a hint of fragrance that was not drowned out. From time to time, you could meet people from the security team. They unbuttoned their clothes and rolled up their sleeves to help. Everywhere was a harmonious scene. Han Yuran looked at the people who were tired and sweating, and suddenly thought of robots. No matter whether it was the fake apocalypse before, or the real alien invasion later, robots never participated. Thinking of the huge number of robots, Han Yuran was terrified. If the aliens start to control the robots alone will be enough for them to fight to death. Thinking of this, Han Yuran suddenly turned her head to look at the hall behind her. She wondered if the 7 people there had thought about this problem. While thinking, she felt something hit her leg. Han Yuran came to her senses, turned her head back, and looked down. She saw a small meatball that was just at her knee. Falling back dizzy, Han Yuran stretched out her hand to grab the small meatball, and heard a broken gong-like voice shouting, God! God! Lord! Spare my life! The sudden roar made Han Yuran's hand stiff, and the small meatball fell hard. The next moment, it began to cry loudly, and big tears slid down from the chubby little pink face like a faucet turned on. Han Yuran's hand missed, but he was amused by the crying face of the little meatball, especially the fact that the other party only had a strand of hair on the top of his head, which was tied into a hide braid with a red rope, and trembled with his crying. Han Yuran smiled and stretched out his hand to the little meatball again, saying with a smile, Little meatball, you Mr. Miracle. The meatball didn't hit you on purpose. Please be lenient. The hoarse voice interrupted Han Yuran's words, and also stopped Han Yuran's hand from pinching the little meatball's face. Han Yuran waved her hand in the air for a while, and then retracted it. Looking at the plump middle-aged woman in front of her, the other party looked at her with eyes full of vigilance and hidden fear. Han Yuran felt that the other party seemed to regard her as a monster, and their situation also attracted a lot of attention. Han Yuran turned to look at those people, only to see that they all looked scared. Hurry up and look away, lower your head and continue your work. In an instant, Han Yuran felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder pressed on her chest, making her a little breathless. Master Miracle, please forgive me. The hoarse voice spoke again, and her expression had begun to look a little ferocious. Han Yuran looked at her and hid the little ball behind her. Her eyes fell on the little ball that had stopped crying and was hiding behind the hoarse voice. The little ball only showed a small half of its face, and looked at her with its black eyes that looked like gems fearfully. This look made Han Yuran's throat feel blocked. It's okay, Han Yuran said, but her voice was so hoarse that she wanted to laugh at herself. The joy in the hoarse voice flashed away. And then, he returned to his previous vigilant look. He said to Han Yuran without gratitude, Thank you, Master Miracle. Then, he hurriedly left with the little meatball in his arms. Han Yuran stood there, took 2 deep breaths silently, and continued to walk forward with his fists clenched. Chapter 96. I Don't Eat People. Soon, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle appeared in the cold place where Han Yuran and the lovely girl were. Without looking at the lovely girl, he asked Han Yuran directly, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Han Yuran was too lazy to argue with the lovely girl, and turned to the Mediterranean and said, "I want to check if a few people are in the city. I wonder if it's okay." The chubby Mediterranean smiled and nodded and asked, "Who do you want to check?" Han Yuran was a little surprised. "I thought it would be very pleasant to see the manager come. It seems that although the other party looks corrupt, his mind is very clear." Elder. "Okay, it's human nature to worry about your family. It's human nature, Mr. Miracle Master. Follow me," Hai Dong said, turning around and leading Han Yuran to the third closed door on the left. Han Yuran followed Hai Dong in, but for a moment he was a little dazed, listening to the clacking of keyboards, looking at the neat rows of desks and the focused people. He almost thought he had entered a company. "Mr. Miracle Master, this way," Hai Dong said, walking inside. Han Yuran also came back to her senses. It was quite smart that the temple did not give up these convenient machines. But she was also very impressed that it could operate so smoothly, so quickly. "Xiao Lu, please help this Miracle Master check a few people." Dahai walked to a young man and said. The young man stopped typing and stood up suddenly, bowed to Hai. "Hello, Manager Chow." The loud voice and respectful posture made Manager Chow feel particularly embarrassed and guilty today. "Ahem. Let's get down to business." After Manager Chow said that, he turned to Han Yuran and asked, "Master Miracle Maker, tell Xiao Lu your name." Xiao Lu stood up on the other side, stole a glance at Han Yuran, and sat back trembling. "And how?" "And Ishan. Chong Yun." After Han Yuran finished reading the names, Xiao Lu immediately began to type on the keyboard tremblingly. Manager Chow made room for him, and Han Yuran took 2 steps toward Xiao Lu, ignoring Xiao Lu's obvious startle, and staring at the computer screen. "Wrong. It's Rishan Hao. Not this Hao." Han Yuran corrected the screen while looking at the dozen or so in Haos. Xiao Lu was eager to show off before, but he didn't expect that when he heard Han Yuran speak. He looked like he had Parkinson's disease. He was supposed to hit the delete key, but he hit several commas instead. Manager Chow frowned behind him. Han Yuran was anxious, so he could only comfort him. "I don't eat people. You don't have to be afraid." It would have been better if he didn't comfort him. After comforting him, a drop of sweat slid down Xiao Lu's head, and he even swallowed his saliva. Manager Chow's face became even uglier. He laughed and said, "Don't be afraid, Xiao Lu. The Miracle Master was just joking. You just need to hurry up." Xiao Lu's hand finally calmed down a little. After typing in Hao's name, a page popped up. Han Yuran glanced at it. There were 13 in total. "Are there any photos?" "Yes. Yes." Manager Chow replied quickly. Xiao Lu was also quick this time. He clicked from the first one. No. 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 In a blink of an eye, he reached the 13th one. Han Yuran looked at the person in the photo on the screen and sighed in his heart. There was no one Hao in this city. Chapter 97 Mission. And Ishan. Ishan means follow in every step. Shan means mountain. When he spoke again, Han Yuran's tone was much more desolate. But this time, he still got nothing. The atmosphere between the 3 of them suddenly became much more solemn, and Xiao Lu's face turned pale. Manager Chow kept sneaking glances at Han Yuran from behind, but except for the increasingly low and cold tone, the other party's expression did not change at all, which made even this old man admire him. Lu Yun. Lu of Yonglu. Chao Yunyan. Although Han Yuran read out the name, she had already given up hope. Haozi and Uncle An were not in the city, so how could Aunt Lu be there? As expected, without any miracle, and Lu was not in the city. Xiao Lu, who had no keyboard to type on, had a pair of nervous hands that didn't know where to put them. Manager Chow didn't urge her. Han Yuran took a deep breath and said, "Thank you." This sentence was said to Xiao Lu, who was so scared that he almost fell off the chair. Han Yuran had already turned around, bowed slightly to Manager Chow and said, "Sorry for the trouble." Manager Chow also looked a little heavy and said, "Don't worry, sir. Maybe they haven't arrived yet." Han Yuran nodded, followed Manager Chow out, and left the archives bureau. The rain was still falling outside. Han Yuran stood in the rain. This time, she didn't feel the air was refreshing. but felt cold all over. Before she could think more, a broadcast sounded in the city. Notice. The strongest team. Please gather in the meeting hall of the main hall. Repeat. The strongest. Han Yuran turned his head and looked at the main hall standing in the third city. The mission came so soon. For a moment, the city residents who heard this kind of notification for the first time, as well as the miracle workers, all stopped their work and looked towards the main hall out of curiosity. From time to time, a figure flying towards the main hall appeared in the air. Han Yuran did not stop, stepped on the ground, climbed onto the roof, and quickly ran towards the main hall. The cute girl who had been staring at Han Yuran listened thoughtfully to the words that were still lingering in her ears. The strongest team. Please gather in the meeting room of the main hall. After curling her lips, she began to write again. Han Yuran arrived at the main hall in a blink of an eye, and naturally entered through the side door. Only the first time did they gather at the main door, and after that they always went through the side door. The main door was locked, and the big fish and the messenger inside did not feel uncomfortable. After Han Yuran entered the main hall, she quickly spread out the book in her hand, stared at the map of the main hall carefully, and found the meeting room. The meeting room was not far from the stairs leading to the second floor. When Han Yuran arrived, in addition to meeting several members of their strongest group, she also met the unlucky Gu Chung. After the other party glanced at her, he immediately showed a bright smile. Han Yuran ignored him and stood beside Yin Sui. You won't send us on a mission so soon, will you? Yin Sui asked immediately after Han Yuran came over. I thought it was too late. After all, every second counts now. After Han Yuran finished speaking, Sugita Jintoki also walked in. The strongest team was all present. They lined up in front of Gu Chung, led by Fong Tang. Gu Chung glanced at everyone and said very straightforwardly, It's easy to find you. There's a mission. We received a distress signal. There are about 1,000 people in the D13 area of South City. Your mission is to bring them back. Just a few of us? Yen Sui questioned. Chapter 98 Very strong. Me too. Hey, you guys do it. Before Han Yuran finished her words, she heard a voice that did not belong to the 7 of them coming from above. The 7 people's expressions changed instantly. Before Han Yuran raised her head, the sickle in her hand had already been thrown out, and behind her sickle, the huge pink rabbit opened its mouth, and its teeth were sharp and shining. Wait a minute, we are one of them. The strange voice quickly changed the words, and shouted excitedly and fearfully, for fear that if it was a step later, the sickle on its neck would come down and cut off its neck. While shouting, he carefully leaned back. When he looked up, he saw a bloody mouth that could probably swallow his whole head. The strongest team was empty, staring at the man they suppressed, and the man next to the man who was watching the show. The two had the same face, and wore the same miracle uniform as them. We are from the first team, defending the city, the man threatened by the sickle said, feeling dry mouth. No one in the strongest group spoke, so he had to say one more sentence anxiously. Look, I have butterflies. Why are you disturbing us? Fontang asked. And he didn't act very friendly just because he was a teammate. Feeling his neck getting colder and colder, the man shouted anxiously to the people watching the excitement. Liu Xia. You fucking say something? Liu Xia sighed, raised her hand and waved. And everyone saw a layer of gauze like the starry sky rising from the heads of Liu Xia and the other 2, passing over the heads of the 7 of them, and then falling down. Then Liu Xia spoke up. We are helping you. This is the gate of our wing country. It is a peaceful place. There are so many eyes and ears on the other side. The way you talked just now was like taking off your clothes and asking others to come. The 7 members of the strongest team had a fever on their faces. They had just left the city and made such a low-level mistake. It was a disgrace to their reputation. Hey, beautiful lady, can you put away your sickle first? Hee hee. Han Yuran glanced at him, and his hand loosened, and the sickle disappeared. The giant rabbit also returned to Yin Sui's hands. Liu Yan, look. I saved you, you should thank me. Liu Yan said excitedly to Liu Yan, who was panting. Okay, let's continue. Fontang didn't dwell on Liu Yan's vulgar metaphor just now. Liu Yan didn't pester Liu Yan to thank her anymore, and stared at Han Yuran and the others curiously. Liu Yan still looked like he had survived a disaster, and wanted to take a few more breaths. I'm a combat type. Han Yuran repeated it again. In fact, she didn't need to say it, everyone knew it, from her and Yen Sui's reactions just now, and the cold murderous aura on her body. Fight, Sugita Jintoki said in a low voice. Thinking back to what happened just now, his reaction speed was too slow compared to Han Yuran. But it was Han Yuran, and he didn't want to lose to her. I'm a medical doctor, Ruishi Andrews said sweetly. Assist. It was Fu Xiuyan who spoke. Han Yuran was a little surprised. She had seen Fu Xiuyan's ability before. He was very strong. He would freeze you and make you unreasonable. But how could he assist with this? Constantly freeze. 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 Obviously it's impossible. If you freeze occasionally, then this assistance is not very useful. Chapter 99 Why? Han Yuran suppressed her doubts about Fu Xiuyan's ability. And Mingmingda said, I advocate fighting. Han Yuran still remembered that she seemed to use something like cards. When she saw this childlike girl holding cards and chanting spells, she was simply a magical girl. Fangtang nodded, thought for a while and said, There are 7 of us in total. We will move in 3 rows. Yen Sui and Han Yuran will lead the first row. Mizuki and I will be behind you. Jintoki Sugita, you will be next to Mizuki. Fu Xiuyan will be next to me. Mingmingda will be at the end. The remaining 6 people imagined the positions arranged by Fangtang in their minds, and did not raise any objections. Fangtang and Ruishi were not the main fighters, but were placed in the middle for protection. The other main fighter was placed at the back to cover the rear. Fu Xiuyan was not as strong as Sugita Jintoki in combat, so he was placed next to Fangtang, who was stronger than Ruishi. There was nothing wrong with this position, and there was no selfishness. Everything should be based on Ruishi's safety. As long as there are people who can heal us, we are not afraid of getting hurt. Fangtang continued. The remaining 5 nodded. Ruishi looked at them, and said seriously, I will try my best. Fangtang looked at the team members, who did not raise any objections, and her heart was much more stable. When I can't give orders, Yen Sui will give orders. Her proposal this time attracted everyone's inquiring eyes, and even Yen Sui looked at Fangtang in surprise. Fangtang's face quietly turned red again under everyone's attention. This is a problem that must be considered. She doesn't know everyone. She noticed that Yen Sui spoke several times before. She felt that the other party spoke clearly, and the questions he raised were to the point. As for Fu Xiuyan, she also considered it. But Fu Xiuyan was a support. In the case of losing the captain, it is difficult to convince people with a support with insufficient combat effectiveness. I agree. But I think it is necessary to arrange this possibility until the last person, so as not to become a headless fly, Han Yuran said. The remaining few nodded. No one objected to Yen Sui being the first choice. The 2 brothers Liuli and Lilian, who were not in the strongest group, also listened attentively, and admired the unity of the strongest group even more. When their first group came to defend the city, they argued for a long time about who should guard which position. In the end, they were suppressed by force by Lu Guangzhu in their group, and Lu Guangzhu obeyed the arrangements of their group leader Lingjiu. Then after Yen Sui is Fu Xiuyan, after Fu Xiuyan is Han Yuran, after Han Yuran is Mingmingda, after Ruishi, finally is Sugita Jintoki. Fangtang was helpless. She really didn't know her team members. As for arranging Sugita Jintoki to the last, it was just because he looked out of place. And Sugita Jintoki, who was ranked last, raised his eyebrows twice, and asked unwillingly, Why am I the last one? Fangtang was stared at by the crimson eyes and couldn't answer, after all. She couldn't say, Who told you to look out of place? The scene was a little awkward for a while. Fangtang, in line with his responsibility as the team leader, said tactfully, I think you look a little unstable. The originally serious atmosphere became humorous with Fangtang's words. The cheerful Ruishi couldn't help but lower her head and chuckle. Fangtang's face was as red as a burning cloud, but it couldn't turn Sugita Jintoki's glowing eyes red. Chapter 100 It's fatal. No one had any objection to Fangtang's order to stop talking. Chatting is distracting. At this moment, why risk your life to chat about those small things? Han Yuran's eyes turned left and right from time to time, observing even the slightest movement around. She also felt that what Liu Xia said before made sense. The enemy knew their lair, and it would be unreasonable not to send someone to watch it. She was so confident in punishing them that she didn't care about any of their struggles. Seeing the gate of North City in sight, Han Yuran did not sense the presence of any alien race, nor did she see a single human being. Suddenly, it seemed that only a few of them were left in the world. Except for her, the others did not speak, which meant that they did not find anything. But Han Yuran still did not relax at all, and in a few breaths, she had arrived at the gate of North City. This city was originally their place of residence, and the area outside the city was a forbidden area, but now it has been changed. Han Yuran and Yen Sui continued to move forward without stopping. After entering the city gate, even the little light that remained was blocked by the city wall, entering complete darkness. The city wall was very thick, and it was about 30 meters away from them. The holy wings suddenly spread out from behind Han Yuran, almost across the entire city gate. The wings shook, and the white light covered all 7 people and restored their vision. Before the 7 people could feel it properly, they heard Fong Tang's voice hurriedly. "Fight!" Han Yuran, who had just conjured wings, only heard the word fight and had already grasped the sickle in his hand. After slashing forward, he slashed to the right. Dark red blade wind shot out from the sickle, and there was a crackling sound, followed by a ding-dong sound. "It's behind!" Fong Tang, who closed his eyes, shouted again. Mengmengda, who was at the back, originally flew a card to the front. After hearing Fong Tang's words, he quickly pulled up and down with both hands and sacrificed another card. At this time, the first card sacrificed had already lit up a clear light, slowly covering their group of people. On the card facing down was a picture of a saint. But the second card that Mengmengda sacrificed was a step too late. She only felt a strong wind coming from behind her, passing through the light under the card, and clearly saw the white light of Han Yuran's wings fade. And the second card she sacrificed, a sword tip, just emerged. Mengmengda was panicked for a moment, and forgot to move, because she had seen clearly what brought the strong wind. It was actually a snake, a small black snake with green eyes, no bigger than the size of a palm, was shooting at her with its fangs bared. The snake god was straight, like an arrow. Mengmengda was completely frightened. Even though she was a member of the strongest team, it was her first time to go on a mission, being in a battle where she could die at any time. Her lack of experience and knowledge suddenly became a fatal weakness. Seeing that the snake's mouth was about to touch Mengmengda's throat, the long sword of green water on the card in Chapter 2 also completely emerged. But her owner had no intention of using it at this time, so it became a waste. Mengmengda could no longer bear it, and covered her head with her eyes closed and shouted loudly. The voice was shrill and cruel. "Don't make a fuss. There are 3 people on the right side in front of you." Fong Tang's voice broke through Mengmengda's screams, and she spoke calmly about the enemy's situation. She was the team leader, and she had to protect everyone. When everyone clashed with one person, her choice was obvious. Chapter 101: A Startled Surprise. Han Yuran and Yen Sui, who heard Mengmengda's scream and wanted to turn around, were stopped by Fong Tang's voice before they could turn around. A trace of hesitation flashed in their eyes, and then they turned around together. Han Yuran's sickle chopped towards the right front first, and the sickle swept out from the middle of Qingwei, but did not break Qingwei into pieces. Just like the white light on Han Yuran's wings, it seemed to be able to distinguish between the enemy and us. The rabbit's huge fist was chasing the sickle, and the sharp fist wind blew Qingwei away before the fist, and chased the sickle to the right front. Mengmengda's screams had not stopped yet, but her voice was hoarse, although she was fighting in the front. Han Yuran, who was half focused on the back, wondered how Mengmengda could still scream. Not only was she confused, but Mengmengda herself was also puzzled, because she did not feel any pain, either in her neck or other places. Instead, strong winds blew over her from time to time. Fong Tang, as a person observing the overall situation on the battlefield, had fully understood Mengmengda's situation with her special ability, but her brows were still furrowed, and her head was slightly tilted, as if she was listening to something. Mengmengda felt that something had changed, and she opened her eyes a little in fear. She saw a man standing in front of her, wearing a miracle uniform, raising his legs and kicking forward. Her movements were neat and tidy. Looking at the powerful long legs, Mengmengda knew that this was a man. She put down her hands covering her head and looked up. Her white curly hair was constantly swinging up and falling down. Her strong arms punched forward one after another, and black snakes fell to the ground and became dead snakes. Mengmengda was stunned by the back of Sugita Jintoki. But Sugita Jintoki in front of her suddenly turned his head, staring at Mengmengda with scarlet eyes, and roared, "You're going to die!" Mengmengda shivered at the roar, and then she came to her senses and nodded vigorously, and the spectacular scenery in front of her chest swayed violently. Mengmengda had already reached out and caught the green water sword. At the same time, Fong Tang, who had been frowning, suddenly yelled, "Leave the air, go underground." Mengmengda, who had just caught the green water sword, turned her wrist and threw out a sword flower, and the tip of the sword stabbed under her body, and she kicked her feet backwards, and her whole body was in an inverted position, and the green water sword was bent. But the next moment, a card suddenly appeared under Mengmeng's body, supporting her, and on it was a golden wing. Mengmengda had just sat down when she felt something sink behind her. She turned around and saw the white-haired, red-eyed Sugita Jintoki. But Sugita Jintoki was clearly in front of her. Mengmengda turned her head back in disbelief. That's right. Sugita Jintoki was still in front of her, and had not left the ground. "I am a miracle worker." Sensing Mengmengda's surprise, Sugita Jintoki, who was standing on the card, spoke. Mengmengda realized that they were miracle workers, and it was not surprising that they had any abilities. Sugita Jintoki, who was still on the ground, was still beating the black snake with his hands and feet. But the next moment, his movements suddenly froze, and then, his whole body was pulled down, in almost a blink of an eye. That Sugita Jintoki had completely disappeared, only where he had stood, had traces of soil being turned over. Seeing this, Mengmengda pulled out the bisui long sword on the ground, and was about to stab there. But he heard Sugita Jintoki behind him say, "I'll do it." Chapter 102 The True Face of Mount Lu. Mengmengda stopped moving, and no longer cared about what was happening underground, but waved her sword to replace the position of Sugita Jintoki, who was pulled away, blocking those little black snakes. The long sword of Bisui was swung tightly, and the black snakes that were cut into pieces fell to the ground with green blood, emitting a choking fishy smell, and when they fell to the ground, they even burned the ground and smoked, which was then dissipated by the clear light and the white light of the wings. Mengmengda was certainly not an expert in swordsmanship. Rather than saying that she was using the sword, it would be better to say that the sword was using her, but without her, the sword was motionless. Mengmengda was not feeling well either. She only felt pain in her body, especially in her right hand holding the sword. If she could not see it, she would have thought that her right hand had fallen off. She stared at the black snakes that kept shooting at her from the opposite side in frustration. She was curious and angry. What on earth was there on the opposite side? Bang! With a loud noise, the sand and soil were blown up into the air and fell down again. A pool of blood came out from the ground where Sugita Jintoki was pulled away. Sugita Jintoki clapped his hands. The next moment, another Sugita Jintoki came out of the protective layer of Qing Hui and rushed to the opposite side, where Mengmengda was curious, with a spirit of going to his death. Regardless of the rain of black snakes, he blocked those that could be blocked, and let the black bite him if he couldn't block it. Let's talk about Han Yuran and Yen Sui. After fighting the shadow enemies for a while, they finally saw the enemy's true face. You don't know until you see it, but once you see it, you're shocked. Their opponent is actually a monster. It's a monster without good looks. The monster looks very sticky, like a pile of flowing snot, or pure black snot contaminated by dust, which almost blocks the road ahead. It's not small in size, and when it moves on the ground, it's so soft that it can't make any sound. The reason why Han Yuran and Yen Sui were finally able to see it was because it opened its eyes. Two round eyes, like pancakes, opened in the middle of its body, less than a finger's distance apart. There were no eyelashes, and the whites of its eyes were mostly white. The two pupils were like two small sesame seeds. If you don't pay attention, it will be easily overlooked. The wind from the sickle chopped it, and only made the pile of snot bounce back and forth twice, without any practical effect. The pink rabbit, which had been punching down one after another before, suddenly stopped. Yen Sui frowned and looked at the pile of snot. She was so disgusted that she didn't have the courage to attack. But the pile of snot on the ground rolled forward shamelessly, and many small round bumps appeared in its body. The small round bumps were hard and shiny, forming a sharp contrast with the snot. If you have intensive phobia, you will be defeated without fighting when you see the scene. Fortunately, Han Yuran and Yen Sui didn't have it. Han Yuran didn't need to grab it with her hands. She directly gave up the knife wind attack. Because she couldn't land, she stepped on the pink rabbit's arm and rushed over with her sickle. Yen Sui also gritted her teeth, and the pink rabbit, who had stopped moving, punched again. The small round bumps on the snot also shot towards them. The snot sesame-like pupils rolled around. Han Yuran slashed with her sickle directly, cutting the small round bumps that shot over, and chopped them into pieces. The pink rabbit on the other side punched down, also smashing several of them. But before Han Yuran and the others could be happy, the small round bumps that they had broken, sparks instantly appeared and exploded with crackling sounds. Chapter 103 Sending ahead. Just like a virus that can be contagious, all the hundreds of small round bumps that shot over exploded at once, like clusters of small fireworks. But when the fireworks exploded with the sound of explosions all over your body, you definitely won't feel that it's really fucking beautiful, but that it's really fucking unlucky. Unlucky. The pink rabbit turned around and hugged Yin Sui at the first moment. Yin Sui's petite body was completely blocked by the pink rabbit. The pink rabbit was blown up by the small round bumps, and had black spots all over its body, and it was smoking. But the pink rabbit didn't react at all, it just tightly held Yin Sui from all directions. Without a knight, Han Yuran could only rely on himself. Because of the light of the wings, the explosion of the small round bumps was slowed down. At this critical moment, their assistants finally started to assist. Freeze! Fu Xiuyan, who was beside Fontaine, said. When he said that, everything around him froze. No, except for their strongest group, everyone froze. Even the exploding little round bump wrapped in the light of Han Yuran's wings stopped at the moment of the explosion, which was actually a bit beautiful. Han Yuran took less than a second to react and adapt, and shouted, "Kill!" The sickle slashed at the snot monster, and the half-exploded fireworks that were touched by her action were considered to be out of Fu Xiuyan's freeze technique, and fell to the ground in a half-exploded state. Yin Sui also stepped back with his right leg when Han Yuran shouted, and turned around at the same time, grabbing the pink rabbit's arm with his backhand, swinging the pink rabbit in a circle, and smashing it towards the snot monster with a huge impact. The pink rabbit even kept its back facing the snot monster. Ming Mingda on the other side sacrificed another card. On the card was a spider web. The dark spider stared at the bottom, with its dark blue eyes in the center of the web. The phantom of the web appeared on the card, and the spider silk in the center was connected to the mouth of the spider on the card. Gradually, the spider silk in its mouth began to turn red, and continued to flow downwards, gradually dyeing the entire web on the ground red. Meng Mengda, who had sacrificed the card, put all his mind and energy into the long sword in his hand. The long sword trembled slightly, and took Meng Mengda away from the wing card, and shot towards the black snakes that were fixed on the opposite side. Only after images and green sword light were left in the air, and the black snakes that were chopped into pieces fell down in clumps. Meng Mengda frowned, with a painful look on his face. Sugita Jintoki, who was still sitting on the card, suddenly stood up. At the moment of standing up, his body split into two into 4, and 4 into 8, and jumped off the card together, passing through Meng Mengda's sword formation directly. After leaving the range set by Fu Xiuyan, I saw Sugita Jintoki, who had rushed out earlier, limping back. His right arm was nowhere to be seen, and there were countless bite marks on his body that were bleeding. It could be said that he was riddled with holes. Behind him was a snake man wearing a black cloak, whose face could not be seen. The thick green snake tail dragged for a long time, and as he moved forward, it left a deep mark on the ground. However, his appearance was blocked by the cloak, and Sugita Jintoki could not see clearly, but he saw that he had hands. Sugita Jintoki, who was running back, stepped down with one foot. The ground was originally normal, but suddenly there was a black giant python, whose body was coiled like a mosquito coil, and at this moment, it was opening its mouth wide upwards. Sugita Jintoki stepped down with one foot, and directly stepped into the mouth of the black giant python. He was simply giving away his life. Chapter 104 Food in the Mouth. The sharp snake fangs pierced into Sugita Jintoki's leg without any surprise, making him stoop, almost falling down, and blood gushed out like a fountain. What was a little surprising was that I thought these Sugita Jintoki were just phantom clones, but I didn't expect them to be flesh and blood. The black snake that bit Sugita Jintoki began to twist its head like crazy, and there was a sound of bones breaking, unable to move. Sugita Jintoki raised his hand, clenched his fist, and didn't hit the black snake, but hit his broken leg that was only connected by a bone. With this punch, he broke the only bone left, and while there was still something in the black snake's mouth, he used only the remaining leg to jump forward violently. When he looked up, his red eyes met those of Sugita Jintoki, who was running over from the opposite side. The snake man, covered by the cloak, looked at Sugita Jintoki's movements. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he still walked forward at a leisurely pace. Sugita Jintoki landed on one foot, and was unstable and fell forward. The black snake was not easy to deal with either. Its mouth was useless. And its body, which was coiled like a mosquito coil, opened up, and its soft and hard tail swung towards Sugita Jintoki. At the moment when Sugita Jintoki was about to fall to the ground, it wrapped around Sugita Jintoki's waist and began to tighten continuously. Seeing that Sugita Jintoki's waist was getting thinner and thinner, his upper body swelled up. A rib was broken on the left side, but it went through the flesh and came out from the right side. The white bones were still stained with blood, tendons, and flesh. The situation was terrible. The snake man's puzzled look became even worse. He looked past the tragic Sugita Jintoki and looked at the 8 intact Sugita Jintoki on the opposite side. He didn't understand why these people looked exactly the same, nor why they didn't make any moves to rescue him. But it didn't matter to him whether they moved or not, because they were all going to die. Thinking of this, the snake man smiled, and there seemed to be blood on his scarlet gums. The black snake bit off the broken leg in its mouth, and then opened its mouth to bite Sugita Jintoki, who was about to die. The snake's body wrapped around Sugita Jintoki's forcibly transformed waist, and its fangs went straight to Sugita Jintoki's throat. The 8 Sugita Jintoki on the opposite side still did not make any move, as if they came just to watch the show. The snake man did not stop the black snake, and Sugita Jintoki, who was about to die, could not stop it either. After his Adam's apple moved with a gurgling sound, it was blocked by the snake's head. The fangs pierced through his skin and flesh and pierced in. Ugh! Sugita Jintoki's voice stopped abruptly. His head tilted upward uncontrollably. He had lost too much blood. His entire face was whiter than his white hair. The black snake was still exerting its strength desperately, biting deeper. Sugita Jintoki looked at the gray sky. His eyes gradually froze, and finally he used all his strength to close his eyes. His head tilted to the left, and the black snake had already bitten off half of his neck. But looking at Sugita Jintoki's face again, he was extremely peaceful, even proud, with his mouth corners curled up. The snake man felt a palpitation for no reason, and his heart was beating in his chest, as if it was about to jump out. He stopped and stared at the 8 Sugita Jintoki opposite him. Sugita Jintoki, who had never been able to see the faces of the snake men, this time clearly felt 2 dangerous sights, shooting from under the cloak. When he looked back, Sugita Jintoki, who was in the middle of them, had become the meal of the black snake. Chapter 105 Soul. Come back. The snake man, surrounded by anxiety, is no longer arrogant, and waved his hand forward, and his wide cloak fluttered, and before it fell, a rain of flying snakes had already shot over, in an instant. It seemed as if all the flowers were in full bloom, so spectacular and terrifying. The 8 Sugita Jintokis, however, looked calm, and the Sugita Jintoki on the left and right sides raised both hands at the same time, put 2 fingers together like swords, and put them together to form a cross with the upper left and lower right fingers, and raised them to press against their foreheads. The moment Sugita Jintoki on the left placed his finger, he said, "Soul, come back." As soon as he finished speaking, Sugita Jintoki on the far right, who was doing the same thing as him, continued, "Those who hurt me, I will not forgive them unless they die." I saw something that looked like smoke floating up from the body of Sugita Jintoki, who was being eaten by the black snake, and slowly drifted towards Sugita Jintoki on the left. The black snake was not smart enough after all, and was confused by the food, and did not notice the smoke at all. The black snake, who was eating deliciously, had just opened his mouth, and Sugita Jintoki on the right had already finished speaking. The black snake suddenly stiffened, and the next moment it fell straight to the ground. The snake man's expression changed drastically. He looked at the dead black snake in disbelief. Sugita Jintoki on the opposite side had been replaced by the second on the left, and the second on the right was making strange movements and reciting words he didn't understand. "Soul, come back. Those who hurt me, the whole clan will not forgive." The snake man roughly guessed the meaning of this sentence based on his intuition, but he couldn't believe it. He saw another stream of smoke floating out from Sugita Jintoki's body, floating towards Sugita Jintoki on the second on the left. The snake man's heart was in his throat. If it was really as he guessed, then his opponent was simply an existence that defied the heavens. The front of the flying group of snakes had already reached the top of the black snake, but behind the words of Sugita Jintoki on the right, something happened. Snakes suddenly died and fell from the sky. The snake man looked at the dead snakes that kept falling to the ground. Even if he didn't want to believe it, He had to believe it after seeing it with his own eyes. The dead snakes on the ground were all black snakes. So, come back. The third team on the opposite side had already started chanting. And another burst of smoke came out. The snake man was shocked and angry. He swung his sleeves, and a rain of snakes shot towards the opposite side. He didn't believe it. They had already killed a group of snakes. And changed the way they chanted. It was like a curse on a different target. He didn't believe his black snakes would die again. But before he could even breathe, all the black snakes in the second group that had just come out died. The veins on the snake man's forehead were throbbing. Those who hurt me, I will not forgive them. The snake man, who had not yet recovered from the shock of the second batch of black snakes' deaths, suddenly raised his head after hearing these words. The cloak hat he had been wearing fell off, revealing a bald head covered with green scales. The green scales grew from both sides of its head to the middle, and the color gradually became lighter. The place where they were about to meet was the only place without scales. The snake man raised his head and opened his mouth wide, and a very long snake tongue spit out, and there was a small golden snake at the fork. The small golden snake was sleeping peacefully, but the moment it appeared, it suddenly opened its golden eyes and shot towards Sugita Jintoki. At the same time, whether it was the first batch of snake rain or the second batch of snake rain, no matter what color the snakes were, all of them were dead and spread all over the ground. The snake man's body began to fall backwards weakly. Only the small golden snake quietly moved forward along the fork of the snake tongue. Chapter 106. I have a question. Han Yuran, Yen Sui, and the pink rabbit all stepped aside. Ming Mingda raised her hand and grabbed the spider card, saying, "Go!" The spider web on the ground left the ground, flew towards the snot stuffing, covered it all at once, and pulled all the snot stuffing over, pressed it on the ground. As for the half-exploded small round bumps on the ground, all of them were pressed down by the snot stuffing. After doing all this, Ming Mingda shouted again, "Retreat! Retreat outside the city!" Fontang shouted at the same time. The spider web returned to the card. Ming Mingda turned her wrist, and the spider card disappeared under her palm. With her other hand, she sent the green water sword back. Her body was taken out of the city by the wing card under her, including Rui Shi on the card. The remaining 4 people, Han Yuran, also retreated rapidly, with the pink rabbit behind them. As soon as the 4 people left the city gate, they heard a boom sound, and a bright light flashed behind them, and then disappeared, and the whole city wall shook twice. The few people who escaped from danger stopped and turned their heads to see the pink rabbit coming out with smoke. Yen Sui walked over with a distressed look on his face, and grabbed the pink rabbit's arm, and the pink rabbit, which was huge before, returned to its normal size. Yen Sui turned the pink rabbit over, and looked at its blackened back, and his grip tightened. Sugita Jintoki, who had just put the golden snake in his pocket, turned around after hearing the loud noise, and his body swayed a few times before he could stand firm. Ming Mingda looked at the rabbit in Yen Sui's hand, and said to Ruishi, "I'm fine, you go check on the rabbit first." Ruishi nodded. Ming Mingda just had some muscle strain, and it was no big deal. As she left, the milky white healing light also left Ming Mingda's body, and the pain came again. Although it was not as painful as before, it was still uncomfortable. Ruishi sprinkled the healing light on the pink rabbit's body, and concentrated it on the back, the most seriously injured part. After Yen Sui glanced at Ruishi, he stared at the pink rabbit nervously, and saw bursts of black smoke coming out of the pink rabbit's back, disappearing in the healing light, and the pink rabbit's back gradually returned to its original pink appearance. Yen Sui finally felt relieved and felt much better. Sugita Jintoki came back, without saying anything, but Fong Tang said, "You've worked hard." Because of his ability, she knew what Sugita Jintoki had done. To fight against a foreign race alone, in addition to his strength. He also had commendable courage. Sugita Jintoki was stunned for a moment, raised his hand, and scratched his head uncomfortably, and replied with a grumble, "You, everyone, have worked hard. What's on the other side?" Although Ming Mingda felt uncomfortable, she couldn't help asking curiously. After thinking for a while, Sugita Jintoki took out the little golden snake from his clothes and threw it to Ming Mingda. "This is it." Ming Mingda took the little golden snake and looked at it carefully. But unfortunately, she didn't like snakes, so she threw it back. The sand and dust in the city gate fell down, and Ruishi also withdrew her hand. The pink rabbit was still a pink rabbit. Yen Sui held the pink rabbit in his arms and thanked Ruishi. Ruishi smiled brightly again. You're welcome. This is my job in the group. It's my duty. I have a few questions. Han Yuren's somewhat cold tone broke the harmonious and relaxed atmosphere. Chapter 107, Being able to take a beating is an advantage. Everyone was speechless. Because of the shock and the indescribable feeling, they just felt a tightness in their chest. Han Yuren was madly complaining in his heart. What kind of ability is this? This is simply infuriating. It's like there are a bunch of treasures there, saying that you die one and I will let you take it. Damn it. Even if you let me take it and live for a day, I can consider it. You can't say when I don't want to live anymore. I can fight in close combat, and I can take a beating. Fong Tang said very calmly, but the people who heard it were inexplicably funny. Looking at her small body, she actually said that she could take a beating. Han Yuren nodded, and stopped complaining about Fu Xiuyan's ability. Among the three of them, only Fong Tang sounded more reliable. She could take a beating. And it was an advantage to be able to take a beating. Team leader, how strong are you? Han Yuren asked persistently. She didn't know whether this resistance to beating refers to the resistance to beating between ordinary people, or the resistance to beating in their battles. Fong Tang didn't waste any words. After looking at the pink rabbit still held by Yin Sui, he said to Han Yuren, use all your strength to hit me. Anywhere is fine. Han Yuren twisted his fist until it made a crackling sound, and confirmed again. Are you sure? Fong Tang was about to nod. But then he remembered something important and added, don't hit me in the face. Han Yuren stopped twisting his hand and looked at Fong Tang's serious expression with a smile on his face. Such a serious joke was really funny. I'm coming. Han Yuren was not polite. Anyway, they still had a healer here. Even if this punch pierced her intestines, she wouldn't die. So, Han Yuren stepped back with a serious look, raised the other foot, and stepped forward. After landing steadily, he swung his arm forward steadily and straight. Before the punch arrived, the wind from the punch had already blown Fong Tang's uniform. Fong Tang squinted her eyes because of the wind, and her shoulder-length hair fluttered behind her head. Other people's eyes were on Han Yuren. Just this ordinary punch, she could see his power and fighting ability. So they couldn't help but look at Fong Tang, who was waiting calmly with some worry and curiosity. In the blink of an eye, Han Yuren's fist hit Fong Tang's abdomen squarely. Fong Tang suddenly opened her mouth, and her body leaned forward. Everyone looked down, and could no longer see what her abdomen looked like, but only saw Han Yuren's fist sinking deep into it. Han Yuren also raised her eyelids, and stared at Fong Tang's condition. She had used all her strength just now, but there was no feeling or sound of broken bones, and Fong Tang didn't bleed, let alone the disembowelment she imagined. The two of them froze for only a moment. And then Fong Tang flew backwards. After the people next to him moved in unison, then they all stopped their movements forcefully, keeping the attitude of observing until the end. Fong Tang flew nearly 100 meters before hitting the ground, directly smashing a deep pit in the ground, and the dirt flew everywhere. Everyone stared at him nervously, and Han Yuren retracted his fist. The dirt fell quickly, and Fong Tang's thin and petite figure climbed out of the pit crookedly. He twisted his body and shook his head, shaking off the dirt on his body. Everyone was relieved. Looking at Fong Tang's appearance, it was clear that he was fine. But the next moment, Fong Tang coughed and spit out a small mouthful of blood. After wiping it with his hand, he looked at the people who came over and said, it's okay. It's normal to spit blood after being beaten. Chapter 108, Butterflies Flying. Can we not be so serious and funny? Look at how unlucky we are. This is how everyone felt after Fong Tang finished speaking, but Fong Tang didn't realize it, and generously wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and climbed out of the deep pit. Everyone had arrived. Ruishi waved her hand, and the healing light covered everyone. Han Yuren and the others, who were not injured, looked at her with some surprise. Even if you are not injured, you can relieve fatigue, Ruishi explained, laughing. Everyone looked at her excited freckles. Not only did they feel comfortable physically, but also warmed their hearts, because they understood that Ruishi was actively showing that she was useful to the team. And this kind of thought was very valuable. And most importantly, the team was divided in this way. At least they had already been assigned to this mission, so they could only accept it. As for whether they would recognize it in the future, it would depend on how this mission went. This is the first time I've seen such a monster. All I've seen before were humanoid aliens, Han Yuren muttered. Unexpectedly, the other 6 people nodded at the same time. I haven't seen it either. Me too, Yin Sui and Ruishi said at the same time. While they were discussing, they didn't know that since they left the hall, where they received the mission, their every move was transmitted to a room in the hall, with the words "Tracking Observation Room" written on them through the jade butterfly eyes on their shoulders. The room was very large, and there were no lights on. Now there were 14 jade butterflies suspended in the air as if paused, and under each jade butterfly was a virtual screen. These 14 jade butterflies are connected to the strongest group, and the first group of the first front. In the middle, the 7 people in the strongest group have the largest screen. At this moment, there are 3 people in the room, namely Luantia, Anya, and Boucher-san. Intercept the 2 alien monsters and pass them to the filing group. Anya gave the order, and another jade butterfly flew out of Luantia's hand, flying back and forth on the screens of the 7 people in the strongest group, and the information about the 2 monsters was sent to the filing group. The file editing team was in a remote corner of the first floor. Everyone inside was typing away on the keyboard. The Wing country had just been established. There were worries at home and troubles abroad. The data they needed to edit was piled up like a mountain. There were only 30 people in the team. They were almost working without sleep. The dark circles under their eyes were almost falling to their stomachs. Their hair was all messed up. The screen made their pale faces look eerie like little ghosts. A jade butterfly floating in the air flapped its wings. A bell suddenly rang in the room. Everyone who was working hard looked up at the jade butterfly in the air. Every time the jade butterfly flapped its wings, a picture appeared. It was the image just transmitted from the tracking observation room. Group 3, hold on. Behind the table closest to the wall, the leader of the filing group gave the order. The 4 people gathered on the right pressed a blue button on the keyboard at the same time. The constantly changing image under the jade butterfly in the air appeared on their computers. The 4 people's 8 hands began to clatter on the keyboard again. The filing room once again returned to its hellish state. "I'm going to see Wusu. I'll leave this to you," Anya said as she looked at Boucher-san. The other party just nodded quietly, staring at the virtual image of the strongest team in the air with interest. Anya said nothing more. After leaving the tracking observation room, she went straight to the second floor. Chapter 109 Whatever Comes to Mind. Yin Sui turned her head in shock and looked at Han Yuren. She was not stupid. Of course she understood what Han Yuren meant. She followed Han Yuren's gaze and looked. There were probably 5 layers of corpses piled up in that distance. But now it was empty. So, there is nothing to be afraid of here. The artificial fake apocalypse has passed. We have to face the real alien race. We just need to fight them. Fong Tang said with rare domineering attitude. That makes sense. We just need to fight them. Let's go, Yin Sui said with shining eyes. The phrase "we just need to fight them" really touched her heart. Since she had the ability, her violence index has risen sharply. Finally, it was no longer just a matter of dominating the class and the school. She could stop talking nonsense, fight, and solve the problem directly with force. It was so cool. As the old saying goes, try not to argue if you can fight, unless the other party is reasonable. Since she had decided to move forward, Ming Ming had to stand up from the ground despite feeling nauseous. She was not a person who had her own ideas. The minority obeyed the majority. She also felt that what Fontang said made sense. Besides, she would face this kind of situation frequently in the future, so she had to adapt to it as soon as possible. Ming Mingda thought about it and said to Ruishi, who had been putting her hand on her back to relieve her discomfort, "I'm fine. I can do it." Ruishi looked at her red eyes due to vomiting and her doll-like face. Although the two were about the same age, she felt sorry for the little sister. Fontang looked at Ming Mingda and said, "Hold on." Then he said to everyone, "Give up entering from here. Break the wall from the left and enter. Move. And keep the formation unchanged." Fontang made a decision that made Ming Mingda feel relieved. She thought Fontang would crawl over the pile of corpses. This time, there was no objection. Yin Sui and Han Yuren led the way around the pile of corpses at the door, and came to the left wall. The pink rabbit took the lead and smashed the wall with a pink fist, followed by Han Yuren's sickle. Due to the two's formation, the team members behind them had to stay away from them, fearing that they would be injured by mistake, which would be bad luck. The pink fists had already smashed a spider web on the wall, so that before the sickle arrived, the knife wind had already chopped the wall down. There was a crackling sound inside. The wall that was chopped out by the knife wind must have been tossed around inside before it stopped. Yin Sui curled her lips. This wall is stronger than she thought. The two of them worked together, and roughly smashed a hole big enough for entry. After the broken wall inside calmed down, there was no other sound. It was so quiet that it seemed that there was no living thing. There was no light coming out from inside. It seemed that there was still a power outage. Old 4. Old 6, you two go in first. After going 100 meters inside, come back and report the situation. Old 6. Use your ability to completely isolate your bodies from the inside. Yen Sui rolled his eyes in his heart. Why did Fontang think of one thing after another? He clearly said before that there was no need to send people to investigate. But she didn't say it this time. No one asked. So Fontang naturally didn't need to explain. After breaking the hole, she made a new discovery with her own ability. So she changed her action plan. After Han Yuran and Ruishi exchanged glances, they bent down and went into the hole. At the same time, the light was shining, and even the soles of their feet were completely covered by the light. After taking 2 steps, Han Yuran had already walked in, with the light shining in from the hole. She could only barely see the distance of less than 10 meters in front of her, which was still blurry. Chapter 110. The stupid mother opened the door for the stupid mother. So stupid, if he went deeper, with only the little light around him, he would probably be able to barely pass as a blind man. But even so, Han Yuran did not intend to show his shining wings. In this dark place full of unknowns and dangers, making himself a light bulb, that would be really stupid to open the door for the stupid mother. So stupid. A creak sound came from behind him. Han Yuran turned his head quickly, only to see Ruishi smiled a little embarrassedly, and lowered his eyes to indicate his feet. Han Yuran looked at it, and realized that she had stepped on a piece of wall debris. She tried to turn her head back. But as soon as she moved her head, she turned back suddenly, bent her knees, and half-crouched in front of Ruishi, which made the other party stunned. This posture was a proposal. Han Yuran stared at what she thought was a piece of debris. It was not big, less than half of her palm, and grayish-white. The reason why it was grayish-white was that it was just because it was a white thing with dust on it. The white thing was a bone. A very clean bone. There was no blood on it, and it was too clean to be normal. Han Yuran frowned. The state of this bone made her feel familiar. It was like the chicken legs and chicken feet that she had carefully gnawed clean when she ate meat. This is a human bone. Ruishi's voice came from above her head. Han Yuran swallowed her saliva, felt nauseous for no reason, stood up, and scanned the surroundings again. The picture of hell on earth had already appeared in her mind. Let's go! When she spoke again, Han Yuran's voice was a little hoarse. So the two continued to walk forward. The light behind them gradually moved away, and the scene in front of them became more and more blurred. Fortunately, all deep-sea tram stations have the same structure, and they can roughly know where they are. At this time, they were walking towards the toll gate. Their footsteps were very light, making only a slight sound on the ground that had lost its smoothness. From time to time, they would step on something, but neither of them looked down again. The more they walked, the more strange it felt. There was such a high pile of corpses at the door, but they didn't see any complete corpses, not to mention a complete corpse, or even a fragmented corpse, except for that piece of bone. When something strange happened under her feet again, Han Yuran lowered her head and squinted her eyes to take a closer look. It was a doll pendant, which should have been fine, but she stepped on it and disfigured it. Han Yuran squinted her eyes, kept her eyes close to the ground, and looked carefully to the left and right. She also saw a hairpin with a devil's horn not far away, but now it wouldn't light up, and one of the devil's horns was broken. Han Yuran kept running forward while thinking. During this time, she saw many small things. It is possible that these things were dropped by people when they fled, but Han Yuran always felt that this was not the case. Just like the cracked watch in front of her feet, Han Yuran imagined an arm inside the watch. The arm was connected to the struggling body, and the legs of the person were held in the monster's mouth. Crunch. Crunch. What's wrong? Ruishi asked when she felt Han Yuran was different. Han Yuran blinked. The illusion in her eyes disappeared, and she shook her head and said, "It's okay." Ruishi looked at the cold sweat on Han Yuran's forehead and did not ask any more questions. But the color of the clear light around the two of them became heavier. Chapter 111. I heard your voice. We should move forward 100 meters, Ruishi said. Han Yuran nodded. In front of him, he could vaguely see the toll gates arranged in a horizontal row. When everyone walked past, they would be scanned instantly, and then your personal information would appear clearly in various records, and the station would automatically deduct the fare from your account. People living in that society had no freedom, and everything was recorded, so Han Yuran was annoyed. In a blink of an eye, The two of them had arrived at the half-man-high toll gate without any danger. Their mission was now over. All they had to do next was go back. This mission seemed a bit unnecessary. The toll gate was originally used as a barrier to separate people, but now most of them were broken. It remained in a broken state and was very quiet. It was perfect for shooting a horror movie. Ruishi raised her hand with a nostalgic look and placed it on an intact barrier, rubbing it gently. Unlike Han Yuran, she liked the safe life before, liked the life with her family, but now her family had left her. Han Yuran's eyes passed over the toll gate and looked inside. Although she couldn't see anything, she remembered something strange. Since they entered the city, they hadn't seen a robot, not even a broken one. Their original world was full of robots. It was too scary that they all disappeared in an instant. The two of them were thinking about their own things. No one noticed that behind the baffle that Ruishi was touching, there was a hand that merged with the darkness, also pressed on the baffle, imitating Ruishi's movements, gently stroking the baffle as if copying it. Go back. Han Yuran retracted his gaze and said. Ruishi also returned to reality from the sad memories. After nodding, the two turned around and ran back quickly. The black thing behind the baffle, after seeing Ruishi's hand leave, slowly stood up from behind the baffle, tilted its head to look at the two people who left, then opened its saw-toothed mouth, and laughed silently. After it laughed, countless saw-toothed mouths appeared everywhere in the darkness, laughing silently, which was extremely terrifying. Han Yuran felt a chill on his back, and suddenly turned around to look, but saw nothing. At the same time the cube, who was waiting outside, suddenly took a step forward, stepped into the hole, tilted his head, closed his eyes, and listened carefully to a sound that no one else could hear. Seeing this, the others held their breath and gradually began to blush. In Fantong's ears, a faint laugh echoed. She couldn't hear it clearly, but she felt a sense of danger. After a while, footsteps began to approach. Fantang opened her eyes again and retreated, looking at Han Yuran and Fantang, who had returned safely. She said, "Report the details." Ruishi and Han Yuran came out of the hole again and began to report. I didn't see any aliens, monsters, humans, or even human corpses. It was as if the place was empty. After Ruishi finished speaking, Han Yuran added, also, there were no robots. The sudden mention of robots startled the others. They were distracted by the aliens and monsters, and had completely ignored the robots that once filled every corner of their lives. Chapter 112 Report to the King. Fong Tang was the first to come to his senses. She asked, "Did you hear any strange sounds, or any strange feelings?" Ruishi shook her head in confusion. Han Yuran frowned and said uncertainly, "I feel like I'm being watched. It's cold and cold, like a thorn in my back." Ruishi continued to look at Han Yuran in confusion. She didn't feel the feeling Han Yuran was talking about. Fong Tang nodded, with her eyelids half drooping, thinking whether to enter from here. Han Yuran and the others didn't see it, which meant that the other party was very good at hiding, but Han Yuran could feel that she was being watched, which meant that they were not far away from the other party. In this situation, they found nothing, and Ruishi felt nothing at all. When you two entered, did the fourth brother cast wings? No. There was only the light of the sixth brother, which was not very bright. Inside, were there any other things with light? No. It was completely dark, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Fong Tang and Han Yuran asked and answered each other very quickly, and Ruishi was confused the whole time, and couldn't figure out the connection between the questions. Fong Tang nodded again, thinking back to the laughter he heard. It was clearly a group, and most of them were very far away, very deep. But Han Yuran and the others' light was dim. Why could they cause laughter from the depths? As Fong Tang fell into deep thought, the others fell silent all of a sudden. Fu Xiuyan, who had always been like a sculpture, turned his head gracefully and looked at the sky in the distance behind him. Gray sky, gray sky, gray sky. Black clouds, so big, black and abrupt. We have to act quickly. Fu Xiuyan stared at the black cloud and said, except for Fong Tang. The others all looked up and followed his gaze. The black cloud was gradually approaching, looking full of ominousness. Go forward, sixth brother. Wrap everyone with clear light, fourth brother. Conjure up wings, five brother. If you have a card that can illuminate, use it, to ensure that everyone's vision can be restored to the state of being outside. I don't have it, Mingmingda said in a low voice. Fong Tang raised her eyelids. It's okay, go forward as usual. Fong Tang estimated that the other party did not rely on vision to see things at all, and there was a strange way of communication between the same kind, Even if they were far away, they could communicate, so it was completely unnecessary for them to hide in the dark, which would affect their vision and increase their disadvantages. The formation remained the same. Han Yuran and Yen Sui led the way. Qing Hui surrounded all of them, and kept 200% alert as he crawled into the hole. Fontaine closed her eyes early. After entering, her feelings became clearer. She had goosebumps all over her body, and her face turned pale instantly. And in the darkness, countless jagged smiling faces, their smiles became brighter, their pointed teeth kept opening and closing, like clockwork. On the black cloud floating in the distance, there was a luxurious bed, with a golden headboard and 3 naked bodies entangled in the red quilt. Report to the king. That group of people have entered the territory of the Ghost Eaters. It was the black cloud that spoke. But after a closer look, it was not a black cloud at all, but a huge monster with long black hair. In the middle of the bed, leaning against the headboard, a long-haired man smoking a cigarette slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Ghost Eaters, if the strongest team saw this man, they would be shocked beyond words. Because this man had the same face as someone they knew. The only difference was the length of the hair. Chapter 113 Mysterious History. The enemy is numerous. Don't fight too long, sprint forward. Don't seek to kill the enemy. Passing through here is the first goal. Now, move forward. Fontaine gave an order. Several people passed through the toll gate at a very fast speed, like a gust of wind blowing through the darkness, and turned right. Because the 7 people were running too fast, the various small things left on the ground flew up and fell heavily. As for the 7 people, they were already moving underground along the elevator. According to historical records, the Earth, due to human beings' ignorance of cherishing it, exploded with anger. The North and South poles turned into a vast ocean of destruction, bringing floating ice to purify the already dirty Earth. The violent tremors awakened almost all the volcanoes on the Earth. The sky was no longer blue, and the ground could crack at any time. At the same time, the air was heavily polluted to the point where breathing would cause pain in the trachea. A week later, some people's bodies began to rot, and the virus broke out. It spread very quickly, and could not be cured. The human death rate caused by it was far greater than that of natural disasters. People at that time lived in hopeless despair. No matter from which angle you looked at it, humans were going to be extinct. But in the end, God still had mercy on mankind. As if God had given mankind hope again. However, there is no detailed record of that period in history in any history book. Even the history books edited by the government only summarize that mysterious period in a few sentences. The records of the Grand Historian wrote, "There is a purple air coming from the east, circling the land of salvation in the disaster. Water stops here, fire stops here. The redeemed people will make this place their home, and sincerely repent." A large number of humans survived anyway, and they lived better and better, overcoming everything with technology. But there was little land and many people. After researching and developing above, humans did not let go of the underground. But when humans broke through the land, what they saw was beyond their imagination. Just 100 meters below the land, there was actually a vast ocean. An ocean whose end could not be detected. And in short, it exceeded the area of their 4 districts. After human research and observation, they found that this was a very quiet ocean. And even its water flow rate was almost static. No creatures were detected in it. And the final conclusion was that this was a safe ocean. So humans could not hold back their ambitions, and tried to build a tram station in this deep sea. And it was successful. And it has been running for hundreds of years without any accidents. Han Yuran still remembered that before the alien invasion, there were news reports that a certain research department had begun to study the construction of a dragon palace city in the deep sea, so that many humans could live in the sea and reduce the burden on the ground. And it seemed that this dragon palace city had been built for a while. It was in which district? Han Yuran was distracted and had already got off the elevator, looking at the quiet sea isolated by special glass. He came to his senses. There was no water on the ground. It seemed that most of these isolation glasses should be intact. After coming to the underground, Fontane's heart suddenly jumped. They were closer to each other. She could feel that since they passed through the toll gate, the monsters outside not far from them had been retreating underground at a speed 1 step faster than them. She didn't understand why the other party didn't attack. Did they want to play with them for a while, and then pounce on them at the end to give them a fatal blow? Chapter 114 Monster. It's so creepy here, Meng Mengda whispered in fear. Although they could see clearly within a range of more than 10 meters around them with the light of Qing Hui and the wings, but beyond this range, it was like an endless black hole, like a monster with its mouth open, waiting for food to walk in. Especially the sea outside the isolation glass. Ming Mingdao looked at it fearfully, only to see a string of bubbles suddenly appear, and then suddenly disappear. Ming Ming shuddered with fear, and continued to move forward with the others. But she suddenly stopped before she took 2 steps, and shouted in shock. The sea water outside is flowing. The other 6 people stopped at the same time. Fong Tang was so focused on the hidden enemy that he ignored this situation. After hearing what Ming Ming said, they turned their heads through the isolation glass and looked at the deep sea that should have been quiet forever. As expected, they could see that the seawater was flowing rapidly, producing clusters of bubbles and breaking. Sugita Jintoki pressed his entire face against the isolation glass. His tall nose was pressed into a pig nose, squinting his eyes, staring at the depths of the deep sea. It was very dark. But in the depths of the black, it seemed that there was something darker in color, moving again. Look, is there something there? Sugita Jintoki pointed at the thing he was aiming at, and spoke to everyone. Except Fong Tang and Fu Xiuyan, several people rushed to Sugita Jintoki, looking in the direction of his finger, but they did not see what Sugita Jintoki was pointing at. Stop messing around, and hurry up. Fong Tang stopped the others from doing that. Rather than studying whether there are any unknown creatures in the sea, leaving here quickly is the most important thing. Several people obediently and reluctantly left the isolation glass, leaving marks of their faces on it. When Han Yuran was leaving, she glanced sideways again. In just this one glance, she saw clearly that in the depths of the deep sea, there was indeed a huge creature of a darker color. It moved suddenly, without stirring up any bubbles. Han Yuran saw countless tentacles-like things under the huge creature. As it moved, they gathered together and then dispersed. They looked like jellyfish. There is something underneath. It is very big. Let's go! Han Yuran did not move closer to take a closer look. Instead, she asked everyone to leave quickly. Safety was more important to her than curiosity. After she finished speaking, Han Yuran pulled Yin Sui, who was still turning his head to look, and ran forward. Fa Tang also caught the fluctuations below. Seeing the people still hesitating, he said in a cold voice, "Go!" Fortunately, several people were smart and could hear the tone, so they did not delay and began to speed up. As soon as they moved, the ghosts hiding in the darkness all laughed and retreated, like shadows forced back by the light. And after several twists and turns on the big bed in the sky outside, the well-fed man, with his big hands with clear bones, pulled up the woman who was lying on him motionless and had become skin and bones, and threw her down like a mummy with a ruthless flick of his hand. The long legs kicked again, and another mummy woman was kicked down. Chapter 115. So sexy, the man lit up another cigarette, his face flushed with lust, which made him even more charming and seductive, and he appeared and disappeared in the smoke. Report to the king, it seems that we can't wait for the Oriole to come back here, the black cloud monster said. The man held the cigarette in his mouth, and only made a questioning sound. Report to the king, the group of people either died in there, or killed the ghost eater and left from there. The chance of returning from this side of the cave is very small. TSK. The man smacked his lips in annoyance, his soft tongue pressed against the cigarette butt, and flicked the cigarette out of his mouth. Why didn't you say it earlier? Report to the king, I see the king is busy. So what should we do now? Report to the king, I wonder if the king is willing to watch a movie of desperate fighting up close. The man heard the words, his sexy lips raised up, and after a hum, he ordered without hesitation. Enter. As he said, he stood up and picked up the pink gauze thing piled up beside the bed, and after shaking it twice, it turned out to be a piece of clothing, and it was a long gown similar to the ancient ones with a closed collar. But the one in his hand, oh so sexy, even the color is sexy pink, the material is very thin and transparent. He put this clothes on, it seems unnecessary no matter how you look at it, you can still see it clearly, and how come it is more attractive than being naked? Then he took a long strip of gauze of the same color as a belt, closed the collar, tightly tied it, and that's it. I have to say, if a man is sexy, there is really no place for women. After the man put on his clothes, Heiyun brought him to the hole that Han Yuran and the others had smashed. The man's long legs swung down the bed, and he stepped barefoot on the gravel on the ground. But his face looked normal. After the man got down, Heiyun began to shrink, and gradually stood up, almost in the blink of an eye. It was only as big as the man's lower body, and stretched out its legs and hands. The big bed also shrank with it, like a shell on its back. As for the red quilt, it did not change. The two sides were pulled by Heiyun's hands, tied around the waist, and it became a fig leaf. Make way. The man, who was obviously a muscular man but looked charming, said lazily. Yes, my king. Heiyun went into the hole first, and the man followed closely. At the moment they entered, Fong Tang suddenly stopped, and his whole body trembled like a sieve, which scared Ruishi so much that he kept injecting healing power into Fong Tang's body. And the others also stopped. Fong Tang felt the danger behind her. As for her body shaking, it was not because of fear, but because of her ability. She could feel the danger 10 or 100 times more deeply than normal people. She could bear it mentally, but her body could not control it. She could feel that when the danger came from behind, the enemy who had been retreating with them suddenly became like a cat with its fur standing on end. More frightened than her. Scared. Their sharp teeth were no longer opening and closing because of a smirk, but trembling with fear. Fong Tang could not imagine what kind of existence would suddenly appear behind them. She forced herself to reduce her sense of danger to the weakest, giving her body time to adapt. Fong Tang opened her eyes again, and her eyeballs were frighteningly red. Chapter 116. Kill them. There is something happening behind us, extremely dangerous, so we should charge forward at full speed. Try not to confront the other side. Fong Tang briefly explained the situation behind us. Her heavy expression was also transmitted back to the tracking observation room. Anya stared at Fong Tang and the others with a cold air all over her body, like a snowy mountain that has not melted for thousands of years. Can you find out what happened behind them? Anya asked. Wanya shook her head. The jade butterfly can only transmit things that appear within its sight. After Anya blinked, she said without question, I want to apply to send a support force to join the strongest team. Can you stand by my side? Busher-san, who had been sitting quietly in the back, glanced at Anya's charming back and said slowly, I don't think Wu Shentang will put Fu Xiuyan, the miracle worker, in danger. Why don't you wait a while? Anya turned around with some surprise and looked at Busher-san, who was looking at her with a faint smile. Anya didn't know about the tit-for-tat between Busher-san and Wu Su before. I only know that Busher-san doesn't talk much, and he does whatever he wants. I didn't expect that I had misjudged him. Bu Shentang, what do you think is the relationship between the two? Busher-san moved his eyes to Fu Xiuyan's screen, and said leisurely, the important thing is that they are related. Wanya never looked away, like a fake person, with no expression on her face. She really didn't care about the things happening outside the window, and only cared about being a fairy. Send the news that the strongest team encountered a strong enemy to Wu Shentang, Anya ordered. Then another butterfly flapped its wings. After hearing Fong Tang's nervous and serious instructions, Han Yuran and the others first glanced back in unison, and then no one asked any more questions. They turned their heads in tacit understanding, maintained their formation, and rushed forward. The speed was more than twice as fast as before. The frightened ghost eaters did not react in time, and did not catch up with their movements and retreated. However, this was no longer important to the ghost eaters. Report to the king, they are speeding up, Heiyun reported. The man then strolled around, as if he was visiting a tourist attraction. He bent down to pick up the half-broken little devil hairpin on the ground, put it on his head, and said with satisfaction, inform the ghost eaters, if they don't behave well, they will die. Yes, king. After Heiyun finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot like a running top. And the ghost eaters who were trembling in a pile, who had forgotten to stop even the people, were knocked all over by the little top, but they were so scared that they didn't even dare to fart. Heiyun stood up again, and his temperament was very different from that in front of the man, as if he had upgraded from an honest butler to a general who could decide life and death with a single word. The king said he wanted to see a good show. If you don't perform well, you will die, a complete death, the kind of death that cannot be saved, the kind of death that even evil spirits cannot be saved. Heiyun's words almost scared several ghosts to death, especially the evil spirits he mentioned at the end, which was scary to think about. Heiyun saw that the ghosts were still fighting, and said impatiently, Go! The ghosts were frightened and prepared to kill the strongest group, and they couldn't kill them directly. They had to die in a very interesting way, so that they could give the king an explanation. Chapter 117. Suicide Attack. Fong Tang, who was running forward, felt the change of the ghost eater at the first time, and her body had almost adapted to it. So she exerted her ability to the extreme again. Then the vague figures of the man and the black cloud behind her appeared in her mind. The man who was fiddling with the hairpin on his head suddenly stopped. His eyes shot forward, and he showed a dangerous smile. Fong Tang endured the discomfort and said, "Preliminary estimation. The two groups of enemies have united their front. The previous enemies are surrounding us. I have only one order: charge forward. The gap they broke through before, now it is taking advantage of the situation to surround them from behind." But the Ghost Eater in front still did not start attacking. If the situation of both sides could be shown, people who saw it would be very surprised. If the entire deep sea tram station is used as a map, the strongest group is like 7 moths. And except for these 7 moths, everywhere on the map is black, completely covering the entire map. The tram to the South District is ahead. Do you want to enter? Han Yuren asked. The sign for the South District was not far in front of them. In the deep sea tram station, the lanes are separated by isolation glass, and the tram runs inside. So now they just need to turn in and run along the road, then they can reach the South District. But the situation inside is not very clear now, so Han Yuren asked. Fong Tang frowned slightly. The situation inside the lane was no different from that outside. It seemed that this deep sea station had completely become the enemy's nest. Move forward. At the entrance, Old 4 will conduct the first round of probing attacks, aiming at the front. Fong Tang gave the order. She wanted to see what the enemy's fighting ability was. The few people who received the order turned in without hesitation. The ghosts in front retreated, and the ghosts behind them moved forward, following closely and surrounding them. Han Yuren raised his knife and fell, so fast that only a residual image was left. The surrounded ghosts were frightened by the sudden attack and didn't react. They were killed by Han Yuren with one knife. Then, they were excitedly swallowed by other living ghosts. Not even a scrap was left. Fong Tang, who caught this scene, had a flash of surprise in her mind. She didn't expect the other party to be so weak, and she didn't expect them to be so cruel that they would even eat their own kind. The ghosts who had finished eating reacted. They saw their teeth start to click up and down again. The sound in Fong Tang's ears changed. Fighting state. Fong Tang gave the order immediately, although she did not understand what the change in voice meant. However, her intuition was not wrong, and Han Yuren and the others did not disappoint her. As soon as she finished speaking, they had weapons in hand. The ghost eaters who had been surrounding them finally began to move, and they took suicidal actions to kill the enemy. As if they were crazy. They had always been hiding in the dark, and for the first time, they showed their figures in front of everyone, and rushed towards the strongest group with a cannonball-like posture. Fearless. Except for Fong Tang and Rui Shi, who were surrounded in the center. The other 5 people all took the brunt of it, and fought with the enemy at the first time. Han Yuren looked at the dense black ball shooting from the darkness, without thinking too much, just kept attacking. Attack. Kill. Lead the team forward. The first wave of suicide attacks, as expected. All died, but they still didn't stop, and started the second round of suicide attacks. Chapter 118, She Can't Die Yet. But are they really crazy? Are they just trying to die without wanting to live? Of course not, because of the number. Even if the ghost eaters died in batches, and ate in batches, Han Yuren and the others kept killing them. Kill, kill, but they still knocked a hole in the team. Han Yuren chopped out with a sickle, killing a bunch of them. When she returned the knife, there was a layer of ghost eaters hanging on the blade, swaying slowly, and those who couldn't hang on opened their jagged mouths, and bit the ghost eaters hanging on them with their sharp teeth. Some ghosts were bitten half to death, but they were still biting one another, and some were even bitten to death. However, there were too many ghosts, and the dead ghosts could not fall down. After the sickle was suppressed, the ghosts became even crazier. Rather than rushing over, they were pushed forward by the ghosts behind them, and fell on Han Yuren. After they were piled up at the waist, they began to climb up again. They opened their mouths and bit Han Yuren. But Han Yuren did not feel even a little pain. This was strange. Not only was she conquered, their entire strongest group was conquered by the ghost eaters. Now each person had hundreds of ghost eaters hanging on their bodies, and they were crushed to the point of being unable to move. As the old saying goes, 2 fists cannot defeat 4 hands, and a hero cannot defeat a pack of dogs. Ruishi was really overwhelmed by the pressure, and fell backwards, and the others were also staggering. The Cube Sugar, who was completely covered by the ghost eaters, tried to stay calm and sober, thinking about any way to solve the crisis in front of her, and at the same time, there was a trace of doubt in her heart. Was it a mistake in her decision that led to this consequence? Unlike her rationality, the blind Mingmingda fell to the ground, and her whole body had collapsed. Although she could not feel the pain, she felt very sick in her heart. Her eyes were wide open, and her tears were blocked by the ghost eaters. How many people can really do it? One man can block 1,000 men. Not everyone can be a hero or a savior. Their current predicament was transmitted back to the tracking and tracing room without any omission, but now the 7 transmission projections in the middle are completely black, and Yudi is also completely blocked from view. Anya pursed her lips tightly, staring at Han Yuren's dark projection, trying her best to tell herself to stay calm, before she asked Wandya to report the situation of the strongest team to Wusu, but the other party just replied, "This is a test for them, we should believe in them." Anya was determined at that time. "Okay, you are not afraid that Fu Xiuyan will get into trouble, right? I am not afraid either, after all. Yuren is better than Fu Xiuyan." But looking at the scene in front of her, Anya could not sit still again. As for Boucher-san, he was still sitting behind her calmly. Only occasionally would he glance at the 7 dark projections. Han Yuren, who had been holding on, was pressed down, but did not touch the cold ground. Under her was a group of crushed ghosts, and on her was a mountain of ghosts. Han Yuren could not open her eyes, could not move, and even began to have difficulty breathing, but she could feel her body moving, being dragged somewhere by these ghosts, and all she could do was hold the sickle in her hand tightly, and her nails dug into her flesh, and blood flowed out. She could not die yet. Chapter 119, the first person in history. The pain from her hands kept Han Yuren awake for the last time. She was basically unable to breathe in or out. Unexpectedly, she was suffocated to death by these seemingly weak things. If she continued to be suppressed like this, Han Yuren estimated that when she died, she would be covered in shit and urine. She felt a chill just thinking about it. It was so disgusting. Han Yuren, who was disgusted with the way she was going to die, suddenly smelled a fragrance. She could still smell it despite all the obstacles, which meant that the fragrance was very strong. Then, Han Yuren felt the weight on her body was rapidly becoming lighter. She was finally able to breathe the stale air again. She took a deep breath, and the strong fragrance instantly choked her nose. She was almost killed by the fragrance. She created a miracle and became the first person in history. After coughing twice uncontrollably, she tried her best to control her breathing. Han Yuren still kept lying on the ground. Her eyes were on the ground, and moved forward. She saw a big foot in her sight, wearing the boots of a miracle worker, and it was bending its legs. Not far from the feet, there was a trembling black thing, which was the monster that almost wiped out their entire army. Han Yuren jumped up from the ground. Yes, she jumped up. Several meters high. She felt angry and embarrassed. After all, they were the strongest team. They almost died in their first battle. It was really embarrassing. When she jumped up, the ghosts who had retreated and huddled together started to tremble again. They looked scared. Just like when they saw the flirty pink guy before. Han Yuren jumped, and the sickle in his hand fell to the ground. With a clang sound, the ghosts trembled 3 times in fear. Han Yuren held the sickle horizontally, staring at the ghosts around him vigilantly, and moved closer to the center. The big foot before was Sugita Jintoki, who was scratching his head at the moment, and climbed up dizzy, and the whole person was still swaying. Han Yuren glanced at him. With his condition, he really had a chance to survive. But he was so confused. Are you injured? Sugita Jintoki put down his hand that was scratching his head, and asked Han Yuren carelessly, completely ignoring the ghosts around him, and even more forgetting the situation of narrow escape before. Fuck. Han Yuren cursed. Not because of his own injury, but because of Sugita Jintoki's stupid look. On the other side, Fu Xiuyan and Fontang crawled up from the ground together. Fontang had a red and swollen forehead, which should be the injury when he fell to the ground. Ruishi was trying to get up from the ground, and the healing light spread all over his body. Only Mengda was still lying on the ground motionless. Sugita Jintoki raised his eyebrows, gritted his teeth, and ignored Han Yuren's swear words, but sniffed and said with a puzzled look, "It smells so good." Han Yuren didn't bother to care about him. No one can save people who don't want to live. Ruishi had already climbed up from the ground, and Fu Xiuyan also took Mengda over for treatment. Fontang sniffed her nose and closed her eyes. At the same time, Han Yuren also moved in front of her. Fontang, who had just closed her eyes, suddenly opened them again and turned her head to look at Han Yuren. Han Yuren was stunned by her bright eyes. What's wrong? What's the situation with the enemy? Fontang did not answer, but turned her eyes downward, looking at Han Yuren's hand holding the sickle, which was bleeding due to the injury. Her blood was actually golden. Chapter 120 Divine Incense. The enemy retreated for some reason, and the emotion I felt was fear. Fong Tang said. The reason why she could accurately grasp the other party's state was because her ability to sense was not just sound, but a whole state that could not be hidden. Although Han Yuran could not feel it, she was not out of her mind, and she saw Fong Tang's gaze in her eyes. The meaning of his words was that they were not in danger for the time being. So she lowered her head and looked at her hands with a lot of peace of mind. When she saw it, she was confused. After switching the sickle to her left hand in a daze, she stared carefully at the golden blood flowing from her right hand that was broken by her. The pungent smell came from her blood. What does your blood look like after you become a miracle worker? Han Yuran asked calmly. The change must have happened after she became a miracle worker. So if she had changed, others couldn't tell. As for the ghost eater not far from them, it was completely ignored by all the members of the strongest team. They didn't dare to go up, nor did they dare to retreat. The charming man walking slowly behind was pulling off the little devil hairpin that he had cherished before, with a look of annoyance, and threw it to the ground with force, breaking it into pieces. Hae-yoon was already used to the speed at which the man's expression changed. After throwing away the hairpin, the man shook his head with relief. His long and smooth hair, which was obviously made of rejoice, otherwise he wouldn't be so confident. The man's hair fell down with a clatter, but he narrowed his eyes, sniffed with his tall nose, and suddenly puffed up his mouth, and instantly became a little frog, and retched with a look of discomfort, and bent his waist with vomiting. Report to the king what's wrong. King? The black cloud who was walking in front slipped back again, and asked worriedly. The man's Adam's apple moved, bit his lips to endure the churning in his stomach, wiped the corners of his lips that were stained with saliva, stared forward with his eyes, and said hatefully, Divine incense. The long hair that was drooping all over Black Cloud's body suddenly exploded, and the Euro turned into a hedgehog. For the Dark Clan, the divine incense is simply a deadly existence. The divine incense is the natural body fragrance of the Light Clan, flowing in the blood, and even the bone residue is fragrant, and the Dark Clan can't stand this kind of fragrance. However, Hae-yoon didn't smell it because he wasn't as close as the Ghost Eater. Nor was he as noble and sensitive as the man. Go and have a look. For the first time, the man's expression was not seductive. Hae-yoon was so scared that his skin rolled up from bottom to top in a wave shape, and said terrified, Report to the king, that's the divine incense. The man didn't say anything, but his eyelids dropped, and stared at Hae-yoon with his half-covered dark eyes. Hae-yoon's skin rolled up from top to bottom again. Report to the king, what's the divine incense? How can it compare to the king's majesty? The man smiled evilly with satisfaction, and said very happily, You are worthy of being my subordinates. So they walked forward, one in front with pride, and the other in the back with fear and trepidation. As for the strongest team, Sugita Jintoki said after Han Yuran asked, I'm not. I was injured before, and my blood is still normal red. Yen Sui also said, I bit my lip before, and it was also red. The rest of the people shook their heads, and Fu Xiaoyan simply bit his finger, and the blood was bright red and glaring. Chapter 121. The Ghost Eaters are also desperate. Han Yuran stared at the bright red blood on Fu Xiaoyan's finger. Her heart was in turmoil, but on the surface, she was calm. She could only comfort herself by saying that there were none of them, and there were still so many miracle workers left. Maybe there would be one or two like her. She retracted her gaze, and looked at the trembling ghost eaters around her. Every ghost eater who made eye contact with her looked scared to death. Han Yuran glanced at her bleeding hand again, and tentatively reached out her hand to the ghost eater not far in front of her. With her action, the ghosts were so scared that their teeth almost fell off. They ran away like mice. The ghosts at the front, who were blocked by the back and had nowhere to run, actually fainted. It was unknown whether they were scared or intoxicated by the fragrance. Seeing this, Han Yuran looked at the golden blood on her right hand in disbelief. Not only her, but the other 6 people were also staring at her right hand, with different eyes. At the same time, in the tracking room, the 7 saints stood in a row in the middle, staring at the golden blood on Han Yuran's right hand. Anya's expression did not feel relieved because Han Yuran and the others were out of danger. Instead, she became more solemn, staring at the golden blood. She felt helpless. Before, the light of the wings that was the same as the fragments alone pushed Han Yuran to the strongest group. Now, with this unique golden blood that frightened alien creatures, Han Yuran's fate was doomed and would not be peaceful. Although in the end times, who can live peacefully? But Han Yuran's future path is probably unimaginably dangerous. Sure enough, Han Yuran, the miracle maker, is the one closest to God. Wu Su made the final conclusion. From then on, Han Yuren's life would never be leisurely again. The charming man and Heiyun, who were walking towards Han Yuren, ran into the swarm of ghost eaters. The unlucky ghost eaters brake suddenly after seeing the charming man, slid 2 or 3 meters on the ground, and then stopped abruptly and fell to the ground, daring not to move. The man did not stop, raised his leg, and landed. His smooth foot directly stepped on the ghost eater closest to him, and stepped down, silently crushed the ghost eater to death, and the force was so great that it even broke the isolation glass under the ghost eater. At this time, the glass shards pierced the ghost eater's body, and green blood floated out. However, half of its body was stepped into the seawater, and the blood floated away with the flowing seawater. The ghost eater still did not dare to move, nor did he dare to struggle. The man raised his chin slightly, with a noble face. He did not speak, but walked forward step by step. Every step he took was on the ghost eater's body. Every ghost eater had the same fate. The ghost eater was also bitter. He had finally waited for a big meal, but ended up with such an ancestor. He originally planned to separate the 7 people and kill them one by one. Unexpectedly, there was a bad guy among the group. What could the ghost eater do? The ghost eater was also desperate. It was not until a long time after the man left that the ghost eater, who was almost soaked by the seawater, dared to crawl out of the hole. As soon as they crawled out, the seawater gushed out. The miserable ghost eater stood pitifully at the edge of the hole, looking at the incoming seawater, wanting to cry but unable to shed tears. They were afraid that they would lose the nest they had finally occupied. Chapter 122. The wound healed, and the pain was forgotten. The charming man didn't care about the life or death of these ghost eaters. He didn't kill them personally, which was a great favor. The remaining ghost eaters around the strongest team saw that one group had already escaped, and through the induction between the same tribe, they knew that the escaped ghosts were not killed, so they couldn't stay here any longer. The ghost eaters left here like crazy. The people in the strongest team looked around, and didn't stop them or chase them. Fong Tang felt a little uneasy, and closed her eyes again. Because of various reasons, and the shock from Han Yuren's blood, she suddenly forgot that there was a more dangerous existence behind them. After all, it was her first mission, and it was such an important position. Even though she was considered steady, the inexperienced Fong Tang could not avoid many negligence. Closing her eyes, she felt a full-scale explosion, and the almost silent footsteps suddenly broke into her mind. Fong Tang took a deep breath, suppressed the distracting thoughts in his mind, regained his composure, charged forward as fast as possible. Fong Tang's sudden shout shocked several people, and angrily, Fong Tang shouted again, "Stand in formation. Go forward." The other 6 people finally came to their senses, and while running forward, they restored their formation. Then an interesting scene occurred. The strongest group rushed forward desperately, while the ghost eaters rushed in the opposite direction desperately. Then, before they had rushed far, they all stopped, stepped on the ground, and welcomed the arrival of the big foot. Fong Tang, who was running in front, was surprised. The other party was too fast. The man stood on the ghost, looking at the figures that flashed by in the distance, blocked by the tram. Then he lowered his head, stretched his toes straight, and stretched his toes under the motionless ghost in front of him. Then he raised his foot to pick up the unconscious ghost, and saw the ghost flying sideways, smashing the isolation glass and shooting out. The seawater rushed in almost instantly. The man narrowed his eyes, looking at the blurred golden blood on the small piece of open space he had cleared. With his toes stretched straight, he moved closer little by little. Heiyun, who was beside him, saw this scene and felt his back teeth hurt. The man's clean toes touched the blood on the ground like a dragonfly touching the water. Instantly, a stream of white smoke emerged from the man's toes. The blood disappeared, and a small hole was burned on his toes. The purer the blood of the Dark Clan, the greater the damage of the divine incense to it. Now Heiyun's back teeth were not the only ones that hurt. His entire head was buzzing with pain. This king of his family never thought before doing anything. If something happened, his future would be ruined. Humph. The man snorted coldly. He didn't know what he was thinking. He just shook his foot and walked forward again. He was obviously walking very slowly, but he took a step and was already 100 meters away when he appeared. Fong Tang, who was running away in front, had sensed that the person behind him had stopped and was just taking a breath. But the other party was whizzing and whizzing to catch up. Hurry up. Speed up. What on earth is it? A bunch or one? Maybe we can win together? Yin Sui said unsatisfiedly. Running away is not her character. Even though she was almost eaten by the group of ghost eaters just now. She has forgotten the pain now. Chapter 123. The best defense is attack. Our mission is to rescue people in need in the South District, not to kill the enemy. Fong Tang's words were equivalent to rejection. But we are running away now. We are moving forward. This sentence shut Yin Sui's mouth up. Yes, they are indeed moving forward, but they are also running away. Why, according to Fong Tang's statement, it's killing two birds with one stone. Yin Sui was depressed, but she was not the kind of person who didn't consider the overall situation, so even so, she still rushed forward at the fastest speed. Not far ahead was the substation. The passage was changed from a narrow glass passage to a wide glass house. Many trams stopped on the line, and never had the chance to depart again. The ghost eaters here had already run away. They had decided to move, and put it into action, staying away from this place that made them sad, and rebuilding a beautiful home somewhere else. The wound on Han Yuren's hand was no longer bleeding. It was just a small wound caused by a nail. But Han Yuren did not wipe off the blood stains on it. She was reluctant to wipe off such a precious thing casually. She had never felt so precious before. Looking at the 4 glass-enclosed driveways branching out in front, Han Yuren said, "The second one on the right leads to the South District." Although she was the leader, she still thought it would be better to tell everyone. So everyone ran to the second channel together. The distance was not far, only about 500 meters, and it would take them a sprint to get there. But this distance was closer for Min. Seeing that they were about to rush into the second channel, Fong Tang suddenly shouted urgently, "Protection! Where do you want to go?" Fong Tang's voice mixed with the man's hoarse voice, and the other 6 people were shocked, but they still switched to defense mode at the first time. The pink rabbit was in the front. Yin Sui and Han Yuren stood behind its 2 ears respectively. Yin Sui was sharpening his fists. Han Yuren was holding a sickle, stretched out from the rabbit's ears. The straight handle was facing down. The sharp sickle was horizontal in front, reflecting a white light. For the two of them, the best defense is attack. The cute sword formation behind them has appeared, protecting both sides. And Sugita Jintoki's clone also appeared again, forming a human wall. Mizuki's healing light became more and more intense, entering the bodies of the other 6 people, improving their spirit. Only Fu Xiuyan did not make any move. As a support who was not very capable of supporting, he was staring at the man who appeared on the stage. His hands were clenched into fists, and his veins were exposed. Han Yuren's eyes followed the handle of the knife and shot straight to the blade of the sickle. Her sickle had blades on both sides. Apart from its powerful attack power, its sharpness alone was the best of the best. In front of the blade was the Adam's apple that moved up and down. Above the Adam's apple was a face that was tilted sideways. His long hair covered his face completely, so that everyone could not see what he looked like. The man who was chasing him now had a million horses galloping in his heart. He never thought that he would see the person he didn't want to see here. And he didn't understand how the other party could become a miracle worker. What's wrong with this world? Isn't it too crazy? Fong Tang didn't order an attack, so the people in the strongest group didn't switch to attack mode. But all the murderous intent was locked on the man who refused to show his face. Although the other party's translucent pink gauze dress with open chest, and legs and chest muscles, and thick thighs really didn't match. Chapter 124. Coquettish bitch. But after the other party showed up so aggressively, he just turned his head and said nothing. What kind of routine is this? So Han Yuren had to move his eyes to the black mass beside the coquettish man's legs. The other party is a thing, not a pendant. It has eyes and nose. At this moment, he is standing next to the man with a respectful attitude, with his head down, and a big red silk cloth tied around his waist. At this moment, Heiyun's heart is also full of ghosts. I didn't expect that he was just stopping a few people for fun, but he was stopped by the gun. The eldest brother of his own king, the great king, would be in the other team, wearing the other uniform, and looked like he didn't know them. But he understood, very well, if something went wrong with his big king's game, so that the big king didn't play well, his big king would have a miserable ending. The next fate can only be placed on his brainless big king. The man's eyes were rolling. The nervous system in his head was overloaded in order to consider the next solution, and it was burning with smoke. The cute hand holding the sword was a little sore. I don't know what the coquettish bitch on the opposite side was posing, waiting for their praise. The man's rolling eyes stopped. The corners of his mouth tilted upwards proudly, and said with a grin, "You are the miracle makers of mankind who are praised to the sky, huh? But that's all, it really makes this king feel boring." The man shook his head artificially. His movements were extremely gentle, for fear of a mistake, and accidentally revealing his face. Yin Sui's eyes flashed with fire. But the remaining rationality told him not to be impulsive. Impulse is the devil. Hey. Boring. Very boring. I can't even muster the interest to kill you. You are lucky today. Xiao He. Let's go find some interesting troubles elsewhere. Xiao He was sighing in his heart. His brainless king finally stopped being a tiger. At this time, he hurriedly cooperated. Report to the king. The king is right. Small fish and shrimp are not worth dirtying your hands. So the two of them were like singing a double act. And they left in unison, coming and going in a hurry. The people in the strongest team looked very unhappy, as if they had swallowed a fly. Looking at those figures who walked away, they really wanted to slap them to death. Are we just going to let them go? Yin Sui asked unwillingly. Otherwise, do we have to see them off? This was the first time Fong Tang had confronted someone as the team leader, although she had made many mistakes. Yin Sui's repeated questioning had already made her feel unhappy. Yin Sui was stunned by Fong Tang's confrontation, and then asked with a red face, "What do you mean?" Fong Tang looked up at her and said in a loud voice, "I am the team leader. You are a great team leader." Yin Sui shouted and jumped off the pink rabbit, landing directly in front of Fong Tang. Although he was not as tall as Fong Tang, he was very imposing. "Everyone, stop arguing. Let's leave here first," Mingmingda said with an awkward smile, without even a glance from the corner of her eye. So she smiled even more awkwardly. "Anyway, I am the leader of this mission. You must follow my arrangements. As a member of the team, you have raised your questioning attitude." Fong Tang was not forced by Yin Sui's momentum, and said reasonably, "Humph." Yin Sui snorted coldly. "As the leader, you led such a road. Without Han Yuran, we almost died." When Yin Sui said the second half of the sentence, he excitedly touched his chest with his hand. Chapter 125 spit in his face. Everyone was silent. This road was too dangerous. Before entering the station, Yin Sui and Han Yuran both raised objections. Han Yuran later agreed, but Yin Sui disagreed. Yin Sui's questioning pierced Fong Tang's heart. But at this moment, she had to maintain her dignity and confidence as a team leader. "Now we are all alive. Do you want to?" "Sui." Han Yuran interrupted Yin Sui's words, and called him Sui in excitement. Yin Sui, 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 same. Yin Sui swallowed the last word face that he hadn't said, and turned to look at Han Yuran angrily. "We can only survive together." The leader's judgment was not a big mistake. "I believe that even if we take another road, we will encounter the enemy. So I don't think the leader's decision this time is a mistake. But these are not important. The important thing is that we should leave here first." "I think so too," Mingmingda, who had not been stopped before, said hurriedly. "That's right, let's go quickly, or that psychopath will come back later." Sugita Jintoki felt cold all over when he thought of the man before. He really couldn't stand that outfit. Yokosui bit his lip, snorted coldly, raised his chin. "Since you all think she's right, I don't care." After saying that, Pink Rabbit's palm had already stretched out in front of Yin Sui's feet. Yokosui walked up, and was sent back to Pink Rabbit's back. "Let's go!" Yin Sui patted Pink Rabbit and said, rushing forward quickly. The people behind hurriedly followed. The atmosphere was much more awkward than the tension before. The coquettish bitch who appeared earlier was like a volcano that could erupt at any time, weighing on everyone's heart. In the tracking observation room, the atmosphere was extremely solemn at this moment. The image of the coquettish bitch was brought up separately, and was being stared at by 8 pairs of eyes. "Did you hear him call himself?" Wusu asked from the middle. "He called himself the king." Kamanashi Tiger's tone was full of shock, and his 3-layered chin was trembling. Silence, suppressed silence. After a long while, Jin Jishi finally spoke. "The alien race has clear titles and rank, and they will never call people randomly. This means that this man is really a member of the alien royal family. If what is written in the introduction book of senior members of the tribe that the alien race gave us before is true, this man should be one of the only 3 princes. However, there is no detailed introduction to these 3 princes like other senior members." Although Jin Jishi is speaking very calmly now, when he received this book, he was really shocked for 3 minutes before he came back to his senses. The other party actually looked down on them to such an extent that they specially sent an introduction book of senior members. The more noble the alien bloodline, the higher the level, the stronger the ability, and the more dangerous it is. The other party compiled the introduction of these people into a detailed booklet and sent it personally. However, it is a pity that he did not take action this time, without someone who could understand the level of the other prince. How strong he will be, she said regretfully. Anya listened to it and really wanted to spit on his face, but she held back. Her spit was so fragrant that it would be a waste to spit on him. There are only 3 princes in the alien race, and the strongest team can encounter one of them. I think the difficulty of the mission has been upgraded, and a support team should be sent to complete the mission together. After seeing the coquettish bitch, Anya became even more worried. Even if Wusu was worried about Fu Xiuyan, she was worried about Han Yuran. Chapter 126. Too good is no use. If we want to reunite, the strongest team must stay in one place and wait. It is very dangerous to stay in one place for a long time. And the strongest team is leaving the city this time. It is so dangerous. The other teams are afraid. Jin Shishi said a lot. His meaning was very clear, but he didn't say it with his own mouth. I don't agree. Anya looked at this old fox-like man and counterattacked. What Jin Shuntang meant is to let the members of other teams stay in this wing kingdom for the rest of their lives. Jin Shishi shook his head and denied. I mean, it's not appropriate for the time being. I agree with Jin Xingtong's words. What's more, didn't this prince take action in the end? In Anya's eyes, Kamanashi Tiger is a fool, and yet didn't even bother to refute him, but turned to look at the 3 people who didn't express their opinions except Wusu. I don't know why they are so sure that the strongest team can return safely, but I still remember what we said in front of everyone in the city when we announced the establishment of the Kingdom of Wings. We will protect every citizen of the Kingdom of Wings, whether you are a miracle worker or a pastry chef, whether you are a temple or an old man, but now I can't see you fulfilling your oath as a member of the strongest team. Are you no longer a citizen of the Kingdom of Wings? Anya was helpless. Although she was the title of the temple, she had no real power at all. Wusu completely sidelined her and Boucher-san. The remaining 4 were assigned to manage one or several places. The so-called voting, how could the 2 of them outvote the other people who got the benefits? And now the time is too short, she has no way to develop her own people, and can't get some inside information to use as her bargaining chips, so she can only talk here. They are bullying the few with the majority. On the other side, that coquettish bitch is bullying the ghost eaters. After he ran away from the front of the strongest group, he held his breath in his heart, and ran into a few ghost eaters who ran late, and stopped them directly, using these ghost eaters, who have been in trouble for 8 generations, whose ancestral graves are probably smoking. He reached out, and picked up a ghost, swung his arm, and threw the ghost out at the isolation glass. The ghost broke the isolation glass, and fell into the sea. As soon as the first one was thrown into the sea, the one behind had already taken a step forward. Although the scene was cruel, it was a little funny. The ghost also accepted his fate. Being thrown out like this, maybe there is still a chance of survival. If he doesn't obey the order, there will be no chance of survival. Xiaohei, how did you meet him? How did you meet him? The man shouted angrily while throwing the ghost. Heiyun did not speak. On the question of the great king, experience told him, don't speak. If you speak, you will die. Fong Tang could sense that the man who suddenly appeared and left did not really leave, but he did not follow him. He just stayed in one place, and it made him look more dangerous. Soon they arrived at another substation. This time there were no ghost eaters blocking the way. The route that was once extremely dangerous suddenly became extremely safe. The thoughts of several people were different. Han Yuran could feel the probing eyes that swept over her from time to time. She was not happy but not unhappy. She was always optimistic, and quickly changed her mind. It seems that I am destined to be the woman who saves the world. There is no way to be too outstanding. God can't bear to see my pearl covered in dust. He specially made this apocalyptic and alien race just to let my beauty illuminate the world. Chapter 127 Smoking. Han Yuran comforted herself in a shameless way. In the tracking observation room, the final conclusion had been reached, and no support team would be sent. In the empty tracking observation room, Anya stared at Han Yuran, who was running forward in the picture, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes at the same time. Standing aside, Luandia cast her eyes on Anya's slightly tired face. Her worry, effort, helplessness, Luandia saw them all clearly. Looking at Han Yuran in the picture again, she actually envied Han Yuran a little. If there is someone in this world who is so worried about me and works hard for me. I think I should be willing to do anything for him. Anya thought silently in her heart, and the vast stars in her eyes became deeper. I'll go out for a breath, and I'll leave this to you. Anya opened her eyes again, stood up and said, without waiting for the other party to reply. She was already walking towards the door. Boucher-san, who had not changed his posture from beginning to end, said calmly, okay. But he was covered by the sound of the door closing with a bang. Anya rushed out of the hall like a gust of wind, and stood by a stone pillar outside the hall, her hands folded in front of her chest, her eyes wandering aimlessly down the stairs, her mouth dry and bitter. She wanted to smoke. It had been several days. She had not smoked a cigarette, which would never have happened before. Once the idea of smoking came up, she could not suppress it, which made her feel uncomfortable, and her mouth soon became bitter. Anya couldn't stand it any longer, and walked down the steps quickly, rushing into the city. Although it was unlikely that there was smoke, she still wanted to give it a try. When Anya arrived in the second city, she was treated the same as Han Yuran before. But unlike the fearful looks that Han Yuran faced, Anya's white uniform brought more respect. Anya ignored all this. Her eyes swept over the signs that had just been hung on both sides, and she had walked several streets and lanes without realizing it. The farther she walked, the fewer people there were. Anya's anxious expression faded. A sign appeared in her sight. The red characters on the black background were very eye-catching, but the name of the store was very ordinary. How Baihua. There was a slash behind the word Hua. Behind the slash was a word Imo. Under the word Imo was a red spider lily. Anya ran straight to the store. There was a lot of water on her shiny leather boots. The flying dragon had sprayed a lot of water before. At this time, some water accumulated in the potholes on the ground. The store door was open. A muscular man wearing a white headscarf, a white sweetheart neck t-shirt, and green baggy shorts was placing goods on the shelves in the small store. Because the store was small and the man was strong, his movements seemed very inconvenient and cautious. Anya walked to the small counter placed horizontally at the door. The upper part of the counter was made of glass. Through the glass, various brands of cigarettes were neatly placed inside. Anya stared at the cigarettes on the counter, and her hands were placed on the counter. While searching for the cigarettes she wanted, her fingers began to tap again. The man who was putting sanitary napkins on the shelf, his hand shook, and a large package of sanitary napkins hit the man's face. After rubbing his face, the man turned his head to look at Anya. And Shumtang, if you want to smoke, I recommend the second box from the left in the second row. Anya stopped tapping her fingers, looked at the man, and said only one word. Okay. Chapter 128 The Real Danger. Anya took the box of Lingxi cigarettes and left, but she did not smoke immediately, but put the cigarettes in her pocket. After all, smoking in public was really ungentlemanly. The torture of wanting to smoke before also disappeared after getting the cigarettes. Anya calmly returned to the hall, went to the smoking room, and then took out a long and thin cigarette and smoked it. On the other side, Han Yuran and the others stopped, sat together, and began to take a short rest. Only Fangtang did not rest, and was still observing the movements around them all the time, closing her eyes gently, as if she had fallen asleep. What did those little black balls do to attack? Meng Mengda asked curiously. She was knocked down by the ghost before and collapsed. It's a pity that she can still stand up now. Han Yuran shook her head. Yen Sui was still angry, and she was too lazy to talk. She just pretended not to hear. I don't know. They jumped on me and even bit me. But I didn't feel any pain, and there were no wounds. Sugita Jintoki's words avoided Meng Mengda's embarrassment. Rueishi's face was not looking good. She looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. Her brows were furrowed into a shape of a character. Han Yuran wanted to pretend that he didn't see it, but he really couldn't do it, so he had to ask. Sixth brother, what do you want to say? Han Yuran's words drew everyone's attention to Rueishi. Rueishi looked around at everyone, and then sighed and said, My healing light has always covered you, but after we were pounced on by those little black balls, and then covered us with the healing light again, I found that each of us was a little different from before. What do you mean? Why didn't you say it before? What's the difference? Several questions were asked to Rueishi at the same time. Even Fangtang opened his eyes. Rueishi felt a little guilty. She didn't speak because she wasn't sure what was different. She spoke now because she was sure. Looking at those pairs of eyes, Rueishi swallowed her saliva. There seems to be something wrong with our shadows. Shadow. Hikoho and Sugita Jintoki jumped up from the ground in an instant and looked at their own shadows. Although the rest didn't jump up, they also looked at their own shadows. But they didn't know that their biggest problem now was not the shadow at all, but that there was a great king among them. A foreign king with the most noble status, who was among them at the moment, and looked at his shadow in surprise just like them. Han Yuran looked at her shadow in front of her, but she didn't see any difference, and she began to wonder again. It is said that ghosts have no shadows. If they have no shadows, then they are ghosts? Hikoho and Sugita Jintoki, who also didn't notice the problem, began to change their movements constantly, but the shadows still followed them obediently. Yin Sui put down his raised arm in frustration, and asked Ruishi anxiously, "What do you mean?" Ruishi shook her head in confusion. "I can't explain it in detail, but there must be something wrong with our shadow. As if something is missing." "No. My arms and legs are still there," Meng Meng said, shaking her hands and kicking her legs, shaking her neck twice, pulling her ears, and even pulling her hair to prove that nothing was missing. Chapter 129 Void the Man. Ruishi looked at the lively Meng Mengda and said helplessly, "That's not what I meant. Hey, let me put it simply. Our shadows are like a pot of thick soup that has become lighter." Meng Mengda stumbled and almost fell flat on her face. Luckily, she had a good sense of balance. "What kind of damage will it cause to our bodies?" Tang Fong asked. Ruishi shook her head again. "I don't feel anything wrong with my body for the time being. It seems that we can only wait until we get back to check and study this matter carefully. Let's continue on our way," Tang Fong said and stood up. "Do you want to catch one of those little black balls?" Han Yuran suggested. "They have all run away." Fong Tang lied. There were still some that hadn't run away. Now they were being thrown around like balls by that coquettish bitch. She couldn't let them join in the fun. So she continued, "Let's wait until we come back and see. After all, it's not convenient to catch them now." This made sense. Although they were in a heavy mood, they didn't dwell on this issue anymore. So the 7 of them set off again. The coquettish bitch, who had thrown away all the ghost eaters in the distance, also stopped. Now there were nearly 100 holes in the isolation glass on both sides of him. The seawater was pouring in. The impact was so great that the intact isolation glass between the holes was cracked. It seems that it won't be long before this passage will completely collapse, thus causing the entire underground deep-sea tram passage system to collapse. Xiao Hei, let's go back and see what's going on with that human with the divine incense, Heiyun said in shock. "Report to the king, the great king is there." The charming man glanced at it. "I mean to go back to the city and ask that little ghost." Heiyun was relieved and said quickly, "Report to the king is wise, let's go quickly." The 2 of them left this place. It should have been a dangerous confrontation, but it was resolved because of the hidden great king. After running for nearly 2 hours, Han Yuran and the others finally ran out of the underground passage of the deep-sea trim station and climbed up the stairs. It was completely dark outside, without a single light, as if it were an empty city. This place was exactly the same as the tram station they had entered. There were also piles of dead bodies as high as a mountain at the entrance, and the ground was crawling with maggots, making it impossible to find a place to stand. They could only suppress the nausea in their hearts, step down with their feet, and then quickly lift them up. Fortunately, they were somewhat comforted by the fact that there was still a layer of light between them. This time, they still avoided the rotten corpses at the door, and dug a hole next to it, and got out. The cool evening breeze made people feel much more energetic. The blurry full moon in the sky was mostly blocked by the shadow. "This is South City D15 district. We only need to go back 2 districts to reach our destination. Come on, everyone." Fontang boosted the morale. There was originally a direct access to South City D13 district, but the passage there was severely damaged, and even D14 and D12 districts were inaccessible. They had no choice but to continue moving forward. Fortunately, the D15 area was not damaged, and several people quickly ran out of the D15 area. "Boss, can we take a break first?" Slowly, Sugita Jintoki said with a heavy breath. As a man, he really couldn't stand it anymore. Although he wanted to hold on, he was really weak. Chapter 130 Being frightened is not fertilization. After Fontang glanced at Sugita Jintoki, nodded and said, "Take a 5-minute break, and then return to area D13 in 5 minutes. After she finished speaking, Sugita Jintoki collapsed on a broken wall, moaning there, It was a waste of his height. This time, Mizuki's clear light did not cover everyone. She closed her eyes, trying to adjust her body. I'll take a break too, older 3. You keep an eye on me. After Fontaine finished speaking, she cut off her sense of the outside world. It can be said that she was the one who had the hardest time along the way. Now we are going to get to the point. She must restore herself to the best condition. After Fu Xiuyan received the order, he turned his eyes and stared at the trail without saying a word. There were no stars in the sky. If there were, they would not be brighter than his eyes. Min Mingda and Yen Sui also entered a state of rest. Yen Sui was even more exaggerated. He directly used the pink rabbit as a soft bed and lay on it sideways with a hunched shrimp-like posture. He looked very comfortable. Han Yuren also sat lazily aside and leaned on the pink rabbit. The journey was relatively smooth. He only encountered 3 groups of enemies. The man in the third group was a psychopath. If it is the same on the way back, this mission should be no problem, and the black balls in the deep-sea tram station have all run away. Han Yuren thought about these things, and his eyes swept over the broken walls in front of him. Under the dark sky were the dark and dilapidated high-rise buildings, and the different heights added to the desolation. There was no light anywhere he could see. The signboard swaying in the night wind made a sound like grinding teeth, and the empty cars with no one on them became scrap metal all over the ground. Han Yuren even saw a warship parked on the ruins. The streets were no longer clean and unobstructed. The ground was cracked. There were countless deep pits, and there were all kinds of messy things everywhere. The most common of them were corpses, both human and animal. The most common of them were maggots. It must be said that their vitality was really strong. Finally, Han Yuren was sweeping, and his eyes fell on Fu Xiuyan, whose back was straight and almost blended into the night. The other person's neck turned from time to time. He did not have the ability of a sugar cube, so he could only follow him with his eyes. Is it because he was not selected for the Holy Hall? And he was so shocked that he became so taciturn now? Han Yuren wondered. She was stunned, and forgot to move her eyes away. When someone looks at you directly, even if they are staring at the back of your head, you will feel it. Not to mention that Fu Xiuyan is a miracle worker at the very least. Fu Xiuyan suddenly turned around, and the hair behind his earlobe swung up. He tilted his head, and his bright eyes were filled with hidden murderous intent, which fell directly into Han Yuren's eyes, shocking Han Yuren back to his senses. Han Yuren came back to her senses with a shudder of fear. The murderous intent in Fu Xiuyan's eyes had disappeared. Instead, he nodded to Han Yuren with a gentle smile, turned his head back, and continued to follow. Han Yuren listened to her pounding heartbeat. She was sure that she was not suddenly moved, but was shocked by Fu Xiuyan's eyes. Are you shocked? Sugita Jintoki next to him said sarcastically. Han Yuren glanced at him. You are the one who got fertilized. Sugita Jintoki did not react to the deep meaning of Han Yuren's words. After being rebuked, he was not in the mood to tease. He just happened to open his eyes, and saw Han Yuren staring at Fu Xiuyan. Then he saw Fu Xiuyan looking back, and he thought she would exchange glances or something. But he didn't expect that Fu Xiuyan's eyes were so scary. He was so scared that he shivered, and sighed in his heart. I was really scared. Chapter 131 Uncle. Let's play again. Han Yuren quickly glanced at Fu Xiuyan's unchanged back, and lowered her head, with 1,000 questions in her mind. She was riding on what the heck like a human, waving a pink handkerchief in her hand at herself, and kept shouting, Uncle, let's play again. Han Yuren shook her head in astonishment. What was in her head just now? Why didn't she say uncle at her head after shaking her head? Let's play again. Why did Fu Xiuyan have such a strong murderous aura? Why was this murderous aura directed at me? Just because I was distracted by staring at him. Why did he hide his murderous aura so quickly? Why? Han Yuren couldn't figure it out, but the rest time had passed. Fong Teng opened her eyes. She didn't check the time, but it was accurate to the second. Time's up. Let's go! Han Yuren had no choice but to give up thinking about Fu Xiuyan. If it was really because she looked at him, then she just didn't look at him. They were all miracle workers, and they were in the same group. Han Yuren believed that Fu Xiuyan's murderous intent just now was just because he didn't know that the other party was her. If he knew it was her, he wouldn't look at her. Han Yuren was hurt by her own conclusion. Fortunately, everyone had stood up and prepared to move forward. Han Yuren's mind was no longer full of random thoughts, and his expression became serious. When she was serious, she really looked like a normal person. After Fontaine glanced at everyone, She raised her hand and pointed her index finger forward. After everyone nodded, they moved forward silently, and the formation remained unchanged. This time, they moved forward from the ground, not in the air. There was nothing in the air, and it would be too obvious if they went up. And now they have reached the South District, and the East District is right next to them, so they can only be careful. It's different on the ground. Buildings can block their figures, and it's also convenient for them to hide. But there are too many corpses on the ground, and without Rueishi's clear light to separate them, they feel a little uncomfortable. Just like Han Yuran, the leader now. Looking at the corpses lying on the ground in front of him, going around is going further, but if you step over, go straight. Fong Tong's voice came out firmly. Yin Sui swallowed his saliva. Han Yuran no longer hesitated, crushed a bunch of maggots, and stepped over the pile of corpses. When he landed, he stepped into a piece of rotten meat. Han Yuran gritted his teeth, ignored it, and continued to move forward, stepping on the corpses. The reluctance in his heart was not because he felt disgusted, but because of respect for these people who died tragically. It's just that the world doesn't allow them to respect it. When life is in danger every minute and every second, what should be respected more is one's own living body. The group stepped over the corpses and continued to move forward. The sugar cube in the center frowned, expanding the range she could sense to the limit. Almost the entire South D15 area was in her mind. What shocked her was that in the entire area, except for those maggots, there was no living thing. She didn't believe it, and began to narrow the range, so that she could feel more accurately. After walking forward one street, several people began to turn to the right street. Tang Fong tilted his head, and walked forward another 100 meters. Tang Fong suddenly said, "In the sky, at 2 o'clock, there are aliens." As soon as she said the 2 o'clock direction, the pink rabbit had already shot out. Like a cannonball, the wind caused Rueishi to sway twice. Chapter 132. How long can you hold on? A burst of light similar to fireworks exploded in the dark sky, which was particularly conspicuous in this dark world. Yin Sui looked at the dead body on Pink Rabbit's fist calmly with his sea blue eyes. It looked very similar to a bat, but it had a long tail with barbs. The burst of light just now was because Pink Rabbit punched the thing's belly, and crackling came out of its belly. Yin Sui did not stay in the air any longer, and came down very quickly with the tattered corpse. But before she landed, she heard Fong Tang's voice anxiously saying, "No, there are enemies attacking, air raid." Fong Tang said, as he suddenly opened his eyes, and looked at the corpse on the Pink Rabbit's fist. Yin Sui knew what was going on from Fong Tang's eyes. It must be the one he killed that attracted it. He cursed in his heart. Fuck, these ghost things, they could all summon. The little black ball before, and now this hairless thing too. Although there was still a long distance. Everyone had heard the buzzing sound of wings. They had not heard the one flying in the sky before, which meant that the sound of the wings was very slight. But now they could hear it from a long distance. There was only one explanation. That was, there were too many of them. The fear that had been buried by the little black ball surged up again. They must not repeat the same mistake. Old 2. Throw the body out. Sugar Cube ordered. The Pink Rabbit's arm swung in circles, and the corpse on her fist turned into a distant dot. The roots of Fong Tong's ears kept moving, but it still didn't work. The enemy's direction didn't change. Keep going, Fong Tang ordered again. But this time, they were more vigilant when they moved forward. It still didn't work. They left the place, and the enemy didn't stay where they stayed before, but continued to chase them. On the broken street, they ran forward desperately. Everything that blocked the way was solved by the Pink Rabbit's punch. Not far behind them, in the air, there were wing-tailed beasts that were darker than the night, almost crossing the entire long street. Wherever they passed, cars were broken, buildings collapsed, and the rumbling sound was not as terrifying as the sound of the flapping wings. Meng Mengda, who was at the back, had goosebumps all over her body. But Fong Tang hadn't given the order to attack yet. Sixth brother, can you wrap up the whole body of second brother, including the smell? Fong Tang still hadn't given the order to attack. Rueishi waved her hand, and Qing Hui wrapped up Yin Sui and Pink Rabbit, who were kicking the car in front. And unlike Qing Hui before, this time Qing Hui turned into something like plastic wrap, and stuck it on Yin Sui and Pink Rabbit. Yin Sui was stunned for a moment, and then continued to move forward. But a miracle happened. The winged beast that was about to catch up stopped, turning its head in confusion. Feeling the noise behind her getting quieter, Meng Mengda mustered up her courage, turned her head, and looked around. She saw a dark mass in the distance standing still. Ming Mingda said excitedly. They stopped. Sixth brother. How long can you hold on? Fong Tang did not reply to Ming Mingda. Ruishi said with a heavy expression. At most 15 minutes. The film on Yin Sui and Pink Rabbit now consumed all the light she could release. At this moment, the film even blocked every pore of Yin Sui. But it would not suffocate her. Chapter 133, Miserable. Although there were only 15 minutes, this time Fong Tang guessed correctly that the other party found them by smell. No, it should be said that they found the second brother Yin Sui. They can reach the D13 area in 15 minutes, but Fong Tang estimated that this distance is still not safe. If they leave this group of things to the people waiting for rescue, it will be completely over. Fong Tang is not the kind of person who is rigid. She is still young, and her thinking is still jumping. He opened his eyes, and quickly glanced left and right. The building in front of him on the left was still well preserved, so he probably should have it. So Fong Tang said, Second brother, tear off your tie and throw it out. Hikoho obediently tore off his tie and threw it out horizontally. Ruishi instantly opened a hole in the film like Qinghui, and the winged beasts behind him turned their heads in one direction, and then flew towards the strongest team. After the tie flew out, Ruishi closed the mouth again, and the winged beast flying towards them suddenly braked, causing the one behind to hit the one in front, and the one in front fell to the ground, which was also a big tragedy. But the winged beast that was not in trouble quickly turned around and chased after the tie. The one that fell to the ground also flapped its wings and flew up, following it. Fong Tang immediately ordered, Go to the building on the left in front, and watch Lao Aaron Rabbit. What? 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 Several voices expressed their shock, and Fong Tang only replied with 2 words. Execute. Yin Sui turned his head, looked at Fong Tang aggressively, gritted his teeth and pulled Rabbit to the building that Fong Tang mentioned. And the remaining 6 people followed. The winged beast chasing after Tight Eye from behind brought a strong wind, and a corpse on the ground was blown up. Yin Sui rushed into the first floor first, looking for the bathroom in each room. Fong Tang had already spoken. Second brother, you start to take off your clothes now, the rest of you. 1 floor each, bring water, perfume and anything else that can cover up the smell. Yin Sui gritted his teeth and began to tear off his clothes. Seeing this, Fu Xiuyan and Sugita Jintoki hurried upstairs, and Han Yuren also left. Ruishi asked worriedly, But I have covered them all, so they can't use the things they brought. Old 5, when Old 6 withdraws Qinghui, you use your flying sword to shoot out Old 2's clothes. Meng Mingda, who was standing nervously, nodded vigorously and saluted with her hand. Don't worry, boss, I promised to complete the task. Even if Yin Sui was unwilling, she had to endure it, and could only say shyly, Don't throw away everything. Tang Fong didn't say anything, pulled the pink rabbit into the bathtub, tried to turn on the faucet, and really released some water. The huge pink rabbit directly broke the bathtub. Fong Tang looked at the water flowing out with heartache, and rubbed the soft rabbit fur of the pink rabbit with her hands. Ruishi poured half a bottle of shower gel on the pink rabbit, and the foam covered the pink rabbit in an instant. Ruishi had already flicked her finger forward, and a flying sword flew away with Yin Sui's clothes. The winged beast that bit Yin Sui's tie into pieces just flew towards them, and suddenly turned around and chased after the flying sword. Dong, 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 dong footsteps sounded. Sugita Jintoki closed his eyes, and said a bunch of things to the door, and then left quickly. Chapter 134. The baby is still young. Old 6. Use your Skynet to stop the flying ones. Don't kill them! Fong Tang gave the order and hurried to the door, picked up the pile of things, first threw a bottle of perfume on the ground. The strong smell made several people cough. Fong Tang then smeared the remaining ones on Pink Rabbit's body. Ruishi was busy trying to help Pink Rabbit rub it. Soon the 2 were drowned by the foam again. Ming Mingda quickly took out the card after hearing the order. As expected, the clothes she threw out with the flying sword only attracted a large part of the winged beasts, and a small part of the winged beasts flew over here due to the smell. The spider card floated above Ming Mingda's head, and the spider on it began to spin silk into a web, waiting for the winged beasts on the opposite side to fly over and start hunting. Ming Mingda swallowed nervously, but her hands did not stop. One flying sword after another, carrying Yin Sui's clothes, shot out in all directions. Every time she shot out a piece of clothing, there were fewer winged beasts flying towards them. With a clang sound, Han Yu ran, carrying 2 buckets of green water, pushed open the door, scaring Mengmengda at the door. Han Yuren walked without stopping, and after walking to Yen Sui, he put down the buckets and said directly, "Ursui, go in and soak for a while." Yen Sui, who was sprayed with perfume by Fong Tang, looked at the green water with a tangled and uncomfortable expression, and asked with a refusal in his heart, "What the hell is this?" "Good stuff. Hurry up." Han Yuran exchanged glances with Fong Tang, and one of them pulled his hand, and the other pressed his shoulder, and pushed Yen Sui in without saying anything. Yen Sui was not big to begin with, so he could just fit in. "You?" Yen Sui, who was almost choked by the water, struggled to raise his head inside. Just as he asked angrily, Fong Tang had already picked up the shampoo and poured it on Yen Sui's head. He also poured a mouthful of it. He turned around and complained to Yen Sui, "Don't move." Yen Sui swallowed several mouthfuls of shampoo. Miraculously, he didn't feel nauseous or cough. He was no longer struggling. He was only thinking, "This world is so scary. The baby is still young." Han Yuran was already carrying another bucket. Walked towards the pink rabbit. Looking at the foam pouring out of the room, he shouted, "Where are you?" "Lao Wu." "Here." A foamy hand stretched out from the foamy mountain. Han Yuran didn't want to go in. He stood at the door, lifting the bottom of the bucket. He didn't care whether it was the pink rabbit or Ruishi. He just poured it over there. Ruishi screamed, and finally she and Pink Rabbit emerged from the foam mountain. But Pink Rabbit had been turned into a red rabbit by her. Unlike here, where there was no tension, the cute Skynet had already covered the area, and the flying sword flew away with Yen Sui's last piece of clothing, and took away a group of winged beasts. Fu Xiuyan, who had never appeared, put a pile of clothes at the door, with a few bottles and jars on top. The spider web kept getting bigger, blocking all of their sides. The winged beasts flew over quickly and rushed in without hesitation. There were only bangs, which were the sounds of the winged beasts colliding with each other, and the spider web was bumped into the inside, and the wind stirred up, blowing up all the foam on the ground. Chapter 135. Try your best. Some of the winged beasts' sharp mouths emerged from the spider web, stretching forward with all their might, biting up and down with their mouths open, and the clicking sound made people's scalps numb. Fong Tang, who was closest to the winged beasts, took a step towards Yen Sui, and after getting a little further away from the winged beasts, said, "Okay, get out of here." "Are you sure?" Han Yuren looked at the winged beasts that had become a wall. If the smell had disappeared, they couldn't still be here, and seeing that this road was blocked, these winged beasts had begun to bypass the spider web and attack from above. The dust that was constantly falling from the ceiling, and the sound of broken glass, all indicated one thing: they were about to be surrounded again. A burst of rapid footsteps came down from the building, and Sugita Jintoki's anxious voice came from outside the back door. "Are you okay? Have they come in from above?" Yen Sui quickly climbed out of the bucket, picked up the clothes that Fu Xiuyan had brought in before, and put them on. It was a plaid student uniform, which was surprisingly suitable. Yen Sui said while putting on the clothes, "I won't argue with you now. You said you are the team leader. Find a solution for me. Old 5. Cover Old 2 and Pink Rabbit again, and we will leave from the back." Fong Tang spoke. "This idea is not good. It can only be said that it is to escape as much as possible." Yen Sui shook her wet hair and snorted coldly. Ruishi did not say much, and followed the instructions to wrap Yen Sui and Pink Rabbit again. The few of them left the room, followed by Mengmengda, and ran in the opposite direction. There was no door, so the Pink Rabbit smashed a hole directly. The winged beasts that were trying desperately to rush into the net stopped together again, and the winged beasts that flew in from above were flying straight down in a diving posture, but suddenly stopped on their heads. They turned their heads in a daze. There was no smell. They were blind and deaf. Therefore, after the strongest group escaped easily, they turned back and continued to rush to the D13 area. "I can only hold out for 10 minutes, Ruishi said. "This is what you thought of. You want to kill us step by step," Yen Sui shouted while running forward on the Pink Rabbit. "Compared with before, there are fewer monsters chasing us, and the smell on your body has also faded. After 10 minutes, there will be even fewer monsters chasing us. This is the result," Fong Tang replied. She didn't expect to wash off the smell by taking a bath, nor did she expect to use some fragrance to trick the monsters. She just wanted to have fewer monsters when she arrived at the destination. It's easy to kill a few quietly, but it's troublesome to kill a bunch of them. What Fontaine said was true. There were indeed fewer winged beasts following them. Yen Sui was depressed and muttered. Only 10 minutes, please think of a countermeasure quickly. Team leader. Fontaine didn't say anything else, suppressing her sadness. She really tried hard, but there were only 7 of them, and each person's ability was limited. The 2 times they faced off were group battles, and the number was huge, but there was not even one person in their team who could attack on a large scale. Only Sugita Jintoki's clones, and the cute sword formation and spider web could barely be counted as group attacks in a small range. Chapter 136 Opening the Gate of Hell. When Wu Shantang announced the strongest team, it was clearly said that in a system, the strongest people would be selected to form the strongest team. Although Fontaine looked calm at the time, she was confused. It was the first time she knew that. Her ability was the strongest in being able to observe the enemy as a whole. Later, when they entered the city gate, the 7 of them fought as a team for the first time. Since the enemy was fighting alone, they won easily. But at that time, she felt something was wrong. It was not until she experienced 2 group action enemies that she realized that in their so-called strongest group, there was no one who could launch a large-scale attack. This was terribly dangerous in a world full of alien races and monsters. Not to mention the assistants assigned to their group. Fontaine didn't believe that their strongest group was made up of the strongest people. But now that they have come out, they can only do this for now. She also considered giving up this mission and returning to the city. But her self-esteem would not allow it. The 7 people moved forward in silence. And the winged beast left behind was still waiting. And the winged beast that chased the long sword everywhere tore Yen Sui's clothes into pieces. And then flapped its wings and flew towards the winged beast in the spider web. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the D14 area. Within the range that Fontaine could sense, there were dozens of life forms. Not far from them, on the road they had to take to the D13 area. From the sense point of view, these more than 10 life forms were actually humans. Living humans. Fontaine was in a dilemma. These more than 10 humans were not included in their mission. After struggling for a moment, she said, there are 13 life forms 1,000 meters ahead. Humans. Not within the mission range. Abandon them. No one spoke. Only the sound of Sugita Jintoki clicking his tongue. After that, the atmosphere in the team became even more heavy. The further they moved forward, the more depressed they felt. After passing a ruin with countless corpses, several people could already hear the roar of humans. The voices were hoarse and chaotic. There should be several people shouting. The voices were mixed with madness and pain. And they were so shrill that it made people's hair stand on end. In this dark world of ruins, one might even wonder if there was a gate to hell ahead. And evil spirits were shouting inside. The 7 people climbed up to a ruin. 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. The terrifying sound became clearer and clearer. Even more terrifying than the corpses in the ruins under their feet. Han Yuran and Yen Sui climbed up first, standing at the highest point of the ruins, and finally saw the source of the sound. Although Han Yuran sometimes lost her mind and thought about all kinds of things, she was decisive and serious when it came to her life. From her previous actions after the end of the world, it can be seen that she is not only calm, but also a little cold-blooded. And she can be cruel even to herself. But when she saw the scene in front of her, her heart skipped a beat for the first time. And she vomited without even having time to cover her mouth. As for Yen Sui beside her, he was so scared that he became stupid. His eyes were fixed. And he didn't move at all. Han Yuran had already squatted on the ground. His stomach was churning. And his heart was so suppressed that it was about to explode and he couldn't find a place to vent. Chapter 137 I just want to ask you if you are disgusting or not. The 4 people in the middle followed the 2 of them and walked up. Sugita Jintoki cursed. Fuck. Then, he pushed back with his hand and stopped Mingda, who was about to walk up. Don't come up. Mingda at the back looked at the sudden breast-grabbing hand, feeling ashamed and angry, and was about to lose her temper, but she heard Sugita Jintoki say in a bad tone, Don't come up. Hearing the vomiting sound of Han Yuran and the others, Mingda stole a fearful glance at Fontaine and Ruishi who were bending over, and Sugita Jintoki's pale profile. She knew that the scene ahead must be very scary. So scary that she couldn't bear it. So, she didn't care about the breast-grabbing hand anymore, and took another step back. After retreating, they couldn't help but glance at Fushioyan. Only his expression didn't change at all. He seemed to be in 2 different worlds from the others. Such a calm and handsome man was really scary. In front of them, at the end of the ruins, there was a glass cabinet. The glass cabinet was not big, but it was not small either. It could easily accommodate more than 20 people lying inside. But the situation inside was very problematic. There was no moon in the sky, no lights in the city, and it was pitch black everywhere. However, there was a big light at the four corners of the glass cabinet. It was so bright that it blinded people's eyes. Therefore, the situation inside the cabinet could be seen clearly by the strongest team. They could see the expressions of everyone inside. They could see clearly in which direction the blood on the ground was flowing. There were 13 still moving humans inside. Bloody humans. Or maybe they shouldn't be called humans now. Monsters seemed more suitable for them. Each of them leaned against the glass cabinet alone, with a distance between each person. And each of them had the same thing in their hands and mouths, which was a human corpse that they were chewing in their hands. While chewing, they were still staring at other people with vigilance. Some of them had arms. Some had toes. Some had chins. And tongues. They ate raw and tore them, feasting on them, with blood dripping down the corners of their mouths. And they even stretched out their scarlet tongues to lick the blood clean. After eating the meat, they put the bone sticks in their mouths and licked them carefully with their tongues. Some of them even bit the bone sticks into pieces and swallowed them into their stomachs. Han Yuran began to doubt whether they were still human beings. Could humans have such good teeth? Han Yuran thought, wiped the corners of her mouth, and stood up from the ground. Since she started vomiting, she stared at the glass cabinet while vomiting. Now she has completely adapted to it. The ground under the glass cabinet has completely turned bloody. There is a layer of blood on top that cannot flow out because of the glass cabinet. It is a real river of blood, with mincemeat, bones, teeth, hair, etc. floating in it. The living people are standing in it. They choke from time to time, so they scoop up the blood with their hands and drink it. When Han Yuran and the others were looking at the people in the glass cabinet, one of them finished eating the human flesh in his hand and began to look at the living people. His eyes were very dangerous. Sure enough, the next moment, he suddenly pounced on a woman who was biting a bone beside him. And the blood river that was about to stop flowing was splashed again by being stepped on. Chapter 138 Cannibalism. The man's movements were like those of a wild beast. His two bloody hands grabbed the woman's neck. His nails pierced through the skin and flesh of her neck. He lowered his head and opened his mouth wide and bit the woman's face. The woman only cried out in pain briefly and then began to resist. She used both hands to pull the man's ears and hair back hard, so that the man could not bite her. She bent her feet with great effort and kicked the man. Han Yuran saw clearly that the roots of the man's ears were torn by the woman, separated from his cheeks, and a lot of hair was pulled off his head with his scalp. They are definitely not normal humans. Han Yuran only had this thought in his mind. When the other people in the glass cabinet saw the two people fighting, they also stood up little by little, and moved in unison to surround the two people. Han Yuran looked at their bodies moving in the blood, and a possibility had already occurred to him. But the two people who were fighting were already crazy, and they didn't notice the danger approaching. The man finally won the woman in strength, but the price was huge. An ear was completely torn off and a piece of scalp, in exchange for his teeth biting the woman's nose, biting it directly, crushing it, and swallowing it into the stomach. I cough, resume action, ignore. Tang Fong said in a weak voice. She was no longer embarrassed in her heart, because this group of people didn't need to be rescued at all, but she didn't expect the aliens to be so perverted. Tang Fong added, "Sixth brother, you should be mentally prepared. A cute little courage, they have experienced it all along the way." Ming Mengda at the back swallowed her saliva in fear. She wanted to blind herself now, so that she would not see anything and not be afraid. Ruishi took a deep breath and tried to control herself to move her eyes away from the glass cabinet. And the group of people was just as Han Yuran thought. They rushed forward, pulled the man apart, dragged the woman away, and divided into two groups, surrounding the two people in the middle, letting them struggle desperately. Every time they stretched out their hands, they would take them back with blood and flesh. The shrill screams resounded through the night sky. Eating people alive. "Let's go!" Fong Tang shouted again. And the few people did not stop, and endured the pain in their hearts, and ran down to the ruins. The closer they got, the stronger the smell of blood became, and the more uncomfortable they felt. After redistributing the food, the few people took the parts they had obtained and spread them around, and continued to eat. Han Yuran looked at their swollen stomachs, and didn't understand why they kept eating. As the few people went down the ruins and entered the light, the people in the glass cabinet finally noticed them. A woman with disheveled hair sitting against the glass cabinet facing them raised her eyelids and stared at the strongest group rushing towards them. For a moment, a trace of doubt flashed in the woman's eyes. But it was only for a moment. The woman's eyes regained their madness. Just like when she was eating people. She stood up like crazy, rushed towards the strongest group, and smashed her body against the glass cabinet, even breaking her nose. Blood flowed down, flowing down the glass. But she didn't feel any pain. She opened her mouth and bit the glass continuously, and slapped it hard with her hands. Bloody handprints were printed on it. After a few times, the woman's index finger hit it, and it broke directly. Broke, and flew out. Chapter 139, Sending Someone to Die. The woman's actions alarmed the others. All of them stood up at once, and threw themselves on the glass cabinet, smashing the glass desperately, biting and roaring. Ming Ming lowered her head, and ran forward with her eyes on the ground. Although she was curious, she really didn't have the courage to look up. Han Yuran looked at these people, and the glass cabinet, and the 4 headlights that they smashed but couldn't break, and she felt a burning anger in her heart. Aliens. After Han Yuran said this coldly in her heart, she had already come to the side of the glass cabinet. As long as they ran forward, they could leave here and let these people fend for themselves here. But after looking at the few people in the glass cabinet who followed them, Han Yuran asked, "Can I delay for a minute?" Fontaine glanced at Han Yuran, but the other party looked calm, so she couldn't tell anything. "What do you want to do?" "Send someone to death." After Han Yuran finished speaking, she had already thrown out the sickle in her hand, and the gorgeous wings spread out, making the crazy people in the glass cabinet quiet down. They stared at the holy wings stupidly, and their eyes were extremely blank. The dark sickle had been thrown out, and the wind from the knife cut off the glass cabinet from above. The people inside moved in unison as the wind from the knife shot past, and slowly raised their heads along the path of the cabinet, flying away. The real sickle followed closely, cutting off their necks as they looked up. The blood spurted out, and the heads flew up and fell, splashing the blood river. In the eyes of these people, what they saw in the end was Han Yuran's pair of holy wings standing on the lamppost. A few illusory feathers of light floated down, and I don't know if it was accidental or inevitable that they fell on the heads floating in the blood river, and disappeared. Han Yuran's figure and face were all illuminated by the strong light behind her, and it was impossible to see clearly. The strongest team could only barely see the outline of her figure: angel's wings, devil's sickle, human body. Ming Mingda could no longer hold back her curiosity, and opened her eyes. She saw clearly the process of Han Yuran killing people. The strange thing was that she was not afraid, disgusted, but felt sorry for those people, and also felt sorry for Han Yuran, and herself. Even if they were miracle workers, they did not want to kill humans, even if those humans no longer looked human. Fu Xiuyan's sight was not blocked by the strong light, and he could see Han Yuran clearly. He could see the silent tear falling down, and her expressionless face. As for Han Yuran herself, she didn't even know she was crying, although it was only one tear. She watched the light feather disappear on those heads. She seemed to see a vague shadow and heard a phantom, distant and inaudible song in her ears. The song was ethereal, sacred and inexplicably sad. She could feel that the light of her wings was stronger. Looking at the sickle in his hand, the blood on it had been sucked in. He wondered if the sickle would change. Han Yuran thought and fell down, ignoring everyone's gaze, and returning to his seat. Fong Tang sighed silently in his heart. If the world was clear, who would be willing to become an executioner? "Let's go!" Fong Tang spoke, his tone filled with helplessness. The few people rushed forward again, and the atmosphere was very different. Yin Sui glanced at Han Yuran, then silently clenched his fists, and his expression became more serious. In a room in the East District, a man wearing a white shirt, skinny jeans, and sitting barefoot on the sofa, his head tilted on his hand resting on the chair handle, staring at the screen in front of him with little interest. Chapter 140, I Feel Wronged. The man's light blonde hair was parted 3:7, one side was tucked behind his ear, the other side was softly hanging in front of his face. He looked very delicate. There was a little teardrop mole under his left eye, adding a bit of charm. The screen opposite him was the hell on earth. The cut glass cabinet, for headlights, the lifeless corpse in the river of blood, and the backs of the strongest team leaving. The man shook his feet, and moved his eyes upwards. There was another screen above. The picture inside was equally horrible. The man moved his eyes again. Another screen, a whole wall, countless small screens, each of which was a crazy picture that people couldn't look at directly. The man just watched calmly, from time to time picking up the high-footed glass on the table at hand, the bright red liquid inside, the smell of blood. The man was watching with great interest. The door of the room was kicked open with a bang, accompanied by a hoarse complaint. "Michael, I am so pissed off by that little brat." The visitor turned out to be a coquettish bitch. After the uninvited coquettish bitch entered the room, she closed the door with her backhand, glanced at the screen on the wall, frowned and looked away, walked past the man with big strides, and lay directly on the bed against the wall. "Lucifer, I just saw someone who looks exactly like you," Michael said with great interest. "Come here. I'll take a closer look at you to see if you look exactly the same." The coquettish bitch lying on the bed turned her head to Michael's side without moving, looking at the other person's eyes, carefully observing her, and asked, "Where did you see it?" Michael looked from top to bottom, carefully looking at the coquettish bitch, and replied nonchalantly, "It's at a scenic spot I set up." He and 6 other people appeared together, and one of the women even smashed my tourist attraction. Michael said this, and also retracted his gaze, nodded. "Sure enough, they are exactly the same. I really didn't expect that. Besides you 2 brothers, there is someone else blessed by God with your face. What does that woman look like? She has wings, uses a sickle, and is a bit weird." Michael recalled Han Yuren's appearance, and shook his head with a smile. Han Yuren gave him a contradictory feeling. A bit strange, but it didn't make him feel strange. But he felt that this person was a bit strange. The coquettish bitch didn't ask any more questions. She already had the answer in her heart. Michael must have seen them. She was confused, dissatisfied and angry. She didn't know what her brother was going to do. He pretended to be sick and didn't participate in the mission to capture the Earth. But he ran to the enemy and became a miracle worker, and turned around to fight them. If this matter was exposed, the coquettish bitch sighed helplessly. It didn't matter if it was exposed. Their father was not here. And who could take care of his brother? "Why are you sighing?" "I went to find the little ghost. And the little ghost didn't see me. He really didn't take my second brother seriously." The coquettish bitch didn't tell Michael about his eldest brother. This matter could be exposed, but it couldn't be exposed from him. "Didn't the princess always take you seriously?" Michael said indifferently, and looked at the screens again. The coquettish bitch was badly hurt by his blow. She sighed again, buried her face in the soft quilt, muttered, "I feel wronged." Chapter 141. Terrifying when you think about it. Han Yuren ran forward silently. She didn't feel guilty, nor did she feel regretful. She just gave them a relief. Although no one has the right to decide the life and death of others, the premise is that those people have the right to decide their own life and death, however. This was her first time to kill someone in the true sense. Not counting the mutants and aliens before, she really killed humans. Her heart was more or less fluctuating. This fluctuation came from her fear of herself, fear of her calmness, and excitement. Yes, it was excitement. When she killed those people, she actually felt a hint of excitement deep in her heart. She didn't understand why. She was cold-blooded, she was disgusted with the world, but she never longed for killing. She didn't understand why she was so excited. Before she could figure it out, the faint singing in her mind appeared, suppressing her excitement, calming her down, and making her feel much more comfortable. This feeling was just like the feeling she had when she saw the scene before she got the sickle and wings. The sickle and the blood. The holy voice. The bubbles that kept bursting. The holiness and bloodthirstiness appeared at the same time, and were imprinted in her body at the same time. She understood that her body seemed to have become a platform or a tool, in which the angels and demons were fighting and struggling. But if, one day, there was a winner or loser between them, then Han Yuren didn't dare to think about it any further. As for her change, the others did not notice anything. Soon, the 7 of them entered the D13 area. The 8th jade butterfly that had been on Fong Tang's shoulder flew up. Seeing this, Fong Tang said, "Next, follow the jade butterfly." Han Yuren also pushed the thoughts in her head to a corner. It was not the time to think about these things yet. She followed the jade butterfly forward cautiously. The jade butterfly's wings flapped at a low frequency, but its movements were not slow. It was always ahead of the strongest group, even though their speed did not slow down. Fong Tang carefully sensed the situation in Area D13. At the edge, she felt dense life forms, and the number of people was about the same as the number of people on the mission. It seemed that they were the ones. Fortunately, except for that group, there was no sense of life forms elsewhere. As she went around, Fong Tang kept an eye on the situation over there. There was no reduction in life forms. It seemed that the situation over there was safe and normal for the time being. And the scene they had seen before should not happen. But in another place, Michael, who was staring at the screen, looked at the 7 figures appearing on the screen in the upper right corner, and his sleepy eyes suddenly brightened. He sat up excitedly, raised his long legs, and kicked the buttocks of the coquettish bitch lying on the bed. "Look! The person who looks like you appears again!" With one sentence, the coquettish bitch forgot to take care of his feet, and turned over on the bed and sat up, squinting his eyes and staring at the screen for a while, and asked anxiously, "Where is it?" "The second row on the top. The third on the right. I pulled it in to show you," Michael said, picked up the remote control on the table, pressed twice, and the picture on the screen changed from the entire D13 area to the strongest group. "Look! That's it," Michael said excitedly, pointing at the screen. The slutty bitch looked at the screen, and then at Michael's excited expression, and thought, if she told him the truth now, he would probably die of fright. Chapter 142 The Book of Light. Lucifer didn't say anything, but turned his eyes back to the screen helplessly, looking at his brother with a stern face in the picture. His eyes suddenly lit up. He was very curious about what he was doing, what he was going to do, what tone he would use to speak, what expression he would have on his face. Thinking of this, Lucifer suddenly became interested. He lifted his legs up on the bed and crossed them. He then reached out and pulled the pillow on the bed, holding it in his arms, as if he was ready to watch a good show. He also told Michael to give him a glass of real red wine. Michael directly handed over his drink. Lucifer didn't care about it. He drank a sip and felt very happy. He also sighed. Human blood is really delicious. The strongest team in the picture was about to appear next to the group of people waiting for rescue. Lucifer asked in surprise, "How can these people be so normal?" Based on his understanding of Michael, he would never let go of anyone who was regarded as a tourist attraction by him. Although the means seemed a bit perverted to him, the other party was human, and it was dead or alive. Michael smiled, warmly and gently. "You'll know in a moment." Han Yuran and the others followed Yudi into a building and began to climb up the stairs one floor at a time. Fortunately, they all had good stamina, so they didn't feel tired after climbing the 15 floors. But they were still thinking, if Yudi flew directly to the top of the building from outside, they would have followed her and wouldn't have needed to climb the stairs. When they reached the top of the stairs, there was a tightly closed black iron door, and Yudi hovered in front of the door. Even if Fong Tang didn't speak, several people knew that they had arrived at their destination. They could even hear the sound of breathing coming from inside the door. It was obvious that there were too many people, and their breathing overlapped, which made it so loud. Han Yuran recalled that it was said that there were more than 1,000 people at the beginning. Thinking about the area of this floor, it was estimated that the situation behind the door was crowded, and it was not easy. Be prepared for battle first. Old 7. Get a clone to fly upstairs from outside to see what's going on inside, Fong Tang explained. And then he thought of this. The other people were startled, and then looked a little dark. Sugita Jintoki asked depressedly, "The people here also?" He didn't continue talking. He didn't want to think about the scene he saw before. "No. Just be prepared." Fong Tang's answer made the people feel relieved. Sugita Jintoki immediately created a clone. This time he didn't climb the stairs honestly, but supported himself on the handrail, stood up and jumped down, stepped on the handrail fluently, and went downstairs very quickly. The rest of the people waited silently outside the door. Michael, who was watching them all the time, said excitedly, "It can even split itself. What exactly is written in the Book of Light of the Light Clan?" "I don't know. I guess no one knows except the King of Light." Lucifer shook his head and said, with a very disgusted smile on his face, "The Book of Light is the biggest enemy of the Dark Clan, suppressing them for generations." Lucifer gritted his teeth in hatred, but thought about it. The current situation, this King of Light is really courting death. This time is the only chance for the Dark Clan to turn things around after waiting for so many years. But Lucifer looked at the eldest brother in the picture, but his eldest brother, the prince of the Dark Clan, actually did such a thing. It's really hateful. Chapter 143 Something must be wrong. Jintoki Sugita's clone quickly ran back, and overlapped with the original Jintoki Sugita, becoming one person, which surprised the remaining 6 people. "I didn't see anything. The windows were blocked tightly." Jintoki Sugita was a little embarrassed. After all the effort he put on a separate mission, he still didn't see anything. Fong Tang didn't say anything, but motioned Han Yuran to knock on the door a few times. The door was knocked so loudly by Han Yuran, the breathing sound coming from inside stopped all of a sudden. Fong Tang then spoke. Listen, everyone inside. We are the miracle workers of the Kingdom of Wings. We are sent to take you back to your country. If you understand what I say, please send someone to signal us. After waiting for a long time, just when Yin Sui was about to kick the door open, a muffled voice finally came from inside. We understand. The members of the strongest team exchanged glances after hearing the voice. And Fong Tang continued to speak. We will open the door later. Don't squeeze or rush. Follow us downstairs in order and quietly. If anyone does not follow the requirements, they will not be rescued by us. The people inside quickly responded this time. Understood. The strongest team outside had already started to prepare to enter. But Fong Tang raised his hand and waved back, saying the word ground. The other 6 people were stunned, especially Sugita Jintoki and Min Mingda, who had a hint of doubt in their eyes. It was not until Fu Xiuyan had begun to retreat downstairs that they remembered what this meant, and showed an expression of sudden realization and some confusion. In the other room, Michael took the high-heeled cup that Lucifer had placed on the bed, drank a sip with some displeasure, stared at Fong Tang and complained. This woman is too cautious. Fong Tang gave this order not because she knew the situation inside, but because the people inside were too calm. There were nearly 1,000 people in there, and they were squeezed together and endured it with great difficulty in the face of death at any moment. Such a group of people. When the voice sounded outside, they actually stopped breathing together, and after hearing her words, they all believed it, and quickly chose someone to speak, and their tone was not anxious or excited, but too calm. As the saying goes, there must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. She couldn't gamble their lives with the people inside. Soon, except for Fong Tang and Han Yuran, the remaining 5 people went down the stairs and stood separately on the stairs. Above Han Yuran and the others, the spider web had already spread out. Fong Tang saw Han Yuran wink at the door and also step back 3 steps. Han Yuran moved her fingers a few times before reaching out to hold the door handle. Although she had seen people eat people and killed people, she was still a little nervous. The 6 people waiting on the stairs also looked at her nervously. Han Yuran pressed the door handle down. With a click, she seemed to hear the sound of someone breathing heavily inside. Han Yuran slowly opened the door a little, and a hot breath came out from the gap. Han Yuran gritted his teeth and exerted force with his arms, and opened the door completely, and took a step back, with the sickle across his body. Unexpectedly, no one was attacked, but one person was squeezed out because the door was opened, and when he was about to touch the sickle, he finally stood firm. Chapter 144. I'm really not a bad guy. The man who was squeezed out was a man in his 40s. He stood up quickly, looking nervously at the sickle in front of him, and then took a step back in fear. Han Yuran's eyes moved from him to the inside. People piled up from the ground to the top floor, all kept the same posture, turned their heads, and looked sideways at the door. Han Yuran understood then. No wonder it could hold so many people, but they could help each other so peacefully, instead of killing some people and throwing them out, which was quite surprising to Han Yuran. Those who were close to the door and could see Han Yuran all stared at Han Yuran nervously, and none of them dared to move. How long have you been here? Han Yuran asked, and did not let them come out first. We have been here for 3 days. The man who was squeezed out before replied carefully. Only 3 days? The man nodded, wiped the sweat on his forehead for some reason. There weren't so many people before. We gathered together little by little, and it's been 3 days since then. Why do we have to gather on this floor? The man wiped the sweat again and lowered his head even deeper. We were originally scattered, but then there were monsters below, so we all ran up and didn't dare to go out. What monster? Han Yuran asked in detail. The man shook his head in confusion, raised his head, and looked at Han Yuran sincerely. I'm not lying. There really is a monster, but we can't see it at all. Han Yuran was not moved by his sincerity, and asked again, Is anyone dead? Michael sneered. This woman is so stupid. If it's a show, of course she has to make it beautiful. What's the point of her asking these questions? Lucifer rolled his eyes at him, and said deliberately, Does this woman have divine fragrance in her blood? Michael's disdain froze for a moment, and turned into shock. What did you say? This woman has divine fragrance in her blood. I went to find the dead kid to ask about this. Lucifer stared at Han Yuran, and his eyes seemed to want to peel Han Yuran's skin off to see what was going on in her body. Michael looked at Han Yuran again, suppressed the shock in his heart, and finally said, "Even so, she is still stupid." But he really blamed Han Yuren wrongly. Han Yuren asked these questions completely in accordance with Fong Tang's instructions. Fong Tang was putting all her sensing abilities into the more than 200 square meters of the house at this moment. As the door was opened, she could sense more clearly, and nearly 1,000 people passed through her mind one by one. The man was not anxious yet, and answered honestly, "People died? People died?" But all the dead disappeared. Nothing was left. But some people inside could not help but get anxious, especially those who were about to be suffocated, and began to twist uncomfortably. Han Yuren glanced at Fong Tang, who was leaning against the wall on the stairs without leaving a trace. The other party was still closing his eyes. So Han Yuren had to ask again, "You haven't eaten or drunk for 3 days, and you look good?" Her unintentional words made the man afraid, thinking that Han Yuren suspected him of something. But he didn't know how to explain it. So he just kept saying, "I'm really not a bad person. Not a bad person." Chapter 145. Those who disobey the order, kill. Aren't you here to save us? Why don't you believe us? We didn't do anything bad. Please save us. The people inside finally couldn't help but shout to Han Yuren. The sounds burst out together. Han Yuren couldn't hear clearly, but his ears were buzzing. If they behaved like this from the beginning, Fong Tang wouldn't doubt them at all. The man in the front looked at Han Yuren in fear, fearing that the other party would leave if he was unhappy, or cut them a few times before leaving. The man thought, and his eyes looked at the sharp sickle in front of him. Han Yuren's face became stern, and her eyes glowed with cold light, scanning the people inside. Anyone who made eye contact with her felt a chill in their hearts, and timidly lowered their voices. Gradually, the noisy voices just now suddenly became quieter. Ming Mingda behind Fong Tang was frightened by Han Yuren's cold aura, and her hair stood up. Fong Tang, who had been closing her eyes, went through all the people inside in her mind, but still found nothing. He opened his eyes, signaling Han Yuren to start releasing people, and the others scattered in the corridor in front of him also began to move down, standing one person at a distance, and Yen Sui stood at the door on the bottom floor. Sugita Jintoki created 8 clones to fill the remaining space, and left one downstairs with Yen Sui. From now on, line up to go downstairs. If you want to cut in line, squeeze in hard, and be removed from the rescue list. Serious resistance and obstruction, Han Yuren said, glancing at the trembling people inside, and said in a murderous voice, "Kill!" The people inside trembled physically and mentally, and looked up at Han Yuren in shock. But when they saw the other person's eyes, they understood that the other person would definitely kill them if they didn't obey. "Start with you, go downstairs," Han Yuren said to the man on the outside. The other party did not dare to stay for long, and walked downstairs. The people inside followed him out. After going downstairs, the man saw that there were other people, but he only dared to take a sneak peek at each of them, not daring to delay for a second. The people in the room lined up, and walked downstairs, under the cold scrutiny of the strongest team. When they were in the middle part, when they looked at those identical Sugita Jintoki, they became more nervous. Even though everyone had checked Fong Tang once, she still started to check again out of concern. Every person who passed by her was checked silently from inside to outside. The people going downstairs looked at Fong Tang with her eyes closed, and they were very confused. However, Han Yuren's cold look and the word kill still loomed in their hearts, making them dare not cross the line. There were gradually more people below, and Yen Sui ordered them to stand in a row and not move. Everyone looked at this little kid, who was not polite at all. Some people were not happy about it, seeing that the other person was a child. They muttered, "I don't believe that she can really save us in this state." As soon as the voice fell, before the people around him could express their opinions, Yen Sui had already appeared in front of the person, stretched out his hand and grabbed the other person's neck, pulling the other person to bend over, and screamed. After seeing that it was Yen Sui, he swallowed his voice again. Yen Sui's sea blue eyes were as deep and surging as the sea, as if they were going to swallow people up. "I said, don't talk. Do you want to die?" Chapter 146. Fight and Kill. The man who was being held by Yen Sui, his face suddenly turned red, of course not because he was shy, but because he felt humiliated at the moment. Although Yen Sui wore the same clothes as the others, what was more obvious in his eyes was that the other party was obviously a child. He was a man of 7 feet tall, and was yelled at by a child by the collar, which was simply too much. It was disrespectful, so the man was angry and wanted to die. He raised his hand and grabbed Yin Sui's arm that was holding his collar, and shouted angrily, "You little brat, get out of my way." As he said this, he tried to pull Yin Sui's hand away with force. His eyes were full of impatience. No one spoke. No one stopped him. Sugita Jintoki glanced at the man with a mocking look and continued to stare at the others. Yin Sui raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a cruel smile that was not suitable for her age, which made the other person feel uneasy. He put more strength in his hands, but then he found that he couldn't even pull the little boy's arm. The man's eyes began to panic, and he used all his strength to shake Yin Sui's arm, but his bones were broken and bulged. Yin Sui's hand still tightly grasped his collar. The man began to panic. He grabbed Yin Sui's arm with his other hand without hesitation, and shouted weakly, "Let go! If you don't obey the arrangement of the Miracle Master, you will be removed from the rescue list. From this moment on, you will no longer be protected by the Miracle Master. If you take any radical actions again, you will be regarded as an enemy of the Miracle Master. When dealing with enemies, we Miracle Masters have always had only one purpose: to fight and kill them." Yin Sui's arm was motionless. His lips kept opening and closing, and every word he said was plainly transmitted in the first layer. But it was a thunderbolt in everyone's heart. The man was scared. His pupils began to tremble. His hands lost their strength and were about to fall. His lips were humming, seeing Yin Sui trying to beg for mercy. But at this time, he still cared about his dignity and did not believe Yin Sui's words. However, Yin Sui used his actual actions to make the man and everyone present believe. Yin Sui ignored the man's gradual surrender and lifted up the hand that was holding the man's collar. The man was pulled off the ground, and the collar was tightening around his neck, and soon his face turned red. He struggled with his hands to pry open Yin Sui's wrists, and said with difficulty, "Put me down. Put me down." Yin Sui was too lazy to answer him. He dragged the man towards the door like a chick. In the quiet first floor, the sound of Yin Sui's leather boots hitting the ground was particularly loud and indifferent. Those who had not spoken before still did not speak now. Even few people were peeking at them. They were scared. So scared that they didn't want to care about any trivial matters anymore. And they were so scared that they had no curiosity about these things. Yin Sui dragged the man to the door. The man was almost strangled to death. His eyes rolled up. The hand that had been holding Yin Sui had fallen down powerlessly. Yin Sui stretched out his hand and pushed the door open with the man's swaying body. Then, he opened his hand and pushed forward. The man was sent out and fell to the ground. The man who was almost strangled to death finally got a chance to breathe. He hunched over and coughed bitterly. Yin Sui had turned around and said to everyone, "You can only say it once. You only have one chance." Chapter 147, Making Toys. The people who had been pretending to be deaf and dumb had to raise their eyes and look at Yin Sui, but most of their eyes fell on the man who staggered to his feet outside the door. After the man got up, he immediately rushed to the door and wanted to open it back. The dark world outside was too scary for him. But Yin Sui's feet blocked the door. She didn't need to use any strength at all, and she blocked the door. No matter how hard the man pushed, he couldn't open the door. The man started to yell anxiously, using his hands and feet to slam the door. "Open the door! Let me in! Let me in!" Yin Sui ignored the desperate man, and just looked at the people downstairs again and again. The man began to collapse in despair, and became almost crazy in the collapse, and finally started to curse. "You little bitch! Let me in! Let me in!" The people in the building were terrified by the man's scolding of little bitch, for fear that they would be innocently harmed, so they looked at the man with resentment. The pair of resentful eyes frightened the man. But then the man became even crazier. This time, not only Yin Sui, but everyone was involved. "You devils! Devils! I won't let you go!" Yin Sui threw the pink rabbit in his hand. When the pink rabbit landed, it instantly grew bigger, even reaching the top of the building. The door was completely blocked, including the figure of the man outside the door. Everyone inside and outside the building held their breath, looking at the huge rabbit in confusion and fear, recalling how it looked like a doll in Yin Sui's hand before. The man outside the building took 2 steps back in a daze, under the pressure of the pink rabbit. He also regained his normal spirit, clenched his fists, looked at the tightly blocked door, gritted his teeth, and turned into the vast night. In the East District, Michael watched the man's back with interest, picked up the palm-sized communication machine on the table, and ordered, "2 Sherlong." Catch the male human who ran out of the number 19 scenic area and send him back. Remember? He must be alive. What do you want such a person for? Lucifer asked, puzzled. Michael smiled indifferently. To make toys. Lucifer frowned and did not continue to ask. He could not accept Michael's perversion. So it was better not to listen. There were only 2 people left in the top floor room of the building. An old man with a white beard and a big belly was riding a boy wearing a kindergarten uniform and a small yellow hat on his neck. In order to save space, these people had been keeping this posture for the past 3 days. Fong Tang was very uneasy. She always felt that it couldn't be so easy. The haggard old man in the room looked at Han Yuren fearfully and said with dry lips, "Please wait for me for a moment. My hands are stiff." Then he called the boy on his neck. "Grandson, grandson, wake up. Don't sleep anymore. Rub Grandpa's arms." The sleepy boy opened his eyes when he was called and looked at the situation in front of him with dazed eyes. Then, his face changed, and he cried loudly. His cry was so powerful that it was like a landslide. The old man was distressed and scared when the boy cried. He kept looking at Han Yuren and comforted the boy. "Grandson, don't cry. Don't cry. Grandpa is here. Grandpa is here." Chapter 148. Let's play a game. But the old man's comfort was not effective. The boy cried even more miserably. The old man's hands had not recovered yet. He was old, and these hands had lost sensation last night, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Looking at Han Yuren, who was like a door god outside, he could only shout loudly and cruelly, "Miao Zifeng, don't cry anymore." The old man shouted at the top of his lungs, and it was very powerful, scared the boy so much that he lost his voice all of a sudden, and he hiccuped from time to time. Hearing that the boy stopped crying, the old man's tone softened again. "Grandson, be obedient. Come down and go out with Grandpa." The boy hiccuped and tried to climb down, but the old man's hand blocked him. The boy said aggrievedly, "Grandpa, Grandpa, take your hand away. Take your hand away. Grandson, push Grandpa's hand down." Grandpa's hand cramped. The old man coaxed his grandson. The boy obediently stretched out his hand and pushed the old man's hand down. Han Yuren looked at the old man's 2 arms swinging, which were probably useless. But the other party did not show any pain, which seemed to be completely useless. Without the hand blocking him, the boy climbed down from the old man's body smoothly, and not very nimbly. As soon as he landed, he raised his hand and grabbed the old man's hand. The old man looked at the boy lovingly. "Grandson, hold on to Grandpa. Don't let go." The boy raised his head and nodded vigorously. The old man wanted to lead the boy to the door, but before he could lift his legs, a young woman suddenly appeared at the door and shouted at him, "Don't move." Han Yuren looked at Fong Tang, who suddenly moved and spoke, and asked, "What's wrong?" The boy was frightened and started crying again. But this time, there was no sound. He pursed his lips tightly, cried with snot and tears, and held his grandfather tightly with his hands. The old man was scared and anxious. He didn't know what to say. He just looked at Fong Tang and Han Yuren pitifully. Fong Tang looked at the grandfather and grandson. She had already found out where the problem was. "In the East District," Lucifer said gloatingly. "Oh, your tourist attraction is going to be demolished." Michael ignored him and just stared at the screen seriously. Although he couldn't bear it, Fong Tang still said, "Leave your grandson to us. We will send him to the kingdom of Wing safely." The old man looked down at the boy after hearing this. He didn't know what happened, but there should be some problem. However, he didn't ask more questions. After taking a deep breath, he smiled very kindly. "Grandson, don't cry. Grandpa will play a game with you. Okay?" The boy wiped the tears and snot on his face with his other hand, and asked while sniffing, "Grandpa, what game?" The old man smiled even more kindly, and glanced at Han Yuren and the others. "Did you see those 2 pretty big sisters? Let's play hide and seek with them. You hide with those 2 big sisters, and Grandpa will find you in a while. If you are found by Grandpa, you will have to go to piano lessons, and you are not allowed to play tricks anymore. I don't want to play the piano. Then hide well. Don't let Grandpa find you." The boy nodded, and the old man said, "Go quickly." The boy obediently let go of the old man's hand, took a step forward, turned around and called, "Grandpa." Chapter 149. 321. Hide quickly. Under the loving and reluctant gaze of the old man, the boy walked to Han Yuren and Fong Tang. "Take him downstairs," Fong Tang said. Han Yuran did not ask any more questions. Asking too much would only make him sad. When the boy was about to leave, he turned his head to look at the old man, and saw the old man smiling and closing his eyes. "Grandson, go and hide quickly." The boy nodded, and walked downstairs with Han Yuran. After Fong Tang heard the footsteps fade away, he said to the old man who had opened his eyes again, "Stand here. Wait for us to leave. Your grandson will be fine." Fong Tang finally found the danger here. It was in the old man's body, and the whole building. There was something under the old man's feet. It spread to the whole building below, and entered the old man's body above, and spread all over his body. As long as the old man raised his foot and stepped away from the spot, the connecting line would be broken, and then both the old man and the building would explode. It might even be worse. Those things were too hidden, and with more than 1,000 people acting as shields, it took a lot for Fong Tang to find them. "You must protect my grandson. Promise me." The old man stared at Fong Tang. He had only this one request, and he would not give up his life for it. "Definitely." After Fong Tang replied, he turned around and walked downstairs without stopping. Feeling sad? This time, people were no longer crowded together, and they all stood on the 3rd floor. Fong Tang did not stop, but went directly to the 1st floor. After taking a look at the boy next to Han Yuran, he walked over, bent down, and picked up the boy. The boy asked softly, "Sister, are we hiding?" Tang Fong smiled, raised her hand, and patted his back. "Hide. Let's go outside and hide now," Tang Fong ordered. "Let's go back to the city." Yin Sui and Han Yuran took the lead. Tang Fong held the boy and walked out one step ahead of him, followed by the people on the 1st floor. Then Sugita Jintoki and Mizuki, and then the people on the 2nd floor. Yin Sui and Han Yuran stared around nervously. Tang Fong walked out of the door, covered the entire area with the sensor again. The boy in her arms was so obedient that she didn't make any sound, but after coming out, she looked up at the roof. "Your attraction is too boring," Lucifer said unsatisfiedly. Although he was not as perverted as Michael, it did not mean that he liked boring things. But Michael on the other side began to count. 3. 2. Lucifer asked in confusion. "What are you counting?" He turned his head and looked at the screen again. Michael's bloody lips were already grinning. 1 in the picture. Yin Sui and Han Yuran were still walking forward, and Fong Tang also moved forward to make way for the people coming out from behind. When Michael counted to 1, it was the 3rd time she stepped down after coming out of the building. As soon as she stepped down, Fong Tang's heart jumped suddenly, and she looked at the boy in her arms. The other party was looking up, and the skin on his face cracked instantly. The boy didn't even have time to scream in pain before he lost his human form. At this moment, Fong Tang's instinct to survive made her betray her promise. Fong Tang threw the boy in her arms out with all her strength, but she was still too slow. Han Yuran in front of her instantly spread her wings, and barely stood between Fong Tang and the boy. Chapter 150 Human Cushion. The shattered body of the boy, which was shot into the light of the wings, slowed down a little, but this slowdown can be basically ignored. The sudden change scares the people behind. All of them shrink their bodies, and hide behind, and squeeze together with the people who are walking out, and they collide with each other for a while, and it becomes chaotic, and screams come one after another. Yen Sui, who is beside Fong Tang, punched Fong Tang at the first moment. At that time, Fong Tang was throwing the boy out. Before she could react, her abdomen had been hit hard by a punch, and it sunk down, and a trickle of blood spurted out from the corner of her mouth as she flew backwards. But it was too late. The shattered body shot out from the light of the wings. Even the pink rabbit didn't have time to block Yin Sui. A broken finger pierced Yin Sui's arm like a sharp blade, penetrated directly, and shot out from the other side, and then fell to the ground weakly. In addition, there were some other broken bones and pieces of meat inserted into Yin Sui's arm, but they did not penetrate. Yin Sui's pretty face was twisted into a ball because of the pain, and he gritted his teeth tightly. Only half of Fong Tang's body survived. The other half was blown up. Her uniform shattered instantly. She spat out a large mouthful of blood. The exposed flesh was not damaged, but the bones inside were twisted. Fong Tang fell heavily into the retreating crowd. The 2 unlucky ones became human cushions. The one who was hit was stuck in the ground, and it was estimated that they would not survive. No one in the messy crowd offered a hand to help Fong Tang up, but instead stepped on her, aggravating her injuries. Everything seemed slow, but in fact, it happened so fast that ordinary people could not see anything clearly. They just heard a loud noise, and the strong wind caused by the explosion. Sugita Jintoki and Mizuki were stuck inside, and could not get out. They yelled for a long time, but none of them obeyed. They just ran in desperately. And those who didn't know inside rushed out desperately. Min Mingda and Fu Xiuyan behind also ran down. But it was still useless. There were too many people. Han Yuren's figure flashed, and she appeared next to the trampled Fantang. The other party's figure was about to be submerged. Han Yuren really wanted to kill those people above with a sickle, but she still endured it, with both hands waving constantly. He grabbed the person who was stepping on Fantang and threw him aside with force. Hearing screams of pain one after another, Fantang, who was under the crowd, was numb from the pain. Her body was completely deformed after the secondary injury of being stepped on. However, she was still trying to hold on. She still had something to say, but the falling feet made her unable to speak. There were too many people. They were all blocked at the door. Han Yuren's eyes flashed with a ruthless look. He grabbed another person from Fantang, ignored the other person's screams of fear, took a step back, swung his arms in a circle, and threw the person sideways. Then he waved his hands vigorously and let go. The person in his hand screamed and shot out. The man directly hit the people on the outermost layer. After a few crunching sounds, his body instantly deformed. His eyes flickered for a moment, and then froze. The people he hit fell forward unsteadily, one row on top of another, with screams coming one after another. Han Yuren bent over, grabbed Fantang's ankle, and dragged her off the ground roughly with force. Chapter 151. Let's fight. The right side of Fantang's body was completely deformed. There were all kinds of footprints on his body. The exposed skin was blue and purple, but no blood was seen. Even his nose was stepped on, and his face was covered with blood from his nose. But even so, Fantang's eyes were still open. When he saw Han Yu again, his half-closed eyes showed a bright color, and he said with effort, "Hurry, run!" And Ruishi and the others, who had been trapped inside and couldn't get out, and couldn't bear to attack everyone, also ran out without caring about anything, stepping on the people lying on the ground. Han Yuren stretched out his arm, and clamped the sugar cube under his armpit. And then, he heard the suppressed cry of pain from the sugar cube. But Han Yuren could not care less about her at this time, and shouted to the people who ran out, "Run!" As soon as he finished speaking, Han Yuren tapped his foot on the ground and shot out with the sugar cube. The people who had just come out were originally running towards the sugar cube, but after hearing Han Yuren's words, they turned around and flew away quickly. After Yen Sui was injured, he was carried by the pink rabbit and left here first. As soon as Ming Mingda and the others turned around, the building behind them began to explode. The rumbling sound was accompanied by the shattered walls and various items in the building. For a time, smoke and dust filled the sky. The old man on the top floor had been trying his best to resist the urge to leave after hearing the screams from below. But at this moment, the whole building suddenly shook violently. The deafening explosion made the old man no longer feel at ease. Moreover, the violent shaking just now had caused him to fall, and now his feet were slightly away from the original place. The old man no longer hesitated. He was worried. His hands were not working well, so he stretched his legs and arched towards the window. Bricks and gravel fell on him, but he didn't care. The building under him was collapsing quickly, but he didn't care. He just wanted to see if his grandson was okay. Min Mingda and the others were one step late. At the last moment, Sugita Jintoki's clone stood behind the four of them and withstood most of the impact. But even so, they still spit out blood one after another, fell to the ground, and rolled far away. Han Yuren was not feeling well either. Her back hurt as if her skin was peeled off. The blood in her chest was surging, but she gritted her teeth and swallowed the blood. There was something wrong with her blood. Although those little black balls were afraid of her blood before, it was possible that something liked her blood. It was hard to say. The alien race was too unknown to them. Every part of the building seemed to have explosives and the like, which kept exploding. The people they wanted to rescue no longer had to imagine their ending. After the cute girls rolled on the ground for several times, they climbed up from the ground regardless of the pain in their limbs, and continued to run away. The clones of Sugita Jintoki, who had previously blocked the impact for them, had all disappeared. The real Sugita Jintoki was as pale as paper. The old man on the rooftop finally came to the broken window. His face was bleeding. Countless glass fragments pierced his face, and even his left eye. The old man used all his strength in his life, raised his hands that should not be used, climbed on the windowsill, and propped himself up. Chapter 152 Complete Failure. The old man finally managed to prop himself up a little, and barely managed to stick his head out, only to see thick smoke billowing below, which prevented him from finding his grandson. The old man unwillingly held the windowsill tightly with both hands, so that he could stand the shaking, and his only remaining eye anxiously searched around, and finally he saw the sickle, and the two people he entrusted his grandson to. Another gust of smoke blew by, blocking the old man's sight, and the old man anxiously stretched his head out again. After the smoke blew away, he could finally see Han Yuran and the others clearly. The man he entrusted his grandson to was being stabbed in the armpit by a sickle, and there was no trace of his eldest grandson. In the only eye left of the old man, a drop of turbid tears mixed with blood remained, and his arms that had been supporting him suddenly lost their strength, and his body softened, and he fell out of the window. The old man did not struggle anymore. His grandson was gone, and his heart was dead. A large piece of the roof fell down, and hit the old man's legs, and the old man who was about to fall out was miraculously held down again, but the heart-wrenching pain from his legs made the old man faint completely. In the East District, Lucifer couldn't help but raise his hands and applaud, praising. Excellent! Michael curled his lips with pride. The people here didn't let them live well without torture for a few days in vain. Give them hope after despair, and when this hope is about to succeed, give them a fatal blow. This is truly wonderful. His design here is actually very simple, just a bomb, 2 switches. One was on the old man who set the trap, and the other was on his grandson. When Fong Tang finally found the trap he set and regarded it as a real danger, he almost applauded Fong Tang. He originally thought that these people would not be able to find it. Wouldn't it be a waste of his arrangement? In the end, he only used a trap to blow up these people. He didn't see such a touching drama of risking his life to save his grandson. The lines in the old man's body are more obvious, while the lines in his grandson's body are less than 1/10 of the old man's. Fong Tang tried his best to find the old man's, and naturally he couldn't find the lines in his grandson's body. Once these lines are pulled, they will pull the lines in the entire building. The ending is just like this. Boom! Boom! Human flesh exploded into fireworks. Han Yuran took Fong Tang and fled to a safe area and stopped. He turned around and looked at the collapsed building behind him. His face was ashen. Ruishi and others, who were not far away, came over with ugly faces. Everyone was silent. Ruishi came directly to Fong Tang. Han Yuran retracted his gaze and carefully put the unconscious Fong Tang on the ground. Several people looked at Fong Tang's miserable state, and the nearly 1,000 people under the building. Their mission this time was a complete failure, and it was a miserable failure. Ruishi's healing light was all sprinkled on Fong Tang. Yen Sui also came over, and several people took another look at her bloody arm, and they couldn't even say a word of comfort and concern. Do you think I should give them some time to catch their breath? Michael asked Lucifer, his eyes sparkling and full of joy. Lucifer glanced at the big brother with a cold face on the screen, thought about it, and said, let them catch their breath. Otherwise it will be boring. Chapter 153 Insider. Michael happily accepted Lucifer's suggestion. If he summoned Tu Shilong at this time, they would not be able to resist him in their current state. It's boring to hit a piece of tofu with a hammer. Han Yuran and the others naturally didn't know that their group had saved half their lives because of a word from the coquettish bitch they met before. The smoke had not yet dissipated, but the sound of the explosion had stopped. After Han Yuran took a deep breath, she felt less anxious and turned to look at Ruishi. How is she? It's mainly because there are too many broken bones inside. As for the skin and flesh, there is nothing serious. The broken bones did not penetrate into the internal organs, so there should be no problem. Ruishi answered while moving his hands to adjust Fong Tang's bones. Han Yuran remembered Fong Tang's words about her being able to take a beating. It seems that her skin is strong. She glanced at Yen Sui again. She had a tense face, and her injured left hand was shaking uncontrollably. She probably had never suffered such an injury in her life. However, the punch she used to save Fong Tang was really too harsh. She raised her hand and patted Yen Sui's shoulder, saying, you guys take a break first. I'll keep an eye on you. I'll go with you, she said cutely. She rolled on the ground for several times, and was now covered in dust. But other than that, she was not seriously injured. Logically speaking, Fu Xiuyan's situation was similar to hers. But Fu Xiuyan did not take the job. Han Yuran did not refuse. And the other people also sat down, waiting for Ruishi's treatment with a heavy heart. In the tracking observation room at this time, Anya stared at Fu Xiuyan, looking down on him at all. She saw everything. The other party was incompetent and did not share any responsibility. He was fine. But he did not even do a surveillance. He really had the nerve to sit on the ground and rest. Seeing Anya did not speak, Bu Shirsen had to say, "Notify Wu Shitang of the failure of the mission." Wan Dai nodded, and a jade butterfly began to dance. For the first time, Wanda felt lucky that she had this ability. Originally, she didn't like it. If she didn't have the ability to fight, she would definitely not be welcomed. But when she witnessed the journey of the strongest team with her own eyes, she began to feel lucky. Because of this ability, she didn't have to go deep into the enemy camp and face danger. The first mission was such a disastrous failure. Perhaps this strongest team is not the strongest candidate, Bu Shirsen suddenly said. Anya sneered. Is he the strongest? Don't the people in the Holy Hall know it? Han Yuran was chosen because he is closest to God. Fu Xiuyan was inserted by Wu Su. Min Mingda is Emma Bull's. Yen Sui is yours. Sugita Jintoki is Jin Zhishi's. Ruishi is Gu Qing's. And only Fong Tang was selected based on his strength. Because Kamanashi Tiger has no one to send. Anya turned her head and looked at Bu Shirsen, with mockery in her eyes and eyebrows. I didn't expect that Bu Shentang was so noble. And he would actually insert people. And insert such a little kid. He is really a master. And he is really different. Haha. Anya was disdainful in her heart. This Bu Shirsen really thought she knew nothing, and was instigating her. He really thought she only had the appearance of a vixen. But not the mind of a vixen. Chapter 154 Small Matters. There are so many inside stories in the selection of the strongest team. I am afraid that even the strongest team themselves did not expect it. The most unexpected one should be Fong Tang. Although the results of her series of orders since leaving the city were not very optimistic, until now. She has completely failed, and she herself was seriously injured. But she is the only one who was selected based on her own strength. Han Yuran knew why she became the strongest team, but she did not expect that. Others were selected in this way. At this moment, she was staring at the front nervously, fearing that there would be another mistake, and the whole army would be wiped out. It would be a joke. However, their strongest team was destined to become a joke. As long as they returned to the city, the sound of Fong Tang's screams came from behind, as if she was talking in a dream. Han Yuran did not blame Fong Tang. Although she still did not understand what was going on, she felt that Fong Tang could not have made such a big mistake. Even if there was something wrong with the boy, there must be something wrong with the old man above. He should have given up on both his grandfather and grandson. Ruishi quickly adjusted the bones in Fong Tang's body. Sweat was already on her forehead. But she didn't stop. She turned around and came to Yen Sui, looking at the bloody hole on Yen Sui's arm, and the broken bone stuck in it, and then looking at Yen Sui's tense little face. She said softly, "It's okay. I'll heal you right away." Yen Sui glanced at her and said nothing. She was in a bad mood. She didn't know what happened to Han Yuran and Fong Tang upstairs. But she knew that the problem was with the kid in Fong Tang's arms. There were so many old, weak, and disabled people. Why did Fong Tang hold that kid? She glanced at Fong Tang, who was still unconscious on the ground with her eyes closed. Although she could save her regardless of the past grudges at the critical moment, she still felt that Fong Tang was not capable enough as a team leader. Ruishi looked at her eyes, and knew that she must be dissatisfied with the team leader again. After a short time together, she also got to know Yen Sui's temper. Although he was still a child, he had a big temper. More importantly, he didn't just lose his temper randomly. She was smart, violent and irritable. She wasn't just a child throwing a tantrum. After stopping the blood from the blood hole, she said with some embarrassment, "It will leave a scar. But you are still young. I will inject some healing light into it frequently, and it should be able to fade." "No need. A scar is a small matter," Yen Sui said, no longer looking at the sugar cube, staring at the ruins in front of her that were scattered with smoke and dust. She could vaguely see a few corpses. She suddenly thought of the man she had thrown out before, sneered, and didn't expect that she had saved him. She didn't argue with her, while thinking that she would do it secretly for her in the future. She pulled out the other broken bones on Yen Sui's arm. Yen Sui only frowned, gritting his teeth and not saying a word. In the tracking observation room, Anya watched the performance of several people. Although these people got in through connections, except for Fu Xiuyan, the performance of the others was still good. Although their abilities might be limited, they were all personalities that Anya admired. although the mission failed, and yet didn't think it was a big deal at all. On the contrary, she felt relieved because Han Yuran could come back. As for the pressure that the strongest team would face after returning, she believed that Wusu would have a way. And Han Yuran had never been a person who cared about other people's opinions, so she was not worried. Chapter 155 My Dear Brother. In the East District, Michael suddenly thought of an interesting thing, and couldn't wait to say to Lucifer, "Why don't I ask Tu Shirlong to catch the guy who looks like you, and let's take a good look?" His suggestion almost scared Lucifer to pee, but fortunately he suppressed the urge to pee, and looked at Michael very seriously, thinking, why is the other party so suicidal, and he even caused his own death? So he had to persuade him earnestly. "I think it's better not to do this. If my brother knew that you have another person who looks like him, I don't think he would be too happy." When he heard Lucifer mention his elder brother, Michael's face suddenly became much uglier, and he instantly lost interest in catching that person. He only thought that the man looked like Lucifer, but forgot that looking like Lucifer also means looking like his elder brother Sari. And he could be friends with Lucifer, but not with Sari. Michael silently turned his eyes back to the screen, and looked at the face that looked exactly like Lucifer. But he felt uncomfortable no matter how he looked at it. He turned his head depressedly, and said to Lucifer, "Let's go out and see the toys I just got." Lucifer thought about it, shook his head and said, "You go. I'm not interested. I'll watch the follow-up development for you here." As he said that, he leaned against the head of the bed behind him. His long hair fell from the bed, and his gauze dress was twisted by him, revealing his spring light. After Michael's eyes swept over him, he stood up and walked over. He supported himself on the bed with one hand, bent down, and picked up a strand of Lucifer's hair with the other hand. He said at a very close distance, "Fortunately, you are different from your brother." Lucifer raised his hand and gently covered Michael's cheek. His thumb gently rubbed the teardrop mole under Michael's eye. "Don't worry. I will protect you, my dear brother." Michael smiled, stood up, turned and walked towards the door. He stopped when he pushed the door open and asked, "Lucifer, do you think the older brother or the younger brother is better?" Lucifer glanced at Michael's thin back and said, "I think I am the best." Michael smiled at the door. "You don't fight or compete. Of course you are the best." After saying this, he did not stay and pushed the door open and walked out. Lucifer listened to the sound of the door closing, and looked at the big brother on the screen. His face became more and more gloomy, as if he could squeeze water out. Michael pushed the door and walked into the long corridor. His smile became more and more sunny, so bright that people felt dazed at a glance. At the strongest group, after Mizuki cured Hikoho, he came to Sugita Jintoki. He destroyed 4 clones at once. Although there was no external injury, his soul power was hit hard, and his face was as pale as white paper. Ruishi placed her hand with the back of her hand facing downwards, and placed it on Sugita Jintoki's forehead. The other party gradually fell asleep from the uncomfortable state before. As time passed, her face gradually became rosy. In contrast, Ruishi's face began to darken. When Ruishi left Sugita Jintoki and walked towards Fu Shioyan, Han Yuren suddenly said, "Sixth brother, you should take a rest." Ruishi glanced at Han Yuren, and then looked at Fu Shioyan with some embarrassment. Fu Shioyan was looking at Han Yuren with a calm look. Han Yuren looked at him without dodging and continued, "The third brother should be fine. It seems that he will not die or be disabled. Sixth brother, you should take a rest first." Chapter 156 The Invisible Person. Han Yuren's words were very impolite, and she did not hide her dissatisfaction with Fu Shioyan at all, which attracted the attention of everyone except Fontang and Sugita Jintoki. Han Yuren certainly would not be afraid of Fu Shioyan just because of his murderous look before. She was not that frustrated. Ruishi was the most difficult one. She could not rest, nor could she treat Fu Shioyan. Mingda came down with Fu Shioyan at the end, so she knew that Fu Shioyan was actually the same as her, and was not injured. But she thought that it would not take so many people to follow him, so she did not say anything. Unlike Mingda, Han Yuren was more concerned about Fu Shioyan's attitude. Just when Ruishi was in trouble, Fu Shioyan spoke up to help. "You go and rest. I'm fine." Ruishi was like hearing heavenly voice, and hurriedly said, "Then I'll go and rest first, and come to me if you feel uncomfortable." After saying that, he quickly left the place, returned to Fongtong's side and sat down, and began to close his eyes to rest. Fu Shioyan also closed his eyes again, and said nothing more. Han Yuran stared at Fu Xiuyan for a deep look, then turned away and continued to follow him. This targeting passed silently. Half an hour later, the sky was about to brighten, and the hazy moon disappeared completely, and the world fell into the darkest moment. The sudden chilly atmosphere made Han Yuran perk up a little bit. His dark eyes carefully scanned their surroundings. Sugita Jintoki, who had fallen asleep, frowned and woke up. Even Fong Tang, who had fainted, woke up. Cough cough. The sound of Fong Tang's cough was so clear and scary that Ruishi beside her hurriedly asked, "How do you feel?" Han Yuran wanted to turn her head to look at Fong Tang, but she seemed to see something vaguely in front of her. In this abandoned world, Han Yuran squinted her eyes, and those blurry things became clearer, as if they were souls. "Do you see those things around you?" Han Yuran asked uncertainly. "Is it foggy?" The things Meng Mengda saw were even more blurry, not in human form, so she thought it was fog. Han Yuran shook her head, and suddenly remembered Lao Lu's other ability, so she asked Lao Lu. "Lao Lu, did you see anything strange?" Ruishi, who was taking care of Fong Tang, heard Han Yuran's words, and looked up in confusion. When she raised her head, Ruishi was frightened and took a step back, and fell to the ground, shouting in fear. "Yes, there are many people surrounding us." "You?" Ruishi shouted, turning her head to look at her strongest team who was motionless, and looked at her in surprise, and asked in confusion, "Why don't you move?" Han Yuran stepped forward, grabbed Ruishi's arm, and confirmed again. "What do you see?" Ruishi raised her hand and pointed around in confusion. These people. Can't you see? How many people are there?" "A lot. A lot of people," Ruishi said excitedly. Han Yuran let go of her hand and looked at the people around her. Meng Mengda trotted over to Ruishi, raised her hand, and put it on Ruishi's forehead, muttering, "You don't have a fever. Why are you hallucinating? What are you talking about? What hallucination? Can't you see these people?" Ruishi asked in a series of questions. Chapter 157. Is there popping candy in your head? Meng Mengda was frightened by Ruishi's appearance and stepped back. She turned her head and looked around slyly, and asked in a low voice, "You said, is there someone here?" Ruishi stood up from the ground in a hurry. Han Yuran raised her hand and put it on her shoulder. "Don't panic, it should be a ghost." "What? Didn't they say that spirits are not allowed after the founding of the country?" Meng Mengda shouted excitedly, and her little face was puffed up. Han Yuran was yelled at, and felt helpless. She really wondered what was in her teammates' heads. Popping candy. Their thoughts were so jumpy. That's not allowed to become a spirit. But not a ghost. Han Yuran replied with a lot of reason. And Meng Meng nodded convinced. Ruishi turned her head, and looked at the two of them working together so well, feeling helpless. What was in her teammates' heads? Concrete. They were just stone heads. That's not a ghost. It's a soul. It's different, Ruishi explained weakly. What's the difference? Hiko, who had not interrupted, asked. Mizuki thought for a moment and concluded. Ghosts are scary, but spirits are not. Who said that? Didn't you see that he rolled his eyes? Hiko pointed to the side, and everyone looked over. They saw Sugita Jintoki, who had just woken up, rolling his eyes and lying back down. Looking at his crooked eyes and crooked mouth, he was probably going to foam at the mouth. Even Mizuki, who was so gentle, wanted to swear. The swear words turned into a helpless sigh when they reached her lips, and she hurried over. These souls don't seem to want to hurt us. Han Yuran stared at the wandering souls and said, How do you know? Yin Sui's eyes almost popped out, and she didn't see any souls. In her eyes, there was only the vast fog like Meng Mengda. What I saw was that they just kept wandering around. And Fong Tang, who woke up quietly, was staring at the fog in silence. She could see human figures, clearer than Han Yuran. At this time, her eyes fell on the pile of ruins in front of her. She could see that there were many souls gathered there, standing at the door and walking back and forth, but they couldn't walk out of the door. Suddenly her eyes lit up, and she saw the boy on a piece of gravel near the door. Ahem. Fong Tang was so excited that she couldn't stop coughing again. Mizuki, who had just woken up Sugita Jintoki, ran to her side again. The clear light covered her again. Fong Tang's eyes were still looking at the boy. The boy stood on the gravel, looking up, his eyes staring at the rooftop that had disappeared. Han Yuran noticed her gaze and asked, What did you see? Fontaine was looking up along the boy's gaze, and saw the old man still hanging upside down in the air. Fontaine felt so upset that she couldn't help but spit out blood. Her spitting out blood scared the people around her, and they all looked at Ruishi. Ruishi quickly explained, "It's okay. It's okay. She will feel much better after spitting out this blood." Fontaine wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "I saw the souls of those people we rescued before. They were trapped in the ruins." With one sentence, the atmosphere that they tried hard to liven up was suddenly beaten back to its original state. Although they were awake, they never mentioned the previous mission and chose to avoid it without courage. Chapter 158 Jialan Star. But Fontaine brought up the matter again, so they had to face it. Mingda was no longer cute. She lowered her head and said with her feet drawing circles in front of her, "I heard that, after a person dies, if there are wishes that cannot be fulfilled, they will remain in the world, and cannot ascend to heaven. Gradually they will become resentful ghosts and do evil." "Nonsense, feudal superstition." Yin Sui yelled at Mingda unhappily. She was not unhappy because of Mingda, but because she was depressed and angry because of the failure of this mission. Ming pouted. She was an adult, but she was a little afraid of Yin Sui. She whispered, "What did they see? With so many people, how could they fulfill their wishes?" Han Yuan shook her head. This was too unrealistic. Their wish should be to be saved and leave the building. Fontaine said faintly, her eyes still on the boy. "Sixth brother, do you have any ideas?" Han Yuan asked Ruishi. Ruishi looked embarrassed. "If you follow what Lao Wu said, my case would be considered for salvation, which means they would be reduced to ashes." "No!" Fontaine, who had been staring at the boy, said excitedly, her facial features twisted. She had already killed them once. She couldn't hurt them a second time. Ruishi was frightened by Fontaine. Han Yuan sighed. "Otherwise, we should just pretend we didn't see it." "How can this be? Then what do you think we should do?" Han Yuan interrupted Fontaine directly. Even if they were really superstitious, they had no way to make them willingly go to heaven, and they couldn't force salvation, so they could only pretend they didn't see it. The few of them had completely ignored the only two men in the group. Sugita Jintoki was so scared of ghosts that he didn't even dare to open his eyes. As for Fu Xiuyan, God knows why he always keeps silent. No, I guess the ghosts here don't know either. The three people in the tracking observation room stared at the screen with great interest. "Enya, who couldn't see anything?" asked. "Who of you saw it?" Luandia and Bu Shirsen shook their heads, and then Luandia explained. "It's possible that this kind of thing can't be transmitted." Enya nodded and said, "Report this to Wu Shantang. He Wu Su wants to take care of everything. Okay, I'll find you for everything. I won't tire you to death, but I'll annoy you to death." In the East District, Michael, who had seen the new toys, came back with an even brighter smile. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Lucifer on the bed, covered with a quilt, hugging a pillow. A tall man like him was curled up in a small ball in the corner of the bed, and his whole body was trembling. When he opened the door and came in, he frightened the other party so much that his hair exploded. He looked at Michael with tears in his eyes, and looked at him pitifully. When he saw that it was Michael, he lifted the quilt, threw away the pillow, took a big step, and got off the bed and ran towards Michael. At the same time, he was still shouting, "Fuck! There are ghosts in this world." Lucifer rushed over, and the relatively thin Michael was knocked back to the door, and his back hit the door hard, and Michael frowned in pain. Lucifer didn't notice these, but just grabbed Michael's shoulders in extreme fear. "Let's go back to Jialan Star. There are no ghosts on Jialan Star, but there are ghosts here. It's so scary." It turns out that those ghost stories and ghost movies are real. Michael didn't know why Lucifer suddenly mentioned ghosts, but he still comforted him. "Let me go first. I'll find a way for you." Chapter 159, I Can't Communicate with You. Lucifer reluctantly let go of Michael, rolled back to the bed, wrapped himself tightly, only his eyes were exposed, and stared at Michael nervously. Michael walked to the chair and sat down, while looking at the screen on the wall, asked, "Why did you suddenly mention ghosts?" "There are ghosts around them." Lucifer excitedly pointed to the screen of the strongest team. Michael looked up and asked in confusion, "Where?" "We are not there, so we can't see them." "Since we are not there, what are you afraid of?" "You?" Lucifer was so angry that he picked up the pillow on the bed and threw it at Michael. "You are stupid. If there are ghosts there, it means there will be ghosts here, all over this planet." Lucifer was extremely excited. His face was red. Michael dodged backwards, raised his hand to grab the pillow that was thrown at him, and held it in his arms. Ghost. If there is one, just kill it. The way he said this with a smile. It was really beautiful and scary. Lucifer looked at Michael's indifferent look, and said angrily, I can't communicate with you. He turned over with force, and laid down on his side, with the quilt rolled up. Michael shook his head and smiled, then cast his eyes on the screen of the strongest group, thinking silently in his heart. Ghost? What is it? Would it be more interesting to make it into a toy? In the strongest group, Fontaine was silent, but her expression showed that she was not satisfied with Han Yuren's proposal. If it doesn't work, after we return to the city, we will ask if there are any miracle workers who can perform the ritual of salvation, and let them perform the ritual of salvation. Han Yuren probably knew why Fontaine was like this. She also felt a little guilty, but not as serious as Fontaine. She couldn't help but laugh at herself in her heart. Maybe it was because she was so cold-blooded that she was valued by God, so she was given a great mission, and shouted to her, Go, Pikachu. Fontaine looked at Han Yuren, finally nodded helplessly and heavily. This matter was over. The darkest moment passed quickly. The soul fog began to slowly dissipate. Fontaine watched the soul of the boy on the gravel gradually disappear until it disappeared, and swore in his heart, I will definitely save you. It took a while, until the sky was completely bright, although it was still gray. Fontaine opened his eyes and said, Let's go. Back to the city. Several people stood up quietly. Sugita Jintoki, who was still lying on the ground, asked nervously, Are there any more ghosts? Yin Sui looked at him with disdain and said, Yes. It's behind you. It has a long tongue and is about to lick you. Before she finished speaking, Sugita Jintoki, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up and turned around, swung his hand behind him, and shouted at the top of his lungs, Get out of here! Fu Xiuyan, who was sitting behind him, looked at the palm that suddenly fell on his head, and instinctively raised his hand to grab Sugita Jintoki's hand. There was a click, followed by Sugita Jintoki's cry of pain and his hunched body. Fu Xiuyan looked at Sugita Jintoki, whose expression was twisted in pain, and loosened his hand, saying, I'm sorry. Sugita Jintoki couldn't say anything to him. After all, he did it all by himself. But he still felt wronged and said, You were too cruel. Fu Xiuyan didn't say anything else. Ruishi started to work again. Humph. It turns out that our third brother is so powerful. He can break bones with his bare hands. Yin Sui said sarcastically. Chapter 160. You are so embarrassed, I just can't stand it. Yin Sui is also a person who is not afraid of trouble. A person who will cause trouble if he is not satisfied. She was depressed before, so she didn't speak up. Now it's useless to talk about it. She is not a person who will dwell on it. So she remembered Han Yuren's targeting of Fu Xiuyan before, and Fu Xiuyan's performance. Now she saw Fu Xiuyan's ruthless attack on Sugita Jintoki. Although it was an instinctive reaction, she was also unhappy. Seeing that there would be another tit-for-tat, the rest of the people were all paying attention and secretly watching, and temporarily kept silent. Fontaine, as the team leader, did not speak to stop him. It was because she also disliked Fu Xiuyan. But now she had lost all her authority as the team leader, and her words might not be useful. It would be better if Yin Sui was a child. Children speak without restraint. Fu Xiuyan looked at Yin Sui's provocative eyes, and stood up and said, Fortunately, you still have to have the ability to save your life. Unlike his previous tolerance towards Han Yuren, he did not let Yin Sui, a child, get up at all. Seeing his attitude, Yin Sui was not only angry, but also very happy. This gave her more reason to fight at the slightest disagreement. Save your life. Without Lao Chi's clone, I really don't know what ability the great miracle master Fu used to save his life. Immobilization, Yin Sui said with a sneer. But when you think about it, the great miracle master Fu is really smart. He thought that Lao Chi could save you. And he didn't even use the immobilization technique when it was so dangerous. He is really skilled and bold. This statement is basically equivalent to tearing off the face. And it is openly confronting people. Sugita Jintoki, who was cured by Mizuki, laughed fearlessly. That's right. It's true that the more skilled you are, the more courageous you are. Team leader, are we not leaving? Fu Xiuyan turned to Fontaine, who had his back to them, and asked, seemingly not wanting to argue with Yin Sui anymore. But before Fontaine could speak, Yin Sui had already said directly, We are still the strongest team, and you are still a member of the strongest team. You are embarrassed to not contribute at all. I can't stand it. Me too, you can continue not to contribute, but I will no longer protect you as a member of the same team. Han Yuren also expressed his attitude. But except for the two of them, the rest of the people remained silent. Fu Xiuyan remained calm, as if these words were not addressed to him, and replied calmly, "Do whatever you want." Okay. As the team leader, my last request to you is that you all return to the city alive. As for other issues, who is right and who is wrong, we will discuss it after we return to the city. Fong Tang finally spoke. Yin Sui glanced at Han Yuren, and Han Yuren nodded. Yin Sui pouted sullenly and stopped talking. He walked to the front of the team with Han Yuren and began to return to the city. Let's go to the deep sea tram station first to take a look, and then make a decision, Fong Tang ordered. 13, Area 12 is collapsed. Let's run directly from here to the deep sea tram station in Area 11 to take a look, Han Yuren said in front. Okay. While talking, it was already bright. But the state of the strongest team was very different from when they came. When they first came, they were still full of confidence, thinking that after rescuing people, they would return to the city in glory. But now, they can only go back with their tails between their legs, and accept the harsh criticism again. After turning a corner, they entered the main street, and suddenly a gust of wind blew in their faces, sweeping up the dust, gravel and messy waste paper on the ground, and it was like a tornado, running back and forth on the wide main street. Chapter 161 Yes or No. It was just a turn, but there were so many tornadoes, and they were only on this street. The wind was abnormal no matter how you looked at it. Han Yuren stopped immediately. I suggest changing the road. Accepted, Fong Tang replied happily. So, they changed direction again, and ran forward another street, but when they turned the corner, they were shocked. The heat coming in their faces made them take a few steps back. The street was steaming hot, so hot that bubbles were bubbling on the ground, and red magma was in the gaps between the bubbles. Change the road. This time Fong Tang spoke directly. The few people had no choice but to rush forward again. At the next intersection, they turned around without much hope. Sure enough, this street did not surprise them either. If the first two streets could be barely said to be natural disasters, then this street was a real man-made disaster. The ground was a dazzling silver color. The reason why it was silver was that there were 1 meter long thick silver needles stuck upside down on the ground, one next to the other, and the sharp needle tips made people feel painful just by looking at them. That's not all. What's even more amazing is that there is also a layer of silver needles in the air. This layer of silver needles is alternated up and down. This makes it impossible to move forward on top of it. And this layer of silver needles is constantly moving up and down. If someone goes in, they will definitely be stabbed so hard that even his mother can't recognize him. Han Yuren stared at the silver needles in the air, wondering how they stayed there. Fong Tang turned around and looked at the opposite street behind. The street behind was normal, but they didn't go in that direction, and this side seemed to be blocking them on purpose. Fong Tang turned around. She didn't feel any living creatures. Then these things. Let's try from the rooftop to see if we can move forward, Han Yuren suggested. Accepted. Before Han Yuren and Yin Sui could run upstairs, glass-like blocks appeared in front of the building, forming a high wall. Han Yuren bent down to pick up a broken license plate in front of him, and threw it towards the wall. The license plate hit the block wall, and then it was instantly decomposed. Just like the robots decompose the garbage. There are two possibilities. First, we are being monitored, and these mechanisms are being remotely controlled. The second possibility is that these mechanisms will naturally start when they sense humans. Fong Tang was silent for a moment after he finished speaking. And then he said, I am more inclined to the first possibility. It is not my ability that senses it, but my intuition. In the East District, Lucifer was still hiding from ghosts in bed. Michael praised him indifferently. Smart. Then, he picked up the communication equipment and said, To Sherlong, open a way for them. In the center of the South District, there is a huge round glass bead on the seabed. There are countless facets on the glass bead, and these facets are all screens when viewed from inside the glass bead. At this moment, inside the glass bead, a man, who had just put down the communication equipment, reached out to the machine in front of him with his long nails. In front of him was a fan-shaped transparent table, on which were miniature screens corresponding to the glass bead. The man pointed his sharp nails at the street where the silver needle was, and another small screen appeared on it, with "No" written on the red frame, and yes, written on the green frame. Chapter 162 The Rhythm of Destroying the World. The man pointed his nails at the same style as Mei Chaofeng, lightly tapped the green yes, and the black tassels on his arm dropped down, and the layer of silver needles that were pressing down from the top on the screen suddenly stopped. At the same time, the strongest team looked at the silver needles that suddenly stopped, and they were a little surprised and doubtful for a while. This should be a trap, Fong Tang said as she looked at the stopped silver needles. This obvious trap also proved that her intuition was correct. It was the first possibility. They were being monitored, and these mechanisms could be controlled remotely. How did they set up so many traps in such a short time? Mengda frowned, unable to understand. It has been less than 10 days since the aliens appeared, and they have set up so many traps. And they are busy destroying and killing people. It is impossible. But it has been less than 10 days. And we can actually go on missions, as wing country miracles, and fight against the aliens. It is incredible. Mengda murmured to herself. People's ability to adapt is really terrifying. But Han Yuran thought of another possibility because of her words. Looking at the mechanisms of these large projects, she couldn't help but think of Anya, and Anya's Doomsday test plan. Maybe, these are not set up by aliens, but by the government for Doomsday tests. Han Yuran expressed her thoughts. This explanation is reasonable, but it is more difficult to accept. They were also betrayed by the people they believed in the most. Don't talk about this. Do you want to go in? Yen Sui interrupted the silence angrily, staring at Fong Tang and asked. In this case, we will fall into the trap of the other party no matter what. Now we know that it is very dangerous here. After entering, we can reduce the danger relatively. Fong Tang looked at the Silver Needle Road in front of her. She was originally from the South District and had been living there. She didn't expect or find that the place where she lived had become like this without her knowing it, and turned into a man-eating monster. Fong Tang's words made sense. It was precisely because she knew the danger that she would not lose her vigilance, which would minimize the danger. Go forward. Yen Sui didn't say anything else. He turned around and planned to pull Han Yuran onto the pink rabbit. Han Yuran did not reach out, but said, since it is a mechanism, if you break it, it will not move. Yen Sui's eyes lit up. She was a violent person, but she did not expect such a violent solution. She silently taught herself a lesson. The fist is the hard truth. If you are afraid of it, break it. But where should I hit? Mengda asked. Hit all the way forward, and push all the needles on the ground, Han Yuran said very domineeringly. And he had already conjured up his sickle. I agree, said Yen Sui excitedly. Sugita Jintoki said disapprovingly. Isn't this too much effort? Fong Tang narrowed his eyes, and proposed a more ruthless method. No need to push forward all the way. After 100 meters forward, attack the ground, and explode the deep sea underground. The sound of people sucking in air sounded one after another. The timid Mengda and Ruishi looked at Fong Tang in fear. Is this the rhythm of destroying the world? Michael in the East District stared at Fong Tang with bright eyes, and said leisurely, this woman is interesting. I want to have a good game with her. Chapter 163 Silver Needle Street. Lucifer and Michael were still having a meaningful conversation here. They kept expressing their opinions, putting forward opinions, and then denying each other, very seriously. The strongest team on the other side had already walked into the Silver Needle Street under the leadership of Yen Sui and Han Yuran. The roots of the silver needles were close together, so they could only step over them and move forward through the gaps between the needle tips. Sugita Jintoki even curiously reached out and touched it. It felt smooth, but it was a little faded. When he touched it, he got a handful of silver powder. Sugita Jintoki frowned and wiped his hand on his body, and continued to move forward. After advancing 100 meters, Yen Sui stopped. Her physical attack power was the strongest in the strongest group. The other 6 people continued to advance 100 meters before stopping. Mengda pouted her little mouth and lowered her head to rub the silver powder on her surging clothes. However, the more she rubbed, the dirtier her clothes became. She had no choice but to give up. Yen Sui grabbed the pink rabbit's ears. The long blue hair was blown back by the wind brought by the pink rabbit's fist. With a rumbling sound, the pink rabbit's fist smashed down on the root of the silver needle next to it. The 4 silver needles were broken directly from the roots by this punch, and the upper part fell down. Pink Rabbit's second punch had already hit down, followed by the third punch, and the fourth punch. Yen Sui's hair was dancing like a group of demons behind her head, and her clothes were rustling, and a field of silver needles collapsed around her and Pink Rabbit. The other 6 people retreated 50 meters, Han Yuran lowered his eyes to look at the silver powder on his fingers, rolled it, and looked up at the people around him, only to see that they were all covered with this silver powder to some extent. Yin Sui and Pink Rabbit had already jumped into the air, and quickly retreated from midair to the strongest group. As soon as she and Pink Rabbit took off, everyone felt the ground rumbling and shaking. Fontaine, Ruishi, Mengda, and Sugita Jintoki were unable to stand and reached out to grab the silver needles beside them. Han Yuran glanced at Fu Xiuyan, who was as still as a mountain. With a loud bang, a stream of seawater shot out from the place where Pink Rabbit smashed a hole. In an instant, the ground around the hole was washed away again, and the seawater formed a column, as if it could shoot into the sky. In the glass bead in the underground sea, Tu Shilong watched the accelerated flow of seawater outside through the screen, and scratched his long nails one by one. When Yin Sui retreated to the front of the strongest group, the height of the seawater had dropped a little, and maintained at a height higher than the houses on both sides. Although the seawater did not fall in all directions, it still wet everything around like rain. The small water droplets were like drizzle, and water was constantly pouring out of the ground. Wherever the seawater passed, the silver needles became thinner and thinner, and the seawater was dyed with different colors. Han Yuran stared at the silver sea water rushing to his feet and asked Ruishi, "Ruishi, can you tell what these silver powders are?" After hearing Han Yuran's words, everyone looked at the silver needles around them, wondering, is there something wrong with the silver needles? Ruishi shook his head and said, "I only use my ability to treat you, and I know nothing about these things. I think there is something wrong with this silver powder, and everyone should try to avoid it." Han Yuran said, "Since Fontaine didn't remind you, it means that this silver powder is not a living thing. The most likely possibility is that this is medicine, which is poison." Chapter 164. Even the turtle can't do it. At this moment, in the main hall of the Kingdom of Wings, the 7 saints all gathered in the final meeting room. The atmosphere in the meeting room was very solemn and silent. Anya still maintained her elegant and domineering sitting posture with her legs crossed. The right leg resting on the left leg was still swinging leisurely. Hands were on the handles of the chair. There was a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. Across the table, she looked at Wusu opposite. Anya suddenly smiled, tilted her head and raised her eyes, and squinted at Kamanashi Tiger, who was sitting on the left of Wusu. "Turtle Hull, I know I'm good looking, but you can't stare at me so blatantly. You're not shy." "I feel embarrassed." Kamanashi Tiger's chin trembled, and he said angrily, "My last name is Kamanashi, not Turtle." "Same." Anya waved her hand. "Turtle is just my abbreviation for you." "You?" Kamanashi Tiger was so angry that he slapped the table, pointed at Anya, and his short, thick, round hands were still shaking. Anya put away the smile on her face, and stopped shaking her feet. "I don't like people pointing at me. Not even Turtle. You don't even have the ability." Kamanashi Hall. Wusu interrupted Kamanashi Tiger's words. Kamanashi Tiger coughed several times because of being choked, glared at Anya hatefully, and sat back angrily, covering his chest with his hands. Anya snorted coldly, and her cat eyes stared at Kamanashi Tiger until he sat down again. Wusu looked at Anya. She had an extremely charming face. Even a strand of hair revealed a demonic aura, and her mind was even more demonic. She was not only demonic but also domineering, like a queen. Although he had only had a few brief contacts with Anya, she had many dissatisfactions with him, but in the end, she did not make a single wave. Wusu absolutely did not believe that it was because she was stupid. She was just a beautiful vase. A young woman who can become the chief officer of the Doomsday test plan. If you think she is stupid, then you are really stupid. But why is the other party so honest? This is what Wusu is puzzled about. And Shuntang, we just want to know, what exactly is arranged in the Doomsday test plan? From the images sent back by the strongest team, the entire South District is even full of traps. The South District can do it, and the other 3 districts can do it too. We need to understand these, to reduce future dangers. Wusu said it very sincerely, and his expression was even more sincere. Anya looked at his eyes behind the glasses, and stood up sincerely, leaning towards the table. Her soft chest suddenly pressed against the edge of the table. Anya raised her hands, and placed them on the table. "Wu Xingtang, you also know that it is a Doomsday test plan. A plan that is too big to be imagined. A plan that one person cannot decide. And a plan that one person cannot understand all of it. Anya's meaning is very clear. You asked the wrong person. You asked at a coincidence. Hey, It's something I don't know. What doesn't Shuntang know? Since you are a member of the Holy Hall, you should do something. Kamanashi Tiger said angrily. What does Kamen Shuntang know? Anya asked, leaning back on the chair, raising her chin, looking down, and looking at Kamanashi Tiger with an extremely arrogant attitude. I am not an insider of the Doomsday test plan. Then how do you have the right to speak? I am a member of the Holy Hall. Kamanashi Tiger roared excitedly and stood up again, his whole body trembling, his face flushed. You also know that you are just a member, Anya said, rolling her eyes. Chapter 165. That's how good it is. Me. Kamanashi Shrine. How are you? Three voices rang out at the same time. Kamanashi Tiger was interrupted by Wusu again, and he also heard impatience in Wusu's tone, and he didn't dare to say anything, and could only sit back with the anger that was about to explode. He moved his eyes to the table, and no longer looked at Anya's half-smile that was infuriating. Wusu knew that he would not get anything from Anya, but he was unwilling to give up just like that. So he said, Please tell me what you know. And Shuntang. Or write it down, so that we can keep a record. In addition, I think we should send a team that is good at hiding to investigate. Will it be too dangerous? Emma Bull said. She looked more majestic than men, but she was still very soft-hearted, and she was still worried about the safety of the miracle worker. Emma Shuntang, we are not here to live and work in peace, but to eliminate all dangers outside. Wusu was a little annoyed by Anya and Kamanashi Tiger. That stupid pig, and he spoke more seriously. Emma Bull's eyes flickered, and she said, Even so, I suggest that we should investigate the North District for the time being, and then push it outward. This time Wusu did not deny her, but asked everyone again, Do you have any objections? No one spoke. So Wusu asked again, Which group do you think is more suitable to send? We don't have a group that is good at hiding. But if we only select those who are good at hiding to form a group and go on a mission, I think it is too dangerous. It is better to assign tasks according to the original groups. After Jin Jishi talked for a while, he said, It stands to reason that the first group is the most suitable. But they are rotating on the first front. Gu Xingtang. You go to give the first group a task, and the second group will take over the rotation. Wusu chose the first group, because the first group is the absolute strength without selfishness. And this task is also more difficult, requiring a long time outside, and not choosing a stronger group is equivalent to sending them out to die. Do you have anything else to say? Wusu asked again. After no one spoke, Wusu announced, This meeting is over, and Shuntang hopes that you can write down what you know as soon as possible. Anya smiled slightly. I'll try. After that, everyone filed out. Only Anya did not move, still sitting there. And after everyone left, she lifted her long legs up, dropped them on the table with a clang, put her legs together, pushed the chair back, and then leaned back, lying in an extremely comfortable position. Slowly closing her eyes, she was of course lying to Wusu, although what she said was true. The ordinary Doomsday test internal personnel were indeed, as she said, only knowing a part, or even a small part as big as a fingernail. But she was different, because she was a talent, because she was a superior, because she was a leader. She not only knew, but knew everything, because apart from those, she was a genius. Her brain was very good, her memory was excellent, she really had a photographic memory. She was looking through the information about the layout of the mechanism in the southern area in her head, and picked out the silver needle street that Han Yuran and the others encountered from the pile of information. Silver needles are made of soluble toxins, which enter the body through the pores. As long as you touch them without isolation, you will be poisoned. The toxicity is very strong and can cause the poisoned person to hallucinate and become addicted to it until he goes crazy and dies. Chapter 166 Hallucination. Hey. Anya took a long breath, raised her hand and pinched her brow, opened her eyes, and stood up to walk towards the tracking and tracing room. I don't know if Ruishi can cure this kind of spiritual poisoning, but the premise is that she can't be poisoned. Before Anya walked to the tracking and tracing room, she saw Tony coming towards her. When he saw her, his eyes lit up. It was obvious that he was looking for her. She didn't have much contact with Tony. Only when she was chosen by God, she was called back by Tony and the miracle worker, who was still outside. At first, she thought that Domi was just a big and strong man, especially with his full beard and flesh. But he was favored by Wusu. When the groups were divided, he was one of the 4 people who were not divided. But Anya didn't know what his ability was. Anya looked at Dongni's arms and saw a notebook. And Shuntang. Dongni ran to Anya's side under her scrutiny and shouted happily. Well, is there something? Dongni did not look unhappy because of Anya's coldness, and continued to say happily, and Shuntang, Wu Shuntang asked me to find you, and write down everything you said as soon as possible. Anya blinked and said, I am busy. Then, she walked around Dongni and went to the tracking and tracing room. Dongni was left standing there in shock until Anya walked past him, and then he came to his senses, turned around quickly, and shouted loudly. And Shuntang, but Wu Shuntang said, I said, I am busy. Anya stood still, turned her head sideways, looked at Dongni with cat eyes, and interrupted him. Under Anya's pressure, Tony did not say anything, but followed Anya to the tracking and investigation room. Then I'll wait for you outside. When you are free, we will start. Anya ignored her, and returned to the tracking observation room. She closed the door with a bang, which shocked Tony, who was standing at the door, and made his face twitch for a while before he recovered. Luantia and Boucher Sen in the room were not scared at all. Anya returned to her seat and sat down. She looked up at Han Yuran and saw that she was frowning and her face was not very good. The silver needles behind her had completely melted, and the seawater under the ground was still bubbling out. The hole was getting bigger and bigger. If it continued like this, it would be a big problem sooner or later. It's just that now, I don't know whether it's the people of the Wing Country or the aliens who should consider this problem. Han Yuran's face is quite ugly. Their speed has been so slow that it can't be any slower. It's basically the same as walking forward. The seawater rushing over their feet is full of silver needle residue. The reason why they move so slowly is that they are fighting against the illusion in their heads. Han Yuran had tried before. If they want to leave the street, they first enter the houses on both sides to slow down. However, as soon as they walk to the sides, the glass wall will appear immediately. And even the seawater under their feet can't flow in from under the glass wall. Sugita Jintoki conjured up an avatar to do the experiment. And that avatar was directly decomposed by the glass wall. Unable to enter the buildings on both sides, they dared not move. If one of them was wrong, it would cause a small drop, and the whole thing would collapse, which would only make the situation worse. After that, hallucinations began to appear in their heads. Chapter 167 Crazy. The first one to have hallucinations was Meng Mengda. They were running forward, and heard Meng Mengda screaming shrilly behind them. Don't steal my spicy strips. Such an abrupt and funny sentence naturally attracted the attention of the remaining 6 people. Turning around, I saw Meng Mengda holding a silver needle with an angry face, staring at the open space in front and saying, Quick, hand over the egg tart in your hand, and I will spare your life. After saying that, she raised her head and laughed loudly, while laughing and saying crazily, Mine, all mine, beef jerky is mine, jelly is mine, chicken feet are mine, spicy duck neck is mine, all mine, ha ha ha. The other 6 people had black lines on their foreheads, looking at Meng Mengda, and the turbulent waves that were shaking because of laughing too loudly. But before they could find out anything, her cute laughter suddenly stopped. She put down her arms, shook her head with a look of discomfort, and looked at the 6 people staring at her. She asked in confusion, Why are you looking at me? You before Mizuki could finish her words. Sugita Jintoki started to act up again. Sugita Jintoki hugged her, closed his eyes, and was extremely intoxicated, pouting his lips as if kissing her, and making a chirping sound. His behavior frightened Mizuki to death, and she took 2 steps back. Although Sugita Jintoki is handsome, this look still makes people feel greasy. There is something wrong with this silver needle. Is he crazy? Han Yuran looked at Sugita Jintoki, who was no longer chirping, but licking his saliva, and said uncertainly, No, it is, an illusion. Fontang said intermittently, Not quite normal. Sugita Jintoki returned to normal. Wow, a big cake taller than a house, I want to eat it, I want to eat it. Before Meng Mengda came over, she started again, holding the silver needle, and began to chew it. Fuck. Han Yuran saw this and hurried over to Meng Mengda. If she swallowed the silver needle, she would never wake up in her lifetime. Before she reached Meng Mengda, Fontang sat down on the ground without paying any attention to the seawater. She began to mutter, I am a stone. After 500 years of wind and 500 years of sun, I became the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. Roar. Roar. After roaring twice, Fontang stood up, posed like a monkey, and sang loudly, The 5 elements mountain can't hold me down. Sun Xingzhe jumped out. Han Yuran pulled Min Mingde into her arms with force, looking at the overly lively Fontaine. Although the scene was very funny, she couldn't laugh. Then Ruishi also started to flare up. She retreated with a terrified look on her face, waving her hands, and yelled at the top of her lungs, "Don't come over! Don't come over!" She retreated too hastily and fell to the ground. She even rolled and crawled forward, and kept saying, "Don't come over." I don't know what she saw, and why she was so scared. Han Yuran looked at them, and finally moved her eyes to Fu Xiuyan. The other person looked normal, but he didn't help anyone, and didn't even reach out to help Ruishi, who crawled to his feet. Feeling Han Yuran's gaze, Fu Xiuyan also looked at her. Han Yuran felt a sudden pain in her arm, and looked down, and saw Min Mingde, who was held in her arms, biting her arm. Chapter 168, Who is not a little princess? Fortunately, Min Mingde quickly woke up this time, and opened her mouth with a confused look on her face. Han Yuran's uniform was even damaged by her, and the bleeding teeth marks were clearly visible. Min Mingde turned her head to look at Han Yuran with some guilt. "I'm sorry, Before Min Mingde finished speaking, she heard a very artificial laugh from Yen Sui, which gave people goosebumps. Yen Sui pinched her orchid fingers with both hands, held up the skirt she was wearing, and turned around with an innocent smile, while turning around. She said, "Who is not a little princess?" It turned out that deep in her violent heart, there was actually a little princess living there. Ming Ming was completely dumbfounded, and even forgot what she was going to say. The awake Sugita Jintoki pulled Ruishi up from the ground, and regardless of whether the other party punched and kicked him, or pulled and pulled him, he relied on his strength to hold Ruishi in his arms, and kept comforting her. "It's okay. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'm here." For a moment, Han Yuran thought she heard the 3-character classic. As for Fontaine, who was jumping up and down, she yelled again, calling Buddha. There is no shore to turn back. Kneeling to one person as a teacher. Life and death have nothing to do with it. It's amazing. She was still singing in an opera voice. When the song was irrelevant, Fontaine fell back to the ground and woke up. The illusion is too strong. We are trapped here again. Ruishi can't stay awake. While she was awake, Fontaine said quickly. Han Yuran's mind had not yet been invaded by the illusion. She couldn't understand what was going on, and couldn't think of any solution. It seemed that she could only drag forward. Han Yuran looked at Fu Xiuyan helplessly. He was still looking at her, suppressing the strange feeling in her heart. Han Yuran asked, "Tie them up. And you and I will drag them forward. Are you willing?" "Sure." Fu Xiuyan agreed very happily, which was beyond Han Yuran's expectation, and made Han Yuran feel uncomfortable. But it was rare that the other party agreed. Ruishi and the confused Yen Sui also returned to normal. Fortunately, when Yen Sui was abnormal, the pink rabbit actually returned to its puppet appearance. Otherwise, with the addition of a pink rabbit, there would be nothing we could do. "Everyone take off your clothes, and Fu Xiuyan and I will tie you up," Han Yuran said, and began to take off his clothes. And Fu Xiuyan also cooperated and began to take off his clothes. "Are you two okay?" Sugita Jintoki let go of Ruishi, and said with a chicken coop-like head. Fortunately, he was naturally curly, so there was not much difference. "I'm afraid the clothes won't be able to tie us up." Fontaine was concerned about this problem. Han Yuran had already started tying up Min Mingde, starting with her hands, while tying her. "We're fine for now, and we'll knock you out temporarily." Sugita Jintoki subconsciously touched the back of his head. Yen Sui had no clothes to take off, and walked towards Han Yuran. They couldn't think of any reliable method now, so they all started to take off their clothes, and tied them up one by one. Just as Min Mingde was tied up, there was another attack. "My chicken leg!" Min Mingde just shouted, and Han Yuran beside him raised his hand, and chopped Min Mingde's neck with a knife, and knocked her out directly. Seeing this, Sugita Jintoki, who was touching the back of her head, moved his hand down again, and swallowed his saliva in fear. Chapter 169, Weirdly Neat. Han Yuran also understood what Yen Sui said, but if she wasted time here to think of a solution, she was afraid that the others would be too deeply poisoned, and she would not be able to save them. She and Fu Xiuyan just did not have an attack now, but it was hard to say what would happen after a long time. Her plan was to move forward first, and hide in a place where the seawater had not spread yet. If there were still square glass blocks blocking them at that time, she could think of a solution with more peace of mind. Go to the next intersection first, and see the situation, and leave Ruishi to me, Han Yuren said, looking at Fu Xiuyan. No need. When she gets angry later, you can handle it. Fu Xiuyan was talking about Yin Sui. After saying that, he strode forward, with his wet trouser legs sticking to his legs. Han Yuren and Yin Sui followed behind. Yin Sui deliberately walked slower. After he had some distance from Fu Xiuyan, he whispered to Han Yuren. If only the two of you are awake, you should be careful of him. Han Yuren glanced at Yin Sui. He was staring at Fu Xiuyan. His tone was very normal, as if the two of them were good friends, who knew each other well. She was worried about herself. Han Yuren smiled. Well, don't worry. I will never let you see my corpse when you wake up. What are you talking about? Are you stupid? Yin Sui suddenly raised her head, and glared at Han Yuren. Han Yuren raised her hand, and touched her head. I was just kidding. Let's go. The sudden touch on the head made Yin Sui feel uncomfortable, and tried to dodge. But she didn't dodge. Han Yuren had already put down his hand. Yin Sui was angry. She hated it most when others treated her like a child. But the situation was not optimistic at the moment. She would talk about it later. So, the two of them accelerated and chased after Fu Xiuyan. Fu Xiuyan, who was in front, didn't care about their little movements. The three of them ran wildly in the sea. During this time, Fontang woke up once. But she was only awake for 100 meters before she had another attack. When the three of them were about to reach the next intersection, Yin Sui had another attack. Han Yuren knocked her unconscious and picked her up. Fu Xiuyan, who was in front, stopped and waited for Han Yuren to catch up. He asked, Do you continue to move forward or find a way to break the glass? Han Yuren looked at the silver needle in front of him, which still had no end in sight. The seawater under his feet rose and fell at his ankles. The road on the right looked normal for the time being, and the road on the left was completely blocked by white fog. Han Yuren looked back again. There were ruined high-rise buildings on both sides of the road. The ground was silver-blue seawater, and there were many white foams on it, rushing forward layer by layer. Silver needles of various sizes floated on the water. The pillar-like seawater fountain still did not stop, breaking through the silver needles that were laid like a roof in the air, but it maintained a height slightly higher than the silver needle roof by one finger joint, and all the seawater could not rush higher than that height, because there was still a square glass above it, and therefore Han Yuren and the others gave up moving forward from above. Instead of moving forward on the poison, it was better to be below, contacting the seawater mixed with the poison. The huge silver needle was originally swaying in the seawater, but when it was close to the tall buildings on both sides, it was cut in a straight line, as if it was measured with a ruler. It was very strange in the chaos. Sugita Jintoki's muffled groan sounded in her ears. Han Yuren turned her head. She knew that Sugita Jintoki had just woken up, and was knocked unconscious by Fu Xiuyan again. Chapter 170 Thick Fog Palm. If they are awake, it is better not to knock them out. Han Yuren looked at the purple bruises on the back of Sugita Jintoki's neck. This Fu Xiuyan was really ruthless. Okay. Han Yuren said no more, bent down and reached into the seawater to pick up a stone from the ground, and threw it to the right intersection. The stone flew in the air for a while, and just as it was about to enter the right street, it suddenly stopped, and then began to disintegrate. Han Yuren picked up another pin, and threw it to the left intersection. When it was about to shoot into the thick fog, it suddenly stopped and disintegrated. The intersection was still blocked. Han Yuren stared at the intersection on the left with an expressionless face. In fact, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. Just as he was about to sigh, he saw a hand with long black hair and sharp nails suddenly appear from the thick fog and hit the square glass. Han Yuren's pupils shrank suddenly. The hand was finished at a very fast speed. There was a faint roar. The hand was completely disintegrated, leaving no trace. Only a clean wrist retreated quickly and disappeared into the thick fog again. Oh! It hurts! Mingmingda opened her eyes painfully. Frowning, her head was about to hurt. Han Yuren withdrew her gaze from the thick fog on the left with a heavy heart, and looked at Mingmingda. Suddenly, an idea came to her mind. Her eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, By the way, your card can be lifted into the air. Can it be used if you are in a coma? Han Yuren was too excited, and kept shaking Mingmingda with one hand, making her even more dizzy. They were really stupid before, and were driven stupid by the silver needles and the glass cubes. If they had asked Mingmingda to sacrifice the card earlier, they could have lifted into the air. reduce contact with the silver powder, and they would not have gone crazy like now. It shouldn't work. Although Mingmingda was a little dizzy, she also understood what Han Yuren meant. Han Yuren couldn't help but feel disappointed. But Mingmingda continued. However, after my spider web is spit out, it will not be damaged and will always exist. I can hang all of us on it. Hope overwhelmed Han Yuren's disappointment, and he said without hesitation, Okay, hang all of you up quickly. But Mingmingda looked around in embarrassment. But where should I hang it? These silver needles will be washed away by the sea water sooner or later. Wait until they are washed away first, Han Yuren said as he dragged Mingmingda to the front, selected a few silver needles that were not melted by the sea water, and quickly untied the clothes tied on Mingmingda's hands. Hang all of you up there, and tie each of you up with spider silk. Mingmingda knew the situation was urgent. She couldn't tell when she would have another attack, so she didn't say much. As soon as her hands were released, she took out her spider card and hung the 4 corners on 4 silver needles. Han Yuren and Fu Xiaoyan placed the other 4 people on the 4 corners. The spider continued to spin silk and tied up the bodies of the 4 people. Their entire bodies were wrapped in spider silk. Finally, Mingmingda lay in the middle and tied herself up with spider silk, leaving only the upper part including the neck. Just after doing all this, Fong Tang woke up, with a powerful look in her eyes, and sang with great pride, the Buddha questioned my persistence. When I carved the Yao Qi, I had a great time and didn't think too much. He accused me of my sins and took control of my karma. But he was stubborn and refused to admit his mistakes. He didn't reflect on his mistakes. The great sage equal to heaven. The Earth Walker. Chapter 171 Help me up. I'm still okay. Fong Tang sang, twisted her body, and struggled to break free from the spider silk. But I have to say that the spider silk is really strong. Fong Tang struggled for so long, but not even a single spider silk on her body broke. Han Yuren glanced at Fong Tang. Fortunately, she sang very well, so she let her sing. After tying up several people, Fu Xiaoyan stood aside without saying a word. It seemed that he had no intention of expressing his thoughts at all. But Han Yuren didn't intend to let him go. She didn't like him, but in order to survive, she could temporarily look at him with favor, and didn't feel ashamed to ask. Do you have any ideas? Han Yuren asked. As soon as she finished asking, she heard Sugita Jintoki gasp in ecstasy, squinting his eyes, and his face flushed obscenely. Baby, don't be like this. I'm fine. Help me up. I'm fine. Han Yuren raised her eyebrows. She regretted what she said before. No matter if he was conscious or not, she should knock Sugita Jintoki unconscious before she could burst out. Fong Tang, who was singing well, suddenly stopped singing. His eyes stood up, and he looked at Sugita Jintoki sideways. Hey, you monster! Come here and die quickly! Sugita Jintoki opened his eyes after being yelled at, and looked at Fong Tang eagerly. When he saw Fong Tang, hearts appeared in both of his eyes, and his saliva flowed down. Beauty, let me send you to heaven. Han Yuren shook her head and lowered it. Her head hurt. She felt that if she continued listening, she would not be hallucinating, but completely crazy. Fu Xiaoyan, who was standing on the side, waded through the seawater and walked to Han Yuren. Han Yuren looked at the toes that appeared in his sight, took a step back, and raised his head to look at Fu Xiaoyan. Seeing Han Yuren was so wary of him or rejecting him, Fu Xiaoyan actually smiled. The deep eyebrows, if ordinary people look into his eyes, will make people have the illusion that this person is deeply in love with me, especially when he smiles. It really makes people drown in those eyes. But Han Yuren is not an ordinary person. So she resisted the urge to throw herself into Fu Xiaoyan's arms and kept repeating in her heart. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color, Fu Xiaoyan had already said. They are too noisy. I'm afraid you can't hear me clearly because we are far away. The bang sound was the sound of Han Yuren's brain exploding. And the bang sound was the sound of Han Yuren's heart exploding. This guy is actually teasing me. Han Yuren roared in her heart. Roaring? And with such a tempting and sin-inducing voice, that's too much. After roaring, Han Yuren took several steps back and almost bumped into the glass. It was Fu Xiaoyan who shouted, "Be careful behind you." Han Yuren stopped. On the other side of the spider web, Mingmingda woke up, listening to the irrelevant conversation between Zuiyu Fong Tang and Sugita Jintoki in a daze, and cast his eyes towards Han Yuren and Fu Xiaoyan. Han Yuren looked a little flustered. Min Mingda was a little surprised. She had never seen such an expression on Han Yuren's face before. What do you want to do? Han Yuren asked hoarsely, being teased suddenly by Fu Xiaoyan. This was too weird. Although she knew she was excellent and different. After praising herself, Han Yuren concluded that even so, she didn't think Fu Xiaoyan would like her. It was still possible that he would suddenly like her. But liking her was too unbelievable. Chapter 172 The Sour Smell of Love. While Han Yuren was caught in an incredible situation, in the other side of the Wing country, the first team had received the task from Gu Cheng and flew to the city gate. The people in the city, who had finished cleaning their houses, watched the miracle workers flying hurriedly to the city gate, put down their things, and silently prayed for them in their hearts. They felt a little relieved. They were not deceived. The miracle workers really left the city, and were working hard, struggling. After seeing off the first team, Gu Cheng walked towards the tracking and tracing room with nothing to do. When he reached the door, he saw Dongni standing outside. He ignored the other party's raised hand to greet him, and pushed the door open and walked in. The three people in the room turned their heads to look at Gu Cheng, who came uninvited. And then the three turned their heads back in silence. No one greeted him. And he didn't plan to greet them. He walked towards the chair opposite the projection and sat down casually. The tracking and tracing room was originally very quiet. After Gu Cheng came, it was quiet with only the sound of breathing. After Gu Cheng sat down, he turned his eyes to look at the 14 projections including the first group, and finally fixed his eyes on Han Yuren. But after this, Gu Cheng's eyes suddenly became dangerous. The temperature in the room, where he was tracking silently, suddenly dropped by several degrees. Wan Dai felt that he suddenly got goosebumps. He carefully looked at the source of the cold air with his eyes squinting, and saw Gu Cheng's eyes narrowed slightly, staring straight at a projection. Wan Dai followed his gaze, and looked at the projection again, and a trace of doubt rose in her heart. Han Yuren in the picture looked uneasy, although her hands were behind her back, but her 10 fingers were twisted into a knot. She thought the people in front of her couldn't see it, but they could see it clearly when they were tracking the people in the room. But not only they could see it, Lucifer and Michael in the East District could also see it. Michael didn't think anything was wrong, but he was a little surprised that in this crisis, this man still had the mind to flirt with girls. He was really bold. Lucifer on the bed was shaking uncontrollably, looking at Fu Xiaoyan in the picture, looking at the face that looked exactly like his own, looking at his own elder brother. He suddenly felt as if he didn't know him. Would his elder brother laugh? Would his elder brother flirt with girls? Would his elder brother's voice be so gentle? It turned out that his elder brother was Fu Xiaoyan. But how could his elder brother be Fu Xiaoyan? Fu Xiaoyan became famous since he was a child. It can be said that he grew up under the watch of the people of the whole country. How could he be Lucifer's elder brother? But he really was Lucifer's elder brother. Lucifer would not admit his mistake. So did Wusu know about this? This was really scary. What was even scarier was that Han Yuren and the others didn't know. At this moment, Han Yuren kept reminding herself not to be seduced by beauty. So she did not surrender under Fu Xiaoyan's teasing. I want to do it, Fu Xiaoyan said, staring at Han Yuren with his head down. But he dragged out the words, and there was a seductive smile in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. In the glass bead on the seabed in the middle of the South District, Tu Shilong frowned his short and thick eyebrows like a geisha, wrinkled his nose, and fanned his nose with his other hand, saying in a voice that was indistinguishable from male and female, "TSK, this sour smell of love. I really can't stand it. I can't stand it." Chapter 173 The Iron Tree Blooms. Anya was also very surprised. She and Han Yuren had known each other for half of her life. It can be said that the other party had never bloomed in this half of her life. It was really an iron tree, but since the invasion of this alien race, the iron tree actually bloomed. And there were 2 flowers. For the time being, she only knew about 2 flowers. Of course, Anya would not forget that. In the cafeteria, Han Yuren was kissed by Gu Cheng, the shameless guy. At that time, she considered that Han Yuren was so old, it was time for a kiss, so she did not intervene. Besides, Gu Cheng is handsome, and he is a saint, so a kiss is not a loss. But now, not only Gu Cheng fell for Han Yuren's flat breasts, but even Fu Xiaoyan bowed down to her. This is a bit exaggerated. Feeling the cold air behind her, Anya could imagine how ugly Gu Cheng's face must be without looking. But it also shows that Gu Cheng really cares about Han Yuren. And it is not just a momentary impulse. Han Yuren, who has become the focus of attention, is waiting anxiously for Fu Xiuyan's next words. If he dared to say, "You?" Han Yuran would never let him go, even if he is good-looking. Besides Han Yuran, Min Mingda was also suffering. She fainted. Completely fainted. Staring at Han Yuran's situation. She couldn't tell if it was her hallucination or not. If not, how long would she have fainted for before the two of them got entangled? But before Min Mingda could figure it out, she really had hallucinations. The two people in her sight turned into two chicken wings. One spicy and one Orleans, which made her drool. Fu Xiuyan continued to say without any nervousness, "I want to do something to help us solve the crisis in front of us." Fuck. What the hell? Too pretentious. Fuck. This is a car accident. In the East District. In the glass beads. In the tracking and investigation room. And in Han Yuran's heart. There were roars. I thought it was the old driver who was going to drive. And I was about to fasten my seat belt. But he drove me out of the car when we got to the destination. My body and mind felt empty. Han Yuran never thought that he would say such a thing. And looking at his serious expression, she believed that he did it on purpose. Han Yuran, who felt that she had been fooled, stopped twisting her hands behind her back, and said, "Then think about it quickly." After saying that, she turned around and looked at the square glass behind her. Fu Xiuyan smiled. This smile was extremely evil. Michael suddenly turned around and looked at Lucifer on the bed. "Let me see you smile like this." Lucifer rolled his eyes at him first, then raised his mouth and smiled. Although they had the same face and the same arc of the mouth, Lucifer had an inexplicable sense of charm when he smiled, while Fu Xiuyan was evil. Michael shook his head and turned his head back without saying anything, making Lucifer stunned. Is his smile not good-looking? Gu Cheng, who was tracking and investigating in the room, stood up suddenly, walked towards the door without saying a word. His back was extremely heavy, giving people a sense of oppression. Han Yuran, whose heart was no longer disturbed, began to seriously study how to break the glass. The seawater under his feet rose to half the height of his finger, and the 4 silver needles hanging on the spider web also became shorter. Now was not the time to think about these messy things. Han Yuran smiled bitterly in his heart. Han Yuran, you don't plan to fall in love with anyone, right? Chapter 174. Don't you want to die? Don't follow your mother's old path. Don't fall in love with others. Don't give your heart. You won't be hurt. You won't be sad. Han Yuran has always told herself this. And she has lived with this idea for half of her life. Because of the lessons learned from the past. She doesn't believe in the word love. In the eyes of others, love is beautiful. But in her eyes, love is the most poisonous poison in the world. As long as you touch it, you will destroy yourself and embark on a road of no return. She still remembers when she was little. Her mother held her in her arms, repeating over and over again how she and her father met, fell in love, and finally got married. She will never forget her mother's expression when she told these stories. Her mouth was smiling, but her eyes were crying. She felt distressed but couldn't bear to interrupt her mother and tell her not to dwell on the past. Her husband, the man she loved, had changed and no longer loved her or them. But she couldn't bear to break the last bit of beautiful memories in her mother's heart. Her reluctance let her mother continue to sink into memories and made her father worse, so that's why. Han Yuran's hands had unconsciously clenched into fists, and her whole body exuded a sense of hostility. Fu Xiuyan, who was standing behind her, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. He felt the change in Han Yuran very clearly. This kind of hostility was only found in the Dark Clan, but Han Yuran's blood clearly had divine fragrance in it. How could a person with divine fragrance in his body have the hostility of the Dark Clan? What's wrong with her? What kind of existence is she? The surprise in Fu Xiuyan's eyes had turned into strong interest. In the tracking room, Anya stared at Han Yuran, who stood motionless in front of the square glass, with her head down and her fists clenched. Her heart ached. She knew Han Yuran too well, so she had seen Han Yuran in this state more than once. But Han Yuran didn't know, because Han Yuran would only hide in a corner where no one was, silently uncovering her wounds that had never healed, and licking all the pain alone. Anya had seen it, but she didn't rush out to comfort her. She just hid in the corner, quietly and silently accompanying her. After she struggled out of the pain, she appeared with a smile on her face, as usual. But Han Yuran's current state is somewhat different from the previous time she bumped into him. The previous time she bumped into him, Han Yuran gave her the feeling of sadness, sadness, as if she would turn into smoke, say goodbye to this world. But now this back figure gave her the feeling of anger, angry, as if she wanted to destroy this world. And only Han Yuran could feel some uncontrollable conditions in her body. She felt the power surging out of her body, and the impulse of bloodthirstiness. There seemed to be a voice in her mind constantly telling her, people live in this world, and suffer all kinds of hardships. Why don't you kill them, help them reach paradise and get relief? Han Yuran relied on her remaining rationality to reply. Shut up, their life and death have nothing to do with me. Han Yuran was anxious. It seemed that her body and head were also invaded by the poison of the silver needles, and began to have hallucinations. But she didn't expect that her hallucination would actually be an impulse to kill people. Ha ha! The voice began to laugh wildly, and then asked, don't you want to die? Don't you want the world to die with you? Chapter 175. I will come back. I don't want to. Han Yuran was originally talking to the voice in her head, but because she was almost unable to control herself, she didn't pay attention, and the words in her head came out intermittently, but she said them out with extraordinary determination. Anya asked nervously, what did she say just now? Han Yuran's voice was too clear just now. She didn't hear it clearly. Wanya replied. Han Shentang said, I don't want to. Anya frowned, and sat back down. She doesn't want to? What doesn't she want to do? But the next moment, Han Yuran in the picture suddenly covered her head in pain, and screamed like crazy. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Han Yuran's facial features were distorted, and her hands covering her head turned pale with force. She kept shaking her head, and her steps were staggering, and it looked like she was in great pain. Ruishi on the spider web woke up slowly at this time, and heard Han Yuran's painful screams. She didn't even have time to think about it, and she activated the healing light, and covered Han Yuran's body. The sudden appearance of the healing light made Han Yuran regain some of her sanity. And Fu Xiuyan, who had been observing Han Yuran, suddenly turned around and glanced at Ruishi, who was making trouble. Ruishi's whole mind was on Han Yuran, so she didn't notice the cold look. The murderous aura in her heart was much diluted by the healing light, but the voice still refused to give up. Don't pretend anymore. You obviously have no expectations for this world. You obviously have no feelings for humans. You are obviously full of hatred in your heart. Why are you still struggling? As soon as the voice in her head fell, Han Yuran raised her hand and hit her head hard. The forehead swelled up instantly, but she was also more sober. With shining eyes, he said, because I'm not Mingming. I'm Han Yuran. Your ancestor Han Yuran. Han Yuran shouted the last sentence, which shocked Ruishi. The next moment, she broke out again and began to scream in fear. The healing light covering Han Yuran also disappeared. The voice shouted again, and Han Yuran staggered and fell backwards. The cold sea water soaked her clothes and gradually soaked her face. The voice was suppressed by the healing light before, and had been dormant for a long time. Now that the healing light disappeared, it broke out completely. Han Yuran, the ancestor, was suppressed. At the moment when she fell backwards and was immersed in the seawater, she had only one thought. I will come back. Han Yuran closed her eyes and plunged into the seawater with a painful look on her face. The silver sea water flowed over her body and face. Yen Sui, who had just woken up, looked at the scene in a daze. After 2 seconds, she shouted to Fu Xiuyan, what did you do to her? She was about to stand up, but she found that she couldn't move. She looked around and saw spider silk everywhere. Fu Xiuyan ignored her questioning and just stared at Han Yuran in the sea. Yen Sui was anxious and made the pink rabbit in her arms bigger, which burst the spider silk. She rushed out and rushed towards Fu Xiuyan on the back of the pink rabbit. Before she arrived, she had already thrown her fist. The spider silk on her side was destroyed, and the remaining people leaned towards her side, only a little distance from the sea surface. Just when Yen Sui's fist was about to hit Fu Xiuyan, Han Yuran, who was immersed in the seawater, opened her eyes. Her red eyes and black pupils were strange and full of murderous intent. Chapter 176. Take action. Even the seawater could not stop the murderous aura in Han Yuran's eyes, and the hostility around him. Fu Xiuyan's eyes became even darker. Yen Sui had already hit him with a punch. Paw! It was the sound of the bodies touching, but it was not the sound of Yen Sui knocking Fu Xiuyan away. Fu Xiuyan basically maintained the previous state, only one hand changed its position, which was around the chest and stretched back from the cheek. The 5 slender fingers were spread out, and in the palm was a small fist, The knuckles of the fist protruded, and the veins were stretched. It looked like a great effort was used, but Fu Xiuyan's hand could not see anything. He simply held Yen Sui, making Yen Sui's fist unable to move. Yen Sui looked surprised, and unwillingly punched again. This time, in addition to her own fist, Pink Rabbit's fist followed closely. Han Yuran, who was immersed in the seawater, sat up leisurely, and even looked a little lazy. The seawater flowed down from her head, eyelashes, cheeks, and clothes, and gradually turned into drops falling down. Seeing this, Yen Sui, who was hitting Fu Xiuyan, felt relieved and asked in surprise, Han Yuran, are you okay? As soon as she finished speaking, her fist was about to arrive, and the wind from the fist blew Fu Xiuyan's hair. But before the fist arrived, the flying hair slowly stopped moving, and Yen Sui screamed, and flew backwards in a folded shape, with blood spurting out of his mouth into the sea, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yen Sui smashed the pink rabbit with a painful look on his face, and the pink rabbit flew backwards, and the rabbit and the person were about to hit the square glass. On the other side, Fu Xiuyan, who caused this result, put down his long leg that he had just kicked backwards as if nothing had happened, and continued to stare at Han Yuran. At the critical moment, luckily, Sugita Jintoki woke up. As soon as he regained consciousness, he heard Hikoho scream. He didn't have time to think about it. He knew what would happen if he hit the glass, so he created a clone without hesitation. At the last moment, he rushed behind the pink rabbit. He stretched forward with both hands and caught the pink rabbit and Hikoho. But he still couldn't stop the force. The two arms of the clone, from the elbow, snaps, and the bone at the elbow pops out of the flesh. The distance between the clone and the pink rabbit is shortened. Then, Jintoki Sugita pressed the pink rabbit's palm against his chest, smashing the upper body of his clone hard against the glass block. The glass block quickly decomposed the clone, but also blocked the force. Ignoring the pain, the clone raised his foot that barely didn't touch the glass block, and pressed it against the pink rabbit's buttocks, and kicked the pink rabbit and Hikoho in front of him out, and smashed them into the sea. The clone's hands were powerless, so he could only kick. After doing this, the clone stopped struggling, and let himself be decomposed by the glass block. The face of Jintoki Sugita on the spider web turned a little paler. Cough cough, puff cough Yen Sui, who fell face down into the water, coughed a few times, choked on a mouthful of sea water, and spit it out again. Pink Rabbit climbed up from her body, and quickly pulled her up. But after pulling her up, Yen Sui still had to keep her back hunched, but her eyes were fixed on Fu Xiuyan. In the tracking room, Enya ordered, save all the parts of Fu Xiuyan's action, including the before and after. Chapter 177. Who are you? What's going on with you? Jintoki Sugita asked. But no one answered him. Jintoki Sugita felt uneasy and depressed. He could no longer trust himself to them. So he created another clone, and began to tear off the spider silk wrapped around his body. At this moment, Fontang also woke up. Seeing Jintoki Sugita's movements, he quickly stopped him and said, don't move. These spider silks can control us when we go crazy. If you control us for a while longer, we won't know how we died. Jintoki Sugita did not stop. A trace of doubt flashed across Fontang's eyes. She looked around and saw Fu Xiuyan and Han Yuran standing motionless not far away. Yen Sui, who looked injured, was also outside. She stared at Fu Xiuyan with anger and hatred. Fu Xiuyan stared at Han Yuran, while Han Yuran lowered his head slightly, so he couldn't see her clearly. But Fong Tang could feel that Han Yuran was different, very different. No, it should be said that it was very dangerous. The danger in her that made her soul tremble. Fong Tang had felt it before, in the deep-sea tram, from the man in pink, no matter how you looked at it. There was something wrong with Han Yuran, so Fong Tang hurriedly shouted, second brother, third brother, you two stay away from fourth brother, she is very wrong now. Yen Sui was stunned. How could it be that Han Yuran was wrong? No, he is wrong, cough. Puff. Yen Sui pointed at Fu Xiuyan and shouted, affecting the injury in his abdomen. He started coughing again, and spit out another mouthful of blood. Fong Tang was shocked by her movement. Second brother? How could you be so badly injured? Yen Sui spat out a mouthful of blood and said fiercely, it's all his fault. He is definitely not a good person. Fong Tang and Yen Sui were talking to each other in excitement and confusion. Fu Xiuyan and Han Yuran, who were in the topic, ignored their conversation. Fu Xiuyan stared at Han Yuran, who didn't move. and asked, "Who are you?" He suddenly spoke, and Fong Tang and Yan Sui were silent. Although Yan Sui wanted to beat Fu Xiuyan, she knew she had no chance of winning from the fight just now. Although she was competitive, she was not stupid enough to risk her life for it. That's why she only explained to Fong Tang, but didn't attack him. The reason she didn't go to Fong Tang was that she wasn't sure if she would attract Fu Xiuyan's attack if she moved now. Fong Tang learned a little bit about the current situation from Yan Sui, but she couldn't figure it out. Seeing Yan Sui's serious injury, she said to Sugita Jintoki worriedly, "Seventh brother. Wake up, sixth brother. Second brother. Come here. Let sixth brother heal you first." Yan Sui listened to Fong Tang shouting, and stared at Fu Xiuyan. Seeing that the other party's expression didn't change, he moved towards Fong Tang cautiously. She really treated Fu Xiuyan as an enemy. As she moved, her eyes never left Fu Xiuyan. When she got close to Fong Tang, her heart was finally relieved. "You said, there is something wrong with Han Yuran. What happened to her?" As soon as she finished asking, Ruishi was shaken awake. Luckily, she was awake. Fong Tang immediately gave her an order. Ruishi began to heal Yan Sui. On the other side, Sugita Jintoki's clone also released Sugita Jintoki. "Release me too," Fong Tang said, and Sugita Jintoki continued to pull the spider silk. Chapter 178 Revenge. Fong Tang did not answer Yan Sui's question. Yan Sui rarely asked further. Ruishi treated Yan Sui while understanding the situation. Han Yuran, who had been keeping her head down, raised her head and leaned towards Fu Xiuyan. When she went crazy before, she broke her hair tie. At this moment, she tilted her head, and her wet black hair fell to one side. Her eyes were not scarlet like Sugita Jintoki's, but blood red, and the black pupils in them were still as black holes. She tilted her head, looking at Fu Xiuyan, and raised the corner of her mouth a little bit. She raised the corner of her mouth very slowly, and there was a sense of stiffness, but just this change of expression made people in the distance feel cold, not to mention that even those in the tracking room, the East District, and even the glass beads, all stared at this smile, and felt like a thorn in the back. But Fu Xiuyan, who was closest to Han Yuran, had a normal expression and asked again, "Who are you?" without even changing his tone. But just after he asked, he retreated backwards, and the seawater was splashed by his movements, making a loud noise. And where he was standing originally, there was a sickle. The tip of the knife was inserted into the ground. The blade separated the seawater, and the long handle was held diagonally in Han Yuran's hand. "It has changed." Anya slammed the table and stood up. "It's different." Lucifer rolled off the bed. Her knife. Fong Tang stared at the handle in Han Yuran's hand. She clearly remembered that her handle was smooth before, but now there were some lines on the handle of the handle, and the connection between the handle and the blade. It was hard to tell what those lines looked like, but they were very smooth. Black handle, dark red lines. After missing the attack, Han Yuran looked at Fu Xiuyan, who had retreated far away, and laughed even more wantonly. "Why do you want to kill me?" Fu Xiuyan, who had retreated far away, asked in confusion. The sickle created a splash of water, drew an arc in the air, and landed on Han Yuran's shoulder. The huge blade was just behind her head, and the sharp blade was almost touching her neck, which looked extremely dangerous. Han Yuran casually pointed at Yan Sui and replied with two words: "Revenge." Yan Sui stared at Han Yuran and almost cried, not wanting others to find out that his eyes were red. He quickly lowered his head. Fong Tang was puzzled. Han Yuran was still rational. Or rather, she was not only rational, she was still the same person as before. She was not poisoned and fell into hallucinations. Then why did her aura change? Fu Xiuyan was also very surprised. In his eyes, Han Yuran's body was burning with red flames on the outside and black flames on the inside. That was murderous intent and hostility. It had completely engulfed Han Yuran, but she hadn't gone crazy yet. Staring at those blood-red, restless eyes, Fu Xiuyan suddenly understood. Han Yuran really wanted to kill someone. Now she wanted to kill him. After killing him, she would kill the next person, anyone next. But even so, Fu Xiuyan still had to praise her. Good self-control. At least she could still control herself a little. If it were someone else, even if it were him, swallowed by this murderous intent and hostility, he would not dare to guarantee that he could still keep his original intention. Han Yuran stood there and stared at Fu Xiuyan. Fu Xiuyan still saw it. There was not only restlessness, but also suppression in her eyes. Chapter 179 Breaking. The reason why Han Yuran watched Fu Xiuyan kick Yin Cui away just now was because she couldn't move. She was afraid that if she moved, she would not save Yin Cui but kill her. She had just opened her eyes at that time, and the murderous aura in her heart almost completely swallowed her up. But she didn't expect Fu Xiuyan to be so cruel. Now, she really wanted to help Yin Cui get revenge. But she just wanted to beat Fu Xiuyan up. But now the surging murderous aura could not be solved by beating him up. It would draw blood. The move just now made her feel a lot better. And she sent out some of the murderous aura. But soon, she was swallowed up by the murderous aura again. But she was still holding back. She couldn't be swallowed by the murderous aura and become a walking corpse who only knew how to kill. Looking at the handle of the knife in her hand, she gritted her teeth and said, "I won't let you succeed." Since it couldn't be suppressed, then they could only evacuate. Han Yuran looked at Fu Xiuyan on the opposite side, knowing that the other party was very strong. She probably couldn't kill him. Since she couldn't kill him, she no longer worried. The sickle on her shoulder was swung out violently, and the dark reddish blade wind, nearly 1 meter wide, shot directly at Fu Xiuyan from the blade as the sickle was swung out. Wherever the sword wind passed, the seawater on the ground steamed into smoke, and the murderous aura was too hot. Han Yuran took action, and Yin Cui and Sugita Jintoki began to rage again. They ran towards the battlefield of Han Yuran and Fu Xiuyan like crazy. Fu Xiuyan completely ignored their lives. When he saw the sword wind coming, he chopped it down with his palm. The palm wind was so strong that it blew Yin Cui and Sugita Jintoki down directly. As for Fontang and Ruishi, they couldn't stop it even if they wanted to. And Mengmengda, who had just woken up, was still hanging on the spider web in a daze. Han Yuran suddenly changed direction and swung her knife at the square glass. The wind of the knife still went first. She didn't stop and slashed one knife after another, venting the murderous aura in her heart. The area in front of her, the sea water had completely evaporated. And as for the sea water that flowed in, it smoked as soon as it reached this range, and couldn't flow in. On the other side, Fu Xiuyan actually broke the blade wind with a bare palm without any damage. Seeing that Han Yuran stopped attacking him, he did not move either. As for Yin Cui and Sugita Jintoki, they fell unconscious and were dragged back by Fong Tang and Ruishi. Han Yuran chopped dozens of times in a row. Her hair was messed up, and she chopped and shouted while doing the last few chops, like a madman. The first blade wind was decomposed, but the sickle that hit it was not damaged. The second, the third, until the 34th chopped on the square glass. Finally a crack appeared on the square glass. The 35th blade wind chopped down, and the square glass shattered with a bang, scattering. It was sparkling, and it looked pretty good. Fong Tang and the others were awake. They looked at the broken glass cubes, and were so excited that they almost cried. They finally didn't have to be trapped here. Oh my dear mother! She can even break this! Tu Shilong bit his long nails, and said in shock in the glass beads under the sea. Han Yuran had already walked out. Before leaving, she glanced at Fu Xiuyan. "You? Follow me." The piece she smashed was on the right side, which was the side without thick fog. Fu Xiuyan followed obediently. And Mengmengda also came down from the spider silk. She and Fong Tang dragged Yin Cui and Sugita Jintoki and ran out in a hurry. Chapter 180 Fight. Anya put down the coffee cup in her hand. The bitter taste in her mouth kept her awake. She stared at Han Yuran's blurry movements. She didn't seem to be in a deep hallucination. If it wasn't a hallucination, what happened to her? She should be the closest to God. She shouldn't be full of evil spirit like this. Then Fong Tang and the others followed out. They were dumbfounded when they saw the deserted street. Han Yuran and Fu Xiuyan were gone. This was too bad for them. Although they came out of the square glass, the poison had not been solved yet. They could fall into hallucinations at any time. In this dangerous apocalypse, Fong Tang pursed her lips tightly. Regardless of her physical fatigue, she tried hard to sense the traces of Han Yuran and the others. At the same time, he ordered Ruishi to surround the few people with a healing light. Although the healing light has no effect on hallucinations, it can at least reduce the physical and mental fatigue caused by falling into hallucinations again and again. Yin Cui's face was so gloomy that water could be squeezed out of it. She was able to stand up straight, and it seemed that there was no problem. Mengmengda learned about the situation from Sugita Jintoki. Her little face turned pale with fear at this unimaginable development. Fong Tang frowned. She had sensed the positions of Han Yuran and Fu Xiuyan. The two kept changing their positions, and sometimes overlapped. Fong Tang carefully traced their changing positions, and found that they were circling around them as a circle, as if they were protecting them. This made Fong Tang feel relieved. Han Yuran and Fu Xiuyan overlapped again in the sense. The real situation was that Han Yuran's sickle was being held tightly in Fu Xiuyan's hands. Their eyes were separated by the distance of the knife handle, and they were fighting like knives, guns, and sticks. Han Yuran twisted her wrist hard, and the sickle began to turn little by little, from vertical to horizontal, opening Fu Xiuyan's hands. "Aren't you Han Yuran?" Fu Xiuyan kept asking all kinds of questions while fighting with Han Yuran. Han Yuran never answered him, and only responded with more violent attacks. Han Yuran's wrist bones were overloaded, and they creaked, and even the whites of his eyes turned light red. The blade finally turned sideways. Han Yuran raised his other hand and slapped the handle. The blade didn't move, but the blade wind was out. The blade wind also basically turned red, but Fu Xiuyan let go of his hand early, and saw the blade wind chasing Fu Xiuyan into a building, but Fu Xiuyan had already dodged upwards. But the wind of the knife shot in, and the building was like a red thin line drawn horizontally, without any sound. The wind of the knife shot out again. When the wind of the knife shot into the second building, the building in front collapsed from where the wind of the knife passed. Han Yuran didn't care how many buildings the wind of the knife destroyed. She blocked Fu Xiuyan's hiding position with her sickle and chopped him down. Fu Xiuyan, who had just avoided the wind of the knife, seemed to be actively hitting the sickle. At the critical moment, Fu Xiuyan unloaded his ability, and his whole body fell down instantly. Han Yuran still didn't stop. The sickle followed closely, and the tip of the knife was almost touching Fu Xiuyan's forehead. In the deep sea glass bead, Tu Shilong looked at the house that was constantly destroyed by the two of them, and bit his fingernails with a creaking sound. But he had no choice. Michael in the East District had already given orders not to let him interfere. Chapter 181. If you don't get up, I can't get out of the way. Fu Xiuyan could fall to his death at any time, or be stabbed to death by a sickle. He could die at any time. But his eyes, which had a special effect of deep affection, seemed to be unaware that he could die at any time. As if the bright thing on his forehead was not a sickle that could kill him, but someone's uniquely shaped flash. He was observing Han Yuran. Observing Han Yuran calmly. Although her eyes were red, Han Yuran's expression was not ferocious, or she had no expression at all. Her red lips were gently closed. Her eyelids were half drooped, and her eyelashes were blocking her eyes, all of which were reflected in red. Another change is that Han Yuran has become whiter than before. I have to say that Fu Xiuyan's observation is really careful. Although Han Yuran was white before, she was just a little white. But now she is so white that it looks like she has a thick layer of white powder on her body. With her red lips, red eyes and black hair, she looks a little scary. If you don't wake up, you will be completely swallowed up, Fu Xiuyan said. His tone was tender, as if he was saying love words. After he finished speaking, he fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. His body did not bounce up, but fell down. As the mud flew, seawater came out, which showed how deep the pit was. But if it was a normal free fall, at this height, a person's weight would never be able to fall so deep, unless the weight was wrong. The hair that was shaken up fell back, and a few strands stuck to Fu Xiuyan's face, covering his earlobe. Han Yuran knelt on one knee, and her long, dry hair fell from her head, falling beside Fu Xiuyan's face, and tangled with Fu Xiuyan's hair. Fu Xiuyan still had his eyes open, staring at the person on his body. The sickle was still in front of his forehead, close to him tightly, and it would pierce in with a little force, but Han Yuran held the handle tightly, not moving it down even a little bit. Han Yuran's pupils flickered, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, and Fu Xiuyan looked at her, and did not move. After a long stalemate, Han Yuran suddenly roared, raised her hand, raised the knife, and stabbed. Fu Xiuyan still did not move. The tip of the knife kept magnifying in his eyes, deviated, and pierced into the soil in his hair close to his cheek, and a few strands of hair were cut off by the sharp tip of the knife. The red in Han Yuran's eyes faded a lot, but her expression became uncomfortable. She lowered her head, bit her waist, and said in a hoarse voice, "Get out." These two simple words seemed to be difficult to say with all her strength. Fu Xiuyan glanced at the knife beside his cheek, and Han Yuran on his body, and smiled helplessly. For a moment, it was as beautiful as the breeze and the bright moon. "If you don't get up, I can't get out." The sickle beside his cheek turned slightly, and then stopped again. Han Yuran's face was blocked by her hair, One could only hear her increasingly heavy breathing, but did not hear her answer. After a while, the sickle beside her cheek began to tremble, and as the sickle trembled, a few more strands of hair were cut off. Fu Xiuyan felt distressed, but before he could feel too distressed, he felt a weight on his body and some pain on his face. Han Yuran tilted her head and fell on him. The heavy breathing turned into weakness, and the hot breath brushed Fu Xiuyan's face. Han Yuran held on, and didn't hold on. She held on, and didn't get swallowed by the murderous aura, and became a walking corpse, but after waking up, her body couldn't hold on. Chapter 182. The laughter is extraordinarily sweet. Han Yuran, who regained control of her body and regained her clarity, fell on Fu Xiuyan with a weak body. This incident made her feel that it would be better if she had not regained her clarity. But there was no way. She was having trouble breathing now. There was really no way to move. The fight with Fu Xiuyan, just now, was beyond the limit of what her body could bear. Now that the power was gone, she felt a pain in her limbs and internal organs like needles. The pain in her head was so intense that it was buzzing. Others didn't know what happened to her, but she knew it very well. Her previous guess, the thing she didn't want to think about, still happened, and it happened so quickly, and the result was even more terrible than she thought. She would be devoured and lose herself, and become a walking corpse. Just now, she was immersed in the sadness of the past. When she thought of this incident in the past, she was just very sad, and she also had resentment, but very little. But just now her head, heart, and chest were full of resentment. The resentment that she could not suppress burst out uncontrollably. She knew why it happened. It was because of the sickle in her hand. No, it should be because of the voice in the picture. There is not only God in her body, but also the devil. Just now, the devil had the upper hand. I saved your life. How are you going to thank me? Fu Xiuyan, who was pressed down, looked up at the sky and said. Not only did his eyes have a special effect of affection, but even his voice did. Han Yuran wanted to give him a slap in the face, but she had no strength, so she could only swallow her anger temporarily. She didn't speak, but her weak breathing became heavier. Fu Xiuyan smiled again, and his laughter was particularly sweet. You have such a bad temper, and you're angry now. The two of them were in a very different situation here, and they had to be together. Lucifer in the East District was already staring, with his lips stiffly opening and closing. Michael, hit me. Michael turned around and said nothing, raised his hand, and punched Lucifer in the chest, and directly pushed Lucifer to the head of the bed. Lucifer groaned in pain and climbed up, rubbing his chest and questioning. Are you going to kill me? You asked me to hit you. But I didn't ask you to kill me. You didn't die. How could I die with such a punch? So Michael said, spreading his hands. So I'm not wrong. Lucifer vomited blood. His big brother had scared him so much that he vomited blood. And this little brother made him vomit blood. There is no love in this world. And I can't live anymore. Lucifer thought sadly, lying back on the bed, and concluded, so big brother can pick up girls. On the other side, tracking and investigating the room, Gu Cheng, who had returned, saw Han Yuran and Fu Xiuyan lying together as soon as he entered the room. Before he could step in, he turned around and left, slamming the door. Standing at the door, looking at Tony's cold face several times, this time he didn't say hello again. Fa Tang sensed that the two people had stopped, so he ordered several people to rush there, and Mingmingda, who was in hallucination again, was held tightly by Sugita Jintoki and dragged forward. Luckily the distance was not far. I saved your life. When you go back, you must speak for me. Fu Xiuyan continued to talk to himself. Han Yuran sneered in his heart. Speak for you. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm not good at interacting with people, and facing such a dangerous environment, I'm too scared, so I behave a little abnormally. Chapter 183. This posture, ambiguous. Humph. Han Yuran snorted this time, really annoyed by Fu Xiuyan's shamelessness. Even if you want to lie, do you dare to lie with sincerity? If you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. After that, Fu Xiuyan stopped talking. After a while, a sound of footsteps came, getting closer. Among them was Yen Sui's fake laughter that gave people goosebumps. Han Yuran thought, you guys are finally here, otherwise I would have to get away from Fu Xiuyan even if I had to become disabled. I absolutely couldn't fall asleep on him. But the people who came were a little dumbfounded by this unusually intimate scene. They went out to fight. How did they fight together? But they did hear a lot of rumbling sounds just now, and the ground was shaking continuously, so it must be a real fight. Oh 3. Oh 4. What's wrong with you two? Fong Tang shouted and led the people over. Before the people arrived, Ruishi's healing light had already covered them, and Han Yuren, who seemed to be pierced by needles, finally recovered a lot, and hummed comfortably. Fu Xiuyan raised his eyebrows after hearing the voice, raised his hand to grab Han Yuren's shoulders, and lifted her up from his body, and sat up himself. Then he withdrew his hand, and Han Yuren leaned in his arms, and sat on his legs. This posture was ambiguous. Han Yuren's face, which had finally recovered, turned pale again. The hand that was about to help her stopped. Seeing that Han Yuren was sitting well, Fu Xiuyan didn't say anything. It seemed that it would be bad for them to pull Han Yuren down again. While they were struggling, Han Yuren, who had just recovered a little, put her legs on the ground, placed her hands on the ground, and used all her strength to stand up tremblingly. Fu Xiuyan, who was behind him, stepped back and avoided being hit. Han Yuren, who had just stood up with his back bent, could not hold on and fell forward. Seeing this, Fu Xiuyan quickly reached out his hand, but Fong Tang was one step faster than him, and supported Han Yuren. Seeing Han Yuren sweating profusely because of standing up, he dragged Han Yuren back a step, and sat down, and at the same time put Han Yuren down, and let Han Yuren's head rest on his knees. "Sixth brother, come here and heal fourth brother," Fong Tang shouted, while wiping Han Yuren's sweat with his sleeve. Han Yuren, who was taken over by her, also fainted without keeping his spirits tense. After fainting for a while, Han Yuren regained consciousness, and a dazzling whiteness appeared in front of her eyes, and then bubbles began to fly over. This scene was somewhat familiar. She had seen it once before. Sure enough, soon white ripples spread in front of her eyes, and the bloody voice came from the red bubbles bubbling in the center. "Why don't you obey me?" The voice was an angry question. Before Han Yuren could answer, another sacred and warm voice rang out. "Thank you. You did a good job." "Oh, don't be deceived by her again. She can no longer suppress me. If you obey me now, I will find a new body in the future, and maybe I can return your body to you. This is a deal, but also a threat. Don't believe the devil's words. As long as you can keep your heart, I will definitely keep you. Believe me." The sacred voice trembled slightly at the end. "Whether you want to occupy my body or rely on me to suppress the devil, the premise is that I have to be alive. But it's too dangerous now. I'm too weak. I need strength." Han Yuren didn't care about the two of them at all. As long as the power was in hand, everything would be discussed later. Chapter 184 Mark. After Han Yuren finished speaking, the two voices suddenly fell silent. Perhaps they had not expected that she would dare to make conditions with them. Han Yuren did not care. The other party must be able to exist in her body temporarily, otherwise he would not have said so much nonsense to her, making conditions and threats. Since that was the case, what was she afraid of? Since she was making conditions, she could also make them. Since she was to be used, she would certainly have to get some compensation. She was puzzled by another question in her mind. The power of the miracle worker came from God. That big fish, the messenger of God, but her power obviously came from these two people, which raised many questions. Suddenly, a sneer sounded, and the devil said with great disdain, "You are looking for death." Han Yuren frowned, and said more impatiently than the devil, "Just tell me whether you can give me the power or not. As for whether I am looking for death, you don't need to worry about it." Han Yuren is probably the only one in the world who dares to talk to the devil like this. The devil was so angry that he fell silent again. The angel continued to speak. "Having too much power and being unable to bear it will make you lost." Han Yuren raised his hand and stretched it forward, as if asking for something. "Without power, I will die directly, and I am not even qualified to be lost." The angel sighed, and Han Yuren's heart trembled when she heard it. For a moment, she even wanted to forget it. Her hand trembled, and she didn't retract it. She couldn't forget it. The world outside was too damn dangerous. "Okay." The devil, who had recovered his breath, agreed straightforwardly. Han Yuren raised the corner of her mouth and praised generously. "Frank, what do you mean? If you don't give her strength, what if she really dies?" The devil interrupted the angel's words directly, and Han Yuren saw the floating bubble shattered again, and the sickle appeared. This time, the sickle was the same as the changed sickle. There were patterns at the connection between the blade and the handle. Han Yuren saw the word death again, but after returning to reality last time, there was no word death on the sickle in her hand. This time it was this word death that changed. Han Yuren watched the red light formed by the shattered bubbles fall on the word death again. Everything seemed to be unchanged. But Han Yuren believed that it must have changed. The angel sighed again. And Han Yuren felt a soft white light falling on her body. Her head hurt again. And her forehead felt hot. She still remembered that she had a headache before she gained the ability. Remember? Keep your heart. Keep yourself. Go. The angel said with some heartache and helplessness. The next moment, Han Yuren opened her eyes. And a pair of black eyes appeared in her sight, staring at her straight. And the self in those eyes had a mark on his forehead. The mark was two thin lines, staggered up and down, and separated from left to right, like the shape of a flame. The light on it was disappearing little by little. Fontang said stiffly, "You are awake." Han Yuren closed his eyes, put everything that had just happened in his heart, said him, and sat up from Fontang's legs. This action successfully attracted the attention of the others, except Sugita Jintoki, who was having an attack. Silence, only the eyes refused to remain silent. Han Yuren stood up and said, "Why are you all looking at me, even though I look better again?" Chapter 185, There are many shameless people around me. Han Yuren pretended to be relaxed and said, and a few people avoided his gaze. Yin Sui walked over quickly, looked up and stared at Han Yuren carefully, and asked seriously, "Are you really okay?" Han Yuren nodded, raised his hand, and rubbed Yin Sui's head. Yin Sui instinctively wanted to avoid it, but in the end, he did not move, letting Han Yuren's hand cover her head, and rubbed it mischievously. Han Yuren was a little surprised that she was so honest, but it was not easy to ask her if the place where she was kicked still hurt, because now was not the time to bring up things that were not related to the topic. Since everything is fine, let's continue on our way. Fong Tang had no intention of investigating further. Now the situation was too serious for her. A team leader without prestige and trust from her companions. To investigate further. No one raised any objections. And they set off again. Sugita Jintoki always harassed women. So they handed the matter over to Fu Xiuyan, who had returned to being silent. In the East District, Michael stared at Han Yuren's figure, looking thoughtful. After a long while, he said, "I plan to let them go for now. I'm curious about what changes will happen to that woman in the future." After saying that, he took the communication equipment and gave it to Tu Shilong without waiting for Lucifer to speak. Tu Shilong reluctantly agreed. Since he couldn't play with these toys, he had to find other toys to make do with. Lucifer got off the bed. "It shouldn't be interesting anymore. I'm going out to hunt for beauties." "I think you're being hunted by someone else," Lucifer said indifferently. "It doesn't matter if we're sleeping together." With that, he left Michael's room. Michael looked away leisurely. Since he let them go, there wouldn't be any interest for them to stay here for the time being. He turned his eyes and searched on the densely packed screens. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he stared at a screen. The screen showed the first group on the mission. The strongest group, which had run a long way but never encountered any problems, felt a little uneasy. Suddenly they were so safe, which made them feel strange. During this period, the attacks of Fontang and the other 5 became more and more frequent. It seemed that the toxin did not dissipate over time, but became more and more serious. Now only Han Yuren and Fu Xiuyan were left. Fu Xiuyan, who had been running behind, suddenly jumped up. Han Yuren had just knocked out Ruishi, who was having an attack. When he heard Fu Xiuyan, who was right behind him, say, "The mark on your forehead is pretty nice." Such a kind word scared Han Yuren so much that he almost threw Ruishi away. "What do you want to do?" "I want to get close to you," Fu Xiuyan answered very smoothly. Han Yuren replied without hesitation, "I don't want to. I can't control your not wanting, and you can't control my wanting. You're being shameless. Whatever you want, there are many shameless people around me," Han Yuren said as he sped up, and stopped arguing with Fu Xiuyan. But she was very depressed. She met Gu Cheng before, who was a shameless man. Now there is Fu Xiuyan, who is also shameless. But Gu Cheng is better. Gu Cheng has always been shameless, but Fu Xiuyan's shamelessness is unreasonable. The two ran all the way, and by noon the next day, they had arrived at the last district of the North District. After leaving the city gate and running a little further, they could return to the city. But the few people who woke up during this period had uglier faces than each other, and would rather immerse themselves in the illusion. Chapter 186 Too arrogant. The mission failed, no one was saved, and they watched them die. 5 members of the 7-member team were poisoned again, and went crazy again and again, and it can be said that they failed to the point of failure. But they still had to go back to the city, and several people went out of the city gate of the North District with their heads held high, and Fong Tang, who had regained consciousness, sensed the first group in the North District, and she deduced from the fact that the other party had 7 people that they might be miracle workers. But they didn't hear any calls for help or fierce fighting, and there was no need for them to go over. Soon, several people passed through the barrier and returned to the city. The second group guarding the first front saw that only 7 of them returned, and there were many doubts in their eyes. But no one spoke up. They soon arrived at the city gate. The 21st group was guarding here. Gao Dasheng, the leader of the 21st group standing on the city wall, looked at the strongest group here with a grim expression. When he saw that there were only 7 people, his eyes turned, and his lips with a mole on them pursed upwards. He took a step forward and jumped down from the city gate. At the moment when it was about to touch the ground, his body strangely stopped, and then he landed steadily, blocking the strongest group, standing in front of Yin Sui. Gao Dasheng's action also attracted the attention of his group members. But it was difficult to say anything. Although Gao Dasheng was called Gao Dasheng, his whole person gave people the feeling of being short and thin, which was completely opposite to his name. Yin Sui stopped suddenly to avoid bumping into Gao Dasheng, who suddenly appeared without saying a word. Yin Sui, who was already in a bad mood, looked even colder. Before she could speak, she heard the person in front of her ask knowingly, "But the strongest team?" Yin Sui stared at Gao Dasheng and took a step back. Fong Tang behind her also replied in confusion, "Yes." But Gao Dasheng made a surprised expression, and his sharp-nosed and monkey-faced look made people even more annoying. The strongest team was clearly tasked with rescuing 1,000 people back to the city. How come only 7 members returned to the city? The faces of the 7 members of the strongest team changed at the same time. Even a blind person could see that the other party was deliberately looking for trouble to ridicule them. But his words made Fong Tang and the others speechless. But Yin Sui was not one of them. Yin Sui, who had taken a step back before, took another step back and said coldly, "What does it have to do with you? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Get out of the way." Yin Sui scolded the other party without giving him any face, which made Gao Dasheng's face flash with anger, and he opened his mouth to curse. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he couldn't make any sound, couldn't speak, and didn't dare to close it. The bright sickle passed over Yin Sui's head, and the sharp blade almost hit Gao Dasheng's mouth, making the other party dare not move, and could only stare at Han Yuran in fear and anger. The other members of Group 21, 3 men and 3 women, also appeared from several places. The strongest group also went into a defensive state in an instant. Han Yuran stared at Gao Dasheng with her eyelids down. "Watch your mouth. If you can't speak, I will make you completely speechless." Crazy. Too arrogant. Originally, there were a few people in Group 21 who thought Gao Dasheng shouldn't do this. But seeing Yin Sui and Han Yuran were more arrogant than each other, they thought that the strongest group was too much. The strongest group is really arrogant to the people in other groups. A plump middle-aged woman with mean features said in a shady tone. Chapter 187, No Private Fighting. But no one responded to the middle-aged woman. Han Yuran just stared at Gao Dasheng and said, "Either get out of my way, or I'll take you in like this." The ignored middle-aged woman's face turned ugly, and she raised her voice an octave, shrill and unpleasant. "You are the strongest team, don't go too far. You can't beat the enemy, can't save people, you take it out on us." The middle-aged woman's words provoked Han Yuran's hand to move forward again. The blade was completely stuck to Gao Dasheng's mouth, frightening Gao Dasheng so much that sweat dripped down his forehead. The other members of the strongest group also glared at the middle-aged woman. Fong Tang, who had been silent, said calmly, "Group 21, intercepted without reason, we the strongest group will remember this. As for you who don't want to be taken out on by others, don't be so mean, and come close to her." This is the most unpleasant thing Fong Tang has said since he was a child. Not to mention that the people in Group 21 were stunned by Fong Tang's scolding. Even the people in the strongest group were very surprised. Fong Tang's face secretly turned red again. Without waiting for the people in Group 21 to speak, Yin Sui began to walk forward, and Han Yuran followed behind him, and also raised his feet, and walked forward. It didn't matter if Yin Sui moved, but Han Yuran's movement frightened Gao Dasheng so much that his calves were shaking, and he took a step back. Seeing that the strongest group really dared to go to the city against Gao Dasheng, the people in Group 21 couldn't hold their temper anymore. If they really entered the city like this, they, Group 21, would no longer have this face. Gao Dashang didn't dare to move his mouth, and could only make noises with his throat, which sounded very anxious. Yin Sui and the others continued to walk forward step by step, as if they were taking a walk. The middle-aged woman, who heard the noise, bit her lips red with an ugly look on her face, and after exhaling the foul breath she had been holding, she shouted, "We will make way, you let go." The faces of the people in Group 21 were very ugly, and they were afraid that they would have to fight with the strongest group in the future. Yen Sui snorted disdainfully. Han Yuren stared directly at Gao Dashang and said, "Get out of here." Gao Dashang's face was flushed with humiliation, and the look he gave Han Yuren showed hatred and anger that he could not suppress. But Han Yuren didn't care at all, and continued to walk forward. Gao Dashang had no choice but to take a big step back. His balls were hurt, but he could only bear it and hide to the side. Han Yuren swung the sickle, and the knife flowers were blocking in front of him. Gao Dashang gritted his teeth and stood aside, his legs tightly closed, and he wanted to bite off the flesh of Han Yuren, but he could only endure it. It was clearly stipulated that private fighting was not allowed. Although he was forced by Han Yuren with a sickle just now, it was because he was too talkative and deliberately malicious. If the upper-level leaders knew that he was like this, they would probably have an opinion of him in the future. He still wanted to stand out among the miracle workers. So he could only endure it, the team leader endured it, and the people in Group 21 could only endure it. And the strongest group had already left the shadow of the city gate and entered the city, and Han Yuren also put away the sickle. People were coming and going in the city, and the lives of the people inside were basically on track, doing their own jobs, relying on their work to earn their own 3 meals a day, and living a stable life. It was completely different from their days outside, where they could die at any minute, as if they were in 2 different worlds. Kishwang looked at the smiles on their faces, raised her hand, and touched her face, and thought, how long had it been since she smiled like that? Chapter 188 Naked Eyes. Not only Han Yuren was a little dazed, but the other team members, who had experienced life and death, and suffered a lot outside, also felt a little dazed. For a while, they all stood there in a daze. There was a sense of relief and joy for finally returning, but there was also a trace of indignation at the injustice in their hearts, and more importantly, they were speechless and ashamed for the failure of the mission. Soon the strongest team attracted the attention of the people. The 7 of them were in a miserable state. Their clothes were disheveled, wrinkled, and looked dirty. Everyone looked haggard and had an ugly face. It was obvious that they had suffered a lot during this trip. Especially seeing a petite woman like Mingmingda, whose eyes were tightly closed for some reason, and was held in someone else's arms. She looked very bad. A boy in his teens moved to Han Yuren and the others with some fear, and handed a basket of butter bread in his hand to Han Yuren. "Here, you eat it." Han Yuren looked at the small basket full of bread held under her eyes, and the boy's bright eyes of expectation. Without saying anything more, she took the basket from the boy's hand, and saw the boy laughing happily, with 2 dimples on his cheeks, and ran away shyly again. Han Yuren couldn't tell what she felt for a moment, while Yen Sui took a piece of bread and bit it viciously. Ruishi shed tears while eating the bread. The people who looked at them all smiled at them in a friendly but distant way, looking away, but still secretly glancing at them from the corner of their eyes. Han Yuren didn't eat the bread, as she didn't like the sweet and greasy cream. After licking it, the mouth and heart of the person melted, but nothing was left, making people addicted in vain. So the group of people, some eating bread, some carrying bread, some unconscious being carried, ran straight to the main hall. Anya and Bu Shursen walked out of the tracking and tracing room, and as soon as they went out, they saw Dongni still guarding the door. Without waiting for him to speak, Anya had already walked past him and walked to the 2nd floor. Dongni smiled awkwardly at Bu Shursen, and Bu Shursen smiled and nodded, and did not speak. When Anya and the others reached the 2nd floor, the 7 people in the temple had gathered. This time, Wu Su did not sit on the chair by himself, but stood like everyone else. After seeing Anya, he asked, "And Shuntang, did Tony remember everything you said?" Anya only replied, "I didn't see it." Then she turned aside, looking like she didn't want to talk to you. Wu Su, who was scorned, remained calm and didn't continue to dwell on this issue. The real big problem had returned. Hearing the footsteps coming up the stairs, the faces of the people in the Shuntang became serious, except for Gu Chung, whose face was as dark as if it was going to thunder and rain. As a habit along the way, Even after returning to the city, they still kept the way of Han Yuran, and Yin Sui leading the way. Han Yuran, who was expected by everyone, was the first to show her head, attracting 7 pairs of eyes to stare at her. The overly naked gaze made Han Yuran's steps froze for a moment, and then she tried to keep a natural pace, and went up to the 2nd floor. And those 7 pairs of eyes moved with her movements, but Han Yuran felt a little funny in her heart. Until her eyes met Gu Cheng's, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. The other party was staring at her, and the light in his eyes was very scary. Chapter 189 Blind? Is there something wrong with your brain? Han Yuran felt guilty, and moved her eyes away from Gu Cheng, and fell on Anya. The other party nodded to her, but Han Yuran looked at Anya's obvious dark circles, and her mind was full of wild thoughts. Could it be that Anya was bullied? Soon, all the members of their strongest group stood up. Except for Han Yuran and Fu Xiaoyan, the others lowered their heads slightly, and they did not have the confidence to look at the eyes of the 7 people in the opposite sanctuary. But Fong Tang, the team leader, took a deep breath. Just as she was about to speak, Wusu said, "You go check your bodies first. Jin Shengtang, you lead the others. Make sure that the people in the strongest team will not fall into hallucinations again." Jin Shishi nodded in agreement. The people in the strongest team were surprised. How could they know? But now was not the time for them to ask questions. They could only follow Jin Shishi to the 3rd floor with a depressed heart. Han Yuran, who was climbing the stairs, was studying the look that Gu Cheng gave Fu Xiaoyan just now. She always felt that the look was unusual and had a lot of meaning. Wu Su knew that they were poisoned and fell into hallucinations. And he should know other things. Even their words and deeds after leaving the city were transmitted back without missing a single word. Han Yuran suddenly lowered her head to look at her shoulder. The jade butterfly that had been on her shoulder flew away without knowing when. Turning his head to look at Yin Sui's shoulder, there really was nothing there. So that's it, Han Yuran said to himself. They had already arrived on the 3rd floor. Jin Shishi was swiping his fingerprints in front of a tightly closed white metallic door. After the fingerprints were swiped, the white metal round door opened silently, and inside was a clean white and a man in a miracle uniform. The man looked to be over 50 years old, and his figure was pretty good, but his face was a little long, especially like the sole of a shoe. Han Yuran thought about this familiar face. And then she remembered that among the 4 people who were left without a group, there was this man, Jin Shengtang. The man bowed immediately after seeing Jin Shishi. This etiquette was so perfect. When the strongest group saw the 7 halls together, no one felt that they had to bend down and bow. Augustine, don't be so polite. The people in the strongest group were poisoned and always fell into hallucinations. I leave it to you. As Jin Shishi spoke, all the people in the strongest group came in, and the door closed again. Augustine still bowed to Jin Shishi and said, Jin Shengtang, please rest assured. Jin Shishi nodded, turned his head to look at the people in the strongest team, and said, just follow Augustine's arrangements, he has a way. No one in the strongest team replied, but their eyes had betrayed their distrust of Augustine, especially Yin Sui, who was completely betrayed by her face. Augustine pretended not to see it, and said to the strongest team, go lie down on the bed. The 7 people in the strongest team, 7 pairs of 14 eyes, looked around in confusion. There are beds in this room? Fong Tang used his ability at the first moment, and saw the 7 beds at once. He dispersed his ability, and looked at Augustine in silence. The 7 beds, whether mattresses, legs, heads, sheets, quilts, or pillows, were all white, the same color as the floor and roof in this room. Fong Tang walked to a bed without saying anything, patted the bed with his hand, and said, here is one. The jaws of the remaining people dropped, wondering if they were blind or if Augustine had a problem with his brain. Chapter 190 Silver Needle again. Under Fong Tang's command, the members of the strongest team all lay down on the bed. Although he just complained about the whiteness of the room, when he threw himself on the soft big bed and his whole body sank down, he couldn't help but let out a comfortable hum. He felt his whole body softened. As soon as he touched the pillow, he began to be horny. Those who can fall asleep should sleep. As soon as Augustine finished speaking, a slight snoring sound came from Sugita Jintoki's place. Jin Shishi did not leave, but pulled a pure white chair and sat down. Han Yuran slowly closed her eyes, and felt her head was heavy. She no longer resisted the tired sleepiness, and soon fell asleep. Those who can't sleep, please raise your hands. Augustine spoke again, and saw Fong Tang raised her hand. She was the only one who had not fallen asleep. There was no way. Although her ability made her mentally exhausted, it also made it difficult for her to sleep. Augustine opened the table in front of him, took out a small glass bottle from it, and walked towards Fontaine. Please drink this. After Fontaine took the small glass bottle and opened it, he drank it hesitantly. After that, before he put the small glass bottle back into Augustine's hand, he fell back on the bed with his eyes closed. Augustine was prepared and caught the small glass bottle that almost fell to the ground, and then walked back to the table and put it in the drawer. Is anyone else awake? Augustine asked as he walked in front of Han Yuran. There was actually a silver needle in his hand. If Han Yuran and the others saw it, they would definitely curse. Fuck, another silver needle. Augustine bent over, lowered his head, and carefully stabbed the silver needle in his hand into Han Yuran's forehead. During this time, Han Yuran's eyelids did not even tremble, and her breathing was even and long. And she seemed to be sleeping soundly. The silver needle accurately pierced into Han Yuran's forehead. Han Yuran frowned and snorted. But there was no sign of opening his eyes. He was still sleeping soundly. After that, Augustine pierced a silver needle into the forehead of each of the remaining 6 people. Even Fu Xiuyan was treated equally. He behaved the same as others. After the silver needle was inserted, Augustine stepped back, sat cross-legged on the ground, took out another silver needle, and pierced it into his own forehead. When the silver needle pierced into his forehead, the 7 silver needles pierced into the strongest group's eyebrows trembled together and turned black at the place closest to the needle tip, forming a small black circle that moved towards the tail of the needle. As the circle moved away, another small black circle appeared below, which kept moving towards the root of the silver needle and disappeared. The silver needle on Augustine's forehead suddenly appeared a small black circle at the root and moved towards the forehead, as if it was received and absorbed by him. Han Yuran thought she was not poisoned. But she was wrong. Not only was she poisoned, but Fu Xiuyan was also poisoned. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the toxins to be discharged from their bodies. It's just that her and Fu Xiuyan's situations are special. Even if they were poisoned, they were suppressed. The people in the strongest team slept more and more deeply, and more comfortably. Augustine's face became darker and darker. This is one of his abilities. He can attract poison and store toxins in his body and absorb them slowly. Toxins are tonics for him. 5 minutes later, there were no more black circles on the silver needles of the strongest team. And the last black circle was also in Augustine's forehead. But Augustine still didn't get up. This time he was a little full. He had to digest it. Then his face gradually returned to normal. Chapter 191, Lying Without Blushing. After another 5 minutes, Augustine's complexion returned to normal. After exhaling, he opened his eyes, and pulled out the silver needle on his forehead, and stood up to look at Jin Jishi. Jin Jishi nodded, and Augustine also nodded, and walked towards Han Yuran again. Next, he would use his second ability to check what was going on inside Han Yuran. He walked to Han Yuran, and pinched the silver needle between Han Yuran's eyebrows again, and twisted it a little bit to insert it deeper into the eyebrows. But Han Yuran still had no reaction, until the silver needle was completely immersed. Augustine's hand did not leave, still pressing on the silver needle, and he closed his eyes. But soon he opened his eyes, took out 2 more silver needles, and inserted them from the left and right of the center of the eyebrows, but still did not reach the root. This time he closed his eyes again, and soon opened them again. A trace of surprise flashed in his triangular eyes, and 2 more silver needles were inserted from the top and bottom of Han Yuran's eyebrows. If Han Yuran knew that there were so many silver needles inserted in her head, she would definitely kill him. But she was sleeping so soundly now, and she didn't feel anything at all. Soon, Augustine opened his eyes again. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and the last silver needle was inserted into the position of the forehead, and the previous silver needle continued to be inserted. This time, Han Yuran's eyelids trembled, but she didn't wake up in the end. After 7 silver needles were inserted, Augustine closed his eyes with a ferocious expression. He didn't believe that his silver needles didn't work. When he closed his eyes this time, he really saw something. It was an endless white, just like his room, which made him feel comfortable. But now is not the time to be comfortable. He began to search. After searching for a long time, a red bubble appeared in his sight. He reached out to touch the red bubble, and his fingertips just touched the red bubble. Bang! With a sound, the red bubble exploded. Augustine also opened his eyes suddenly, took a few steps back, and sat on the ground, spitting out blood. Jean Jishi, who was sitting on the side, also sat up straight. In the sleeping Han Yuren's mind, the devil's voice suddenly sounded. Humble human, dare to peek into my territory. You are looking for death. Han Yuren was awakened from his sleep by the devil's voice. He sat up from the bed all of a sudden, and almost fell to the ground. Then he felt a headache. It hurt like a needle. Just as he was about to touch his forehead, he heard a voice beside him shouting anxiously and weakly. Don't move. Lie back. Han Yuren's hand stopped in midair, and he tilted his head to look at the source of the voice. It was Augustine. His face was pale, and there was blood on the corners of his mouth and his clothes. He was a little confused, but he lay back and asked, What are you doing? Augustine got up from the ground and lied without blushing. I sucked out the toxins for you, and I got the backlash. Since you woke up, it means that your body is fine, but you still have the thing I used to treat you stuck in your forehead. You can't move. I have to take it out myself. Jean Jishi smiled and returned to his previous lazy look. He was very satisfied with Augustine's answer. Han Yuren didn't say anything, but glanced at the people on the other beds, and sure enough, each of them had a silver needle stuck in their forehead. He cursed silently in his heart. Another silver needle. Chapter 192. Why are you Han Yuren? Han Yuren watched Augustine pull out 6 silver needles that were almost as long as a finger from her forehead. During the whole process, she kept reminding herself, don't do it, this is not the enemy. Watching the 6 silver needles disappear from Augustine's hand, Han Yuren asked in a somewhat unfriendly tone. Is it done? Augustine nodded. This miracle worker, you are fine now. Although she was reluctant, Han Yuren still said thank you, got up and got out of bed, rubbed her forehead with her other hand, and felt no pain, which made her feel less resentful. You're welcome. This is my job, Augustine replied. Jean Jishi then said, Since Han the Miracle has woken up, please follow me to the recording room and tell me the mission process in detail. Han Yuren looked up at Jean Jishi and thought, interrogation? But they were all under surveillance after they left the city, so why bother? But Jean Jishi's expression remained unchanged. Han Yuren could not see any clues, and could not find a reason to refuse. So he agreed. Before leaving, he scanned the strongest team again. Jean Jishi said sympathetically, They are fine. The toxins have been excreted. They are just too tired and need to rest. Han Yuren said nothing. After following Jean Jishi out of the white round metal door, he climbed up the stairs to the 4th floor. Although it was only a short journey, Jean Jishi said a lot of words, asking about his well-being and showing great concern, just like a good leader. But Han Yuren was always indifferent. After stepping onto the last step, he went up to the 4th floor. In front of him was something like a water surface surging, completely blocking the 4th floor. As for what was in the water surface, Han Yuren could not see. Jean Jishi did not go in. After stepping aside, he said to Han Yuren, Please come in. Han the Miracle Man. Just tell the truth. Han Yuren hesitated and walked into the water surface. There was a strange feeling when his body entered the water surface, as if he had really entered the water, but he could breathe without any hindrance or discomfort. After taking a step inside, there were mirrors all around, one mirror next to another, lined up in a row, forming a circle, circling one circle after another. The mirrors were full of Han Yuren's figure, with surprise and caution in her eyes. Han Yuren did not move, but just turned her eyes to look at the mirrors. Suddenly, a mirror appeared in front of her, almost touching her nose. Han Yuren's face tensed, and she resisted the urge to fight back, and controlled her hands that were about to be raised and her legs that retreated. Her right arm was still trembling slightly. A voice rang out, bringing countless ethereal echoes. Who are you? This question was not unfamiliar to her. Fu Xiuyan had asked her more than once before. But she could have ignored Fu Xiuyan's question, but she had to answer this time. She cursed him in her heart, pretending. After that, she replied, Han Yuren. The mirror in front of her retreated, and before Han Yuren could catch her breath, another mirror came close to her, but this time it was one step away from her, and her own hair in the mirror was clearly visible. The Han Yuren in the mirror asked, Why are you Han Yuren? Han Yuren subconsciously touched her lips. She really didn't speak. Chapter 193. The Old Man with a Pigtail. He slowly put his hand down, stared at the fake self in the mirror, and replied confidently, Because I am Han Yuren, so I am Han Yuren. The Han Yuren in the mirror, with a sad look, disappeared as the mirror left, but Han Yuren felt a little unhappy because of that sad look. At this time, next to Jin Jishi outside, there was another person. This person was also one of the 4 people who stayed at the beginning, an old man with a waist-length white pigtail. Now the old man was sitting one step behind Han Yuren. But one of them was in the water, and the other was outside. A white hair floated in front of the old man. He closed his eyes and flicked the white hair from time to time, and the mirror inside would move. Feeling Han Yuren's dissatisfaction, the old man flicked the white hair twice. 2 mirrors suddenly came in front of Han Yuren, forming a triangle with her. But the sides of the 2 mirrors were close to each other, blocking Han Yuren tightly. There were 2 Han Yuren in the 2 mirrors. One Han Yuren fell beside a warship with a ferocious look on her face. There was a huge wound on her forehead, and the blood had already drained out. With such a wound, that Han Yuren would definitely not survive. But Han Yuren opened her eyes, and her pupils stared straight at Han Yuren, and shouted bitterly, "You are talking nonsense. I am Han Yuren. I am Han Yuren." Han Yuren was stunned by this scene, and her heart was beating wildly in her chest, making her feel sick. It was not until a similarly shrill cry was heard in the other mirror that Han Yuren's eyes were drawn to it. The Han Yuren in the other half of the mirror was holding the netherworld that she had spent 1/5 of her savings to buy, but the other end of the netherworld was inserted into her own abdomen, causing her intestines to flow out. Blood flowed like a river beneath her, and outside the abandoned world, 5 pink pigs were running farther and farther behind her. Her ears were filled with her screams of unwillingness. "I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I am Han Yuren, you bitches." Han Yuren could not help but take a step back, but the 2 mirrors caught up with her again. She retreated, and the 2 mirrors chased her. Han Yuren in the mirror, besides shouting "I am Han Yuren" again and again, also moved. It looked like they were going to crawl out of the mirror and eat Han Yuren alive. Han Yuren was getting more and more annoyed by them, and her murderous intent was getting stronger and stronger. Her 5 fingers had just bent. The old man outside flicked her hair again, and the shrill scream disappeared, and the 2 mirrors disappeared with it. At the same time, there was a clang sound, and Han Yuren hit a mirror behind him. Before Han Yuren could dodge, she was dragged into the mirror by the hands that stretched out from the mirror, and Han Yuren didn't even react. The old man outside said in a hoarse voice, "She is not Han Yuren, but she is also Han Yuren, with a strong murderous intent. This weapon is dangerous." Jin Jishi did not speak. He did not know whether he understood the old man's meaning or not. After all, the old man's words were quite roundabout. Han Yuren came back to his senses and looked around. This was actually his former home. Everything was exactly the same. Even the smell seemed the same. Confused, Han Yuren habitually curled himself up on the sofa and felt more at ease than ever before. Chapter 194. I just like this kind of flirtation. Han Yuren used the first sum of money she saved to buy this house. From then on, she had a home that could shelter her from the wind and rain, a home that belonged to her. Maybe for many people, home is where the family is, but for her, a house that belongs to her is home. So Han Yuren curled up on the sofa and fell asleep very quickly. She felt that she slept for a long time, and it was indeed a long time. Jin Jishi and the old man waited outside until the evening, and Han Yuren woke up. The old man also sat up from the ground, and Jin Jishi shouted, "Han the miracle man, you can come out now." After Han Yuren woke up, she was no longer in her home. Behind her was a cold mirror. When she turned around, there was nothing in the mirror. Not even her. She felt a little reluctant and regretful in her heart. Jin Jishi's voice sounded outside. Han Yuren took a deep breath, sorted out her emotions, stood up, and without hesitation, she randomly chose a direction and walked straight out. Although stability is good, struggling for survival is also a different kind of thing. After Han Yuren went out, his eyes fell on the old man, who still kept his eyes closed mysteriously, looking unfathomable. The record has been completed. Han the miracle teller can leave now. Han Yuren didn't expect the record to be so simple, so strange. Before going downstairs, he glanced at the old man again, but couldn't see any clues. He went directly from the 4th floor to the 1st floor. Han Yuren wanted to find Anya, but was stopped by Gu Chung, whose tall body blocked Han Yuren tightly. Han Yuren took a step back impatiently, pulling a distance, slightly raised her head, looking at Gu Cheng's dark face, cursing in her heart. "You're blocking me, and you're blocking me with a dark face. Do you have any sincerity at all?" So she was even more impolite when she spoke. "A good dog doesn't block the road? What sincerity do you want?" Gu Chung asked back, completely ignoring Han Yuren's words. Han Yuren raised his eyebrows, and then she remembered that Gu Chung could read minds. With a raised corner of her mouth. You are blocking me. Aren't you? You want me to sleep with you, and of course you have to be naked in front of me, so that I can check you carefully, and see if your body is worthy of me sleeping with it. Remember, next time you block me, put on thongs and bunny ears, wrap the 2 little dots on your chest with a thin red string, and tie a bow. I like this kind of flirtation. Han Yuren said with a fake smile, in a frivolous tone. She turned her foot to the side. And just after taking a step, she looked like she remembered something. Raised her eyes and smiled. Oh! Yes. There's also that. Han Yuren glanced at Gu Cheng's body as she spoke. That's also tied up with a thin thread. You have to dress up in a complete set. After she finished speaking, she walked away laughing with satisfaction, attracting countless attention. But Han Yuren didn't care. Gu Cheng, who was teased by Han Yuren, had a dark face. Could this guy be A.M.? Han Yuren, who had teased Gu Cheng, felt much better. She almost flew up while walking. She muttered happily. Gu Cheng is also useful. I will tease him when I am in a bad mood. I will never be in a bad mood again. You can laugh like a human being. Anya came out of a corner and said this. Han Yuren glanced at her, stretched out his hand and hugged Anya, pinched Anya's chin, and said, as if teasing a decent woman, I came back from a narrow escape. And you say this to me? You are such a heartless woman. Chapter 195 I'm not blind. Anya looked at Han Yuren, who looked filthy, and raised her hand to gently place it on Han Yuren's hand that was pinching her chin. At the same time, she said with a powerful voice, Get lost. She pushed Han Yuren's hand away mercilessly. Han Yuren smiled and shook his head. It's boring. It's boring. Anya, why are you getting more and more boring? Anya looked at Han Yuren's shameless little gangster look. A sly smile flashed in her cat's eyes, and she suddenly said, I saw everything from the way you left the city. Han Yuren just felt bad, and then heard Anya continue to say, That Fu Xiuyan is really good looking. He can make the iron-like face blush with shyness. Amazing. Sure enough, Han Yuren's face became more and more ugly, and he glared at Anya fiercely. I'm going to eat. Get out of here. I want to eat too. What did you do after you left with that old fox? Anya said and moved closer. Han Yuren also immediately forgot to be angry. Old fox? Jean Jishi. He really looks like an old fox. He went to expel the toxins in his body, then went to the record room, answered a few questions, and came down. It's that simple. What's the question? Han Yuren chuckled. Ask me who I am? I don't know how this idiot asked such a question. But Han Yuren didn't wait for Anya to stand on the same front with her and laugh at them. She only saw Anya staring at her thoughtfully. Han Yuren put away the smile on her face. Her eyes were deep. Why? You also want to ask me who I am? Anya's pupil shook, indicating her panic at the moment, but soon returned to normal, and smiled. I'm not blind. Han Yuren also laughed, but she caught Anya's panic. She couldn't read minds, but she could feel that Anya wanted to ask too. Why do so many people want to ask who I am? Am I not Han Yuren? Han Yuren walked towards the cafeteria with Anya in silence, while thinking restlessly. After asking herself again, the 2 mirrors suddenly appeared in her mind again, 2 dead Han Yuren in the mirrors. Han Yuren shook his head violently, seemingly afraid and growling fiercely. Impossible. Anya, who was walking in front, turned around in surprise, and asked worriedly, What's wrong with you? Where's the sword I gave you? Han Yuren suddenly asked. Anya was stunned for a moment before she replied, It's in my room. I'm hungry, let's go. Han Yuren said, as she quickened her pace. She wanted to say, I'll go take a look. But she felt that it was too abnormal to do so. For some reason, she hid herself, even in front of Anya. Anya looked at Han Yuren's back, following him with an uncertain look. Han Yuren ordered a big bowl of bibimbap, a plate of braised meat and a bowl of soup, and ate it all up like a starving ghost, which formed a sharp and tragic contrast with Anya on the opposite side. You failed this mission, and you will probably have a hard time in the future, Anya said while wrapping noodles on the fork. Han Yuren took a sip of soup and said with disdain, I'm eating. Can you not say something that makes me unable to eat? Anya looked at the rice and meat that had been swept away, and said, I can't eat it. If you want to eat it, you have to eat a cow. Chapter 196 Which young lady? Not easy, I also mean the ridicule from other miracle workers, after all. You are the strongest group. The people above will not punish you in any way. Anya still chose to talk about serious things during dinner time. Han Yuran put down the empty soup bowl and said sarcastically, "This strongest group, it seems that it is not the strongest. After all, it was a mission, she is not stupid." Anya raised her eyebrows. "You have your reasons for entering, others have their own backdoors to enter." "Oh, backdoor?" Han Yuran said with a wretched face, obviously. The backdoor she was talking about was not the same as the backdoor Anya was talking about. "Sister Yuran?" Before Anya rolled her eyes at Han Yuran, a childish voice was heard. The two turned their heads and saw Quinn running over excitedly. He rushed directly to the table, causing it to shake. He stared at Han Yuran with his bright eyes and said happily, "Sister Yuran, I heard that the strongest team is back. So I came to find you. I thought you must be in the cafeteria. I guessed right. Didn't I? Sister Anya?" Quinn smiled smugly, his eyes full of, "Praise me now. This baby needs to be praised." "Yeah. Quinn is really smart." Anya cooperated, and Quinn's face was even more proud. "Sister Yuran, it seems you are not injured." "Which is great," Quinn said as she held Han Yuran's hand on the table, and said in a very pleasant way. After Sister Yuran left, Quinn prayed for Sister Yuran every night before going to bed, which really helped. Han Yuran felt dizzy after being held by this warm little hand and then being hit by these sweet words. At this time, Quinn asked again, "Sister Yuran, the little one who is with you, the little sister?" Quinn was very reluctant to say the word little sister. Han Yuran looked at the other party's red ears and suddenly found the north. She thought, so that's what happened. Seeing the other party's anxious look, she couldn't help but tease this little boy whose hair had not yet grown fully. She asked knowingly, "Which little sister?" Quinn was stunned by the question, and her face turned red from the roots of her ears to her cheeks. She pursed her lips for a long time, and then said awkwardly, "The little sister holding the rabbit." Han Yuran pretended to be enlightened, but Anya was too lazy to watch her acting. "It's Sway Sway. I didn't expect it." "Quinn, you have such a good memory. You still remember it." Quinn's face turned red, and his eyes were not only bright but also watery, as if he would cry in the next second. Seeing this, Han Yuran coughed and didn't dare to tease Quinn anymore. Sway Sway is fine. She is just resting." Quinn lost his excitement at the beginning and said with a droopy head. Han Yuran looked at the dejected Quinn and had no choice but to look at Anya. The other party turned a blind eye. Han Yuran was so angry that he stretched his legs under the table and kicked Anya, causing the other party to frown. She stood up and said, "I have something else to do." She turned around and left. She had a strong personality. Han Yuran was completely dumbfounded. Quinn, who was standing next to her, looked aggrieved. After a long sigh, she changed the subject and asked, "Quinn, where is your sister Sophie?" When he heard Han Yuran mention Sophie, Quinn was fooled and started chatting with her. Sister Sophie is on a mission. Chapter 197 Night Tour. Quinn was talking incessantly. Han Yuran was listening silently. After a long while, Han Yuran nodded and said, "It turns out that the missions and execution teams are announced. No wonder Team 21 knew that we were going out to save people." Quinn nodded. "Yes, it's on the notice board. Every mission is written on it." Han Yuran looked at the time, and then looked at the energetic Quinn, and said very clearly, "Quinn, are you still not sleeping so late? You won't grow taller if you stay up late. Look at Sway Sway. Is she taller than you? That's because she doesn't stay up late. I'm going to sleep now. I will definitely be taller than her." Quinn slapped the table excitedly, got off the stool and said loudly, as if he was making a vow. After saying that, he threw a sentence to Han Yuran. "Sister Yuran, you should go to bed early too." Then, he turned around and ran away, moving like a madman. Han Yuran shook her head and sighed. Love is so great. She got up and left the canteen, walked down the steps of the hall, and walked into the city. Unlike the gray outside, there are stars and crescent moons here at night, twinkling in the night sky. Before curfew, many people would look up at the night sky everywhere, even if there was no alien invasion. In their original world, they rarely saw stars, let alone making wishes to shooting stars, which was romantic. But in this night sky, there is a meteor from time to time. The evening breeze is cool, with the scent of green grass, Han Yuren walks peacefully on the deserted street. It is long past the curfew, and the people in the city are not allowed to hang out outside. Although this rule is very inhumane, it is not the time to talk about human rights. Han Yuren's footsteps echoed lonely on the street. She did not walk around, but just walked along the main road, walked through 2 cities. Sometimes her eyes stopped at the houses on both sides, on the signs, and sometimes fell on her own shadow. When she walked to the gate of a city, a figure darker than the night quietly appeared behind her, wearing a wide black cloak of a miracle maker. The moonlight, which was not very bright to begin with, could not shine into the shadow of the hood of the cloak at all. Judging from his broad shoulders, narrow waist and tall figure, he should be a man. As soon as he spoke, he was indeed a man. His voice matched the night very well. 3 parts quiet, 3 parts mysterious, 3 parts cold, and 1 part warm. No token. No going out at night. Han Yuren had no plan to go out at night. She was just confused and wanted to go wherever she could. So she did not refute or argue. I turned around honestly, and saw a black shadow flash by, disappearing behind the building on the left. Han Yuren stared at the place where the man disappeared, thinking that he should be on duty at night. But he didn't understand why he was so mysterious. It's late at night. So if you change someone who is timid, you will scare others to death. But since your voice is nice, I forgive you. Han Yuren thought and walked back again, turned a corner, and began to walk around the city. During the day, he was always noticed, but now he is much more comfortable. After she left, the man who had disappeared before reappeared from the top of the building where he disappeared. His eyes were always following Han Yuren, even though they were far away and there were many obstacles. His eyes were still firmly locked on Han Yuren, the only person who was wandering at night in the city. Han Yuren did not realize that she was being monitored. She thought that the man was just guarding the city gate. Chapter 198. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. At this moment, Han Yuren looked at the sign of a store and said with a smile, "This name is simple, direct, and good." After that, she left. The sign on the store only had the word goods. Han Yuren walked almost all the roads in the city. Fortunately, she was fast and returned to her residence when it was almost dawn. She glanced at Yin Sui's room and found that he had not returned yet. Sophie was not there, and Anya was not back either. She curled her lips and went back to her room to take a bath and fell asleep. The next day, Han Yuren was awakened by the sound of the radio. Han Yuren, who was lying on the bed, crawled out from under the pillow, with her long hair messy, and propped herself up from the bed with her eyes closed. The quilt slipped off, exposing a beautiful body. The next moment, Han Yuren fell back on the bed, and only when the radio was repeated for the 3rd time, opened her eyes, and got off the bed, washed herself very quickly, put on her ragged clothes, and walked downstairs. Glancing at the table in the living room, Han Yuren threw away her clothes again, jumped down the stairs, landed beside the table, picked up the clothes with her name on them, and put them on. We have to remind them to make the uniform stronger, or someone might come back naked. Han Yuren muttered as she left the house, and headed straight to the place where they received the last mission, cursing in her heart. We just came back, and we have another mission. Except for them, the other miracle workers are dead. When she arrived at the designated location muttering, the strongest team had all arrived, and in addition, there was Gu Chung. Han Yuren began to doubt. His job was to convey the mission. It was too damn easy. Since the strongest team has arrived, I will talk about this mission now. Before Han Yuren stood up, Gu Chung spoke first. The faces of the strongest team members were not very good. They were brought here to take the task just after they woke up. The reason they woke up just now was because Augustine had removed the silver needles for them. I have an opinion. As soon as Gu Chung finished speaking, Yin Sui spoke immediately. If you have any opinions, wait until I finish speaking. After Gu Chung blocked Yin Sui with one sentence, he ignored the black faces and continued. There is a reason why I sent you. An alien race entered the city last night. Leave. Gu Cheng's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 waves. All the black faces were shocked. They were speechless. Their nest was just like that. Letting the alien race come and go. This is simply a slap in their faces. It's just like a joke. What had become of their gods, messengers of God, temples? And those miracle workers? What had become of those 2 lines of defense? What had become of the city guards? Just decorations. This is impossible. Yin Sui almost roared in disbelief. If they just wanted to come and go, why would they resist? Why are they still making such a fuss? What are they doing here? Just clowns. The other few people didn't say anything, but their expressions were the same as Yin Sui's, which showed that their ideas were similar to Yin Sui's. Gu Cheng looked at Han Yuran, who was still calm, and said, "This is true. Last night, Han Miracle bumped into the other party." All his eyes fell on Han Yuran. Han Yuran was stunned for a moment. And Yin Sui had already caught her. He asked excitedly, "You saw it. Why didn't you catch him?" Chapter 199, I am allergic to scumbags. Han Yuran frowned with one eyebrow high, and the other low, and said awkwardly, "He was wearing the clothes of a miracle worker, and he confidently stopped me, and told me not to go out at night." Han Yuran's meaning was very simple. She didn't realize that the other party was a fake. Yin Sui angrily let go of Han Yuran's hand. "The miracle workers guarding the first two fronts are dead, and the 21st team, it was easy to stop us, but now they have infiltrated the alien race without knowing it, and they are just pretending to eat and wait for death." At this moment, Yin Sui seemed like one of the upper-level temples, reprimanding subordinates, who were not doing their job well. After her voice faded away, Han Yuran spoke. "Although I did meet him, I didn't even see his face. It's no use for you to look for me. It's useful," Gu Cheng said as he stretched out his hand, which had been hanging down all the time. At this time, he had a pink note in his hand. Although the color was ambiguous, everyone believed that this was definitely not a love letter. Several people came to Gu Cheng's hand at once, except Fu Xiuyan. Han Yuran also came over this time, looking at the line of words written on the note, and complained in his heart. "Aliens also practice calligraphy?" The note said. "Let Han Yuran leave the city, and I will show up." Han Yuran stepped back, raised her hand, and scratched her head, looking helpless. What was going on? Why did you look for her? Know her? So you must leave the city. Your mission is to bring this alien back, Gu Cheng said as he approached Han Yuran with a small note. He forcefully stuffed the small note into Han Yuran's hand, leaned forward and whispered, "How many people do you want to hook up with? You can't judge a person by his appearance." His tone was vicious. It was obvious that Gu Cheng was very angry. But Han Yuran was even angrier. She raised her leg, landed her foot, and stepped directly on Gu Cheng's foot and crushed it a few times. However, the other party had no expression on his face. "Stay away from me. I'm allergic to scum," Han Yuran said loudly. At the beginning, Gu Cheng pointed at Han Yuran in front of everyone and announced that she was his woman. Everyone in the hall knew it, so they just pretended not to see the blatant actions of these two people. But Min Mingda secretly glanced at Fu Xiuyan, and saw that the other party was standing straight with his eyes looking down. "You finished talking. It's my turn. I think the members of our group need to be adjusted." Yin Sui didn't say anyone, but Fong Tang's face was a little ugly. Gu Cheng pulled his foot out from under Han Yuran's feet, and only replied, "No. You all got in through connections. And now that you're in, you have to bear it." Yin Sui was direct, and Gu Cheng was even more direct. Yin Sui looked at Gu Cheng in disbelief, and she never thought that Gu Cheng would answer her like this. Every team is not perfect, and the important thing is cooperation. Perfect cooperation requires running in, so you should go out and run in more. This time, there will be no time limit for the mission. When the mission is successful or you feel that the mission cannot be completed, you can come back. Gu Cheng said something very reasonable. "I heard that tasks are divided into levels. What level is our task this time?" Han Yuran asked. These are what she heard from Quinn. The tasks are divided into levels. When a group completes more tasks, the level is higher, and the ranking of their group will also be improved. S-level task, it is related to the leakage of the situation in the city. Chapter 200 We put you in the eye boogers. Han Yuran nodded. S-level mission, they need to complete one of the strongest teams. Since they have already got this title, they really don't want others to take it away. The other party specifically asked Han Yuran to go with the miracle worker. "If we go with him, what if he doesn't show up?" Fong Tang raised her question, but Yin Sui snorted coldly. "What do you mean? Do you want Han Yuran to go out of the city and catch the alien by herself?" Fong Tang's face turned red, and she said angrily, "That's not what I meant. I mean, that's enough. I thought you just made mistakes in judgment. But at least you have a conscience. I didn't expect that I overestimated you. If you are afraid of death, don't make excuses. If anyone doesn't want to go, say it quickly. Don't waste everyone's time." Yin Sui interrupted Fong Tang's words directly and rudely. But she was disappointed in her heart. She didn't expect Fong Tang to back down at the last minute. Fong Tang was interrupted by her, and her face turned red. Han Yuran knew that it was all because of her, and was about to come out to smooth things over. But she didn't expect Fong Tang to point at Yin Sui and grit her teeth and said, "I want to fight with you. If you lose, just listen to me and shut up." Yin Sui swung his hand and slapped Fong Tang's hand to the side, saying with great disdain, "Just based on you. You want to fight me? There must be a limit to dreaming." Fong Tang seemed to have calmed down a lot, but her eyes were more determined. "That's right. My ability is not in fighting. It's really unfair. I won't win. I'm asking you now. Do you dare not use your ability to fight with me?" The last word was snorted by Fong Tang with a nasal tone, which sounded extremely provocative. Yin Sui has always been unable to tolerate provocations from others. Seeing that she was about to agree, Han Yuran quickly took a step ahead of Yin Sui and said to Fong Tang, "You are very tough. We all know that." Although Han Yuran had no hostility towards Fong Tang, Yin Sui helped her and stood by her, so she would help Yin Sui. There is no distinction between good and bad people. As long as they are good to Han Yuran, they are good people worth helping. I won't use that ability. Since I, Fong Tang, have said it, I will definitely abide by it. Fong Tang stared at Han Yuran and said word by word. The two of them looked at each other in midair. Han Yuran said to Yin Sui, "I believe her." Then a trace of gratitude flashed in Fong Tang's eyes. Yin Sui didn't care about this question at all. He rubbed his hands and said, "Time now, location here, you do it." Yin Sui said and hooked his hand at Fong Tang. Han Yuran stepped back. The others completely ignored the others, including Gu Chung of the Holy Hall. Meng Mingda and Rui Shi stood together, holding hands nervously, looking embarrassed. Sugita Jintoki was watching with great interest. Fu Xiuyan's soul was wandering in space. Gu Chung quietly moved to Han Yuran's side. "You guys really don't take me seriously. We put you in the eye boogers and bounced you away." Han Yuran had just finished speaking when Fong Tang roared and rushed towards Yin Sui. Gu Chung shouted, "Hurry up and make a quick decision. We still have business to do." Although Yin Sui was a little lowly, Fong Tang was also a petite woman. She had a little advantage in strength, but Yin Sui's agility made up for it. "I will beat you up today and make you admit your mistakes," Yin Sui said and rushed over.